Su Jingming's beautiful campus belle cousin never imagined that the so-called useless little cousin everyone looked down on would suddenly shock everyone by taking first place in the national exam. And it wasn't just a simple first place either. Recruiters from the top 3 universities were practically fighting over him, while his own school directly offered him $1 million scholarship. The reason for all of this was that right before the exam began, Su Jingming had unexpectedly awakened an S-rank ability known as Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. But the truly terrifying part was still waiting behind it. This power was not limited to S-rank forever, because one day, it could evolve into the ultimate SSS rank Chaos Divine Thunder. Inside a tense classroom at Jiangqing No. 2 High School, the atmosphere was heavy, and the words on the chalkboard clearly reminded everyone that only one day remained before the unified exam. At the front of the room, the class teacher, Chun Fan, stood before the students and began giving the final instructions before the exam. He first reminded the students taking the liberal arts exam to get their IR stationery ready in advance and not make any careless mistakes. Then his tone became much more serious as he turned toward the students taking the martial arts exam, warning them to prepare their IR combat gear and weapons properly. After that, Teacher Chin Fan stressed that the martial arts college entrance exam was extremely dangerous, and he firmly advised anyone whose awakened ability was below D level not to take that path. Sitting at his desk, Su Jingming gave a faint smirk, immediately feeling that Teacher Chun Fan's warning was probably aimed directly at him. In his heart, Su Jingming thought about how he had transmigrated into this world called Blue Star. Its technology was almost the same as the world he came from, but here terrifying bloodthirsty beasts also existed. To survive against those ferocious beasts, a portion of humanity had awakened special powers and stepped onto a completely different path. In this world, when people reached the age of 16, they had a chance to awaken all kinds of abilities, and those abilities were ranked from the weakest F rank all the way up to S rank. But for most ordinary people, their awakened abilities usually stayed somewhere between F rank and D rank, far from anything truly powerful. As Su Jingming looked down at his own power, a tiny flicker of lightning sparked weakly around him. His ability was only E-grade weak electricity, and its actual strength was so disappointing that it was basically no better than a simple stun baton. While Su Jingming was lost in those thoughts, a blonde classmate named Huang Tian suddenly walked over and tapped his desk. With a mocking look on his face, Huang Tian asked whether Su Jingming still planned to take the martial arts exam. He called him E-grade trash and said someone like him would only embarrass the school, then casually suggested that Su Jingming should switch to liberal arts and work as a small clerk in his company someday. Before Su Jingming could even respond, a female classmate named Lin Qingli suddenly stood up and coldly told Huang Tian to mind his own business. Huang Tian's expression darkened at once. He scoffed at Lin Qingli, clearly annoyed, and said that during the exam, he would show her exactly who was truly the best. As Huang Tian turned and walked away, he still glanced back over his shoulder and threw out one last vicious sentence, saying Su Jingming would probably die on the exam grounds. After Huang Tian left, Lin Qingli turned back towards Su Jingming with worry in her eyes. She told him not to take Huang Tian's words to heart and gently suggested that choosing liberal arts might not be such a bad option, while Su Jingming quietly listened without showing much emotion on his face. Su Jingming lowered his gaze to the Great Xia Unified Exam registration form in front of him. On the form, his E-level elemental ability was clearly written, and in the Great Xia Kingdom students had to choose between liberal arts and martial arts. Those with weaker abilities could choose liberal arts and live a peaceful, ordinary life. But the martial arts path was completely different. Anyone who chose it had to enter a designated exam area and fight brutal beasts head-on, where victory and survival were both decided with blood. Only those who survived that deadly trial would have a chance to enter an ability user university. And once inside, after years of training and resources, even someone who started from nothing could grow into a truly powerful ability user. Su Jingming understood very well why Teacher Chen Fan and Lin Qingli were so worried about him. They were afraid he would lose his life in the exam, but he also knew that in this world, the threat of beasts was something he could never truly escape. That thought dragged him back into a painful memory from his childhood, when he had once knelt on the ground in tears beside the lifeless bodies of his parents after a beast disaster. The memory burned deep inside him, making his resolve even stronger. No matter what, he never wanted to feel that powerless again. So Su Jingming lifted his registration form with firm eyes and declared without hesitation that he would still choose the martial arts exam. By the time the sun began to set, Su Jingming had already arrived at a training hall, where he gripped a long spear and practiced over and over with relentless focus. He poured his electrical ability into the spear, and blue arcs of lightning immediately crawled along the weapon's shaft, flashing sharply through the air. With a fierce shout, Su Jingming twisted his body and unleashed a powerful swing, driving the spear forward with all the strength he could gather. But that kind of intense training drained his stamina fast, and before long exhaustion began weighing heavily on his entire body. He opened his mouth in a huge yawn, complained about how tired he was, and then dropped straight onto the floor, with his spear clattering down beside him. Lying flat on the ground, Su Jingming thought back on his training. He had already practiced spear techniques for 2.5 years, yet even after all that effort, his proficiency was still stuck at the beginner level. He had even spent 300,000 to buy a spear technique called Lightning Gale Break, which at least made him slightly stronger than ordinary E-class awakened ones. But as he lay there catching his breath, a grim thought still surfaced in his mind. He knew that every year, the death rate for students below D-class in the exam kept rising. Because of that, if he wanted to enter an awakened university, he had no choice but to prepare himself to fight with everything he had. Gritting his teeth, Su Jingming pushed himself up from the floor and walked toward a machine, slowly clenching his fist. But just as his hand moved close to the machine's panel, a blue holographic interface suddenly appeared in front of him, with the word system activating shining on the screen. Su Jingming froze on the spot, his eyes widening in disbelief as he tried to understand what had just appeared before him. A moment later, the activation finished, and another message popped up, asking whether he wanted to claim the newbie gift package. Still sitting on the floor, Su Jingming suddenly realized what this might be. This had to be the legendary cheat system that transmigrators were supposed to get, and his shock quickly turned into excitement as a wide grin spread across his face while he wondered what could be inside the gift package. The system answered almost immediately, revealing the reward inside, 1 S-rank super ability, along with 200 ability points. For a moment, Su Jingming was too stunned to speak. An S-rank ability was unbelievably rare, and in a major country like Manhwa, anyone who awakened one would instantly be recruited by top universities and trained as a future powerhouse. Su Jingming could hardly believe this kind of fortune had landed on him. Hope surged through his chest, because even if he had been born as so-called E-rank trash, this system had now given him a real chance to rewrite his destiny. With a determined grin, he stretched out his hand, weak sparks of his old electricity crackling around his fingers, and said the word claim, accepting the gift without the slightest hesitation. In the next instant, 3 system windows appeared one after another. The newbie gift package had been claimed, 200 ability points had been credited, and the system began distributing his new S-rank ability. Purple Cloud Thunder, God's Lightning. That terrifying power rushed straight into his heart, and the moment it entered his body, an unbearable pain tore through him. A massive force suddenly erupted from deep inside Su Jingming, and violent purple lightning surged across his entire body, ripping through his shirt in an instant. A progress bar appeared before him, slowly climbing as the raging energy exploded outward, smashing through the room's interior with terrifying force. The blast was so powerful that it slammed through the apartment window and blew it out completely. The violent commotion immediately drew attention from the street below. A woman stopped in place and pointed up toward the strange burst of energy, while the child beside her stared wide-eyed and nervously asked what was happening. Nearby, a young man panicked at the sight and hurriedly pulled out his phone, shouting into the call that someone needed to contact the fire department right away because something had happened at the Su family child's home. Meanwhile, inside the apartment, Su Jingming's entire body twisted in unbearable pain as the integration continued, and the system's progress had already pushed past the halfway mark. Out on the streets, more and more people raised their heads, watching in alarm as the sky above them darkened and turned strangely oppressive. Then, directly above the apartment building, a massive dragon made entirely of crackling blue lightning slowly took shape, its enormous body twisting through the clouds like a living thunderstorm. The astonishing phenomenon quickly caught the attention of powerful figures across the city. In a high-rise building, a man looked toward the sky with a sharp expression, wondering if some terrifying beast was launching an invasion. At another location, a military commander reacted even faster, immediately issuing an order for Jiangqing's 3rd Legion to enter a state of high alert. Back at the apartment, the lightning dragon circled through the sky for a moment before suddenly diving downward, pouring all of that overwhelming thunderous energy straight back into Su Jingming's body. Su Jingming let out one last agonized scream as the system's progress bar suddenly shot to 100%. In the next instant, the blinding light and pain finally faded, leaving behind only one simple message: ability transformation complete. As the terrifying energy finally settled down, Su Jingming was left standing in the middle of his devastated training room, surrounded by shattered debris and broken walls. He slowly tightened his fingers into a fist, carefully feeling the enormous power now surging under his control. Blue and purple electricity crackled fiercely around his hand, wrapping his fingers in dazzling arcs of thunder. A confident grin spread across Su Jingming's face as he realized this S-rank ability was on an entirely different level. Compared with this new power, his old ability had really been nothing more than an electric baton, while this thunder felt strong enough to smash a person apart with a single strike. But his excitement faded slightly when he looked around and saw the damage. The windows had been blown out, and cracks stretched across the walls. Su Jingming couldn't help thinking that the commotion had gotten a little too big, and he felt secretly relieved that he had still managed to restrain part of the energy. Then he suddenly remembered the other reward from the gift package, 200 ability points. Curious, he reached toward the system interface and wondered aloud what those points were supposed to be used for. The system quickly gave an explanation, saying that ability points could be obtained by killing fierce beasts and could then be used to improve his level and strengthen his skills. A mischievous smile immediately returned to Su Jingming's face. He was clearly delighted by how simple and direct this cheat system was, so he told it to open the system panel. A detailed status screen appeared in front of him at once, showing his updated profile. It listed his name, his current level as an unranked awakened, his newly obtained S-rank ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, and the 200 ability points he could still use. With the unified exam only 1 day away, Su Jingming's eyes shone with focus. He knew he had to use these 200 points carefully to raise his combat power as much as possible, and as lightning flickered around his hand, he ordered the system to allocate the points for him. Su Jingming quickly settled on the most logical choice. Since all abilities ultimately depended on the human body and spirit, he decided to strengthen those 2 core attributes first. As the system began processing the points, the numbers for his physique and spirit started climbing rapidly, increasing almost instantly before his eyes. In the next moment, a surge of dark purple energy erupted from within him and began swirling around his body like a violent current. Su Jingming stood there slightly dazed, feeling his vital energy swell and his thoughts sharpen, amazed by the sensation of both his body and mind being strengthened at the same time. He clenched his fist again, sensing the brand new power coursing through him with a weight and intensity he had never felt before. Then he threw a test punch forward, and a vortex of blue and purple lightning burst from his fist, exploding outward with a force far beyond anything he could have produced in the past. Looking at his hand, now wrapped in crackling thunder, Su Jingming understood something clearly. By raising his basic attributes, his control over both his combat skills and his supernatural ability would become much stronger. The system panel quickly confirmed the upgrade, showing that his physique had risen to 141, and his spirit had reached 160. It also explained that each ability point was equivalent to 0.2 units of vital energy or spirit energy. A confident grin appeared on Su Jingming's face, and he felt that with his current strength, entering an Awakener university should no longer be difficult. Still, he couldn't help wondering how he now compared with the 700,000 other candidates in the province, especially those geniuses who had been trained since childhood. Determined to find the answer for himself, Su Jingming lifted his foot and kicked his spear up from the rubble scattered across the floor. He caught the spear smoothly and rested it over his shoulder, deciding to head to the martial arts hall and properly test just how far his new power had risen. But just as Su Jingming was getting ready to leave, the apartment door suddenly flew open after being kicked from the outside. A team of 3 firefighters rushed into the room, fully prepared to deal with a fire, and their sudden entrance left Su Jingming standing there in stunned silence. The lead firefighter looked around the wrecked apartment in confusion, clearly noticing there were no flames, and explained that they had received a report about a fire at this location. Standing calmly in the middle of the ruined room, Su Jingming explained that the disturbance had only been caused by his ability training, and that the situation was already under control. The lead firefighter accepted the explanation without making things difficult, since incidents caused by awakened individuals were not exactly rare. He quickly spoke into his radio and told the rest of his team to fall back. As the firefighter turned to leave, he still glanced back at Su Jingming with a hint of admiration, thinking that the younger generation really was formidable if simple training could create this much commotion. Not long after that, the fire truck pulled away from the area and drove off down the street. Soon, Su Jingming changed into his school uniform, carried his spear, and walked down the street. A neighbor he called Uncle Yang spotted him and quickly asked if he was all right after the fire. Su Jingming calmly reassured him that everything had been handled. When Uncle Yang noticed the spear on him, he praised him for being so hardworking, still practicing even with the exam coming the very next day. In this world, martial arts halls held an extremely important place. For awakened people to improve, they had to train both their physique and their spirit, and these halls provided the proper training grounds, especially for families that could not afford private training rooms at home. Among all the martial arts hall chains, the 2 most famous were Thunder and Brutal Bear. After walking through the city, Su Jingming arrived at the entrance of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. The Brutal Bear Hall was known for being expensive and was mostly used by students from wealthy families. Thunder Hall, on the other hand, was completely free for high school students, so it was always much more popular among ordinary candidates. Inside the bustling hall, Su Jingming looked across the crowd of students, and suddenly noticed a familiar figure among them. The girl had long black hair and striking red eyes, and she was none other than Tang Qi, Su Jingming's own cousin. Su Jingming walked over to her and asked with some surprise why she had come to the Thunder Hall. Tang Chi was clearly surprised to see him there as well, and after a brief pause, she replied that she had only come along with a friend. Su Jingming politely nodded and excused himself, telling Tang Chi and her friends to continue looking around while he headed off toward the training room. As Su Jingming walked away, Tang Chi kept watching his back, faintly feeling that something about him seemed different. Beside her, her cheerful friend Xiaoya had already been completely caught by Su Jingming's looks, excitedly calling him handsome and asking Tang Chi who he was. Tang Chi explained that he was her cousin, Su Jingming, and that he was also a third-year student who would be taking the martial arts exam tomorrow. Xiaoya immediately became even more excited, saying someone like him would make a perfect boyfriend. A male friend nearby teased her for falling in love so quickly, and Xiaoya shamelessly agreed with him. Hearing her friend getting carried away, Tang Chi decided to pull her back to reality. She revealed that Su Jingming's awakened ability was only E rank, and that single sentence instantly shattered Xiaoya's fantasy, making her cry out that it was such a pity. The male friend gave a faint smirk and said that for someone with an E rank ability to still take the martial arts exam, that courage was at least commendable. But Tang Chi's face showed worry instead, and she quietly said that courage did not mean much when the danger was that high. Tang Chi quickly changed the topic, turning back to the others and reminding them that they had come here to visit the hall, not stand around gossiping. Xiaoya immediately nodded in agreement, saying she had spent all of high school training at the expensive Brutal Bear Hall, so coming here to relax a little before the big exam actually felt like a good idea. At the same time, Su Jingming found an empty training room inside the hall. He stepped in alone, stood before a large round testing target, and raised his spear in both hands. The moment he gripped the weapon, he noticed something was different. The spear felt far lighter than before, and he quickly realized the weapon itself had not changed at all. His own body had simply become much stronger. Su Jingming looked at the old spear in his hands and wondered whether it was still suitable for his current strength. But with the martial arts exam taking place tomorrow, there was no time left to search for a better weapon. So he decided to start with the simplest test first. Before using any lightning ability, he wanted to see just how strong his peak physical power had become. Su Jingming slowly drew in a deep breath, tightened his fingers around the spear shaft, and then drove the weapon straight forward with a sharp thrust. The spear slammed directly into the center of the target, striking it with a force so heavy that the impact rang through the training room. A spiderweb of cracks instantly spread across the advanced training target, and the digital display above it flashed the number 321. This equipment was made from special memory metal, meaning it could repair itself automatically after being damaged. Su Jingming stared at the reading in astonishment. His pure physical strength had doubled, and considering that a normal unranked awakened usually had a maximum output of only around 100 calories, his current base strength was already far beyond average. After confirming his physical strength, Su Jingming felt satisfied, but he was even more eager to test his newly awakened S-rank ability. His eyes began to glow with a sharp blue light, as he prepared to channel the power of purple heaven, divine thunder, through his body. Purple and blue arcs of lightning crackled wildly around Su Jingming as he leapt into the air. Then he brought the spear crashing down on the target, triggering a violent explosion of electrical energy. When he looked up at the new reading, the display showed an unbelievable 3,021 calories. Su Jingming was thrilled by the terrifying power of his S-rank ability. The standard attack output for a first-tier awakened was only 1,000 calories, yet he was still unranked and could already unleash power comparable to a mid-level first-tier awakened. That alone proved how terrifying his potential had become. But even after seeing that number, Su Jingming still had no intention of stopping there. With lightning still crackling around his body, he declared that this was not his true limit. This time, he decided to use his real killer move, combining his enhanced physical strength, his awakened ability, and his spear technique into one devastating strike. Su Jingming poured all of his energy into the spear, and in an instant, the entire weapon was wrapped in fierce purple lightning. Then he swung the spear outward in a wide, powerful arc, cutting through the air with terrifying momentum. As the spearhead closed in on the target, the surrounding lightning rapidly compressed together, forming a bright sphere of concentrated power at the tip. With a fierce shout of "break," Su Jingming released the full force of the attack in one explosive strike. The spear struck the target head-on, and a massive burst of purple energy erupted instantly, swallowing the entire target in blinding thunder. The force from the attack sent a powerful shockwave surging through the entire martial arts hall. In the main stadium, the students were jolted in place, and one of them shouted in panic, wondering if an earthquake had just hit. On the training room floor, Tang Chi, Xiaoya, and the others were also thrown off balance by the sudden tremor. The male friend quickly sensed the powerful energy fluctuations in the air and said in shock that this level of force was already at the level of a true awakened. The group immediately began wondering whether a new awakened level high school student had appeared, especially since all the known geniuses usually trained at the other hall. Driven by curiosity, Tang Chi looked toward the source of the disturbance and suggested that they go over and see what had happened. The group followed the lingering trail of energy down the corridor. But just as they turned a corner, they came face to face with Su Jingming, who was walking out with his spearhead now wrapped in cloth. Tang Chi immediately called out to him, clearly surprised to see him there. Su Jingming remained calm and simply said he was heading home to prepare for tomorrow's exam, giving away no sign of the power he had just unleashed. One of her friends casually wished him luck, but then dismissed him and told the others not to worry about Su Jingming. Pointing toward the training room he had just left, the friend said the energy had come from that direction, so the group moved closer to the door. When they peeked inside, everyone froze at the sight before them. The room was completely destroyed. The advanced memory metal target had been blasted apart, and the reinforced wall behind it had been smashed into a huge crater of rubble. Tang Chi, Xiaoya, and the others could only stare in stunned silence, unable to understand how such terrifying destructive power could appear inside a high school training room. Looking at the wreckage, Xiaoya cried out in shock that even the advanced memory metal had been blasted through. An attack like that would have required terrifying force, and she couldn't help wondering whether any high school student in Jiangxing could really be that powerful. The brown-haired male friend immediately rejected that idea. He stepped forward, touched the edge of the crater, and said the remaining energy was far too violent for a high school student. In his opinion, it was probably caused by a powerful second-order ability user who had mistakenly entered the student-level floor. Another friend nodded along, adding that even a genius from the provincial capital might not be able to create this kind of damage, so it was impossible for someone like that to appear in their small city. But Xiaoya suddenly came up with a different thought. She pointed out that the only person they had seen nearby was Su Jingming, then excitedly suggested that he might actually be some hidden super genius. Her friends immediately laughed at the idea. One of them asked if she had been reading too many novels, while another reminded her that Su Jingming was a known E-class user, and someone like him would already be lucky to reach an attack strength of 300. That friend then offered what he thought was the more reasonable explanation, saying the powerful person had probably left through another corridor before they arrived. He turned toward Tang Chi, who had stayed quiet the entire time, and asked what she thought. Tang Chi only gave a short, uncertain answer, saying maybe. Then Tang Chi stepped forward to examine the damage for herself. As her fingers moved along the shattered wall, she noticed that the impact marks looked like they had been carved out by a long spear. The image of Su Jingming carrying his spear flashed through her mind. A deep suspicion quietly formed in her heart, and she began wondering whether her cousin choosing the martial arts exam was really just him overestimating himself. The next day arrived under a clear, bright sky, and it was finally the day of the martial arts exam. Dozens of buses drove up to a massive fortified venue, stopping one after another as students armed with all kinds of weapons stepped down from them. Among the crowd was Su Jingming, who walked forward with a calm and confident stride, his spear resting steadily on his shoulder. The students gathered near a tall fence and looked into the exam grounds with a mixture of awe and fear. One nervous student complained that the beasts in previous exams had clearly been much weaker, and many others agreed that this year's exam would be incredibly difficult. As the students whispered anxiously among themselves, an arrogant voice suddenly cut through the crowd. A long-haired young man carrying a large sword scoffed at their cowardice, and declared that anyone who could not handle a unicorn rhinoceros was simply useless, leaving the surrounding students speechless. Nearby, Su Jingming's best friend Lu Ji leaned closer and asked who that arrogant guy was. Su Jingming glanced over and identified him as Zhou Mingyang. Lu Ji then explained that Zhou Mingyang was a famous genius with a B-class ability and had already advanced into a first-order ability user, which was an extremely rare achievement for a high school student. Su Jingming looked toward the prodigy with a confident smile, a competitive spark flashing in his eyes as he silently wondered which of them was stronger now. Just then, a loud voice rang out across the venue, calling for all candidates to pay attention. A stern-looking man with a scar on his face stood in a military-style uniform and introduced himself as Wang Haiyang, the chief commander of the exam. He told everyone that before the exam officially began, he would go over the important precautions. Standing atop a military vehicle, Commander Wang Haiyang announced that the exam would last a full 12 hours, running from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Then he gestured toward the vast ruined town ahead of them, which served as the battlefield for the exam. Commander Wang Haiyang explained that the ruined town was split into 4 separate zones: the outer area, the central area, the inner area, and the core area. Candidates would earn points by killing fierce beasts, and the stronger the beast's rank and combat power, the higher the score they would receive. Then the commander's expression grew much more serious as he delivered one final warning. He said the core area was basically a bonus challenge prepared only for the very top students, so everyone needed to judge their own strength clearly and never throw away their life just to chase a higher score. As Su Jingming listened from the crowd, he quietly measured the commander's words against his own strength. Before yesterday's power-up, the outer area would have been the most he could handle. But now, with new power surging inside him and ambition burning in his chest, he had already decided to push into the inner circle, and maybe even challenge the core area. Not long after that, another announcement rang out, telling all students to step forward and collect their exam supplies. Su Jingming and his friend walked over to their teacher, Chun Fan, who was standing nearby and handing out tactical backpacks to the students one by one. When Su Jingming received his pack, he checked the contents inside. There was a smartwatch used to track points, a backpack stocked with energy bars, a drink, and a medical kit, as well as a safety ball capable of creating a high-voltage grid to drive away fierce beasts in an emergency. As Teacher Chun Fan handed the supplies to Su Jingming, he still could not help giving him one last reminder. He told Su Jingming that no matter what happened, his life mattered more than the exam, and even if using the safety ball meant ending the exam early, staying alive came first. Su Jingming accepted the warning respectfully and thanked his teacher. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called out Su Jingming's name from nearby. He turned his head and saw Lin Qingli running toward him. With a kind expression, she offered him a place on her team, and beside her stood their class president, Lu Qin, a C-class user who confidently said he would protect Su Jingming inside the exam grounds. But one of the other students immediately frowned and objected. He said this exam was a serious competition, and bringing along an E-rank student like Su Jingming would only drag down their chances of getting a high score. Another teammate angrily agreed, accusing Lu Qin of changing the team's original plan without warning. From their tone, it was obvious that neither of them wanted to carry someone they saw as a burden. Those words instantly angered Su Jingming's friend, Lu Ji, but before he could step forward and argue, Su Jingming calmly reached out and held him back. With a polite smile on his face, Su Jingming turned down the offer. He told Lu Qin and Lin Qingli that he appreciated their kindness, but this time, he planned to enter the exam grounds by himself. Lin Qingli looked worried, but after seeing that Su Jingming had already made up his mind, she could only reluctantly accept it and remind him to be careful. The student who had complained earlier smirked at the decision and suggested they go find the powerful Huang Tian to form a team instead. Then, with a mocking laugh, he walked away with the others. Su Jingming watched them leave, but there was no anger in his eyes. Instead, a confident smirk appeared on his face as he thought to himself that getting a high score alone would not be a problem at all. At that moment, the official announcement echoed across the venue, declaring that the exam had begun. A swarm of drones immediately rose into the sky, ready to broadcast everything live. The massive gates slowly opened, and in the next instant, waves of students rushed into the ruined city, shouting their goals as they charged forward with weapons in hand. Among the crowd were Tang Qi and her friends, a determined girl carrying a large sword, and the top contender Zhou Mingyang, who activated his wind ability and leapt ahead of nearly everyone else. Compared with the excited students around him, Su Jingming remained unusually calm. He took one steady step forward, then broke into a controlled run with his spear in hand, thinking that the exam had finally begun and that he was more than ready for it. As he ran through the ruined streets, Su Jingming raised his wrist and tapped the smartwatch strapped there. A blue holographic screen instantly appeared, confirming his identity and displaying the real-time rankings for the exam. The top 3 places had already been occupied, with Zhou Mingyang sitting in first place at 7 points, followed closely by 2 other students. Su Jingming looked at the leaderboard and gave a confident smirk. Zhou Mingyang had already started killing beasts, but that early lead only made Su Jingming's competitive spirit burn even stronger. While most candidates were still fighting in the outer sections, Su Jingming chose a much bolder path. He decided not to waste any time there and headed straight toward the dangerous core area, where the risks and rewards were both far greater. But as Su Jingming moved deeper into the ruined city, his footsteps suddenly came to a stop. Ahead of him was a gruesome sight. A student's lifeless body lay in a pool of blood, and beside the corpse was an unused green safety ball, proving the attack had happened so fast that the student never even activated it. Su Jingming's expression darkened as he looked at the scene. He realized that the student had not even gotten the chance to use his final means of defense. In that moment, the brutal reality of the martial arts exam pressed down on him, and he finally understood the true weight behind both his teacher's warning and the commander's final reminder. A cold thought passed through Su Jingming's mind. If he had not gained his S-class ability yesterday, he might have ended up lying here in exactly the same condition. Steeling his heart, Su Jingming accepted just how cruel this exam really was. He knelt beside the fallen student and used the boy's smartwatch to request that the body be retrieved, while reflecting that every opportunity in this world always came with danger. At that moment, a faint sound suddenly came from somewhere nearby. From the dark shadow of a ruined building, a large clawed paw silently stretched out, barely making a sound against the ground. A moment later, a ferocious shadow cat stepped out from the darkness, its purple eyes glowing coldly as it fixed its gaze on Su Jingming. Su Jingming immediately understood the horrifying truth. The fierce beasts had deliberately left the dead student there as bait, and now that he had stepped into the trap, the shadow cat lunged straight toward him. Even as the shadow cat pounced with terrifying speed, Su Jingming remained completely calm. The beast growled fiercely, its shadowy claws stretched wide as it tore through the air toward him. But Su Jingming moved even faster. With one smooth and almost casual step, he shifted aside, letting the shadow cat's attack rush past him without touching him at all. The shadow cat landed lightly and turned back toward him, its glowing purple eyes still locked on its prey. Its reputation as a newbie killer was not exaggerated, because with its agile body, razor-sharp claws, and bite force of more than 1,000 kilograms, it was deadly to inexperienced candidates. The beast opened its mouth and released a ferocious roar, trying to crush Su Jingming's courage before attacking again. Facing the beast head-on, Su Jingming calmly thought about why fierce beasts were so dangerous. These creatures carried a terrifying aura that could freeze their prey with fear before the real fight even began. He had heard that most awakened people, when facing a fierce beast for the first time, would be suppressed by that pressure so badly that they could not even use 30% of their strength and would simply wait to be killed. Wealthy families solved this by hiring bodyguards to take their children into the wilderness early, letting them get used to that aura from a young age, but Su Jingming had never had such a privilege. Knowing this was his first true battle against a fierce beast, Su Jingming tightened his grip on the spear as the shadow cat lunged toward him once again. The beast closed the distance in an instant with its mouth wide open, but Su Jingming stood firmly in place, completely unaffected by its killing pressure. Purple lightning began crackling along the length of his spear as he calmly channeled his power into the weapon. Then, in one clean and swift motion, Su Jingming thrust the spear forward, and the lightning-covered spearhead pierced straight through the shadow cat's head, killing it instantly. Su Jingming lowered his gaze to the dead creature on the ground, his expression thoughtful. Only then did he realize that the beast's intimidating aura had not affected him at all. A moment later, a blue holographic window appeared from his smartwatch and confirmed the kill. One unranked fierce beast, Shadow Cat, eliminated. Ability points gained, +3. The watch also displayed a brief explanation. Fierce beasts were ranked from 1 to 9, and any beast below rank 1 was considered unranked, corresponding to unranked human awakened people. Su Jingming looked down at the venue map on his watch and thought about the reward system. Killing beasts did grant him ability points, but the amount from an unranked beast was far too small to impress him. Since the fierce beast's intimidating aura had no effect on him at all, Su Jingming quickly realized there was no reason to keep wasting time in the outer area. His goal shifted immediately toward the more dangerous central region, and he pressed deeper into the exam grounds while cutting down unranked beasts one after another. Shadow cats, iron-furred pigs, and wolf-like creatures rushed at him from different corners of the ruined streets, but Su Jingming dealt with them effortlessly, earning a steady 3 to 5 ability points with every beast he killed. However, as the bodies piled up, Su Jingming also noticed a problem with the way he was fighting. Although his ability points were increasing, he was barely gaining any real battle experience, because his new S-rank ability was simply too overwhelming and killed unranked beasts before they could even force him to sharpen his skills. He also had to consider how much energy his new power consumed. Higher-ranked abilities naturally burned through far more energy, and unlike his old E-rank power that could last for hours, he could not keep his S-rank ability running at full strength for even 1 hour. Since the exam would last a full 12 hours, he knew he could not afford to waste his energy before reaching the core area. So Su Jingming quickly adjusted his strategy. From this point on, he would rely only on his spear technique to kill fierce beasts, using them to build combat experience while conserving his true power. Just as he settled on that plan, a much larger and more dangerous creature appeared in front of him. A powerful bipedal unicorn rhinoceros. The massive beast let out a furious roar and charged straight ahead, using its terrifying strength to toss a wrecked car aside as if it weighed almost nothing. But Su Jingming did not retreat. Instead, he planted himself firmly in place, lifted his spear, and faced the charging beast head-on. The unicorn rhinoceros slammed into him with tremendous force, and the impact from its horn sent Su Jingming flying backward through the air. But Su Jingming's reaction was incredibly fast. Using the force of the collision, he twisted his body in midair and flipped himself directly above the beast. Before the rhinoceros could respond, Su Jingming dropped down onto its back and drove his spear straight into its skull with one precise, ruthless strike. The enormous beast gave out immediately, its massive body crashing down as it was defeated on the spot. Su Jingming stood over the corpse, breathing only slightly harder than before. Even he was surprised by how much faster his killing speed had become, because a powerful beast like the unicorn rhinoceros had barely been able to challenge him. Then a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Had his spear technique already broken through to a higher level without him noticing? He immediately opened his system panel, and the information confirmed exactly what he had suspected. His spear technique had advanced to the intermediate stage, while his ability points had climbed to 256. Seeing this, Su Jingming understood that relying on his spear technique was currently the best way to raise his strength. Feeling how much smoother and more natural the intermediate spear technique had become, Su Jingming could not help wondering what would happen if he pushed it even further. Without hesitating for long, he used his accumulated points to upgrade the spear skill again. The effect came almost instantly. A massive flood of advanced spear techniques, precise movements, and complex combat patterns poured into his mind, then rapidly merged with his body as if they had always belonged to him. Su Jingming grabbed his head for a moment, stunned by the overwhelming amount of skill that had just been forced into his memory. With all those new techniques settling inside him, Su Jingming's confidence surged even higher. He gripped his spear tightly and stood tall among the ruins, a predatory smile forming on his face, as he declared that he could hardly wait to find a first-rank fierce beast and test his upgraded skills. At the same time, in another part of the outer area, Lin Qingli and her team were carefully moving through the ruined streets. Suddenly, Lin Qingli stopped in her tracks, her expression turning puzzled. In the distance, she seemed to have seen a familiar silhouette, and she quietly said that she thought she had just spotted Su Jingming. One of her teammates immediately brushed off the idea and asked if she was seeing things. He said there was no way it could be Su Jingming, because for someone with E-rank strength to reach this deep into the exam zone would be no different from suicide. Lin Qingli was filled with uncertainty, but the image she had seen still lingered in her mind. No matter how much she tried to dismiss it, she could not stop worrying about her classmate. Before she could think any further, another teammate suddenly called the group over. They rushed toward him and found him standing in front of the huge, freshly killed corpse of a unicorn rhinoceros. The blood around the wounds had not even dried yet, which meant the beast had been killed only a few minutes earlier. When they examined the fatal injury, they found a clean, penetrating wound through the head made by a long-handled weapon, and one of them immediately cried out that it was a spear wound. At that moment, the clues began linking together in Lin Qingli's mind. The spear wound, the timing, and the familiar silhouette all pointed toward the same impossible answer, and she wondered aloud whether the person she had seen really could have been Su Jingming. The skeptical teammate scoffed the second he heard that. He argued that a unicorn rhinoceros was the kind of beast only a C-rank awakened person could defeat alone, so Su Jingming being responsible was simply impossible. To end the debate, another teammate suggested that they simply check the score rankings and confirm it for themselves. Lin Qingli immediately activated the leaderboard on her smartwatch. But the moment the rankings appeared, her eyes widened in disbelief, because there in 46th place, with 256 points, was Su Jingming from Zhangcheng Second High School. Shocked, she exclaimed that it really was him. Her teammates were left completely speechless, their faces filled with pure disbelief. They could not accept that the E-rank student they had looked down on was now ranked inside the top 50, and some even wondered if it might just be another student with the same name, leaving all of them confused and shaken. Meanwhile, far away from the battlefield, officials and VIPs were watching the exam through large screens. One spectator commented that First High School strength was just as predictable as ever, since they were dominating the top 10 rankings. They especially pointed out Zhou Mingyang, who held first place with 412 points and already seemed certain to become Jiangxing's top student, while another official wondered if he might even break into the province's top 100, something no one from their city had achieved in years. Among the officials sat Jiang Wenshan, the director of the Jiangxing Education Bureau. Wearing a satisfied smile, he agreed that Zhou Mingyang was their city's ace and confidently said the boy had a real chance to enter the provincial top 100. After that, Jiang Wenshan turned toward the principals of First High School and Third High School and praised their institutions openly, while both principals smiled modestly and thanked the director. But after praising the top schools, Director Jiang Wenshan shifted his gaze toward Zhao Yao, the principal of Second High School. In a condescending tone, he told Zhao Yao that Second High School still needed to work harder, pointing out that their best student was only ranked 18th. Principal Zhao immediately broke into a nervous sweat, bowing awkwardly while stammering his agreement. Inside, however, Principal Zhao Yao was furious. He knew that among the top 50 students, only 8 came from his school, and he mentally urged his best students, including Su Jingming, to pull themselves together and improve their rankings. But a moment later, Zhao Yao suddenly paused. The name Su Jingming sounded strangely unfamiliar to him, and he could not help wondering aloud who this student was, and why he had never noticed the name before. He immediately turned toward the teacher standing beside him, who happened to be Chen Fan, and asked about Su Jingming. When teacher Chen Fan heard that his supposedly weakest student had actually entered the top 50, his jaw nearly dropped, and his face filled with pure shock. It took Chen Fan a moment to force himself to calm down, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead. He remembered clearly that Su Jingming was only an E-rank awakened student, and for a second, he wondered if the boy had been hiding his true strength all along, but he quickly dismissed that thought as impossible. Chun Fan looked up at the monitors in frustration, realizing that only the top 10 students had dedicated camera feeds. Because Su Jingming was outside that range, there was no way for him to see how the boy had accumulated so many points. Meanwhile, back inside the exam venue, Su Jingming had already fought his way out of the outer area and entered the central area, where the danger level was much higher. He walked calmly through the ruined streets, and under his foot, an empty bottle cracked and shattered against the ground. While taking a brief moment to eat an energy bar, Su Jingming noticed that the number of fierce beasts around him had clearly decreased. He understood why. Ranked beasts had developed intelligence and a sense of territory, which made them far harder to encounter and far more dangerous to fight. Suddenly, his sharp senses caught something moving nearby. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed slightly as he said that his target had finally arrived. In the next instant, a powerful striped beast burst violently through a pile of wrecked cars, sending metal parts scattering around it. This creature was a first-rank fierce beast known as an arm-blade tiger, named for the sharp blade-like bones growing from its forelimbs. Su Jingming stood where he was without the slightest fear. Instead, he remarked that his luck was not bad, clearly pleased to encounter a first-rank beast so quickly. With an eager and confident look in his eyes, he raised his spear and prepared himself, declaring that this powerful opponent was exactly the kind of target he needed to test his newly upgraded spear technique. The arm-blade tiger answered him with a savage roar, then lunged forward with explosive speed, its powerful claws ready to tear into him. Su Jingming stayed perfectly calm, his expression steady as he held his spear across his body in a guarded stance, ready for the beast's next move. The moment the tiger lunged, Su Jingming spun with effortless grace, turning his body aside while using the shaft of his spear to intercept the pounce and knock the beast's attack off course. The impact forced the tiger to stagger back a little, its huge body recoiling from the counterforce, but Su Jingming barely reacted, looking as if the blow had not impressed him at all. A confident smirk appeared on his face as he looked at the beast and mocked it, asking if that was really the full strength of a first-tier monster, then casually adding that only a Tiger King might make him put in a little more effort. That mocking tone instantly pushed the beast into a rage. Su Jingming then coldly announced that he was sending it on its way, and in the next instant, he shot forward at terrifying speed, his spear flashing like a streak of light before it carved a clean, deep wound into the tiger's shoulder, sending blood splashing out. The beast threw its head back and roared in pain and fury, but Su Jingming did not give it even a breath of time to steady itself, keeping his posture calm, focused, and ready for whatever came next. Instead of weakening the first-rank beast, that wound only seemed to make its anger burn even hotter, pushing it further into a violent frenzy. A dangerous teal light slowly ignited in its eyes, giving the beast an even more terrifying and bloodthirsty look. Then it rose up on its hind legs, its massive frame looming high above Su Jingming, and released a thunderous roar that shook the air as it prepared to unleash its full strength. The arm-blade tiger slammed both of its enormous bladed paws downward, bringing them down in a savage swipe meant to crush and tear through everything in front of it. Su Jingming reacted with incredible speed, slipping away from the deadly strike at the last possible moment, then using the force of his movement to swing around a nearby lamp post, neatly avoiding the claws while positioning himself for a fierce counterattack. After that acrobatic movement, Su Jingming landed lightly and steadily, his feet touching down with control as he acknowledged that this first-tier beast was tougher and more stubborn than he had expected. He could tell that even with its injuries, the arm-blade tiger still wanted to fight to the bitter end. But Su Jingming had already decided to finish things, calmly declaring that no matter how much it struggled, its resistance was meaningless. He began gathering power into his spear technique, lightning gale break, and a swirling vortex of blue energy wrapped around the weapon, spinning faster and brighter with every passing second. With a powerful shout, Su Jingming released the technique, pouring all that gathered force into his next attack. His figure blurred as he launched into a devastating spinning strike, the spear tearing through the air while arcs of bright energy slashed outward in rapid succession. The attack landed head-on, and the tiger let out one last agonized cry as the overwhelming power of lightning gale break ripped through its body. The huge beast finally crashed to the ground, completely defeated. Almost immediately, Su Jingming's smartwatch lit up with a notification confirming that he had killed a first-tier armored tiger and earned 14 ability points. Seeing the reward, Su Jingming felt a flash of satisfaction, realizing that the points from a first-tier beast were nearly twice as much as those from an unranked one. In that moment, his view of the exam began to change. For most students, this exam hall was a dangerous battlefield filled with threats, but to Su Jingming, it was starting to look like the perfect treasure ground for leveling himself up. With that thought in mind, his determination grew even stronger, and he silently resolved to hunt down the strongest beasts he could find so he could harvest as many ability points as possible. Meanwhile, back in the audience stands, the mood had become tense as the officials and teachers kept their eyes fixed on the live ranking board. On the leaderboard, Su Jingming's name had already climbed rapidly, and he was now tied for 32nd place with a total of 328 points. One official turned toward Chen Fan and asked whether the surprising student came from his class. In an instant, Chen Fan became the focus of everyone's attention. The surrounding teachers began praising him, amazed that the only students from their school who had entered the top 50 were all from his class. They even complimented his teaching methods, while Chen Fan, clearly flustered by the sudden attention, quickly waved off the praise and insisted that it was all because of the students' own hard work. Before the conversation could continue, someone suddenly shouted and pointed toward the screen. Su Jingming's ranking had shot upward again, jumping straight to 25th place. One official stared in disbelief, exclaiming that he had somehow gained 44 points all at once. Director Jiang Wenshan narrowed his eyes and began calculating the point values in his mind, remembering that a peak unranked beast was worth 6 tier 8 points, while a low-grade first-tier beast usually gave between 14 and 16 points. Principal Zhao Yao followed that line of thought, but his face quickly turned pale with shock. He remembered that the kill count refreshed every 4 seconds, and an unbelievable possibility began forming in his mind. Director Jiang Wenshan soon finished the astonishing calculation. In just 4 seconds, Su Jingming must have killed either 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 low-grade first-tier beasts. A pleased smile slowly appeared on his face as he remarked that this kind of performance had not appeared in many years. He then turned to Principal Zhao Yao and said that this student was an excellent prospect, asking why he had never heard Su Jingming's name before. Still unsettled, the principal admitted that he had only just learned about Su Jingming himself, and said they would need to ask the boy's homeroom teacher for details. Without wasting another moment, he called over a nervous Chen Fan and told him to explain Su Jingming's situation to the leaders, especially what kind of talent the boy had awakened. Standing in front of the city's highest education officials, Chen Fan began sweating as he stammered out the truth that sounded almost impossible. Su Jingming had awakened an E-grade ability called weak electricity. The principal could hardly believe what he was hearing, and immediately asked whether Chen Fan was sure he had not remembered it wrong. Chen Fan firmly insisted that he was certain, then added that because Su Jingming's ability was so low-ranked, he had personally advised the boy not to take part in the exam. Director Jiang Wenshan listened quietly, but the curiosity in his eyes only grew stronger. If a student with nothing more than an E-grade ability could reach this level, then Su Jingming had to possess some other exceptional quality, and that mystery deeply caught his interest. In the end, Director Jiang Wenshan decided to wait and watch, confidently predicting that if Su Jingming kept up this momentum, it would not be long before he broke into the top 10. Once that happened, they would receive a dedicated camera feed and finally be able to see exactly how Su Jingming was pulling this off. But his tone turned stern as he added that if the student was cheating, there would definitely be consequences. Just as those words left his mouth, both Chen Fan and Principal Zhao Yao suddenly widened their eyes in shock. A fresh update appeared on the leaderboard. Su Jingming had truly done the impossible and forced his way into the top 10, now standing in 9th place. And just below him, ranked 12th, was his cousin, Tang Qi. Somewhere else inside the exam hall, Tang Qi sat on top of a defeated beast, now sporting cat-like ears and a tail. She gazed into the distance with a knowing smile, finally certain that her cousin had been the one responsible for the destruction at the martial arts hall. The student in first place, Zhou Mingyang, also noticed the unfamiliar name that had appeared on the leaderboard. With 6 hours still remaining in the exam, he was slightly surprised that a new face had managed to squeeze into the top 10, and he quietly wondered who this Su Jingming was, since he had never heard the name before. Because Su Jingming had entered the top 10, a dedicated camera drone was immediately dispatched to track him inside the exam hall. The live feed quickly showed Su Jingming in action, effortlessly using his spear to take down yet another first-tier beast. As the beast fell heavily to the ground, a new notification appeared, awarding him another 14 points. Su Jingming glanced at the result and muttered to himself that hunting beasts in the central area was far more efficient than staying near the outer regions. Then he noticed the drone hovering nearby, and immediately realized that he must have already entered the top 10. Standing over the body of his latest kill, Su Jingming calmly thought about the real purpose of the exam. It was a trial of both strength and potential, and the better his results were, the more recognition he would receive. Since that was the case, he saw no reason to keep hiding his true power, declaring to himself that entering the top 10 was only the beginning. Before challenging the core area, Su Jingming decided it was time to raise his strength once again. He opened his system panel and saw that his spear technique had already reached the advanced level, while his accumulated ability points had risen to 312. However, He felt a bit disappointed when he noticed that his level had not automatically advanced beyond Awakened. After thinking it through, he realized that becoming a true ability user likely required learning a specific cultivation method, something he had no way to do during the exam. Since increasing his rank was impossible for now, Su Jingming chose the next best path and focused on improving his basic attributes instead. He spent part of his points to raise his physique by 40 and his spirit by 22. As a fresh surge of power flowed through his body, he clenched his fist, feeling stronger than before and ready to finally move toward the core area. Before long, Su Jingming arrived at the entrance to the core area, the most dangerous part of the exam hall, where the threat level was higher than anywhere else. The moment Su Jingming stepped into the area, a savage sight greeted him. 9 armored tigers were gathered together, tearing into the corpse of a huge rhino-like beast as blood spread across the ground beneath them. Keeping a safe distance, Su Jingming quietly watched the pack from afar. His gaze soon locked onto the one positioned in the center, a larger beast with a far heavier aura, and he immediately recognized it as the armored Tiger King. But instead of feeling pressured by such a dangerous group, Su Jingming's eyes sharpened with excitement, because to him, this was not a threat. It was a massive pile of ability points waiting to be harvested. Just as Su Jingming was about to make his move, his senses suddenly caught something else nearby, and he paused as if he had noticed another presence hiding in the shadows. Without turning flustered, Su Jingming calmly called out and told the hidden person to come out. A moment later, Zhou Mingyang walked out from behind a corner, his expression carrying a trace of admiration. Zhou Mingyang looked at him with interest and praised his sharp perception, admitting that he truly had not expected the mysterious student who had forced his way into the top 10 to be Su Jingming. Su Jingming recognized him right away as the student currently ranked at the very top, and he calmly asked how Zhou Mingyang had figured out who he was. Zhou Mingyang explained that he already knew almost every strong candidate capable of entering the core area. Since Su Jingming was the only unfamiliar name who had suddenly climbed through the rankings, it was not hard to deduce his identity. Then Zhou Mingyang revealed that he had also been observing the tiger pack for some time, his hand already moving as if he was ready to draw his sword. Su Jingming's eyes turned wary at once, and he asked whether Zhou Mingyang was planning to steal his monster. Zhou Mingyang quickly clarified that he had no intention of snatching the kill. He explained that the armored Tiger King was a powerful mid-grade first-tier beast, and with 9 other armored tigers protecting it, the whole pack was far beyond what one person could handle alone. That was why he suggested they work together to wipe them out. Su Jingming, however, rejected the offer without the slightest hesitation, giving only 2 simple words: no need. With absolute confidence in his eyes, he declared that taking them on by himself would be more than enough. After brushing off Zhou Mingyang's proposal, Su Jingming stepped straight out from cover and walked into the open, openly facing the entire pack of armored tigers on his own. His sudden appearance instantly caught the attention of every beast. Low warning growls rumbled from their throats, while the Tiger King remained perched on its kill and let out a fierce roar to assert its dominance. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly scanning the enemies in front of him as he measured their positions and movements. He quickly noticed that, as expected from a pack led by a beast king, these armored tigers were not just charging blindly. They had enough intelligence to form a simple battle formation, with the stronger ones standing at the front. The whole pack lowered their bodies and growled with killing intent, their claws scraping against the ground as they prepared to rush him together. Then one of the tigers broke away from the formation first, roaring wildly as it charged forward and lunged straight at Su Jingming. From his hiding spot, Zhou Mingyang watched the scene with disbelief mixed with curiosity. He decided to stay back and observe, wanting to see whether Su Jingming was truly walking into his own death, or whether he actually had some hidden skill strong enough to support that insane confidence. Facing the beast rushing toward him, Su Jingming did not retreat even half a step. He stood perfectly still, calm energy surrounding him as he adjusted his grip on the spear. In the next instant, his hands moved like a blur. The long spear spun faster and faster, until the shaft almost became an invisible circle around him as power gathered into the attack. Then Su Jingming unleashed a wide, devastating spinning sweep, sending a massive arc of force ripping through the air and crashing toward the charging beasts. The strike landed with overwhelming power, tearing into the pack before the attacking tigers even had time to react. In one brutal motion, Su Jingming's spinning spear sliced through several armored tigers at once, and blood sprayed across the street like a crimson wave. System notifications flashed in front of him almost immediately, confirming the kills one after another and adding fresh ability points to his total. The bodies of the slain tigers collapsed heavily onto the blood-soaked pavement, and the pack's first wave was completely destroyed by that single terrifying strike. Seeing its pack members slaughtered right before its eyes, the armored Tiger King erupted in rage, its killing intent growing even more violent. Su Jingming, however, looked over the bloody scene with a trace of dissatisfaction. He muttered that it was a pity his physical strength was still not enough, because he had failed to wipe out every tiger with one blow. The remaining armored tigers, driven by the fury of their king, began circling him from all sides, ready to avenge the pack members that had just fallen. The Tiger King suddenly opened its jaws and unleashed a deafening roar, sending out a powerful sonic attack meant to shake Su Jingming's senses and break his composure. The force behind the roar was terrifying. The windows of the nearby buildings shattered one after another, and broken glass rained down across the street. Even Zhou Mingyang, who was watching from what should have been a safe distance, was caught by the blast. He clutched his head in pain, his face twisting under the pressure of the sound wave. Su Jingming, however, stood firm in the middle of the falling glass, completely unaffected. He instantly understood that the Tiger King was trying to intimidate him, and with a defiant look, he declared that this trick might scare others, but it could never scare him. As the remaining tigers lunged in from every direction, Su Jingming moved to meet them with smooth, controlled steps, turning their chaotic attack into a rhythm he could read and counter. He blocked one tiger's strike with his spear, then used that same beast's body as a springboard, kicking off it to launch himself into the air and avoid the snapping jaws of another tiger beneath him. The Tiger King saw what looked like an opening and instantly charged forward, but Su Jingming had already expected its move. While still suspended in midair, Su Jingming adjusted his body and raised his spear, lining himself up for a decisive finishing blow. With a powerful overhead swing, he brought the spear down directly onto the Tiger King's head, and the terrifying force split through the beast's skull, killing it on the spot. Su Jingming landed lightly and steadily as a system notification appeared, confirming that he had killed an upper-rank first-order armed blade tiger and earned a massive 20 ability points. From his hiding place, Zhou Mingyang was completely stunned. Sweat formed on his face as he stared wide-eyed at the scene, unable to believe that one person had really wiped out the entire pack. He muttered in disbelief, wondering what kind of monster Su Jingming truly was. Su Jingming, meanwhile, was filled with excitement. Looking at the huge amount of ability points he had gained from the Tiger Pack, he could not help wondering just how many points he might collect before the 12-hour exam finally ended. Since every point meant another chance to grow stronger, Su Jingming decided not to waste any time and prepared to hurry off in search of the next group of beasts. But before Su Jingming could leave, Zhou Mingyang rushed out from his hiding spot and demanded to know how he had crushed those tigers with nothing but a long spear. He then asked if Su Jingming's ability was some kind of reinforcement type, because that would explain his terrifying physical strength. Su Jingming did not even stop moving. He simply leapt away and called back over his shoulder that he was a lightning type. Zhou Mingyang was left standing there in frustration, clearly not believing that answer at all. He clenched his fist, feeling as if Su Jingming had just brushed him off on purpose. A moment later, Zhou Mingyang suddenly realized something even worse. After all those fresh kills, Su Jingming's score was probably about to catch up to his. He hurriedly raised his smartwatch and checked the leaderboard. But the moment he saw the numbers, his face filled with horror. Su Jingming had not merely caught up, he had completely surpassed him. The rankings now showed Su Jingming in first place with 1,122 points, while Zhou Mingyang had dropped to second with 985, and the shock left him screaming in frustration. Back in the audience stands, the officials could no longer hold back their excitement. Director Jiang Wanshan stood up and declared that Su Jingming's high-level spear technique proved he was a genuine genius. He happily clapped Principal Zhao Yao on the shoulder and announced that with Su Jingming representing them, Zhang Chang would definitely have a chance to enter the provincial top 100. He even promised that after the exam, the second high school would receive a commendation, leaving Principal Zhao Yao so overjoyed that tears welled up in his eyes. Principal Zhao Yao was almost overwhelmed by emotion. Su Jingming had become an unbelievable surprise, finally giving his school the rare chance to stand proudly in the spotlight. 3 hours later, deep inside the core zone, Zhou Mingyang walked through the streets with a confused look on his face, unable to understand what was happening as he wondered aloud where all the fierce beasts had disappeared to. Just then, a voice sounded from behind Zhou Mingyang, calmly suggesting that if he wanted the answer, he would probably have to ask the student currently ranked number 1. Zhou Mingyang turned around and saw his cousin Tang Qi standing there with the other top-ranked students, Wu Hao and Meng Di. Tang Qi raised her hand and pointed toward the empty streets, explaining that there were no beasts left because Su Jingming had already killed them all. She added that since they could not find any beasts to fight on their own anymore, they had no choice but to gather together and form a team. Zhou Mingyang stood there completely stunned, his mind struggling to accept what he had just heard. No matter how he thought about it, he could not believe that one person had actually swept through the entire core zone by himself. Tang Qi looked at Zhou Mingyang and calmly said she could tell he had not been a ranked ability user for very long. To make him understand, she told him to stop guessing and take a proper look at her cousin's current score. She activated her smartwatch, and the leaderboard appeared in front of them. The moment Zhou Mingyang saw the number beside Su Jingming's name, his eyes widened in disbelief. 3,435 points, more than 3 times his own score, leaving him so shocked that he could barely get a sentence out. Tang Qi then broke down the numbers with a calm expression. Even after subtracting the roughly 700 points Su Jingming had gained in the central zone, he had still earned more than 2,500 points, which meant he must have killed nearly 200 fierce beasts in the core zone all by himself. A cold bead of sweat slid down Zhou Mingyang's face as the truth finally hit him. Su Jingming had never been worried about someone stealing his kills. He had planned from the very beginning to monopolize the entire core zone. Wu Hao then explained their situation. With only a few hours left in the exam, the remaining top students had joined forces, and their plan was to challenge the innermost core zone, a place filled with upper-rank beasts and even a second-order beast king. He admitted that going in alone would be no different from throwing their lives away. Meng Di stepped forward and formally invited Zhou Mingyang to join their team. With the core zone already swept clean and no better option left, Zhou Mingyang could only agree, shouting that they should count him in. The scene shifted to a quiet rooftop under the moonlight. Su Jingming sat alone atop a towering pile of slain beast corpses, his spear planted beside him, while his supplies had already been completely used up and the exam was clearly approaching its final stretch. But Su Jingming's hunt for power still was not finished. If he wanted even more ability points, he had to go deeper, and since the innermost core zone contained second-order fierce beasts, he decided to strengthen himself one final time before moving forward. He opened his system panel, and the number displayed there was astonishing. After all his hunting, he had accumulated a staggering 2,413 ability points. A mischievous grin slowly appeared on Su Jingming's face as he looked at those points, already deciding to pour them into another upgrade. After channeling the new power into himself, Su Jingming stood over the corpse of a massive bear-like creature and let out a slow breath of relief. With this final boost, he felt certain that he now had enough strength to face the finale of this year's combat exam. At the same time, the other top students were racing toward the final area, their footsteps pounding through the streets as the last sprint of the exam truly began. Deep inside the innermost zone, a terrifying beast emerged from the ruins. A massive white-furred, wolf-like creature with glowing red eyes and sharp red crystals protruding from its back. As the final challenge revealed itself, Su Jingming arrived calmly on the scene, spear in hand and confidence on his face, wondering what kind of second-order fierce beast the exam had prepared for him this year. Just as Su Jingming reached the final battlefield, the team of top-ranked students also arrived at the edge of the innermost core zone. The moment they saw the huge crystal-backed monster ahead, they immediately recognized it as a bloodthirsty savage bear. The beast displayed its terrifying strength right away, swinging one massive paw and smashing a wrecked car apart with a single brutal strike. That sight sent a wave of dread through the team. Zhou Mingyang immediately shouted that they were in serious trouble, while Meng Di explained with a tense face that this rare beast had a hide as tough as E-grade alloy, something even missiles could not pierce. Even worse, one hit from its paw could kill all of them instantly. Seeing how hopeless the odds looked, Tang Qi frowned and suggested that they should abandon the mission before it was too late. But the situation was even worse than they first thought. The compound was not guarded by the Beast King alone. There was also a large pack of high-rank first-level beasts surrounding the area. One of the students said grimly that if they charged in, they would probably be wiped out by the horde before the savage bear even needed to move. Faced with such an impossible challenge, one team member immediately backed out, saying there was no point in chasing a high score if it meant dying here. Zhou Mingyang angrily tried to stop him, snapping that what was the point of looking handsome if he was just going to rush into a horde of beasts and get himself killed. The team's morale had completely collapsed, and fear was spreading between them. But suddenly, Meng Di pointed toward the compound and shouted for everyone to look. They all turned their eyes toward the deadly area and saw a lone figure walking in by himself. Tang Qi's eyes widened almost immediately as she recognized who it was. It was Su Jingming, stepping forward without the slightest fear, walking straight into the heart of the beast horde. As Su Jingming leapt gracefully into the compound, the other students watched from above in stunned disbelief, unable to understand how he could enter so calmly. Zhou Mingyang complained bitterly about how ridiculous this test was, while another student panicked and cried out that Su Jingming's entrance had startled the entire horde, causing every beast in the area to turn its attention toward him. Enraged by the sudden intruder, the whole horde of fierce beasts erupted into motion and charged straight at Su Jingming. Su Jingming stood his ground in the middle of the street, and in the next instant, the snarling creatures swarmed over him from every direction, completely swallowing his figure from view. From the rooftop, the other students were horrified by what they saw. Tang Qi's face filled with worry for her cousin, but Wu Hao coldly said that Su Jingming had been far too reckless. Unable to just stand there, Tang Qi declared that she had to go help him. Meng Di grabbed Tang Qi's arm to hold her back, while Wu Hao called her crazy and said rushing in now would only mean throwing her life away. But Tang Qi desperately insisted that Su Jingming was her cousin, and she could not simply watch him die. Before Tang Qi could make a move, a massive explosion of purple and blue lightning suddenly erupted from the very center of the beast horde. The raw power burst outward in a blinding flash, forcing the students on the rooftop to raise their arms and shield their eyes. Zhou Mingyang stared into the light in shock, wondering aloud if this was the lightning superpower Su Jingming had mentioned earlier. When the lightning finally faded, a scene of absolute carnage appeared before them. The entire horde of first-level beasts had been wiped out, their charred bodies scattered across the ground, while one unharmed figure stood alone in the middle of the destruction. Su Jingming stood calmly among the devastation, purple lightning still crackling around his body. He admitted that relying on physical strength alone had not been enough, so this time, he had used his superpower. A confident smile tugged at his lips as he felt the overwhelming strength of his S-grade ability. With the lesser threats cleared away, Su Jingming turned his gaze toward the final challenge, the bloodthirsty savage bear standing over the corpses of its fallen minions. The massive beast raised its head and let out a deafening roar, shaking the air around the battlefield. Su Jingming remained calm as he studied his opponent. The savage bear was enormous, which meant it probably lacked agility, and with the power of his thunder ability, he judged that handling it should not be too difficult. Then Su Jingming noticed that the beast was not completely alone. Around it were several smaller creatures, and while they were weaker, they were still dangerous enough to cause trouble. Realizing that these minions might interfere with the fight, Su Jingming quickly made up his mind that there was only one thing to do first. His eyes glowed with fierce determination as he stared down the remaining beasts and declared that he would clear the area before dealing with the savage bear. In the next moment, Su Jingming exploded into motion, his body strengthened by his S-grade lightning ability, as he moved with blinding speed and tore through the remaining beasts like a streak of thunder. He effortlessly cut down a high-rank shadow cat, and his smartwatch immediately confirmed the kill, awarding him another 13 points. A confident grin appeared on Su Jingming's face as he felt just how much his superpower enhanced his body. Still, he knew this dangerous state could not be maintained for too long. But it was more than enough to clean up the minions. With a powerful sweep of his spear, he cut down the last of the lesser beasts, and another notification appeared, rewarding him with 15 points for killing a high-rank unicorn rhino. With the surrounding beasts cleared away, the battlefield finally opened up, and the true final confrontation was about to begin. The savage bear roared in furious anger, slamming its massive paws into the ground so hard that a shockwave burst outward and shattered the pavement beneath it. Then the enormous beast charged forward, each heavy step making the ground tremble as it rushed straight toward Su Jingming. Wrapped in a crackling aura of lightning, Su Jingming faced the charging beast head-on, standing firm as its massive body thundered straight toward him. At the last moment, Su Jingming launched himself upward with a powerful leap, avoiding the beast's charge while sweeping his spear down in a fierce arc that smashed one of the huge red crystals on its back to pieces. The fight instantly turned into a blur of motion. Su Jingming slipped past the savage bear's attacks with practiced precision, striking only when an opening appeared, shattering more crystals and leaving fresh wounds across the beast's body. As he kept breaking through the Beast King's defenses, his smartwatch continued to flash with updated points, recording each successful strike and kill around the battlefield. The savage bear let out a furious roar, its rage exploding as it watched its remaining minions fall one after another before its eyes. Surrounded by surging lightning, Su Jingming looked at the beast with a fearless grin and taunted it, asking if it was finally starting to get angry. He then promised that once he finished dealing with the final minion, the savage bear would be next. As Su Jingming rushed toward the last rhino, the Bear King watched him closely, its eyes showing a level of cunning intelligence that did not match its brutal appearance. Just as Su Jingming was about to strike, the Bear King suddenly moved with shocking speed, smashing its own minion into pieces in order to intercept his attack. Su Jingming's eyes sharpened with surprise as he realized the beast had actually predicted his movement. The Bear King clapped its huge paws together, using the sacrifice of its last minion to unleash a devastating shockwave that tore through the ground and blasted apart the nearby cars. The final rhino was caught directly in the explosion, its body ripped apart by the overwhelming impact. But the attack failed to touch the real target. Wrapped in his lightning aura, Su Jingming flipped gracefully through the air, passing through the chaos before landing safely on the ground without a single injury. With every lesser threat cleared from the battlefield, only the two kings remained facing each other. Su Jingming grinned fiercely as lightning crackled around his body, declaring that now, with no minions left in the way, it was time to see whether the beast's armor-like hide could truly withstand his thunder. Su Jingming drove forward with a powerful thrust, plunging his lightning-coated spear straight into the bloodthirsty savage bear's head. The impact erupted into a massive burst of purple energy, flooding the area so violently that it swallowed the drone following him and instantly cut off the camera feed. On the rooftop, the watching students were struck by the shockwave and could only raise their arms to shield their faces from the blast. Back in the audience stands, the officials stared at the screen in stunned silence as the image dissolved into static. Director Jiang Wenshan turned sharply toward Principal Zhao Yao, his face filled with shock, and shouted whether he seriously called the power they had just seen an E-class ability, accusing him of joking with them. Another official, equally amazed, pointed out that Su Jingming could instantly kill a high-tier rank 1 beast and even fight a rank 2 boss, a feat that even an A-class ability user would have trouble accomplishing. Principal Zhao Yao was sweating heavily, completely at a loss for words, and could only guess that maybe Su Jingming's ability had undergone some rare mutation. But Director Jiang Wenshan no longer seemed concerned about the explanation. He laughed loudly and declared that after today, Su Jingming's name would shake the entire Great Xia nation. Back on the battlefield, the result of Su Jingming's attack finally became clear. The bloodthirsty savage bear had a deep gash carved into its head, but despite the wound, it still had not fallen. The beast roared in pain and fury, then swung its massive paw with terrifying force, striking Su Jingming and sending him flying backward. Su Jingming was shocked that an attack packed with that much power had only managed to leave a shallow wound on the beast. He hit the ground hard, but quickly used his skill and control to recover, steadying himself before the beast could follow up. Su Jingming rapidly analyzed the situation, realizing that the savage bear's hide was not only resistant to blades, but also poor at conducting electricity. He had to admit that with his current strength, killing this beast in a single blow would be extremely difficult. At that moment, the enraged savage bear began gathering dark energy around its enormous body, making the air around it feel even heavier. Sensing the terrifying surge of power, Su Jingming's expression changed, and he could only stare in shock as he blurted out, "What?" Dark energy continued to wrap around the bloodthirsty savage bear as it powered up, and then its massive body rolled forward like a monstrous boulder. It smashed through everything in its path, crushing debris and wreckage as the ground itself seemed to buckle beneath its overwhelming force. Su Jingming leapt backward onto a pile of debris, purple lightning crackling around him as he steadied his stance and prepared for the next exchange. He was surprised that the beast had activated its Berserk skill so quickly, realizing that it truly hated him now. Berserk was a fierce beast's counter skill, similar to the combat techniques used by humans. Now covered in dark energy, the enraged beast lowered its body and hunched forward, looking even more savage than before. It released another deafening roar, then charged again with even greater speed, power, and ferocity than before. Su Jingming could not help feeling impressed as he watched it move, remarking that the strength of a beast in its berserk state was truly astonishing. But he also knew that this state came with a price. Once berserk, the beast would lose its intelligence and rely only on instinct, so Su Jingming quickly formed a new plan. Avoid its attacks, use his superior agility, and keep his distance until an opening appeared. He immediately put that plan into action, moving with incredible speed as he dodged the beast's relentless attacks again and again. Su Jingming knew he could not rush recklessly. He had to wait for the perfect chance to temporarily stop the beast's movement. When the savage bear lunged again, Su Jingming poured lightning into his spear and thrust it forward, releasing a burst of energy that slammed into the beast's side. The attack locked the massive creature in place for one crucial second, its huge body trembling under the electric shock, and that tiny opening was exactly what Su Jingming had been waiting for. With the beast stunned in front of him, Su Jingming's eyes lit up as he prepared to unleash his strongest attack. He raised his hand high, gathering a massive storm of purple and blue energy as he called upon the full force of his S-rank ability and shouted, "Nine heavens divine lightning, blast it!" A colossal torrent of divine lightning descended from the sky, crashing down directly onto the bloodthirsty savage bear. The beast was swallowed by the blast, its furious roars completely drowned beneath the violent crackle of thunder and surging energy. When the blinding light finally faded, the massive beast lay motionless on the ground, smoke rising from its charred body. Su Jingming stood over it with a confident smile, purple lightning still dancing around his fingertips. He remarked that after being struck by his purple divine lightning for half a minute, even the thickest defense could not possibly withstand it. But the battle was not truly finished. Suddenly, the beast's eye snapped open, glowing with a furious red light. With one final, desperate roar, the savage bear lunged toward him, its enormous jaws opening wide as it tried to deliver one last deadly bite. The electricity still surging through the savage bear's body suddenly locked its muscles in place, freezing the massive beast just inches away from Su Jingming before its jaws could close on him. Su Jingming saw that brief opening and remained completely calm, his eyes sharpening as he quietly said that the time had finally come. He poured every bit of his remaining strength into the spear in his hands, and as the power gathered, his eyes began to glow with a fierce, brilliant light. Then he channeled his ultimate technique through the weapon, each word coming out with heavy force as he called out, "Lightning, Gale, Break." The attack erupted instantly, forming a massive sphere of lightning that blasted forward and crashed straight into the paralyzed beast's wide-open mouth. The explosion was terrifying. A violent vortex of power tore through the savage bear from the inside out, ripping apart the street beneath it and leaving a huge crater carved into the ground. Under the full force of that blast, the mighty second-order beast finally could not hold on anymore, and its last resistance was completely crushed. Its enormous body collapsed heavily onto the pavement, defeated at last. At the same time, a system notification appeared, confirming the kill and rewarding Su Jingming with 124 ability points. Su Jingming knelt beside the fallen Beast King and let out a long breath of relief, calmly stating that the final battle was finally over. He thought back on the fight and realized that in order to deal with a second-order beast, upgrading his Lightning Gale technique had been the right choice, and he felt very satisfied with the power it had shown. A victorious smile spread across his face. Although the entire battle had only lasted about 2 minutes, it had been the most thrilling and exhilarating fight he had ever experienced. Then Su Jingming began wondering how many points he would receive after clearing out all the fierce beasts in the core area. As night settled over the venue, the exam finally reached its end. Back in the audience stands, the final results appeared on the giant screen, and the entire crowd erupted. Su Jingming stood in first place with an unbelievable score of 10,835 points, while Zhou Mingyang was far behind in second with 1,103 points, and Wu Hao followed in third with 945. The officials were beyond ecstatic. Director Jiang Wenshan, Principal Zhao Yao, and Teacher Chen Fan all jumped to their feet in excitement. They cheered loudly, celebrating the fact that Su Jingming had not only broken Jiangcheng city record, but had also shattered the record for the entire Jiangnan province. They called him a true genius. After all, last year's provincial champion had only scored a little over 8,000 points, but Su Jingming had surpassed that by a huge margin, making them declare that this year's champion title was practically already his. Standing among the ruined battlefield, Su Jingming lifted his gaze toward the sky and noticed that there was not much time left before everything ended. A confident smirk appeared on his face as he thought over what he had accomplished. He had already wiped out all the fierce beasts in the inner circle and the core area, so with the remaining time, he decided to return to the central area and hunt down as many leftover beasts as possible. As Su Jingming made his way back, he passed by the rooftop where the other top students were still gathered. They stared at him in disbelief. Tang Qi was amazed that her cousin had actually killed a Tier 2 Beast King, while Zhou Mingyang looked completely confused, unable to understand why Su Jingming was heading back when he was already firmly in first place. Meng Di watched his direction carefully and immediately guessed that Su Jingming was returning to the central area. Then the terrifying possibility hit her, and her expression changed as she wondered aloud whether he planned to go back and clear out every remaining beast there as well. The other students were left speechless by that level of ambition. As the reality settled in, Zhou Mingyang realized that with Su Jingming's speed, he might actually be able to do it. If they did not move soon, they might not even earn a single point during the final hour. Zhou Mingyang immediately declared that their team-up was over and rushed off first. The others quickly reacted and followed after him, scrambling to find and hunt any beasts that might still be left in the venue. 1 hour later, an official announcement echoed throughout the entire exam site. The 2037 Jiangcheng Martial Arts College entrance examination had officially ended. Killing beasts would no longer count toward the score, and all candidates were ordered to return. Across the venue, the remaining students reacted to the announcement in different ways. Tang Qi, exhausted from the long fight, wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed that it was finally over. Elsewhere, one student fell into despair because he had been only one beast away from passing, while another student celebrated with relief after barely managing to meet the requirement. Amid the wreckage and scattered corpses, Su Jingming stood over his final kill with a slightly unsatisfied look. He could not help wondering why the exam had ended so quickly, feeling as though he still had not hunted enough. As the students began leaving the exam venue, guards waited outside to receive them, while the candidates walked out with faces full of exhaustion, relief, and lingering shock. Outside the venue, Tang Qi's friend Xiaoya was still unable to recover from the sight of Su Jingming's power. She clung tightly to Tang Qi and asked for the third time whether Su Jingming was really her cousin, while Tang Qi, looking completely worn out, confirmed once again that he was. Xiaoya's crush had clearly returned in full force. With her cheeks turning red, she begged Tang Qi to give her Su Jingming's contact information. Tang Qi reminded her that just yesterday, she had shown no interest in him at all. Xiaoya quickly insisted that the situation was different now that he had taken first place in the exam, and she continued begging without shame. Before their conversation could continue, a sudden commotion broke out nearby, and someone shouted that Su Jingming was coming out. In an instant, a massive crowd of students swarmed toward the exit, all of them desperate to catch a glimpse of the newly crowned champion. Su Jingming soon emerged from the gate, his expression calm and composed, with his spear resting casually across his shoulder. The moment he appeared, cheers and congratulations poured toward him from every direction. Some students even joked loudly, asking him to share 100 of his points with them. Su Jingming smiled and waved back at the crowd, calmly accepting the sudden wave of fame as he made his way toward the buses. Within the crowd, Wu Hao and Zhou Mingyang stood side by side, quietly watching him pass. Wu Hao remarked that Zhou Mingyang should have been the one receiving that kind of attention, but Zhou Mingyang answered with rare humility, saying he was already satisfied with his own score and admitting that he had never imagined the second high school could produce such a monster. Before Su Jingming could board the bus, Principal Zhao Yao stopped him with a bright smile, congratulated him, and introduced him to Director Jiang Wanshan. Director Jiang then told Su Jingming that he wanted to personally give him a ride. Su Jingming glanced at the chaotic crowd around the buses and quickly realized that accepting the offer was probably the best choice, since the bus ride would definitely be packed with questions. So he got into a sleek black car with the officials, and soon the vehicle pulled away from the venue and sped down the road. Inside the car, Director Jiang Wanshan turned to Su Jingming and asked which superpower university he wanted to attend. Su Jingming admitted honestly that he had been so focused on improving his strength that he had not really thought about choosing a university yet. Director Jiang Wanshan reassured him that with results like his, practically any university would be within reach. Still, he advised Su Jingming to pay special attention to the top 3, because half of the country's high-level superpower users had graduated from those universities. He began explaining them one by one. The first was Qingjing Superpower University, a school affiliated with the government, where graduates could directly enter the system and serve the country. Next was Modu Superpower University, which was famous for its excellent resources and powerful elite clubs. Finally, there was Jincheng Superpower University, a school with a long history and a strong faculty. Director Jiang Wanshan added that all 3 universities possessed top-tier cultivation methods that were not available to the public. Su Jingming listened carefully, understanding that awakened individuals needed these special cultivation methods in order to become true superpower users. Curious, he asked what made a top-tier cultivation method so different. Director Jiang Wanshan explained that if someone used only a beginner cultivation method, advancing would usually take 3 to 4 years, but with a top-tier method, that same process could be shortened to just half a year. He calmly assured Su Jingming that with results like his, there was no need to worry at all. Even the top 3 universities would almost certainly open a special admission path for him. After sending off the officials, Su Jingming finally made his way back to his apartment. By the time he reached home, the night outside had already grown deep and quiet. The following day, Su Jingming stood beneath the running shower, letting the water wash over him as his whole body felt lighter, cleaner, and completely refreshed. Once he checked his system panel, his eyes landed on the number of ability points he still had left. There were 2,534 points remaining, and in his mind, that amount should be more than enough to support his path into a superpower university. While drying himself off, Su Jingming began thinking ahead. After enrolling, would there be beast hunting competitions at the university? If those existed, then sooner or later, he would still need to head back into the wilderness, because only constant fighting could help him keep getting stronger. At the same time, outside his apartment, his cousin Tang Chi had arrived together with her mother, Su Qingwan, and the 2 of them came straight to look for him. Tang Chi noticed right away that the apartment door was already broken. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately thought this was the perfect chance to slip inside and give Su Jingming a surprise. So the 2 entered quietly, and Tang Chi suddenly called out in a bright, cheerful voice to surprise him. Unfortunately, their timing could not have been worse. Su Jingming had just stepped out of the bathroom with nothing but a towel wrapped around him. The moment he saw his aunt and cousin standing there, he froze in shock. Su Qingwan was just as flustered and blurted out a question, asking what on earth he was doing, while Tang Chi stood there blushing so hard she could not even get a word out. Then Su Qingwan's gaze swept across the apartment, and only then did she notice just how badly the place had been wrecked. Her expression instantly darkened as she angrily demanded to know how everything had ended up in such a terrible state. Back when Su Jingming's parents had passed away, it was this aunt who stayed by his side, looked after him carefully, and gave him the warmth of a real home. She had truly carried out her responsibility as his guardian. From time to time, she would even personally make sure he got to eat his favorite meal, giving him the kind of care only family could provide. After the awkward shock finally passed, Su Jingming sat down with Su Qingwan and Tang Chi. Su Qingwan looked at him with relief written all over her face and admitted that when she heard he had taken the martial arts exam, she had been terribly worried. Now that he was sitting in front of her safe and unharmed, her heart could finally settle down. She gently told him that the score did not matter that much. Su Jingming was a little confused when he heard that. He turned toward them and asked whether Tang Chi had not told her the exam results yet. Tang Chi only gave him a playful wink, as if she had been waiting for this exact moment. She smiled and said it would be better for Su Jingming to tell her mother himself. Su Jingming scratched at his face with a slightly embarrassed smile. Then, in a modest tone, he told his aunt that he had done pretty well and had scored more than 10,000 points. The moment those words reached Su Qingwan's ears, the shock hit her so hard that she instantly spat out the drink in her mouth. She coughed in disbelief, staring at him as she asked him to say the number again. Tang Chi quickly stepped in and confirmed it for her mother, explaining that Su Jingming had really scored 11,124 points. Su Qingwan was completely stunned. For a moment, she could only stare at him in silence, unable to form a single sentence. Then, in the next instant, tears of joy burst from her eyes. She pulled Su Jingming into a tight embrace and cried out that the Su family finally had someone to carry on its hopes, and that his parents in heaven would surely be proud beyond words. Meanwhile, inside a high-tech conference room, recruiters from different universities were gathered around as they reviewed the martial arts exam results. One woman brought up Su Jingming's data, pointing out his age, his recorded E-class ability, and the fact that he was listed as an unranked awakener. One of the recruiters immediately leaned forward and said that if this score was real, then there was no question about it. They absolutely had to recruit this student. Another recruiter, however, did not look convinced at all. He frowned and argued that with Su Jingming's current rank, there was simply no way he should have been capable of earning such an outrageous score. The room quickly fell into debate. Some believed Su Jingming's ability had to be at least A-class, or maybe even S-class. But another recruiter scoffed at the idea, coldly suggesting that the student might have relied on cheating instead. Before the argument could grow any more heated, a senior figure suddenly spoke up and ordered everyone to stop. A woman with a powerful, commanding presence made the final call. She instructed the team to temporarily list Su Jingming as an S-class special recruit. As for whether his score was truly legitimate, she declared that she would personally go to Zhongchang and investigate the matter herself. On the day after the exam, Su Jingming's phone suddenly received a notification. The Jiangnan Province martial arts exam rankings had officially been released, and the message clearly stated that he had taken first place in the entire province with the astonishing score of 11,124 points. A look of surprised joy slowly spread across Su Jingming's face. He sat down, still taking in the news, as he realized he had truly become the top scholar of Jiangnan Province. News of Su Jingming's results spread across the internet at incredible speed, quickly dominating the hot search rankings. Everyone was arguing about how a dark horse from Jiangxing could suddenly become the provincial top scholar. People kept asking who Su Jingming really was, and whether someone with an E-class ability could honestly achieve a score like that. The skeptics refused to believe it, while others loudly demanded that the exam footage be released as proof. To answer all the doubts spreading online, an award ceremony was soon held, and Principal Zhao Yao personally stepped forward to face the media. A female reporter did not waste any time. She looked straight at him and directly asked him to explain whether Su Jingming's results were truly authentic. Principal Zhao Yao responded with complete confidence. He stated that the school's website had already uploaded Su Jingming's exam video, and that the footage itself was enough to prove the exam had been fair and transparent. Once people began watching the video, the reactions exploded. Viewers were stunned as they saw Su Jingming pierce through the skull of a Tier 1 rhinoceros with a single spear strike, displaying power that seemed even stronger than an ordinary Tier 1 superhuman. Many could not help questioning how someone with only an E-class lightning ability could possibly do something like that. Principal Zhao Yao beamed proudly as he assured everyone that the video was the clearest proof Su Jingming's results were genuine. He praised Su Jingming as the very first student from Jiangchang to ever claim the title of provincial top scholar. Then Director Zhao Yao stepped forward and presented Su Jingming with a massive check worth 1 million yuan, congratulating him in front of everyone. He announced that the cash reward, together with superpower training methods, was a gift from the City Education Bureau. On top of that, the city government would also provide an equal bonus and even a luxury villa. Around them, reporters eagerly raised their cameras, capturing every second of the moment. Meanwhile, outside near a car, a commanding woman stood with 2 bodyguards at her side. She remarked that even though Jiangchang had released the exam footage, that alone still could not prove Su Jingming had not used performance-enhancing drugs. In her eyes, the most important thing was to confirm the true level of his superpower. Back at the ceremony, Director Zhao Yao looked around and asked Teacher Chen Fan why Su Jingming, the main figure of the day, still had not arrived. Chen Fan smiled and explained that he had just spoken with Su Jingming, and the boy had said he was still training at the martial arts gym. The director could not help laughing when he heard that. He found it almost unbelievable that the newly crowned top scholar was still burying himself in training even after the exam had already ended. While Su Jingming was still on his way, the focus shifted to a meeting room. Inside, Principal Zhao Yao was nervously pouring and serving tea to 3 intimidating figures, respectfully addressing each of them as teachers. When one of them casually waved off the tea, Principal Zhao Yao broke into a cold sweat. He could clearly feel the overwhelming aura coming from these high-level superhumans, and that invisible pressure made his heart tremble uncontrollably. The 3 people sitting there were recruiters from the nation's top superpower universities. The atmosphere in the room was suffocating, as if their immense spiritual pressure could collide at any second. The first to break the silence was Zhang Zhaoyue, a short-haired woman with grayish-purple hair, and the admissions director of Modu's Superpower University. With a faintly playful tone, she asked her 2 rivals who they had come here to target. Su Yun, a woman in a light blue dress from Qingjing Superpower University, immediately told Zhang Zhaoyue to stop pretending. Her voice was calm but firm as she declared that as long as Su Jingming's results were genuine, Qingjing University would definitely take him. The long black-haired man, Wu Yuan from Jin City Superpower University, let out a cold scoff at her confidence. He stated without hesitation that Jin City University would be the one to recruit Su Jingming. As invisible tension sharpened in the air and sparks of energy seemed to crackle between them, Zhang Zhaoyue quietly thought to herself that every time a top scholar appeared, recruiting them always meant clashing head-on with the other academies. Just as the pressure in the room reached its peak, the door slid open. Su Jingming walked in with his spear resting over his shoulder, his expression calm as he politely greeted the 3 powerful figures as teachers. His sudden appearance caught all 3 recruiters off guard for a moment. Zhang Zhaoyue studied him with clear interest. His spirit was full, and he was still carrying his weapon, which showed he had not relaxed his training even for a moment. What impressed her even more was that he did not shrink back at all under the combined pressure of 3 high-level superhumans. Principal Zhao Yao quickly stepped forward and formally introduced the 3 recruiters to Su Jingming, Director Zhang Zhaoyue from Modu University, Director Su Yun from Qingjing University, and Minister Wu Yuan from Jin City University. Director Zhang Zhaoyue was the first to speak. She looked at Su Jingming and complimented the stunning combat techniques he had displayed in the exam video. But she did not waste time circling around the real issue. She went straight to the point and asked why his superpower no longer seemed to be the E-class weak electricity recorded in his file, making it clear that she wanted an explanation from him. Su Jingming had clearly expected someone to ask this, so his expression stayed calm as he gave the answer he had prepared in advance. He explained that before the exam, while he was training alone at home, a bolt of natural lightning suddenly struck him, and after that, his superpower became far stronger than before. The moment Wu Yuan and Su Yun heard that explanation, their eyes sharpened almost at the same time. Without needing to discuss it for long, both of them immediately reached the same conclusion. This sounded exactly like a superpower mutation. Zhang Zhaoyue looked at Su Jingming thoughtfully, then pointed out that even he might not fully understand how powerful his mutated superpower had become. After all, without proper testing, there was no way for him to know its real level. Fortunately, Zhang Zhaoyue had come prepared. She told Su Jingming that she had brought a superpower detection instrument with her, and with a calm smile, she invited him to test his ability right there. Then she took out a strange circular device that glowed with a soft light. Holding it forward, she told Su Jingming to aim his superpower at the instrument and release it directly into the device. Su Jingming stepped closer, placed his palm firmly on the detection instrument, and began to release his power. In the next instant, a terrifying wave of purple and white lightning burst out from his body, surging violently over the device like a storm of thunder. Su Yun's expression changed on the spot. As the fierce lightning filled the room, her eyes widened in disbelief, clearly shaken by the overwhelming power pouring out of Su Jingming. The detection device quickly finished scanning the energy and identified his superpower as Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. But when it tried to calculate the actual rating, the machine suddenly started beeping wildly, and thin cracks began spreading across its glowing surface. A sharp golden light flashed from the instrument, and before anyone could react, the overloaded device burst apart with a loud explosion, scattering broken pieces in every direction. The blast sent stray arcs of electricity whipping across the room, snapping through the air and making everyone instinctively flinch back in alarm. Principal Zhao Yao stared at the shattered remains of the instrument, completely stunned. His face was full of shock as he blurted out, asking what on earth had just happened. Wu Yuan and Su Yun, however, were not frightened at all. Instead, their faces lit up with excitement. They immediately confirmed that Su Jingming's power had overloaded the small testing device, which meant his ability had to be at least S-class. Once Su Jingming's S-class potential was confirmed, Director Zhang Zhaoyue's smile deepened. She silently realized that this time, They had truly placed their bet on the right person. And with that confirmation, the calm atmosphere instantly turned into a fierce competition between the recruiters. Wu Yuan from Jin City University was the first to step forward. Raising his voice with confidence, he declared that his school would offer Su Jingming a 4 million admission bonus, a complete set of C-class equipment, and free access to every superpower training method during all 4 years of university. Su Yun from Qingjing University gave a small scoff the moment she heard his offer. From the look on her face, it was obvious she didn't think that was enough to win over someone like Su Jingming. She turned toward Su Jingming with a charming smile and calmly made her own offer. Qingjing University would give him a 5 million admission bonus, and for the next 4 years, he would be allowed to study all of their S-class superpower training methods and combat techniques for free. Su Jingming was genuinely caught off guard by how generous Su Yun's proposal was. Even he couldn't help but pause for a moment, surprised that the offers had climbed this high so quickly. At last, Zhang Zhaoyue from Modu Superpower University calmly made her move. She admitted that Modu did not provide cash bonuses or equipment, but they could match the others when it came to cultivation methods. Then she revealed her real trump card. Every year, Su Jingming would also receive one S-class cultivation resource. The moment those words came out, Wu Yuan and Su Yun both froze in place. The mention of an S-class resource left them completely stunned, as if they had never expected Modu to go this far for a freshman. Su Jingming, however, was unfamiliar with the term. Looking at Zhang Zhaoyue with clear curiosity, he asked what exactly an S-class cultivation resource was. Zhang Zhaoyue did not answer directly at first. Instead, she asked him whether he had ever heard of dragon-type fierce beasts. She explained that these creatures were born with terrifying innate power, and many of them started at the high level of Tier 4 or even Tier 5, far beyond ordinary beasts. Then, under everyone's tense gaze, Zhang Zhaoyue revealed the truly shocking part of what Modu was offering. She explained that an S-class resource could include something like the heartblood of an 8th-tier adult dragon-type fierce beast. Once consumed, that dragon blood would greatly strengthen a person's body, pushing their physical power close to that of a dragon-type beast. And according to her, every S-class resource was on that same incredible level. The other recruiters were left completely speechless. Even Su Yun admitted that she herself was tempted by such an offer, sighing at just how wealthy Modu really was. Wu Yuan, clearly flustered, quickly pointed out that S-class resources were normally reserved for top students, and giving one to a freshman was almost unheard of. At that moment, both of them understood they could no longer compete. With every offer finally placed before him, the 3 recruiters all turned their attention to Su Jingming. Standing in front of him, they made it clear that the final choice now belonged to him. Su Jingming did not hesitate for even a second. With a confident smile on his face and determination in his eyes, he gave his answer directly, declaring that he chose Modu Superpower University. After making his decision, Su Jingming explained that he had not chosen Modu Superpower University only because of the generous offer. What mattered even more was that its combat training ranked at the top of the University Alliance, and many of the Alliance's founders had come from Modu. Then he turned toward Su Yun and Wu Yuan and bowed politely to both of them. He thanked them sincerely for their offers, while the 2 recruiters could only stand there with disappointed expressions. Director Zhang Zhaoyue was clearly satisfied with Su Jingming's choice. With a smile, she created a glowing admission letter and handed it to him, officially welcoming him into Modu Superpower University. She then told him that although new students were supposed to enroll on September 1st, his status as a special recruit allowed him to register early. Once he arrived, the university would also arrange a place for him to stay. Su Jingming's eyes lit up when he heard that. Eager to begin right away, he asked whether he could access the library's superpower training methods and combat techniques ahead of schedule. Zhang Zhaoyue agreed without any hesitation. She even added that the school could arrange a private study room for him, then handed him her contact card and told him to reach out once he arrived in Magic City. Holding the glowing admission letter in his hand, Su Jingming looked at the smiling director in front of him. At that moment, he could hardly hide his excitement, as he said he already couldn't wait to go register. Sometime later, Su Jingming appeared at the train station with his luggage beside him. His face was full of anticipation as the station announcement rang out, calling passengers for the G91 train to Magic City to begin boarding. At the station, his aunt Su Qingwan could not hold back her emotions and kept wiping tears from her eyes. Beside her, her husband Tang Daolin comforted her gently, proudly saying that their child had grown up, and once Xiaoming left home, he was destined to soar. Tang Qi stood nearby watching the farewell, and her father soon turned his attention to her. He reminded her that it was time to start filling out her university choices, then suggested that since her cousin was heading to Magic City Superpower University, she should also try choosing a university in Magic City. Su Qingwan quickly agreed, saying it would be good for the 2 of them to look after each other. Tang Qi immediately became a little flustered. Lowering her voice, she quietly agreed, though her shy reaction made it clear she had not expected the topic to suddenly shift to her. On the train, with 6 hours still remaining before arrival, Su Jingming had already started studying. As he read, he thought about the most important reward he had gained from the exam, the Universal C training method. Just like Superpowers, training methods were also divided into different grades, including beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. A chart clearly showed the difference between each grade. The higher the level of the training method, the faster a person's cultivation speed would become, and the stronger the power they could eventually gain. Sitting on the train, Su Jingming focused all his attention on the Universal C training method. He confirmed that it was only an intermediate-level technique, yet with his spiritual power of 180, it still took him half a day just to fully memorize it. He remembered that after practicing according to that method, he had managed to sense the special energy hidden in the world on the very first day. That alone proved the method was already useful, even if it was not top tier. Because of that, a new option appeared on his system panel. A plus sign now showed up beside his level, meaning he could advance from an awakened person into a true superpower user whenever he wanted. Even so, Su Jingming decided not to level up for the time being. He remembered that the training manual had clearly said the higher the grade of the method used during breakthrough, the greater the benefits would be. Since he would soon have access to top-tier methods at the university, he was not willing to waste such an important chance on an intermediate one. After finally arriving in Magic City, Su Jingming found himself standing before the university campus, completely amazed by what he saw. From inside the car, he looked out across the school grounds and realized just how massive the campus was. The open space stretched several hundred meters wide, far beyond what he had imagined. Director Zhang Xiaoyue soon arrived to greet him, pulling up in a bright red sports car that immediately caught his eye. She welcomed him warmly and told him to get in so she could take him to complete his admission procedures. As they drove through the beautiful campus, rows of cherry blossom trees lined the road on both sides, making the entire place look almost unreal. Zhang Xiaoyue proudly explained that Modu Superpower University covered 40,000 mu, and even visiting students could not tour the whole campus in a single day. Su Jingming looked around in admiration and admitted that seeing it with his own eyes was far better than simply hearing about it. After a quick registration process, Zhang Xiaoyue handed Su Jingming his new student ID. It was an all-in-one card that would allow him to access the dormitory and handle daily campus matters. As they headed toward his assigned accommodation, Su Jingming could not help thinking back to the dormitories he had known in his previous life. He had seen everything from ordinary 4-person rooms to more comfortable 3-bedroom apartments. But nothing from his past could have prepared him for the sight in front of him now. Su Jingming stopped and stared in shock, because his so-called dormitory was not a normal dorm at all. It was a magnificent luxury villa. Director Zhang Xiaoyue explained that at Modu Superpower University, every student lived in a villa, but the level of luxury depended entirely on their scores. Since Su Jingming was the provincial top scorer, he had been assigned the most extravagant model, covering more than 800 square meters. She also told him that the villa was designed for 2 people, with 1 upper floor and 1 lower floor, meaning he and his future roommate would each have an entire floor to themselves. Su Jingming thought about it for a moment and felt that having a roommate was not a bad thing at all. Compared to living alone in such a huge place, having someone else around might actually feel warmer. As an orphan, he had always envied that lively feeling of a shared dorm, especially the simple atmosphere of 4 people living together, so he quietly followed Director Zhang Xiaoyue up the steps. After entering the villa, Director Zhang Xiaoyue led Su Jingming inside and sat down with him. Once they were settled, she looked at him seriously and told him there were a few important things about Modu Superpower University that he needed to understand first. She told him that among all the rules at the university, 2 systems mattered the most. One was the credit system, and the other was the mentor system, both of which would directly affect his future training. Director Zhang Xiaoyue began with the credit system, making it clear that at Modu, credits were everything. Whether students wanted to buy meals, exchange for resources, or purchase powerful equipment, credits were used for almost every transaction. She then explained that 1 credit was roughly equal to 10,000 dasha currency. She continued by saying that there were many ways for students to earn credits. One of the most basic methods was receiving a fixed yearly allowance based on their student rating. Since Su Jingming had been rated as an S-class student, the school would give him 100 credits for the year. To let him see it for himself, Director Zhang Xiaoyue called out a name, Eva. A small spherical robot immediately floated into view and projected a clear message in midair, confirming that Su Jingming's current credit balance was exactly 100. Director Zhang Xiaoyue introduced the floating robot as Eva, the artificial intelligence equipped in every student dormitory. She explained that Eva's true main body was the university's central AI system, while the dormitory versions were only subunits. Even so, each subunit had already reached level 4 AI standards and could easily help students manage their daily lives. Su Jingming was stunned as he looked at the small robot hovering in front of him. He suddenly realized that the AI technology on Blue Star was far more advanced than anything he had seen in his previous life. After finishing the explanation of credits, Director Zhang Xiaoyue moved smoothly to the second important topic, the mentor system. She explained that every student had the right to choose a mentor they admired and request personal guidance, but whether they could truly become a disciple depended on whether the mentor accepted them. Su Jingming's interest was immediately drawn in. He looked at her with curiosity and asked whether even a newly registered freshman like him could receive one-on-one guidance from a mentor. Director Zhang Xiaoyue confirmed that he could. She added that every mentor at Modu Superpower University was a high-level superpowered expert, and most of them had created their own combat techniques and training methods. These personal secret techniques were never taught casually to outsiders and could only be learned after becoming an official disciple. Considering Su Jingming's talent and lightning-type ability, Director Zhang Xiaoyue told him that the university currently had 4 mentors who specialized in the lightning element. Among them, the one she recommended the most was Yang Xintian, the dean of the Weaponry Academy. At her command, Eva immediately projected Dean Yang Xintian's profile into the air. The information showed that Yang Xintian was 52 years old, a high-rank Tier 7 superpowered expert, and possessed an A-rank lightning superpower. He was skilled with many types of weapons, especially the spear, which had earned him the title Thunder Spear. The profile even recorded that he had once battled an 8th-tier demonic whale for 3 days and 3 nights before killing it alone. Director Zhang Xiaoyue also had Eva display the information of the other 3 possible mentors. After giving Su Jingming all the options, she calmly told him that the final decision still had to be made by him. After carefully looking over the choices, a confident smile slowly appeared on Su Jingming's face. Dean Yang Xintian was not only a lightning-type expert, but also a specialist in spear combat. For Su Jingming, that combination made him the most suitable mentor by far. Once he had made up his mind, Su Jingming headed toward the mentor's residential area. The place was quiet and elegant, with traditional buildings hidden among a lush forest, giving the entire compound a calm and dignified atmosphere. When Su Jingming arrived in front of the grand gate of Dean Yang Xintian's residence, he could not help comparing it to the student villas. Just from the entrance alone, it was obvious that a mentor's home was on a completely different level. Before Su Jingming could go any farther, a young man with brown hair leaned casually against a stone lion near the gate and spoke to him. He asked whether Su Jingming had also come here to seek mentorship. The young man studied Su Jingming for a moment, then looked a little surprised. After realizing that Su Jingming was still only an awakened person, he guessed that he must be one of the special recruits. Su Jingming did not hide it and directly confirmed his guess. Hearing that, the other student remarked that in previous years most special recruits were usually already mid to high-rank Tier 1 superpowered individuals. The young man then introduced himself as Tan Mingyang, a junior from the Weaponry Academy. Su Jingming also gave his name and explained that he was a freshman who had only just completed registration. Tan Mingyang seemed rather impressed when he heard that. He commented that Su Jingming was really quick to come looking for a mentor, then explained that most freshmen only learned about this opportunity after the freshman competition, which immediately caught Su Jingming's attention. Tan Mingyang explained that the freshman competition was a long-standing tradition at Modu Superpower University, usually held a few days after registration. At that time, all the teachers would be watching, and students who performed well would be actively pursued by different academies. Some outstanding freshmen might even be chosen directly by mentors. He then clarified that it was not completely impossible for a special recruit like Su Jingming to seek mentorship early. However, trying to become the dean's disciple right after enrolling was still unbelievably difficult, almost no different from winning the lottery. Su Jingming politely thanked Tan Mingyang for explaining the situation. Then he looked at him and asked whether he had also come today to seek mentorship from Teacher Yang. Tan Mingyang let out a helpless sigh and admitted that he had. He revealed that over the past 6 months, he had already come here several times, but every attempt had ended with him being turned away. He had almost given up completely, but in the end, he still decided to make one final try. Just as Tan Mingyang finished speaking, the large doors of the residence suddenly opened from the inside. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler stepped out, and the sudden movement immediately startled Tan Mingyang. The butler's expression was gentle as he greeted the two of them. Then he informed them that Teacher Yang was already waiting inside and politely invited them to follow him in. Tan Mingyang was completely caught off guard by such a warm reception. For a moment, hope flashed across his face, and he could not help wondering whether the dean waiting inside meant that he might finally have a real chance this time. Under the butler's guidance, the two of them walked deeper into the residence and were soon brought into a room where 2 men were already waiting. The moment Su Jingming entered, he felt an incredibly powerful presence coming from the older man. The man stood with a commanding posture, his gray beard full and dignified, while his sharp eyes carried the pressure of someone who had fought countless battles. Su Jingming immediately recognized him as Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weaponry Academy. Beside him stood a younger man with long hair. Dean Yang Zhentian looked straight at Su Jingming and said that he must be the student director Zhang Xiaoyue had mentioned to him. He did not pay any attention to Tan Mingyang at all, and instead directly told Su Jingming to follow him to the training room. Inside the traditional training room, all kinds of weapons were displayed around them, giving the space a sharp and disciplined atmosphere. Dean Yang Zhentian looked at Su Jingming and said that he had already watched his martial arts exam video. He openly praised Su Jingming's combat ability and marksmanship, acknowledging that both were impressive. However, before making his final decision, the dean said he still needed to personally see Su Jingming's S-rank ability, the Purple Cloud Divine Thunder. Su Jingming remained calm and agreed without hesitation. Under Dean Yang Zhentian's steady gaze, Su Jingming began to channel his power. Purple lightning quickly gathered around his arms, crackling and twisting like living thunder. In the next moment, Su Jingming released a massive burst of purple and white energy. Violent lightning surged through the training room, filling the air with a terrifying pressure as the raw power snapped and roared around him. Dean Yang Zhentian's eyes brightened, and a grin appeared on his face. He could clearly recognize the strength of an S-rank ability, and as he compared it to his own A-rank lightning power, he had to admit that the gap between A-rank and S-rank was something that could not be bridged by effort alone. Looking at Su Jingming, Yang Zhentian saw enormous potential hidden in this young student. If Su Jingming continued to polish his skills properly, his future achievements might even be able to rival his own. After the demonstration ended, Dean Yang Zhentian gave his judgment directly. With Su Jingming's level of potential, becoming his disciple would not be a problem. However, his expression soon turned serious. He warned Su Jingming that over the years, he had made many friends, but also many enemies. He could not promise that those enemies would never target his disciples, so he asked Su Jingming if he was still willing to accept him as a master after knowing the risks. Su Jingming did not hesitate at all. Without saying another word, he dropped to his knees in a formal gesture of respect. Then, with a wide and determined smile, Su Jingming declared that he was willing. He said that what he admired most were high-level ability users who had fought their way up through blood and danger. In his eyes, the fact that his teacher had so many defeated enemies was the clearest proof of his terrifying combat strength. Dean Yang Zhentian was clearly pleased by that answer. He threw his head back and laughed heartily before officially accepting Su Jingming. From that day onward, he declared, Su Jingming would become his 32nd disciple, and also his very first S-rank disciple. After telling Su Jingming to stand, Dean Yang Zhentian presented him with his first gifts as a disciple. One was a top-tier ability training method called the Extreme Ability Training Method, and the other was a body-tempering combat technique called Thunder Indestructible Body. Both had been personally created by Yang Zhentian himself. Su Jingming was stunned when he understood the value of these gifts. A body-tempering combat technique that could directly strengthen the body was far more precious than an ordinary technique, especially for someone who planned to fight at close range. Dean Yang Zhentian explained that the ability training method was already one of only 3 top-tier methods in the entire school. But the true treasure was the Thunder Indestructible Body, a technique that represented the culmination of his lifelong martial arts work. He added that this technique had been certified by 2 major martial arts halls and was officially rated as S-rank. That revelation left Su Jingming completely speechless. He had not expected that the combat technique his new master handed him would actually be an S-rank technique. Combat techniques, just like superpowers, were divided into ranks ranging from F all the way to SSS. The higher the rank, the harder the technique was to master, but once mastered, the power it produced would also be far more terrifying. As Su Jingming thought about this, he began to realize just how extraordinary his new master truly was. Su Jingming knew very well that among most Tier 7 masters, creating an A-rank combat technique was already considered an outstanding achievement. Yet his master had actually created an S-rank technique with his own hands, which meant Yang Zhentian's martial arts talent was frighteningly high. Dean Yang Zhentian went on to explain the details of his S-rank technique. The Thunder Indestructible Body was not something anyone could practice, because it was created specifically for lightning element users. The technique had a total of 13 levels, and every time a cultivator advanced by 1 level, their body would undergo another powerful transformation. However, Yang Zhentian soon made one crucial point clear. Before Su Jingming could even begin cultivating the Thunder Indestructible Body, he first had to break through from an awakened person into a true ability user. So the dean gave him his first task: use the Extreme Ability Training Method to complete his breakthrough. Once Su Jingming successfully advanced, he was to return here, and Yang Zhentian would personally help him build the foundation for the Thunder Indestructible Body. Su Jingming felt a wave of gratitude rise in his chest. He bowed deeply to his new master, silently realizing just how different it was to have a powerful mentor guiding him step by step. Dean Yang Jintian then revealed something more personal. Even after all these years, he had only managed to cultivate the thunder indestructible body to the 10th level. Looking at Su Jingming with rare hope in his eyes, he said that if he himself could not reach the peak of a martial saint, then Su Jingming might become the greatest hope of proving the true potential of this technique. As he spoke, Yang Jintian's eyes seemed to gleam with ambition, and he finally revealed the boldest guess he had about the technique. If someone could cultivate the thunder indestructible body all the way to its final level, then their physical body might reach a state of true eternity, becoming almost impossible to destroy. After leaving his master's residence, Su Jingming waved goodbye to the butler at the gate. But as he walked outside, he saw Tan Mingyang sitting on the stone steps with his head buried in his hands, looking completely defeated. Su Jingming walked over to him and stopped nearby. Seeing Tan Mingyang's gloomy state, he could not help asking what had happened. It turned out that Tan Mingyang's attempt to become Dean Yang's disciple had failed again. He had been forced to take a test against one of the Dean's senior disciples, and the condition was that he had to defeat that senior disciple while the other side used only 1/10 of his combat power. Even with that handicap, Tan Mingyang had still been beaten badly, leaving him feeling utterly hopeless. Sitting miserably on the steps, Tan Mingyang looked up at Su Jingming and naturally assumed he had failed as well. With a bruised face and a bitter tone, he said that entering Dean Yang's tutelage was never easy, then asked whether Su Jingming wanted him to share some experience from all his failed attempts. Su Jingming remained completely calm and simply declined, saying that he had already passed. Those words struck Tan Mingyang like a thunderbolt. His already bruised face twisted with disbelief, and he shouted that he had never heard of a Dean-level mentor accepting a disciple before the annual freshman competition. Su Jingming did not linger to explain. He simply walked away with a calm expression, while Tan Mingyang stayed frozen on the steps, staring after him in confusion and trying to understand what had just happened. Now that he had received his master's instructions, Su Jingming returned to the training room inside his dormitory with a clear new goal in mind. He sat cross-legged in the quiet room and began cultivating according to the extreme ability training method that Yang Jintian had personally given him. As he entered meditation, Su Jingming quickly felt how powerful a top-tier training method really was. Compared with the intermediate-level method he had studied before, the amount of energy he could sense now was far greater. A confident smirk appeared on his face, and since he had already understood the core principles, he decided there was no need to slowly practice step by step. Instead, Su Jingming chose the most direct path. He opened his system panel and prepared to use his cheat system, ordering it to consume ability points and raise his level immediately. The effect came instantly, and it was far more intense than an ordinary training session. A violent surge of energy rushed through Su Jingming's body, forcing a pained groan from his throat. He grabbed tightly at his clothes as the raw power poured through his veins, spreading through every part of his body like a storm trapped beneath his skin. Then the energy suddenly erupted outward. A massive blast of light and force exploded from Su Jingming's body, shaking the entire training room as the power swept through the space. Only after a while did the raging energy finally calm down. Breathing heavily, Su Jingming pushed himself back up, realizing that his breakthrough had succeeded. At the same time, a notification appeared, confirming that he had officially become a first-tier lower-rank ability user. Su Jingming raised his hand and looked closely at his palm. Stable, powerful blue lightning crackled around his fingers with ease, moving under his control far more smoothly than before. As he continued testing it, an even larger and stronger torrent of lightning poured from his hand. The difference in power was obvious, showing just how much stronger he had become after advancing. Su Jingming clenched his fist and felt the surging strength inside his body. His overall power had increased by at least 4 or 5 times. With that kind of improvement, he was confident that if he faced the second-tier bloodthirsty tyrant bear again, his thunder ability alone would be enough to take it down. He opened his system panel to check his new stats, and the numbers immediately made him understand why every ability user cared so much about higher-level cultivation methods. If he had used the intermediate method to break through, his vitality and spirit might have increased by only 30 or 40 points. But now, because he had used a top-tier method, both had risen by nearly 100 points in a single breakthrough. The difference was simply impossible to ignore. Su Jingming also noticed that this advancement had only cost him 300 ability points, so he decided to save the rest for later. After all, mastering a powerful combat technique like the Thunder Indestructible Body would be even more important. Since the Thunder Indestructible Body was an S-rank technique, Su Jingming expected that the ability point cost to master it would be extremely high. With his breakthrough now complete, he was ready to move on to the next stage, and another thought soon came to mind. Since he was already at the university, it might be time to visit the school library as well. The next day, Su Jingming returned once again to his master's residence. When Dean Yang Jintian saw him, he was completely astonished. He looked at Su Jingming in disbelief and immediately questioned how he could have advanced so quickly. The dean paced back and forth as he spoke, saying that in his 20 years of teaching, he had seen countless geniuses. But even the most outstanding among them still needed a considerable amount of time to transform into true ability users. Yet less than 24 hours had passed since Su Jingming received the manual. Su Jingming gave a slightly embarrassed smile and admitted that perhaps the only thing he could really be proud of was his speed of advancement. Then he added that when he tried to begin cultivating the thunder indestructible body, even the introductory stage felt extremely difficult. Dean Yang Xintian listened carefully, then explained the foundation forging process to him. To build the foundation, they would need to use the blood of a lightning element beast as a guide, then combine it with Su Jingming's own lightning to temper his muscles and bones. He emphasized that the final strength of the technique would be closely tied to the grade of the beast blood used. Since Su Jingming had already completed his breakthrough, Yang Zhentian decided not to delay any longer. He declared that he would help Su Jingming forge the foundation that very day. Yang Zhentian explained that high-level lightning beasts were extremely rare. His original plan had been to use the blood of a 7th-tier storm giant bear, but after learning that Su Jingming was entitled to one S-rank resource every year, he made a special request on his behalf. Instead of using the original plan, Yang Zhentian chose to combine the available resources and personally asked the university principal to grant Su Jingming an even more precious SS-rank resource. With that, Yang Zhentian took out a small vial filled with glowing red liquid. Inside was the essence blood of a ferocious 8th-tier beast, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Su Jingming was deeply moved when he realized how much effort his new teacher and the principal had put in for him. He accepted the vial solemnly and vowed in his heart that he would repay this kindness many times over. Seeing his reaction, Yang Zhentian looked pleased and said there was no need to waste any more time. They would begin immediately. The two of them moved into a training room, where Su Jingming removed his shirt and knelt on the floor, preparing himself for the foundation forging process. Dean Yang Zhentian uncorked the vial and slowly poured the potent glowing red blood over Su Jingming's head and back. The moment the blood touched his skin, Su Jingming clenched his teeth hard and let out a low groan from the intense pain. Yang Zhentian warned him to endure it. He explained that the blood of such a powerful beast was highly toxic to low-level ability users, so the severe pain he was feeling was completely expected. Then the dean prepared to use his own power to assist in the process. He told Su Jingming that he would now use his A-rank Windfire True Thunder to help forge the foundation, but how much of that power Su Jingming could absorb would depend entirely on him. In the next moment, Yang Zhentian released his power. A torrent of violent red lightning surged out and was guided directly into Su Jingming's body. The energy rushed through Su Jingming like a raging current. Soon, glowing red patterns began spreading across his back and chest, burning across his skin as the power forced its way deeper into his body. The pain was excruciating. Su Jingming threw his head back and let out a raw scream of agony, while his body was forcibly tempered under the crushing pressure of that immense power. 5 days passed during the tempering process. While Su Jingming was still inside the training room, senior disciple Lu sat outside drinking tea with the dean's butler, Uncle Fu. As he held his cup, Lu remarked that their new junior brother was truly resilient to have lasted this long. As he thought back to his own experience, Lu could not help feeling a little jealous. During his foundation forging, he had only managed to endure 2 days, and even then, he had used weaker 7th-tier beast blood. Seeing Su Jingming last 5 full days, Lu admitted that this new junior really did deserve the essence blood of an 8th-tier dragon-type beast. Lu then added that with Su Jingming's S-rank lightning ability, he was genuinely looking forward to seeing what kind of thunder indestructible body his new junior would forge. Just as the words left his mouth, a loud crash suddenly erupted from the direction of the training room, instantly startling both of them. Lu immediately put down his tea and rushed upstairs, wondering whether Su Jingming's foundation forging had finally been completed. He approached the door cautiously and carefully peeked inside. But the moment he saw what was waiting in the room, his expression froze. Su Jingming stood there shirtless, his body splattered with blood, while his eyes glowed with a terrifying red light. A wild, chaotic aura wrapped around Su Jingming's entire body, with dark energy churning together with blue lightning, as if 2 violent forces were fighting inside him. At that moment, he no longer looked like a normal human. He looked more like a ferocious beast that had lost all reason. Lu Ming froze in the doorway, his body turning stiff as he sensed a dangerous pressure from Su Jingming, almost like the aura of a top-tier fierce beast, and it made a chill run down his spine. Still trapped in that primal state, Su Jingming's glowing eyes locked onto Lu Ming standing by the door. Without any hesitation, he suddenly lunged forward, moving like a beast pouncing on prey as he attacked. But just before Su Jingming could strike, Dean Yang Zhentian's commanding voice exploded through the room like thunder. He roared at Su Jingming, ordering him to wake up. That furious shout cut straight through the bloodlust clouding Su Jingming's mind. His body stopped abruptly, and his attack froze only inches away from his senior brother. Su Jingming stood there drenched in sweat, his breathing uneven and his eyes still dazed. Confused, he looked toward his teacher and asked what had just happened, unable to understand why he had suddenly felt such an overwhelming urge to destroy everything around him. Dean Yang Jintian explained that the essence blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus had most likely affected his mind. That beast was famous for its brutal and violent nature, and because Su Jingming's compatibility and absorption rate were both extremely high, he had ended up suffering this dangerous side effect. Seeing Su Jingming's concern, the dean reassured him in a steady voice. He told him not to panic because as long as he avoided major emotional fluctuations for now, he would be fine. Once his strength continued to grow, these side effects would gradually fade away on their own. Only then did Su Jingming finally let out a breath of relief. He lowered his gaze to his own hands, still shaken by what had just happened, and admitted that what scared him most was the thought of being controlled by his own emotions. With the danger finally over, Dean Yang Zhentian's tone quickly shifted from serious to delighted. Seeing Su Jingming still confused, he told him to cheer up, because the foundation forging had been a perfect success. His absorption rate had reached an unbelievable 98%. The dean proudly explained that among all the disciples who had cultivated the thunder indestructible body before him, the highest record had only been 92%, which meant Su Jingming had just broken a long-standing record. Lu Ming walked over with a smile and congratulated his new junior brother. He told Su Jingming that now that the foundation had been forged successfully, his martial arts path from here on would be much smoother. Dean Yang Jintian then formally introduced him as senior disciple Lu Ming, an ability user at the peak of the 3rd tier, and told Su Jingming that if he had any cultivation questions in the future, he could ask Lu Ming for help. Su Jingming greeted his senior brother respectfully. Lu Ming, however, immediately took out his phone and said that since he had not prepared a proper meeting gift in advance, he would simply transfer some credits instead. A moment later, Su Jingming's phone received a notification showing that 200 credits had been transferred to him. His eyes widened in shock, and he quickly said it was far too much. After all, 200 credits were equivalent to 2 million daxia coins. Dean Yang Jintian waved off his concern and said that 200 credits were not a huge amount for Lu Ming. Besides, as a senior brother, taking care of a junior was only natural. He then added that when Su Jingming had juniors of his own one day, he would also need to prepare gifts for them, and Su Jingming humbly accepted the lesson. With the training finally complete, Dean Yang Jintian reminded Su Jingming that after 5 full days without food or water, he should return and rest properly. Before letting him leave, the dean gave him his next instruction. Come back the next morning and learn fist and spear techniques from senior brother Lu Ming. Su Jingming thanked his teacher gratefully before leaving. When Su Jingming returned to his luxurious villa, he found someone already inside. A young man with spiky white hair and striking red eyes was sprawled on the couch, completely focused on the video game in front of him. The young man turned his head when he noticed Su Jingming, clearly realizing he was no longer alone in the villa. He greeted him casually and guessed that Su Jingming must be his new roommate, then introduced himself as Lu Wentao. After Su Jingming gave his own name, Lu Wentao's eyes instantly widened. He pointed at him excitedly and blurted out that Su Jingming was the top scorer from Jiangnan province. When Su Jingming asked how he knew that, Lu Wentao proudly declared that his nickname was Mr. Know-It-All, because he knew about most of the freshmen at the university. He admitted that he had not gone out of his way to investigate Su Jingming, but the commotion Su Jingming caused was so big that it was impossible not to hear about him. Lu Wentao could hardly hide his excitement, as he realized the legendary Dark Horse top scorer was actually his roommate. He threw a friendly arm around Su Jingming's shoulder and immediately began firing questions one after another, asking whether he really came from Jiangcheng, whether he was truly only an awakened person during the exam, and why his ability looked nothing like an ordinary E-rank power. Even with Lu Wentao talking non-stop, Su Jingming found that he did not dislike it at all. In fact, the noisy and friendly atmosphere made him feel strangely comfortable. Su Jingming had always hated loneliness. Memories from his past surfaced in his mind, reminding him of how he had grown up in an orphanage without ever truly feeling like he belonged. School had been different because at least there, he had friends around him. His happiest memories were from his college years, when he could joke around with his roommates and play games together late into the night. He had gone on to earn his master's degree and PhD, never imagining that after drinking too much at his graduation, he would open his eyes again in a completely different world. He had not expected that even after transmigrating, he would still end up as an orphan. But now, with a roommate like Lu Wentao, at least he felt he would not be lonely anymore. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao was still proudly introducing himself, saying that he was a top student from Sichuan province with an A-rank ability and was already a first-tier middle-rank ability user. He then declared his grand ambition: to major in college tactics, command a military region one day, and slaughter every fierce beast on Blue Star. After listening to him for a while, Su Jingming changed the topic and mentioned that he was planning to head to the martial arts hall. Lu Wentao immediately became interested and decided to tag along, admitting that he had not visited the university's martial arts hall yet either. Before long, the two of them arrived at the impressive Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the Modu University branch. The moment they stepped inside, they were greeted by a lively, chaotic atmosphere. Students were training everywhere, some throwing punches, some testing their abilities, and others openly showing off their powers. Eva appeared beside them and explained that this was the public training room, a massive space capable of holding 300 people at once. The entire hall was built from C-rank alloy mixed with memory metal, making it tough enough to withstand heavy damage from students during training. Eva also pointed out that there were private training rooms available nearby. But after looking around, Su Jingming decided that the public training area was already good enough for now. Lu Wentao was quickly swept up by the competitive atmosphere. He shouted excitedly and pointed out an A-rank enhanced werewolf ability user in the crowd. Su Jingming glanced at him and dryly commented that his roommate was not exactly being quiet either. As they continued looking around the hall, Su Jingming noticed several large numbered pillars standing in the center of the room. Curious, he turned to Eva and asked what those pillars were used for. Eva explained that the pillars were punch power challenge boards. There were 5 separate leaderboards, one for each of the 5 tiers of ability users. She added that anyone who made it into the top 3,000 on their corresponding board would receive a reward of 50 credits. Lu Wentao's interest was instantly ignited. Thinking the challenge sounded easy, he immediately wanted to try. Eva then clarified that although the university had only a little over 4,000 students at the moment, the leaderboard was not as simple as it sounded. Still eager for the reward, Lu Wentao stepped forward, and Eva instructed him to swipe his student ID to begin, while reminding him of the most important rule: abilities and combat techniques were forbidden. Full of confidence, Lu Wentao walked up to one of the pillars and swiped his student ID against the scanner. Eva's voice rang out clearly through the public training room, announcing Lu Wentao's challenge attempt to everyone nearby. His activation immediately drew the attention of several older students. When they saw his information, they started mocking him, saying that he was only a first-tier middle-rank freshman. Feeling all those eyes land on him, Lu Wentao's expression became serious. He clenched his fist and silently resolved that no matter what, he could not embarrass himself here. With a loud shout, Lu Wentao threw his punch with all the strength he could gather. His fist slammed into the pillar with a solid impact, sending a sharp sound through the training area. A moment later, the result appeared on the screen. His punch power had reached 476 kilograms. Lu Wentao looked at the number and felt a burst of satisfaction. He thought that at the very least, he had not embarrassed himself, and with this result, entering the top 3,000 should be easy. But his pride lasted only for a moment. Eva's next announcement struck him like a hammer, because his ranking was actually beyond 100,000. Lu Wentao froze in disbelief, then shouted in shock, asking how that could possibly happen when the university only had around 4,000 students. Eva answered in an emotionless voice, explaining that the leaderboard included the scores of every student, since Modu Superpower University was founded 100 years ago. Only then did the humiliating truth finally sink in for Lu Wentao. The surrounding crowd had clearly been waiting to watch him make a fool of himself. The older students burst into laughter, and one of them even joked out loud about how hilarious the whole thing was. As Lu Wentao sank into embarrassment, Su Jingming offered him a bit of comfort. He reminded him that as a spiritual element ability user, raw physical punch power was not his strongest area. Lu Wentao immediately perked up a little and encouraged Su Jingming to try next, fully believing that he would be much stronger. Su Jingming nodded and agreed. After all, he had already wanted to test his current physical strength and see how much he had improved. He stepped forward, swiped his student ID against the pillar, and Eva's voice once again announced the start of a new challenge. The crowd's attention shifted from Lu Wentao to Su Jingming, but the older students looked even more dismissive this time. Seeing that Su Jingming was only a first-tier lower-rank ability user, they guessed that his punch power might not even reach 400 kilograms. Still, one student in the crowd frowned slightly, feeling that the name Su Jingming sounded strangely familiar. Su Jingming, however, remained perfectly calm. He thought back to everything that had happened recently. Advancing into a first-tier ability user, enduring 5 days and nights of body tempering, and successfully forging the foundation of his new technique. A quick glance at his system panel confirmed his current stats, including his greatly enhanced physique and the first level of the Thunder Indestructible body. Su Jingming slowly clenched his fist, feeling the strength gathered in his arm. He was eager to find out exactly what level his punch power had reached after all that growth. Then he drove his fist forward with a sudden burst of power. The moment his punch landed, A powerful shockwave exploded outward, rippling visibly through the air. The force from Su Jingming's punch spread across the martial arts hall like a wave, and the students who had been laughing moments earlier were instantly stunned into silence. The digital screen lit up with a result that made the entire training hall fall silent. Su Jingming's fist power had reached 4,589 kilograms. Not only did that number place him directly at the top of the leaderboard, it also smashed the long-standing record for first-tier ability users in one strike. The older students who had been mocking him moments ago were left staring at the screen in complete disbelief. One of them blurted out that the record had actually been broken, while another could not understand how a lower-rank first-tier ability user could possess such terrifying physical strength. A third student's face turned grim as he muttered that a punch with that kind of force could turn someone into meat paste, making it almost impossible to believe this monster was only a freshman. The two female students in the crowd were just as shocked. One of them stared at the leaderboard and said that even those who ranked in the top 1,000 were already figures who could lead an era, so the new number one had to be unbelievably exceptional. Her friend immediately added that this record had remained untouched for more than 10 years, and she had to record this historic moment before it disappeared. Lu Wentao was even more excited than Su Jingming himself. He rushed over, grabbed Su Jingming, and shouted that he was truly his brother from now on, declaring that he would follow him wherever he went. Su Jingming could only smile helplessly and tell him not to exaggerate so much. Su Jingming lowered his gaze to his own fist, quietly feeling the strength still lingering in his arm. He was very satisfied with the result. It seemed the Thunder Tyrannosaurus essence blood had been highly compatible with his body, because the boost to his physical strength had appeared almost immediately. Eva floated nearby and gave him an official congratulation. In her calm mechanical voice, she announced that Su Jingming had successfully broken the record and that a reward of 400 credits had already been issued to his account. Su Jingming became curious and asked whether he could earn more credits by breaking the same record again. Eva quickly clarified that the reward for a record could only be claimed the first time, but if he challenged the pillars for other ability tiers, he could still earn new rewards there. Su Jingming looked up toward the other 4 pillars meant for second tier through 5th tier ability users and silently decided that he would come back to break those records later. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao had already turned into his personal hype man, proudly pointing at Su Jingming as a group of impressed female students gathered around him. The girls quickly surrounded Su Jingming, leaving him caught in the middle of their sudden enthusiasm. Some eagerly offered to teach him how to use the training equipment, while others tried to invite him into their clubs, each one hoping to get closer to the new record-breaking freshman. Su Jingming was nearly overwhelmed by the crowd, so Lu Wentao quickly stepped in and pulled him away. With a knowing look, he suggested they escape to a private training room before the situation became even harder to handle. Elsewhere, at his master's residence, Dean Yang Jintian was calmly enjoying tea when Lu Ming walked over with his phone. He reported that his junior brother Su had already become a hot topic on the campus forum. After seeing the news, Yang Jintian could not help marveling at Su Jingming's exaggerated physical strength, while also wondering why that kid had run off to break records instead of going back to rest. Lu Ming then thought back to his own past, back when he was a high-rank first-tier ability user and had just mastered the first layer of the Thunder Indestructible body. His fist power had only been a little over 3,500 kilograms. Comparing that to Su Jingming's result now, he could only admit in awe that his new junior brother was far more than just a little stronger than he had been. At the same time, inside a luxurious apartment, a young man with dark hair and a brown jacket sat staring at the screen of his phone. In the next second, his anger exploded. He slammed his hand down hard on the marble countertop, and the glass beside him shattered instantly as orange flames and blue lightning wrapped around his palm. He cursed furiously when he realized that Su Jingming had also come to Magic City. As he clenched his burning fist, his face twisted with resentment. In his mind, Su Jingming's rise had stolen his chance to become the top scorer of Jiangnan province and had turned him into a joke back in his home city. This time, he swore that he would personally take back every bit of honor he believed should have belonged to him. Meanwhile, Su Jingming was back inside the university's training room, sitting quietly with a small knife in his hand. His thoughts were focused on the changes brought by the Thunder Indestructible body. What amazed him most was that even after 5 brutal days of tempering without food, water, or proper rest, his body was still filled with energy. Wanting to test his new durability, he lightly drew the sharp blade across his hand. A clear metallic sound rang out, but the knife failed to cut through his skin, leaving only a faint white mark. Su Jingming was impressed, realizing that his body's defense had already become comparable to E-grade alloy, making ordinary blades useless against him. As expected, this was truly worthy of being an S-grade body refinement technique. Just then, Lu Wentao suddenly burst into the room, excitedly calling Su Jingming's name. He told him that the news of him breaking the record had completely exploded on the campus forum, and countless students were now posting replies saying they wanted to challenge him. Instead of being annoyed, Su Jingming's lips curved into a faint competitive smile. He could not help thinking that the martial spirit at Modu Superpower University really was quite strong. Seeing all those challenges online, Lu Wentao raised his phone with a protective look and angrily offered to help his roommate crush those overconfident guys in the forum comments. Su Jingming calmly pushed his arm down and told him to forget it, saying there was no need to waste time on that. He still had more important things to do, because he was heading to the battle technique library, so he told Lu Wentao to return to the dorm first. Su Jingming soon arrived in front of the battle technique library, a massive and modern building that gave off an imposing feeling the moment it came into view. As he approached the entrance, he raised his hand toward the scanner. A complicated orange security circle instantly lit up in the air, glowing with layered patterns that showed just how advanced the library's protection system was. Su Jingming was secretly amazed by the level of security. He remembered hearing a rumor that the library was personally guarded by the university's vice principal, a legendary 9th-tier superpower user. With someone like that watching over the place, even the strongest martial saints would never be able to steal the treasures inside. After swiping his student ID card, Su Jingming walked through the gate. The glowing security circle scanned him one final time before the system confirmed his identity and allowed him to enter. Inside the grand hall, 3 female librarians greeted him together. The woman standing in the center smiled warmly and addressed him directly by name, welcoming S-grade student Su Jingming and asking what they could help him with. Su Jingming was a little surprised that they recognized him immediately, so he asked how they knew his name. The librarian politely explained that students with S-grade authority were special, because they had access to all battle techniques. The moment he scanned his ID, the system had automatically notified them of his arrival. Although her expression remained professional, the librarian had already made her own judgment in her heart. S-grade authority meant that Su Jingming's future achievements were almost guaranteed to reach at least the Grandmaster level, so she silently decided that building a good relationship with him early would be a wise choice. Su Jingming told the librarian that he wanted to look for lightning element superpower battle techniques and asked which floor he should go to. She explained that techniques of B grade and below were stored on the 2nd and 3rd floors, while the truly precious ones were kept in a special reading room on the 4th floor. The librarian added that with his authority, he only needed to swipe his card to enter. Then, instead of simply pointing the way, she personally led Su Jingming up to the 4th floor and brought him into an elegant private reading room. Inside the room, a small floating AI device hovered above the table. It explained that Su Jingming could choose the techniques online first, and once his selections were confirmed, the original secret manuals would be delivered directly to him. Before leaving him alone, the librarian kindly reminded him to handle the manuals carefully, since the originals were extremely valuable. Once the room became quiet, Su Jingming looked toward the floating AI and gave his command. He asked it to display all lightning element battle techniques rated B grade and above. The AI responded immediately. Dozens of blue holographic screens unfolded around the room, each one showing a different technique and filling the private reading room with a soft glow. As Su Jingming browsed through the options, 2 techniques instantly caught his attention. The first was an SSS grade technique called 10,000 Prisons Heavenly Thunder Guidance, which could create a massive thunderstorm domain. Unfortunately, the requirement was extremely high, and only ability users of at least the 5th tier could cultivate it. The second technique was also SSS grade and was called Wrath of the Thunder God. This technique could summon powerful thunder, but it was also restricted, requiring the user to reach at least the 4th tier before learning it. Su Jingming was amazed by the quality of the library's collection. Not only were there SS grade techniques here, there were even SSS grade secret manuals. He could not help marveling at how wealthy and deep Modu Superpower University's foundation truly was, and for a moment, he wondered whether he could view all of them for free. But his excitement soon calmed down when he realized that these powerful techniques all had strict cultivation requirements. With his current level, he could only learn A-grade battle techniques for now. There were still countless A-grade choices in front of him, and without guidance, choosing between them would have been extremely difficult. Fortunately, he had come prepared. Su Jingming took out the recommendation list his master, Dean Yang Jintian, had given him. With this list in hand, he could save himself a great deal of time. Following the recommendations, he began interacting with the holographic screens, lifting his hand and selecting the techniques he wanted one by one. In the end, Su Jingming chose 4 specific A-grade techniques. The first was Thunder Spear, a powerful offensive technique. The second was Chain Thunder Gun, designed for sustained attacks. The third was Thunder Flash, a movement technique. And the fourth was Thunder Prison, a technique meant for control. Su Jingming quickly sorted out their roles in his mind. Thunder Spear would handle ranged strikes, Chain Thunder Gun would allow continuous pressure, Thunder Flash would strengthen his movement, and Thunder Prison would give him crowd control. Combined with his S-rank Thunder Indestructible body, these 4 techniques would make his combat style almost flawless. Eva analyzed his selections and soon informed him that each A-grade technique usually took about 6 months to learn to even an elementary level. She suggested that he mix in some lower-level techniques to build a more balanced foundation, but Su Jingming confidently dismissed the advice. Not long after, the librarian returned to the reading room with the 4 physical manuals Su Jingming had selected, presenting them to him one by one. As Su Jingming reached out to take them, he could not help admiring how luxurious the original manuals looked in his hands. He knew very well how valuable they were. Even C-grade secret manuals could sell for millions on the market, so these 4 original A-grade manuals were priceless treasures. When he opened the first manual, golden light shone from the pages, and a powerful artistic conception rushed toward him. Su Jingming immediately realized that this was an experience no ordinary copy could ever reproduce. After settling himself in the private reading room, Su Jingming began studying the manuals with complete focus. As the hours slowly passed, his concentration gradually turned into frustration. Sweat formed on his forehead, and he even clutched his head as he struggled to understand the complex contents of the techniques. Even though the manuals were difficult, Su Jingming refused to give up. He kept forcing himself to read, turning page after page while trying to absorb every detail. After a long period of study, Su Jingming finally leaned back, having finished reading all 4 manuals. Then he called out to his system, Deep Blue, and gave the simple command to add points. Deep Blue responded instantly. For notifications appeared one after another, confirming that 200 superpower points had been consumed for each technique, and all 4 battle techniques had successfully reached the elementary level. He immediately opens his system panel and checks his refresh status from top to bottom. The newly acquired skills are all there in the list: Thunder Spear, Thunder Flash, the A-grade Chain Thunder Gun, and Thunder Prison, each one still sitting at the elementary level. His body refining method, Thunder Indestructible Body, has not advanced either, remaining firmly at the first layer, while his available superpower points have already dropped down to 1434. Su Jingming rises to his feet, slowly tightening his hand into a fist, as a faint but dangerous aura seems to gather around him. Now that he has gained so many powerful battle techniques in one breath, his eyes lift upward with a sharp, almost predatory confidence, as if he is already wondering which unlucky person will be the first to experience the full force of his new arsenal. That night, inside their luxurious villa, Lu Wentao sits comfortably on the couch and brings up a message he received from Eva. He tells Su Jingming that the freshman assembly will be held the next day at Training Ground 1, then adds that the new students have also created a freshman group chat, suggesting that Su Jingming should join it as well. Su Jingming listens without much reaction and calmly agrees. After that, Lu Wentao cannot hold back his curiosity anymore and asks what level of combat techniques Su Jingming selected from the library. Su Jingming answers as casually as if he were talking about buying groceries, saying that he only picked 4 A-rank combat techniques. The moment Lu Wentao hears this, his eyes widen in pure shock. He blurts out that learning even 1 A-rank technique is already difficult, and most students would need to wait until their sophomore or even junior year before touching that level. After staring at Su Jingming for a moment, he can only conclude that this roommate of his really does not walk the normal path. The more Lu Wentao thinks about it, the more curious he becomes. He suddenly realizes that if Su Jingming could even browse A-rank techniques, then he must at least possess A-rank permission. But Su Jingming calmly corrects him, saying his actual permission level is not A-rank at all, but S-rank. That single sentence hits Lu Wentao like a thunderclap. He jolts up from the couch, completely unable to keep his composure, and shouts in disbelief, asking why the university would even have a permission level higher than A-rank. Then, as if something suddenly clicks in his mind, his face changes. He stammers that the online rumors claiming Su Jingming was E-rank must have been completely fake, before asking in stunned disbelief whether Su Jingming actually has an S-rank superpower. Su Jingming does not give him a long explanation. He only smiles faintly, looking at Lu Wentao with a teasing expression, and remarks that even the so-called know-it-all has finally learned something new today. That simple reaction is enough to confirm everything, and Lu Wentao is left standing there in awe. He says he had already guessed that Su Jingming's rating would not be low, but he never imagined it could actually be S-rank, especially when the top scorers from other provinces were only rated A-rank. A broad, delighted grin quickly spreads across Lu Wentao's face. He raises his thumb with obvious excitement, feeling more and more that becoming Su Jingming's fan early was the smartest choice he could have made. From now on, he could proudly call himself one of the old fans. Later, Su Jingming returns to the training room on the 2nd floor. He grips a practice spear in his hand, but after a few movements, he immediately feels that the weapon is far too light for him. Now that he has obtained the combat techniques he needs, the next thing he lacks is suitable equipment. He thinks of the F-rank obsidian spear he originally used back home, but with his current strength, that old spear is clearly no longer enough. After making up his mind, Su Jingming decides it is time to replace his gear. He directly calls out to the AI Eva and asks her to open the school mall, then search specifically for spear-type weapons. Eva responds right away, and several holographic screens unfold in front of him, displaying rows of spears ranging from F rank to D rank. Su Jingming scans through the options and notices that the length and weight can both be customized. He also understands at a glance that the higher the equipment rank, the heavier and more expensive the weapon becomes. In the end, Su Jingming selects an E-rank spear weighing 210 kilograms, then adds an E-rank combat suit and a pair of E-rank boots to his order. After confirming the purchase, a notification appears showing that the total price is 237 credits, leaving him with only 382.6 credits remaining. The delivery is scheduled for the next day, and Su Jingming cannot help feeling a little pained as he realizes his credits have nearly been cut in half in an instant. With the new equipment already on its way, Su Jingming tightens his grip on the practice spear once again, his gaze sharpening with determination. For tonight, he can only make do with this temporary weapon. A confident smirk appears on his face as he declares that this practice spear will have to accompany him while he trains all 4 of his new A-rank combat techniques. The next day arrives, and the freshmen of Modu Superpower University begin gathering together for their official assembly. The moment Su Jingming appears at the venue, the surrounding students almost instantly turn their attention toward him. Whispers quickly ripple through the crowd as people recognize him as the student who shattered the school's punch power record. Others soon point out that he is also the top scorer from Jiangnan province, and the murmurs grow even louder as they marvel not only at his terrifying strength, but also at his striking appearance. Before Su Jingming can even find a place to sit, a tall and imposing young man steps directly into his path. This person is Lei Zhou, and with an aggressive expression, he points at Su Jingming in front of everyone and loudly issues a challenge. The nearby students immediately recognize Lei Zhou as the second-place scorer from Jiangnan province, someone who scored more than 9,300 points. They begin gossiping about his background, saying that both of his parents are powerful Tier 4 superpowered beings. Some even comment with a bit of sympathy that second place is always forgotten, so it is not surprising that Lei Zhou refuses to accept his loss. Even with so many eyes watching and Lei Zhou challenging him so openly, Su Jingming remains completely calm. He simply turns him down and says he is not interested, a reaction so straightforward that even his roommate Lu Wentao is shocked. Lei Zhou, however, does not look discouraged at all. Instead, he curls his lips into a smirk and tells Su Jingming not to refuse so quickly. Then his tone shifts as he brings up a more personal matter, mentioning that Su Jingming's aunt's family runs a business selling rare plants. Leaning closer with a menacing grin, Lei Zhou reveals that his own family happens to be the biggest customer of Su Jingming's aunt. Not only that, her family also owes them a large loan. His words then turn into a thinly disguised threat, implying that if the money is not repaid on time, Su Jingming's aunt's family might find themselves in serious trouble. The atmosphere changes instantly. Su Jingming's expression turns cold, and a fierce dark blue aura suddenly erupts from his body, spreading outward with crushing pressure. His voice becomes low and dangerous as he quietly asks Lei Zhou whether he is threatening him. The pressure from Su Jingming's aura is so intense that Lei Zhou's face changes on the spot. Startled and unable to withstand it, he is physically forced to take a step backward. Cold sweat appears on Lei Zhou's face as he struggles to understand the savage, beast-like presence pressing down on him. His earlier arrogance quickly weakens, and he hurriedly backpedals, stammering that he was not threatening Su Jingming at all, only giving him a reminder. Once his warning has been made clear, Su Jingming slowly withdraws his aura, and the oppressive pressure around him fades. He then asks in a calm voice for the time and place of the duel. After barely regaining his composure, Lei Zhou declares that the match will be held in 7 days at noon, on Broadcast Platform 3. Su Jingming accepts without hesitation, leaving him with a cold warning not to regret this decision later. The confrontation immediately sets the surrounding freshmen buzzing with excitement. Everyone begins looking forward to the upcoming battle, eager to see what will happen when the two finally clash. Not long after that, the freshman assembly officially begins. An older university official with a gray beard steps onto the stage, drawing the crowd's attention toward him. He welcomes the new students to the freshman assembly and explains that this meeting is mainly meant to answer their questions about the university's various systems. However, the first thing he chooses to introduce is the school's combat power ranking. He tells them that students will use virtual dive pods to enter holographic combat simulations, and their ranking will be decided by how many levels they can successfully clear. He then encourages all of the freshmen to give it their best effort, making it clear that the rewards connected to the ranking are extremely generous. After the hour-long meeting finally ends, Su Jingming cannot help letting out a long yawn. To him, the only part that sounded truly interesting was the virtual dive pod, which he feels he should try when he gets the chance. But for the next few days, his main priority is still clear: continue his daily training with his senior, Lu Ming, and his mentor. For the next 7 days, Su Jingming throws himself completely into intense training, following the guidance of his senior Lu Ming and his master, Dinyang Jintian. Once the week of training comes to an end, Lu Ming approaches Su Jingming with obvious astonishment on his face. He notices that his junior brother has already reached the mid-level of the first tier and cannot help asking how he advanced so quickly. Su Jingming only gives a faint smile and casually says that it was just luck. But Su Jingming knows the real reason in his heart. He had intentionally waited several days before using the system to raise his level, which kept the cost down to only 380 superpower points. Silently, he thinks that if he had advanced any faster than this, Lu Ming might have been frightened half to death. Lu Ming soon shifts the topic as he remembers the duel. He looks at Su Jingming and asks whether he has a match scheduled for noon today. Su Jingming gives a calm confirmation. With a relaxed and confident smile, Lu Ming pats Su Jingming on the shoulder and says that he will observe 3 minutes of silence for his opponent in advance. Then he decides to go along with Su Jingming and watch the match for himself. The scene moves to broadcast platform 3, a large arena that has already drawn a crowd of students eager to watch the duel. Lei Zhou walks into the ring with several of his friends beside him. One of them says this is a good opportunity to see just how strong the provincial top scorer really is. Another brushes off Su Jingming's high score as nothing more than luck and confidently bets that Lei Zhou will win. When someone brings up the fact that Su Jingming broke the punch power record, Lei Zhou merely scoffs, saying a physical record proves nothing when real battles are decided by superpowers. At that moment, Su Jingming arrives together with Lu Ming, wearing a new black coat and carrying his new spear. He steps into view with a calm presence, and his appearance immediately causes a stir throughout the crowd. As Su Jingming walks steadily toward the ring, Lu Ming watches from the side with quiet amusement. He cannot help thinking that with his junior brother's handsome looks, once Su Jingming truly rises to fame, he will undoubtedly capture the hearts of countless female students. Standing in the ring, Lei Zhou studies Su Jingming's aura and quickly notices that his opponent's rank has already increased. Even so, Lei Zhou does not panic. He remains confident, silently thinking that he has made other preparations for this fight. Wanting to push the tension even higher, Lei Zhou proposes that they add a wager to the duel and stake all of their credits. Su Jingming accepts immediately without the slightest hesitation, calmly stating that he currently has 370 credits. Lei Zhou is slightly impressed when he hears the amount, but he quickly says that if his own credits are not enough, he will make up the difference with cash. He then suggests that both of them transfer their credits to the account of Old Master Zhou, who will act as a neutral third party. The teacher presiding over this match is Zhou Yun, a woman with blonde hair tied into a ponytail. She is not an ordinary instructor, but a powerful Tier 6 mid-level healing-type superpowered being. After completing the credit transfer, Su Jingming takes note of teacher Zhou Yun's presence. Seeing that the school has arranged such a high-tier healer to oversee the match, he immediately understands that battles between superpowered beings can be extremely dangerous, and the university is clearly taking precautions to prevent anyone from dying. Su Jingming agrees to the terms without changing expression. The crowd around the arena grows even more excited as the enormous wager is officially set, worth 3.7 million in currency. Teacher Zhou Yun steps forward to officiate the match, confirming that she has already received the credits from both sides. She tells the two fighters to get ready, then clearly states the rules. Once one person admits defeat or loses consciousness, the other side is absolutely forbidden from continuing the attack. Su Jingming and Lei Zhou both remain calm as they acknowledge the rules, showing that they understand the conditions of the duel. The two opponents finally face each other in the ring. Su Jingming stands poised with his spear in hand, while Lei Zhou draws his sword, and the battle between them is about to begin. Lei Zhou's face hardens with grim determination as he finally unleashes his A-rank fire ability, Dense Pine Industry Fire. In the next instant, a violent vortex of blazing orange flames erupts around his body, twisting upward like a burning storm, and he roars that he will take back every bit of honor Su Jingming made him lose. The heat and pressure rolling off Lei Zhou's flames immediately shake the crowd. The students watching from below stare with widened eyes, marveling at the terrifying force of an A-rank fire superpower and whispering that this kind of destructive aura is no joke. Wrapped from head to toe in raging flames, Lei Zhou charges straight at Su Jingming. His body rises into the air, his sword burning fiercely in his grip, and then he brings the blade crashing down in a powerful flame slash filled with violent momentum. Facing that blazing attack, Su Jingming does not retreat even half a step. He simply plants himself firmly in place, lifts his spear, and swings it upward in an incredibly basic arc, as if he were blocking an ordinary strike in training. But what happens next leaves everyone frozen. That plain, almost effortless spear movement completely cancels out Lei Zhou's flaming sword strike. stopping the attack so cleanly that the raging fire seems to lose all its force at once. The entire audience is stunned on the spot. They can hardly believe that Su Jingming did not use any obvious combat technique, yet still blocked such a powerful attack head-on. Shocked voices break out from the crowd, exclaiming that a simple normal strike actually shattered a huge special move. Lei Zhou himself is left speechless. His eyes tremble with disbelief, and he grits his teeth tightly, unable to accept that his confident opening attack has been stopped so easily. After completely neutralizing his opponent's strike, Su Jingming looks at Lei Zhou with cold indifference. Purple lightning begins crackling around his body, flashing sharply through the air, as he tells Lei Zhou that nothing is truly impossible. It only feels impossible to him because he is simply too weak. Before Lei Zhou can even respond to that insult, Su Jingming moves straight into a devastating counterattack. A torrent of purple lightning surges around Su Jingming as he lunges forward at terrifying speed. His attack lands squarely against Lei Zhou's chest, and the impact sends Lei Zhou flying backward like he has been struck by a thunderbolt. The purple lightning from Su Jingming's strike instantly spreads through Lei Zhou's body. Electric arcs crawl over his limbs, burning through him from the inside, and Lei Zhou lets out a painful cry as his body convulses under the shock. The force behind the blow is so overwhelming that Lei Zhou's sword is knocked out of his hand, spinning away through the air. At the same time, blood sprays out as his entire body is thrown backward across the ring. He crashes hard onto the floor of the arena, his body slumping heavily against the ground. Smoke rises faintly from him as he lies there in defeat, looking nothing like the confident challenger from moments ago. The crowd falls into stunned silence before the arena erupts with shocked reactions. Lei Zhou's supporters stare in disbelief, one of them blurting out that the fight ended after only 2 moves from Su Jingming. Another angrily questions how anyone could say Lei Zhou had become stronger when he was beaten down so quickly. The watching students can only admit that Su Jingming's strength is on a completely different level from the rest of the freshmen. From the sidelines, Lu Ming watches the result with an utterly unimpressed expression. In his heart, he feels the match was far too boring, because Lei Zhou had not even forced his junior brother to use 1/10 of his real strength. Back inside the ring, teacher Zhou Yun prepares to announce the winner and bring the duel to an end. But before she can finish, the wounded Lei Zhou struggles to push himself up from the floor and calls out to her. Clenching his teeth through the pain, he insists that he is not lost yet and that this match is far from over. Then, with a desperate look in his eyes, Lei Zhou reaches out and takes out a small red pill. Teacher Zhou Yun recognizes it immediately, and her expression changes as she shouts a warning. She identifies it as a rampaging blood pill and tells Lei Zhou not to take it, reminding him that this is only a match and absolutely not worth risking his life over. The students in the audience also recognize the dangerous pill, and uneasy voices begin spreading through the crowd. They murmur that the pill can multiply a user's strength several times for a short period, but the side effects are terrifying and could leave Lei Zhou bedridden for months. With a major university competition only 1 month away, many people cannot understand why he would take such a risk. But Lei Zhou ignores every warning, declaring that he will bear the consequences himself. He is determined to gamble everything here, and he says he will only accept defeat if Su Jingming can beat him after this. In the crowd, several students, including Lu Wentao, immediately protest and question whether using a performance-enhancing drug should even be allowed. Teacher Zhou Yun calmly responds to the complaints, explaining that because this is an unofficial battle, there are no strict restrictions. Weapons, combat suits, and drugs are all considered personal resources that can be used. While she speaks, Lei Zhou swallows the pill without hesitation, and Zhou Yun finishes by stating that if Su Jingming possessed a similar pill, he would also be permitted to use it. The moment the pill takes effect, Lei Zhou's body erupts with an even fiercer fire aura than before. Flames surge wildly around him. His eyes begin glowing with a menacing orange light, and he lets out a roar filled with newly awakened power. Teacher Zhou Yun watches him closely with a worried expression. She can tell that the rampaging blood pill is high grade, and it has forcefully pushed Lei Zhou's power all the way to the lower level of the 2nd tier. In her eyes, Su Jingming's situation has suddenly become much more dangerous. Yet when Su Jingming faces this desperate power-up, his own battle intent does not weaken at all. Instead, it grows even stronger, and a torrent of purple lightning erupts around him with sharper, more violent force. From the sidelines, Teacher Zhou Yun observes him with quiet approval, thinking that his fighting spirit is only becoming more vigorous and that he truly has the mindset of a great general. Su Jingming tightens his grip around his spear, and a confident smile slowly appears on his lips. In his heart, he feels that the fight has finally become a little more interesting, no longer like an adult casually beating a child. He takes 1 step forward, and the lightning wrapped around his combat boots explodes against the arena floor. Cracks spread beneath his feet as the solid surface shatters from the force. In the next instant, Su Jingming launches himself forward, his figure turning into a streak of lightning as he charges toward his opponent with blinding speed. Lei Zhou's expression changes in shock as he tries to track Su Jingming's movement. The speed is so incredible that even after boosting himself with the pill, he can barely react in time. The two fighters collide at the center of the ring, fire and lightning crashing together with explosive force. Their superpowered attacks meet head-on, sending a violent shockwave rippling through the arena. Lei Zhou manages to block Su Jingming's first spear thrust, but the raw strength behind it is far beyond what he expected. The impact drives him backward, forcing his legs to buckle, and he drops to one knee just to absorb the terrifying force. Still surrounded by wavering flames, Lei Zhou grits his teeth with disbelief written across his face. He cannot understand how, even after his strength has been boosted to the second tier, he is still being suppressed by Su Jingming. In that moment, he cannot help wondering what kind of monster he is fighting. Realizing that he cannot win in a direct clash, Lei Zhou quickly changes his approach. If close combat is useless, then he will attack from a distance instead. He leaps backward to create space, then launches a barrage of powerful fireballs towards Su Jingming. But Su Jingming treats the ranged assault with casual disdain. He swings his spear in a broad arc, and a swirling vortex of lightning bursts outward, deflecting every fireball before they can reach him. Looking at Lei Zhou coldly, he mocks him by asking if that is all he has. Lei Zhou's face tightens with frustration as sweat rolls down his cheeks. He curses Su Jingming's flawless lightning ability in his heart, but still clings to one final hope. Since he can no longer approach him, he decides that if he can keep his distance and drain Su Jingming's power before the pill's effect fades, then maybe he still has a chance to win. But Su Jingming has no intention of letting Lei Zhou drag the battle out any longer. His eyes turn colder as he silently decides that it is time to end this fight. He raises one hand, and a massive amount of purple energy begins gathering above his palm. The lightning condenses rapidly, taking shape bit by bit until it becomes a solid spear formed entirely from crackling thunder. This is Su Jingming's A-rank combat technique, Thunder Spear. With a sharp motion, Su Jingming hurls the condensed lightning spear straight toward his opponent. The purple spear cuts through the air in an instant and slams directly into Lei Zhou's shoulder. This power pierces through his defenses, driving into him with brutal force. Lei Zhou staggers backward in shock and pain, one hand clutching the wound in his shoulder. A terrifying realization suddenly hits him. Su Jingming does not only dominate at close range, he also has a devastating long-range attack. Before Lei Zhou can recover, Su Jingming immediately follows with another technique. A powerful sphere of lightning appears above Lei Zhou's head, and streams of purple energy begin pouring down like a storm, electrocuting him from all directions. Stunned by the pain, Lei Zhou looks upward in horror, wondering what kind of battle technique this is now. Su Jingming's expression remains cold as he points forward and announces the name of his A-rank control technique, Thunder Prison. In an instant, a cage of crackling purple lightning forms around Lei Zhou, sealing him completely inside. Lei Zhou curses under his breath as he realizes he has been caught in a restriction-type technique. With no other choice, Lei Zhou desperately gathers what power he has left and creates a flame barrier around himself. A swirling vortex of fire rises around his body, forming his last line of defense. Even while trapped, Lei Zhou refuses to show weakness. He shouts at Su Jingming from behind the flames, taunting him that if he cannot break out, then Su Jingming will not be able to get in either. In his desperation, he challenges Su Jingming to a battle of endurance. Su Jingming remains completely unmoved. He looks down at the fiery barrier with clear disdain, feeling that the defense looks far too weak, and silently wonders how many of his attacks it can actually withstand. Instead of wasting time in a battle of wills, Su Jingming suddenly leaps high into the air. His body clears the flame barrier with ease, and in the blink of an eye, he positions himself directly above the trapped Lei Zhou. While suspended in the air, Su Jingming unleashes his final assault without hesitation. His power surges outward, and dozens of enormous purple lightning spears materialize in the sky around him. Each glowing spear crackles with terrifying energy, all of them aimed directly at the helpless Lei Zhou below. The deadly rain of lightning spears finally begins to fall from above, each one tearing downward with a sharp crackle of purple light. It looks like a far more devastating version of Su Jingming's chain thunder gun, only this time, the attack has multiplied into a storm meant to crush everything below. Lei Zhou looks up at the overwhelming barrage, and every bit of color drains from his face. In that instant, terror completely swallows him, because he knows with absolute certainty that if even that storm of lightning spears truly lands on him, he will die right here in the ring. With his life hanging by a thread, Lei Zhou's pride finally shatters. All of his arrogance disappears in an instant, and he screams out his surrender with everything he has left. At the very last second, just as Lei Zhou's desperate surrender rings out, the leading lightning spear suddenly freezes in midair. Its sharp tip stops only a few inches from his eye, so close that he can practically feel the deadly energy burning against his face. The terrifying rain of lightning spears breaks apart and vanishes into scattered purple sparks. At the same time, Su Jingming descends smoothly back into the ring, landing with calm, effortless grace as if the entire attack had been under perfect control from the start. Then, in one final motion that leaves no room for doubt, Su Jingming steps forward and thrusts his physical spear straight toward Lei Zhou. The spear pierces into Lei Zhou's chest, marking the end of the battle and making the winner painfully clear to everyone watching. Su Jingming pulls his spear back from Lei Zhou's chest without a trace of hesitation. Lei Zhou's body sinks down onto the arena floor, kneeling there in complete defeat, his earlier confidence now utterly gone. Standing above his fallen opponent with an overwhelming presence, Su Jingming looks like the absolute ruler of the ring. Teacher Zhou Yun then officially announces the result, declaring Su Jingming the winner of the duel. The audience is left frozen in shock and awe. Voices soon erupt from every direction, exclaiming that this was not just a victory, but a total crushing defeat. They marvel at how Su Jingming smoothly chained together 4 different battle techniques in only a few seconds, something far beyond what any ordinary freshman should be able to accomplish. 2 students in the crowd begin discussing the terrifying techniques they just witnessed. One guesses that those moves must all be at least B grade, while the other stares in amazement and admits that the strongest technique he has learned so far is only C grade. From the sidelines, Lu Ming overhears their guesses and immediately feels a wave of pressure. In his heart, he thinks these students are seriously underestimating his junior brother. He knows the real situation clearly. Su Jingming had actually dared to choose 4 A-grade techniques, and even more terrifying, he had already trained them to a level where they could be used in real combat. Lu Ming cannot help comparing it to his own experience. Back when he was a freshman, he had only dared to choose 1 single A-grade technique, and even that took him more than 4 months to learn. Thinking about this monstrous junior brother beside him, Lu Ming silently admits that the pressure on him is truly getting heavier. Back in the ring, Lei Zhou finally rises to his feet with a humbled expression. He sincerely thanks Su Jingming for sparing his life and openly accepts that he has been completely defeated. He then promises that the wagered credits and cash now belong to Su Jingming, and also assures him that the money owed to his aunt's business will be paid on time. Teacher Zhou Yun walks over to Su Jingming and confirms that his winnings have already been transferred. 50 credits and 3.2 million in currency have been deposited into his student account. Seeing the numbers arrive so quickly, Su Jingming cannot help thinking that a gambling match really is an incredibly fast way to make money. With the duel finally over, Lu Wentao excitedly rushes down to the ring, looking even happier than the winner himself. He congratulates Brother Ming with a bright grin, saying that Su Jingming is now a rich man, then immediately invites him to go into the city center that evening to relax and celebrate properly. Su Jingming starts to turn him down, explaining that he still has training scheduled with his senior. But Lu Ming, who is standing nearby, speaks up and encourages him to go. He tells Su Jingming that training is important, but learning when to relax is also part of maintaining long-term growth. After hearing Lu Ming's advice, Su Jingming finally agrees to go out. As they prepare to leave, Lu Wentao suddenly points excitedly toward Lu Ming and gushes about his reputation, saying he is the vice president of the Ash Club and a powerful user of an A-rank lightning superpower. As Lu Wentao walks away with Su Jingming, he is still full of admiration. He comments that this famous senior is even more impressive in person than the rumors made him sound. While the two leave the arena, Lu Wentao tells Su Jingming to simply follow his lead for the rest of the evening. With a confident and mysterious tone, he says he has already arranged the entire program for tonight. Su Jingming glances back at him with a slightly suspicious look. Hearing the word program, he cannot help asking what kind of arrangement Lu Wentao is talking about. Lu Wentao turns around with a wide, mischievous grin on his face and points straight at his friend. Then he proudly reveals his grand plan. The one unmissable experience of university life, a social mixer between the male and female dormitories. Soon, a table is laid out lavishly for the gathering, covered with all kinds of food and drinks. The atmosphere is relaxed and lively, clearly prepared for a proper social night. Lu Wentao walks over to Su Jingming, who is already seated at the table, and excitedly tells him just how popular he has become. He explains that after posting an invitation for a social mixer on the campus forum, the response was far beyond what he expected. According to Lu Wentao, more than 100 people actually signed up for the gathering. He had to spend quite a bit of effort sorting through the list before finally deciding who to invite. Su Jingming smiles as he listens and comments that Lu Wentao really put a lot of dedication into this. Then he asks who he ended up choosing. Lu Wentao only grins playfully and says it is still a secret for now, but Su Jingming will meet them soon enough. Just then, Lu Wentao notices the guests arriving in the distance. His eyes light up, and he quickly calls them over to join the table. Two young women walk toward them. The first one, wearing glasses and carrying a calm, composed air, introduces herself as Chi Dongxia, the guest who received the invitation. Beside her is a dark-haired girl with a more reserved presence. She gives a simple introduction as well, saying that she is Chi Dongxia's roommate Song Chukyu. Lu Wentao immediately introduces both girls to Su Jingming with obvious pride, highlighting just how impressive they are. He explains that Chi Dongxia possesses an A-rank beast-type ability, while Song Chukyu is already a high-level first-tier superpowered user with an A-rank light element ability, and she was also the top scorer in her own province. Su Jingming responds politely, calmly giving his own introduction and greeting them without putting on any airs. The moment Song Chukyu hears his name, her expression shifts with visible surprise. Almost immediately, she looks directly at Su Jingming and asks if he would be interested in sparring with her, even telling him that he can choose the time and place himself. Chi Dongxia immediately calls her a battle maniac, half helpless and half amused, reminding her that they just arrived and were supposed to be here to socialize, not start setting up fights. Song Chukyu does not deny it either, openly admitting that the main reason she came was because she wanted a chance to spar with Su Jingming. Seeing the atmosphere turning a little awkward, Su Jingming steps in smoothly and invites them both to sit down first. Lu Wentao also quickly clarifies the plan for the evening, saying that tonight is only about having fun, eating good food, and going shopping together. The group spends the rest of the evening wandering through the bustling Huaihai commercial street, surrounded by bright lights, crowded shops, and the lively atmosphere of the city. Song Chukyu lifts her gaze toward the towering skyscrapers around them, her eyes filled with quiet awe. Looking at the magnificent cityscape stretching above the street, she cannot help feeling amazed by how grand everything is. As they continue walking, Chi Dongxia slows down to admire the clothes displayed in a shop window. Meanwhile, Su Jingming's attention is drawn to the many high-end items made for superpowered individuals, including A-rank weapons. He notices displays filled with blades, elixirs, and specialized equipment, and quietly thinks that this commercial center offers far more choices than his hometown, Jiangcheng. Their outing continues in a more relaxed mood as the group samples street food together, enjoying the snacks and the lively night atmosphere around them. Later, they enter a clothing boutique, where the girls begin browsing through different outfits with obvious interest. While the girls are shopping, Su Jingming notices Song Chukyu holding a shopping bag and offers to help carry it for her. As he takes the bag from her hand, their fingers briefly touch, creating a small but noticeable moment between them. After that, Su Jingming stands nearby and watches as the two girls walk ahead together, stopping in front of a jewelry display and looking over the glittering pieces inside. By the time the evening is nearly over, Su Jingming is already carrying a large pile of shopping bags in both hands. He is genuinely surprised that they managed to spend several million in only a few short hours. Lu Wentao notices Su Jingming's reaction and remarks that even though Song Chukyu usually dresses in a simple and low-key style, she is actually quite a wealthy young woman. When Su Jingming seems interested, Lu Wentao leans closer and explains in a quieter voice that her family background is also incredibly powerful. Just then, Chi Dongxia cheerfully calls out from ahead, asking the two boys to come help carry one final bag. Beside her, Song Chukyu quietly thinks that it is probably about time for them to head back. The night eventually ends with Su Jingming and Lu Wentao walking the two girls back to their impressive villa, the building standing out even more under the lights of the evening. At the entrance, Song Chukyu turns toward the boys and tells them that they had a lot of fun tonight, her tone calmer and warmer than before. Su Jingming and Lu Wentao both raise their hands and wave goodbye as the two girls begin heading toward their home. But before fully leaving, Song Chukyu suddenly stops and turns back to face Su Jingming. With a serious expression, she tells him that she meant what she said earlier, and that one day, she will formally challenge him to a sparring match. Her determined declaration catches Su Jingming off guard for a brief moment. But he quickly regains his calm, and a confident smile appears on his face as he accepts her challenge, saying that he will be looking forward to it. Song Chukyu seems pleased by his answer. After giving him one last look, she turns around and heads inside the villa. Once they are inside, Chi Dongxia immediately begins teasing her friend with a knowing smile. She says she has never seen Song Chukyu show such a pleasant expression toward any boy since they started university, and Su Jingming is clearly the only exception. Delighted by her own observation, Chi Dongxia happily concludes that bringing Song Chukyu along tonight was definitely the right decision. Song Chukyu then explains why she usually keeps such a cold distance from boys. Her A-rank light element ability allows her to sense the inner thoughts of the people around her, which means she is constantly forced to see the impure intentions hidden inside the minds of those boys who try to approach her. But when it comes to Su Jingming, Song Chukyu says he is different from the rest. What her ability sensed from him was not desire or any dirty thoughts, but only a clean feeling of appreciation. Because of that, she grows thoughtful for a moment and quietly concludes that Su Jingming is someone special. The moment Qi Dongxia hears this, a mischievous look appears in her eyes. She leans into the teasing right away, happily concluding that Miss Song has clearly started developing a little crush. Meanwhile, on the way back, Lu Wentao walks beside Su Jingming with a satisfied sigh. He says that relaxing like this once in a while really does feel pretty nice, and Su Jingming quietly agrees with him. Even so, Su Jingming's mind is not completely on the relaxed walk home. He thinks back to Song Chukyu and her already high-level strength, realizing that compared to people like her, he still has a long road ahead of him. That thought does not discourage him at all. Instead, it quietly pushes him to train harder and become even stronger. 15 days pass in the blink of an eye. Inside his training room, Su Jingming sits in meditation, his breathing steady and his aura controlled. Once he senses that the timing is right, he decides it is finally time to break through again, and he commands his system, Deep Blue, to spend his points on the upgrade. A violent surge of purple lightning bursts out from Su Jingming's body, filling the training room with flickering light. At the same time, system notifications appear one after another, confirming that he is undergoing a dual advancement. His cultivation is rising from mid-level first tier to high-level first tier, while his thunder indestructible body is also breaking through to the second level. When the raging energy gradually calms down and the purple lightning fades from the room, Su Jingming opens his eyes and quietly reflects on the progress he has just made. He can clearly feel that this rank-up has greatly increased his overall strength. At the same time, he understands that the second level of his body tempering technique is mainly focused on strengthening his bones and muscles, making his physical foundation much tougher than before. After that, Su Jingming checks the training manual again. The manual reveals that once Thunder Indestructible Body reaches the third level, he will unlock a special state known as the Thunder Extreme State, a temporary burst mode that can dramatically increase both his power and speed. Su Jingming then opens his system panel to review his new status. Although he is pleased with the improvement, he feels a bit helpless when he sees that only 62 ability points remain, nowhere near enough for the next upgrade. At that moment, he realizes it is time to ask his master for permission to leave for the wilderness, hunt beasts, and gather more ability points. Later, Su Jingming visits his master's residence. When Dinyang Jintian sees his current aura, he is visibly shocked and immediately asks if he has broken through again. Su Jingming answers calmly, saying that he advanced the previous night, and also mentions that his body tempering technique has reached the second level. Dinyang Jintian is secretly amazed by how casually Su Jingming says it, as if these difficult breakthroughs are nothing more than ordinary steps. In his heart, he can only think that with an S-rank ability and this level of hard training, there may truly be nothing his student cannot accomplish. Standing nearby, Lu Ming cannot help speaking up as well. He calls his junior brother a monster, remembering that it took him a full half-year of effort to achieve the same advancement. Dinyang Jintian then reminds Su Jingming that raising his level is important, but he must never neglect real combat training. To test how much stronger Su Jingming has become, the dean suggests that he spar with his senior brother, Lu Ming, and Su Jingming accepts the challenge with clear enthusiasm. Inside the training room, Lu Ming holds his spear and tells Su Jingming that he will suppress his own strength to the level of a low-level second-tier user. Then he reminds his junior brother not to hold back and to fight him with everything he has. After a brief countdown, the sparring match officially begins. Both warriors launch forward at the same time, closing the distance in an instant. Their spears collide fiercely at the center of the training room, and a brilliant explosion of purple and green energy bursts outward from the clash. The force behind that first collision immediately surprises Lu Ming. He can feel that Su Jingming's power is incredibly strong, almost close to his own current suppressed strength, and the realization makes him take his junior brother even more seriously. Wrapped in crackling purple lightning, Su Jingming feels a rush of excitement rise inside him. Ever since obtaining his system, this is the first time he has faced an opponent whose strength feels truly equal to his own. Wanting to seize the momentum, Su Jingming quickly gathers a sphere of lightning in his hand. Without hesitation, he releases his Thunder Prison technique, sending the concentrated electrical power straight toward Lu Ming. The massive orb of electricity tears across the room with a fierce crackle, forcing Lu Ming to react immediately and raise his defenses against the incoming attack. Before his senior brother can fully recover, Su Jingming leaps forward and follows up with another strike. A volley of lightning spears shoots out in rapid succession, forming an attack that resembles his chain thunder gun technique. Lu Ming instantly recognizes the skill combination, and a smirk appears on his face. He notes that this is the same set of moves Su Jingming used to defeat Lei Zhou, but then declares with confidence that he is not some ordinary freshman opponent. In the next moment, Lu Ming gathers his own power and launches a devastating counterattack. A massive torrent of teal-colored lightning erupts from him, roaring forward as his Jade Pivot True Thunder crashes into the battlefield. 20 minutes later, the fierce sparring match finally comes to an end. Su Jingming is breathing heavily, leaning on his spear just to support himself. With his divine thunder energy completely drained, he admits defeat and acknowledges that he has lost. Lu Ming, however, does not let him feel discouraged. He calmly reassures Su Jingming that he did not lose because his combat skill was lacking, but simply because his lower energy reserves put him at a disadvantage in a drawn-out fight. Din Yang Jintian walks over to the two of them, clearly pleased by what he just witnessed. He praises the sparring match as an exciting battle and admits that Su Jingming's performance far exceeded his expectations. He originally thought Lu Ming would win easily, but instead, the two fought so evenly that the match was ultimately decided by endurance. Lu Ming then turns to his junior brother and asks whether Su Jingming understands what level his combat power actually reached during that fight. Su Jingming looks back at him with a puzzled expression, and Lu Ming gives a stunning evaluation. He says that Su Jingming's current combat power is already unrivaled within the second tier. Hearing this, Su Jingming falls into a thoughtful silence, his eyes slowly filling with renewed determination. After the intense sparring session, Din Yang Jintian announces that training is over for the day and tells everyone to rest. Soon, the butler, Uncle Fu, brings over a tray of spirit fruits and explains that they are perfect for helping the body recover after heavy training. Su Jingming sees this as the right moment and steps forward to speak with his master. He reveals his plan clearly, saying that he intends to leave the university for a trip into the wilderness. Din Yang Jintian is taken aback by the request and immediately asks how long he plans to be gone. Su Jingming explains that he expects to stay out for more than a month and plans to return shortly before the freshman competition begins. Hearing that he wants to be gone for so long, Din Yang Jintian's expression grows stern with concern. He warns Su Jingming that the wilderness is nothing like the controlled exam grounds and that the dangers there are on an entirely different level. The dean explains that out in the wilderness, there will be no army protection watching over him. Fierce beasts roam unpredictably, and it is very easy to run into a creature far beyond one's own level. Staying there for more than a month carries enormous risks, but after seeing the firm determination in Su Jingming's eyes, the dean finally softens and chooses to relent. Din Yang Jintian decides that if Su Jingming has already made up his mind, he will not stand in his way. He places a firm hand on his student's shoulder and gives him one serious piece of advice. If the situation ever turns bad, he must run without the slightest hesitation. The dean tells him that the road to becoming truly powerful is filled with life and death crises, and since Su Jingming has such ambition, he will allow him to walk that path. Su Jingming lowers his head in gratitude and sincerely thanks his master for understanding his decision. Din Yang Jintian then asks which wilderness region he plans to enter. As Su Jingming takes a spirit fruit from Lu Ming, he answers calmly that he is heading to the wilderness area near Yuan Shui City. This answer seems to ease some of Din Yang Jintian's worries. He notes that the area is close to Magic Capital, and the beasts there usually only reach Tier 4 or Tier 5 at most, making it a relatively safer choice. He then tells Su Jingming that he will have Lu Ming share some useful wilderness experience with him later, and Su Jingming accepts the offer. As one final gesture of support, Din Yang Jintian explains that since he cannot help much once Su Jingming is outside the university, he will at least give him a suitable weapon. The glowing ring on the dean's finger suddenly shines with bright teal light, and he takes Su Jingming's hand, preparing to pass him this gift. Back in his dorm room, Su Jingming sits on the edge of his bed. His new spear rests beside him, and a packed bag is already prepared, showing that he is nearly ready to set out. He then calls out to the AI Eva and asks her to open the university's mission system. As holographic screens unfold in front of him, Su Jingming recalls the advice Lu Ming gave him earlier. Before heading into the wilderness, it would be smart to accept some missions so he can earn extra credits along the way. Su Jingming carefully browses through the mission list, noticing that the tasks vary widely. Some require collecting beast materials, others involve gathering rare herbs, and there are even missions to capture fugitives. The rewards also differ based on difficulty, with C-rank and D-rank missions offering modest credits, while A-rank and S-rank missions promise far greater returns. As he studies the list, Su Jingming notices that nearly all of the high-reward missions involve direct combat. He quietly remarks to himself that this must be Modu University's training model, forcing its students into dangerous situations so they can grow stronger through real pressure. He remembers a saying that the most outstanding students are not raised comfortably on campus, but forged out in the wider world. With that thought in mind, Su Jingming selects 1 A-rank mission and 3 B-rank missions for his upcoming trip. With all of his preparations finally complete, Su Jingming changes into his new combat attire. He slings his backpack over his shoulder, takes up his spear, and gets ready to leave the university behind for the wilderness. As Eva wishes him good luck, Su Jingming's gaze grows firm. He thinks to himself that there is no more time to waste, and that he needs to set out immediately. His journey brings him to the Yuan Shui City Supply Base, a lively town built in the middle of a mountainous region. It serves as a forward base for superpowered beings and adventurers preparing to enter the wilderness. The streets of the supply base are crowded with adventurers moving back and forth, and many of them are loudly trying to recruit members for their beast-hunting teams. Su Jingming finally arrives at the Yuan Shui City Supply Base, and as he takes in the lively streets around him, a satisfied feeling rises in his chest. After all the preparation and travel, he has finally reached the starting point of his wilderness journey. He walks along the busy streets for a while before entering a grand building that serves as the Adventurer Registration Hall. The moment he steps inside, he sees armed figures everywhere, some carrying blades, others wearing combat suits, all clearly prepared for dangerous trips beyond the base. At the reception counter, a woman in an elegant red dress greets him with a warm professional smile. Her tone is polite and welcoming as she asks Su Jingming what kind of assistance he needs. Su Jingming states his purpose directly, saying that he wants to register as an adventurer. As he speaks, he holds up his identification, already knowing that anyone who wants to enter the wilderness must first obtain a nationally recognized adventurer identity. The receptionist takes Su Jingming's university ID and immediately looks impressed when she sees he is a student from Modu Superpower University. She remarks that it is rare for a first-tier user like him to venture into the wilderness so early, then explains that the registration will take a little while. With a polite gesture, she suggests that he rest in the hall while he waits. While waiting for the process to finish, Su Jingming begins walking through the hall, quietly observing the other adventurers around him and taking in the atmosphere of this place. Suddenly, a wave of excitement breaks out near the entrance. Several men call out in surprise as a new arrival steps into the hall, immediately recognizing her as the goddess Jiang Chuxian. They praise her beauty and powerful aura, saying that such a presence is exactly what they would expect from a student of Modu University. The person drawing everyone's attention is a stylish woman with long white hair and a pair of sunglasses. She walks through the hall with confident, effortless poise, followed closely by two large bodyguards and a cameraman. This woman is Jiang Chuxian, a second-year student from Modu Superpower University. The surrounding adventurers immediately start gossiping about her arrival. Some guess that she must be here to film new material for her online videos, while others praise her content and talk about how popular she is. One man claims she has at least 10 million fans, only for another to correct him with certainty, saying she has more than 15 million followers, then passionately declares that he would trade 10 years of his life just to become her boyfriend. From a distance, Su Jingming quietly watches the scene unfold. Recognizing her as a fellow student from his university, he takes mental note of her, and at the same time, he cannot help noticing that her beauty is on the same level as Song Chukyu's. His thoughts are interrupted when the receptionist calls him back over. She hands him his new adventurer card along with a satellite smartwatch, explaining that the watch contains a wilderness map marked with beast activity zones and danger levels. Su Jingming accepts them and thanks her politely. Just as Su Jingming turns to leave, a shady-looking man suddenly steps into his path and blocks him. The man sizes him up and guesses that this must be Su Jingming's first time entering the wilderness. With a seemingly friendly tone, he warns that going in unprepared is extremely dangerous, then offers to sell him a few essential elixirs for protection. Su Jingming looks at him with mild interest and asks how much those elixirs cost. The man immediately grows eager and opens his coat, revealing rows of hidden pills tucked inside. He offers first-grade healing elixirs for 20,000 and antidote elixirs for 15,000, then adds that he also has stronger second-grade versions, though those would naturally be more expensive. Su Jingming comments casually that the prices do not sound too high. Hearing this, the merchant laughs with satisfaction, looking pleased with himself as he boasts that he is well known around here for selling elixirs that are both cheap and effective. But Su Jingming's gaze sharpens slightly. Something about this is clearly wrong. He knows that a normal first-grade elixir should cost at least 30 to 40,000, so prices this low can only mean one thing. This man is a scammer specifically targeting inexperienced newcomers. Instead of showing fear or confusion, Su Jingming calmly asks how many elixirs the man wants to sell him. Then, without warning, he exposes the scam directly, asking how many new adventurers the man has already cheated with this trick. Once the merchant realizes he has been seen through, the friendly act disappears from his face. He steps closer with an aggressive look and asks whether Su Jingming was playing with him from the very beginning. Su Jingming remains completely calm and simply asks him what he thinks. The merchant's expression twists into a menacing grin. In a low, threatening voice, he declares that Su Jingming is the first person who has ever dared to provoke him inside the supply base. Before the situation can escalate any further, a young woman with short dark hair suddenly steps in and shouts at the merchant. She calls him by name, Zhao Chunlin, and angrily accuses him of scamming new adventurers again. The woman walks toward them with clear irritation in her eyes. Seeing her approach, Zhao Chunlin clicks his tongue in annoyance and mutters that Su Jingming is lucky this time. But before Zhao Chunlin leaves, he leans close and leaves behind a sinister warning. He tells Su Jingming not to leave the supply base for the next few days, or else he will definitely regret it. As Zhao Chunlin stalks away with a dark expression, the surrounding adventurers begin whispering among themselves. They say the newcomer is in serious trouble now that Zhao Chunlin has marked him, and that he clearly provoked the wrong person. One adventurer adds that Zhao Chunlin is rumored to be a mid-level second-tier user, far stronger than a high-level first-tier newcomer like Su Jingming. The woman who intervened walks up to Su Jingming and warns him that Zhao Chunlin is extremely vengeful. She advises him to stay inside the base for now, but Su Jingming thanks her and then asks why someone who is known for scamming people has not already been handled by the authorities. She explains that Zhao Chunlin has powerful connections behind him, which is why most people do not dare interfere with his business. Before leaving, she advises Su Jingming to buy his supplies only from official channels, and gives him one last serious reminder not to leave the base carelessly. As the woman walks away, Su Jingming watches her departing figure for a moment and silently thinks that she is a genuinely kind-hearted person. Su Jingming quickly puts the encounter out of his mind and refocuses on his original purpose. Since he plans to stay in the wilderness for an entire month, he decides to buy everything he will need first, mentally listing healing elixirs, antidote elixirs, and other necessary supplies. After deciding what to purchase, Su Jingming heads to an official counter inside the adventurer hall to buy his supplies properly. Once the items are packed away safely inside his backpack, Su Jingming leaves the adventurer hall fully equipped, ready to step into the wilderness. However, the moment he walks outside, his path is blocked by Zhao Chunlin and several cronies. Zhao Chunlin's face is filled with anger as he mocks Su Jingming for being foolish and stubborn enough to leave after being warned not to. Then he asks coldly whether Su Jingming is deliberately disrespecting him. Su Jingming looks at him without the slightest panic and calmly asks what exactly he wants. That calm attitude only makes Zhao Chunlin even angrier. His face twists into a cruel sneer as he declares that since Su Jingming has dared to disrespect him, he will break both of his legs and make him spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. In his eyes, only crippling Su Jingming will be enough to calm his anger. Nearby, the kind female adventurer who warned Su Jingming earlier notices the confrontation. She frowns in frustration, upset that he did not listen to her advice, and immediately says she has to go help. But her companion reaches out and stops her, suggesting that maybe it would be better to let him suffer a lesson first. Back at the confrontation, Zhao Chunlin gets ready to carry out his threat. Dark energy begins swirling around his arm as he activates his ability, making the atmosphere around him turn heavier. He proudly boasts about his C-rank metallic skin superpower, claiming that together with his D-rank combat suit, Su Jingming will not even be able to scratch him. Then he gives his ultimatum. Unless Su Jingming pays him 1 million and kneels down to apologize, he will cripple him on the spot. Su Jingming reacts instantly. A faint crackle of purple lightning flickers from his body, and with obvious contempt in his voice, he only says one word, shameless. The sudden burst of energy makes Zhao Chunlin's eyes widen in shock. For a split second, his confidence wavers as he realizes something is not right. Before Zhao Chunlin or any of his cronies can react, Su Jingming vanishes in a flash of purple lightning. In the next instant, he appears behind the merchant and strikes him down with a single devastating blow. The power of that lightning-fast strike is overwhelming. Zhao Chunlin is sent flying backward, his body instantly battered and covered in blood from the impact. He crashes away with terrifying force, smashing directly through a nearby stone wall and shattering it into broken fragments. The onlookers are left completely speechless, especially the kind female adventurer and her companions. None of them expected the confrontation to end so suddenly or so brutally. Su Jingming stands calmly in the devastated courtyard, as if the chaos around him has nothing to do with him. The crowd instinctively parts around his figure, no one daring to block his way. Shock ripples through the surrounding adventurers as they murmur about Zhao Chunlin's instant defeat. One person admits they did not even see how Su Jingming attacked, while another says they were originally worried for the newcomer and never imagined he would be this strong. Everyone quickly reaches the same conclusion. Zhao Chunlin picked a fight with the wrong person. The kind female adventurer and her friend are also struggling to process what they just witnessed. The woman admits that even she could not follow Su Jingming's movement clearly. Her blonde companion looks at the damage with a grim expression and guesses that Zhao Chunlin's legs and pelvis must have been completely shattered. She concludes that even if he manages to survive, he will be crippled. The kind woman then remarks that Su Jingming is not only incredibly strong, but also ruthless when he strikes, truly worthy of being a student from the prestigious Modu Superpower University. When her companion asks how she knows his identity, the woman explains that she recognized his combat suit as exclusive gear from Modu Superpower University. Impressed by Su Jingming's strength, the kind woman, whom her friend calls Xiao Qian, suggests that they should try to recruit him into their team, since they are currently short one attacker. Her teammate immediately protests, reminding her that when they first formed their all-female team, they agreed to only accept female members. The other teammates begin teasing Xiao Qian with playful smiles, suggesting that she only wants to invite Su Jingming because he is handsome. At the same time, they admit that if someone that strong really joined them, they would not exactly be against it. Their teasing quickly leaves Xiao Qian flustered and embarrassed. Su Jingming pays no attention to the commotion behind him. Leaving the shocked crowd and the fallen Zhao Chunlin behind, he continues forward toward the wilderness entry gate. He brings his adventurer card up to the scanner, and the moment the device reads it, a confirmation flashes across the display. His identity is verified, his entry permission is granted, and without slowing down, he steps past the enormous gate and into the endless stretch of Yuan Shui wilderness, where dense, untamed forest spreads out before him like a living wall. Not long after entering the wilderness, he suddenly slows his steps and stops in place. From somewhere deep between the trees, a heavy, thunderous beast roar rolls through the forest, powerful enough to make the air itself seem to tremble. Su Jingming immediately understands what that roar means. It is not just random noise, but a territorial warning from a truly powerful beast, most likely one that has already reached at least Tier 4. Even so, his expression remains steady, because he knows very clearly that those monsters are not the prey he came here for today. Standing there in the wilderness, he quickly begins organizing his hunting route in his mind. The Yuan Shui wilderness is split into two major areas, one being the ruined city zone and the other being the mountain forest. Since the beasts roaming the ruined city are generally weaker, Su Jingming decides that will be the best place to begin harvesting the ability points he needs. He raises his wrist and activates the holographic map on his smartwatch, watching as the glowing terrain layout expands in front of him. Soon, his eyes lock onto a nearby location called Pingan County. According to the information, that area is mainly filled with Tier 2 beasts, with only a small number of Tier 1 creatures and no higher tier threats at all. The county also covers a wide area, with an estimated 500 to 600 beasts inside, making it almost a perfect hunting ground for him. With his target chosen, Su Jingming lets out a determined shout, announcing his arrival in Pingan County, as if declaring the start of his hunt. In the next instant, a faint blue aura wraps around his body, and he launches forward at incredible speed, tearing through the forest like a streak of light. Before long, he arrives at the abandoned county streets, where cracked roads, ruined buildings, and empty corners give the place a dead, desolate feeling. But the moment Su Jingming steps inside, his presence draws attention, and a vicious wolf-like beast suddenly bursts out from the shadows, lunging straight at him. Su Jingming does not panic at all. With one calm glance, he recognizes the creature in front of him as a Tier 2 shadow cat, and instead of seeing it as a threat, he treats it like a convenient bundle of ability points that has delivered itself right to his door. But just as he is about to make his move, his expression suddenly tightens, and he grips his chest in pain. Deep inside him, the violent negative emotions carried by the Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood begin to surge again, stirring up an overwhelming hunger to kill. Su Jingming quickly realizes that the harder he tries to force that murderous impulse down, the more violently it claws its way back up. A wild, savage grin slowly spreads across Su Jingming's face. At that moment, he decides there is no point in continuing to restrain himself, and the last trace of hesitation fades from his eyes. Purple lightning erupts around him like a raging storm, crackling violently through the air as he finally gives in to the bloodlust. His aura changes in an instant, becoming terrifying and oppressive, and the shadow cat that had been ready to attack is suddenly rooted in place, frozen stiff by pure fear. 1 month later, the same county has become strangely silent. A 4-man adventurer team moves cautiously through the empty streets, their footsteps echoing between the ruined buildings. One of the members finally turns to their bald, red-bearded captain and asks why the place is so deserted, complaining that they have searched for an entire day without seeing even a single beast. The captain snaps back in irritation, saying he has no idea either, but the situation clearly feels wrong. In a ruined city of this size, there should have been hundreds of beasts crawling through the area, and even if a large migration had happened, it still should not have left the county this completely empty. Just when the group is growing uneasy, their luck finally seems to turn. A large tiger-like beast with blade-shaped arms suddenly appears in front of them, its imposing figure making the adventurers tense up in surprise. After wandering around for so long without a single target, the captain is visibly relieved to finally see prey. He immediately gathers his men and shouts for them to attack together, determined to take down the Armblade Tiger as a team. But before any of them can even rush forward, the sky above them suddenly flashes. A massive spear formed entirely from pure purple lightning tears down from the air with terrifying force. The lightning spear crashes directly into the beast's body, and in the next instant, the Armblade Tiger is swallowed by a violent explosion of purple energy. Debris and shattered remains scatter outward, and the beast is obliterated on the spot without even getting a chance to fight back. The adventurers stand there in stunned silence, completely overwhelmed by the sudden attack. One of them nervously wonders if they just witnessed some new kind of laser weapon, but the experienced captain immediately rejects that idea, saying a real laser would have struck much faster. After seeing the power and form of the attack, he understands that it was a devastating lightning element combat technique. The captain quickly pieces together what is really happening. That strike was not just a random attack, it was a warning. Someone incredibly powerful has already claimed the entire county as their own hunting territory. Without wasting another second, the captain orders his team to leave immediately. His men scramble after him, one still muttering about how terrifying that lightning spear was, while another finally realizes why they had not found any beasts all day. They had not vanished on their own. They had been wiped out by this mysterious lightning user. The captain barks at them to move faster, terrified of what might happen if they stayed too long and offended that hidden powerhouse. High above the ruined county, Su Jingming sits calmly on the edge of a tall building, watching everything from a distance. A system notification appears in front of him, confirming that he has killed a Tier 2 Armblade Tiger and gained 19 ability points. Looking at the result, he feels satisfied, especially now that his Thunder Spear technique has reached a higher level of mastery and can strike targets more than 1,000 meters away. He then opens his status panel and quietly reviews everything he has gained over the past month. After collecting more than 8,000 ability points, he has climbed all the way from high-level first tier to high-level second tier, and his Thunder Indestructible body has successfully broken through to the third level. What pleases him even more is that several of his A-rank combat techniques have also been pushed up to the intermediate level, something he believes no ordinary person could possibly accomplish in such a short time. Now that Ping'an County has been completely cleared out, Su Jingming decides there is no reason to stay any longer. He plans to return to the supply base for the night, rest up, and then head deeper into the wilderness the next day. When Su Jingming returns to the Yuan Shui supply base, the adventurers nearby immediately stare at him in disbelief. On his back is an unbelievably huge, bulging backpack, stuffed so full that it looks like it might burst at any moment. Some of them joke that the bag looks like it has grown legs, while others laugh that he must have foolishly dragged back an entire beast carcass. Su Jingming pays no attention to their comments, but inwardly, he feels relieved that he bought the reinforced version of the backpack. If he had chosen a normal one, there was no way it could have survived holding more than 400 kilograms of beast materials. He makes his way into the adventurer's hall and walks straight to the receptionist's counter to sell everything he has brought back. The female receptionist greets him politely, asks what kind of materials he wants to sell, and gestures toward the large weighing scale prepared nearby. Su Jingming sets down the enormous backpack and opens it up. The moment the pack is loosened, a massive pile of valuable beast parts spills into view, each one clearly taken from high-quality Tier 2 prey. He calmly tells the stunned receptionist that there are more than 400 kilograms of Tier 2 beast materials inside, then asks her to help calculate how much the entire haul is worth. The receptionist can barely hide her shock as she begins checking the materials. The more she looks, the more astonished she becomes, because nearly every piece is a valuable, well-preserved component. Things like tiger tendons, sharp claws, and sturdy rhino horns, all in excellent condition. Completely overwhelmed by the sheer amount of material in front of her, the receptionist quickly apologizes and asks Su Jingming to wait for a moment. The quantity is far too large for her to process alone, so she explains that she needs to call someone else over to help handle the appraisal. A short while later, a neatly dressed man approaches the counter, followed closely by two female attendants in red dresses. He steps forward with a professional smile and introduces himself as Zhao Yi, the manager responsible for acquisitions. After Su Jingming gives his own name, Manager Zhao Yi warmly reaches out and shakes his hand. He openly expresses his admiration, saying it is impressive for someone so young to have hunted so many beasts. Then he arranges for his staff to handle the inventory and politely invites Su Jingming to sit with him while they wait. As Su Jingming sits across from Manager Zhao Yi, the staff of the Adventurers Hall get to work. Floating scanner drones hover around the huge pile of materials, carefully sweeping over each item, while the employees record and appraise everything with great attention. Manager Zhao Yi is clearly impressed by this young client and quietly decides that building a good relationship with him would be worthwhile. With a friendly smile, he takes out a platinum membership card for the supply base, explaining that it provides discounts on all purchases, and asks Su Jingming to accept it as a small token of goodwill. Su Jingming accepts it politely and thanks him. Soon, a female employee returns with the completed inventory report. She announces that they have counted 89 high-tier, 107 mid-tier, and 221 low-tier Tier 2 beast materials in total. The numbers are so staggering that even Manager Zhao Yi is secretly shaken, wondering if Su Jingming had somehow wiped out an entire layer of beasts by himself. Turning back to Su Jingming, manager Zhao Yi presents the final valuation. The total comes to just over $24.76 million, but instead of paying the exact amount, he generously offers to round it up to $25 million. Su Jingming accepts the offer with a calm smile and a polite word of thanks. A moment later, Su Jingming's phone lights up with a deposit notification. When he checks the message, his bank balance has already risen to more than $29 million, and he cannot help but smile as he realizes he has become incredibly wealthy almost overnight. As Su Jingming gets ready to leave, manager Zhao Yi hands him a business card and warmly invites him to come by for tea sometime. Su Jingming gives a polite response, agreeing casually before turning and walking out of the hall. Manager Zhao Yi remains where he is, watching Su Jingming's back as he leaves. In his mind, he feels certain that this young man has a future with almost limitless potential. But just as Su Jingming walks away, manager Zhao Yi's phone suddenly begins to ring, breaking the quiet moment. He answers the call, and the person on the other end is soon revealed to be Zhao Chunlin. From a hospital bed, Zhao Chunlin is wrapped heavily in bandages and confined to a wheelchair, yet his anger is still burning fiercely. He shouts into the phone that he saw the person who attacked him return to the base, then furiously demands that the manager help him take revenge. Manager Zhao Yi, now revealed to be the powerful contact Zhao Chunlin was relying on, stays calm as he listens. He asks if Zhao Chunlin is talking about that high-level first-tier user, then quietly asks how he wants to handle the matter. Zhao Chunlin, still consumed by rage, demands that Zhao Yi send out the Tiger Shark squad and make Su Jingming's life a complete nightmare. Manager Zhao Yi agrees to lend him the elite squad, but his tone turns cold as he states one condition clearly. Once this matter is over, their association ends for good. Zhao Chunlin immediately accepts, vowing that as soon as his revenge is finished, he will leave the city. After the call ends, Zhao Yi lowers the phone, but a strange feeling of unease lingers in his chest. He tries to brush it off as nothing more than paranoia, reassuring himself that the Tiger Shark squad is made up of elite Tier 2 users, so dealing with a single first-tier opponent should not be difficult at all. At the same time, Su Jingming is walking through the streets of the supply base when he suddenly stops and lets out a loud sneeze. He rubs his nose with a puzzled look, wondering what that was about. For a moment, he even suspects that someone, somewhere, might be talking badly about him behind his back. Meanwhile, manager Zhao Yi is already on another call, this time speaking to his superior with clear excitement in his voice. He reports that a new ability user named Su Jingming has appeared, and that the haul of beast materials he brought in was greater than what more than a dozen ordinary teams could collect combined. On the other end of the call, the supply base's chief manager, Wang Chuang, hears the name Su Jingming and immediately says he will check the records. The moment he opened Su Jingming's file on the screen, his expression froze. His eyes slowly widened, as if he had just discovered something completely beyond what he expected. Manager Wang Chuang wasted no time and immediately called back, his voice sharper and more urgent than before. He warned manager Zhao Yi that Su Jingming was no ordinary visitor and that the instant the young man returned, Zhao Yi had to report it to him right away. Zhao Yi quickly agreed, but after hanging up, he could not help wondering what kind of young man could make his boss react so seriously. In the end, he could only assume Su Jingming had some terrifying background behind him, and he secretly felt relieved that he had treated him politely earlier. Meanwhile, manager Wang Chuang stared closely at Su Jingming's profile, his brows tightening the more he read. He soon realized that this young man was also a disciple of the famous Yang Jintian, and from the records in front of him, Su Jingming's talent might even be above Lu Ming, another student under the dean. After reading that, Wang Chuang's conclusion was simple. Su Jingming was a true prodigy, the kind of person no one in the base could afford to offend. At the same time, Su Jingming was strolling through the busy commercial streets inside the supply base. Shops lined both sides of the road, selling all kinds of equipment, weapons, and rare items. When he noticed a store displaying spatial storage rings, he stopped to take a look, only to feel his mood sink almost immediately. Even the most basic model, with storage space barely larger than a suitcase, was priced at more than 10 million. Even though the price was painfully high, Su Jingming had to admit that a space ring would be extremely convenient. Just imagining being able to carry supplies without dragging bags around made it hard not to feel tempted. Then his eyes shifted slightly, and he could not help wondering how expensive a larger ring would be if he wanted one big enough to store his long spear. Before he could think any further, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket, cutting through his thoughts. Su Jingming picked it up and answered, and right away, Lu Wentao's cheerful voice came from the other side. His roommate sounded relaxed as he asked when Su Jingming planned to return to the university. Su Jingming replied casually that he would probably head back in about half a month. Then, hearing Lu Wentao call so suddenly, he asked if something had happened back at school. What Su Jingming did not know was that he had already been targeted. In the shadow of a hidden alley nearby, Zhao Chunlin sat in a wheelchair with hatred burning in his eyes. Around him stood a group of mercenaries, the Tiger Shark Squad, waiting quietly like predators preparing to strike. The leader of the squad, a man with a short blonde buzz cut and one arm hanging in a sling, narrowed his eyes and pointed straight towards Su Jingming. In a cold voice, he identified their target and gave the order. They were to break Su Jingming's hands and feet, then drag him back to Zhao Chunlin. One of the female members answered calmly, accepting the command without the slightest hesitation. While Su Jingming continued walking with the phone to his ear, Lu Wentao began talking about something happening at the university. Apparently, there was a new freshman who had been acting extremely arrogant lately, and Lu Wentao sounded like he could not wait to complain about him. But in the middle of the call, Su Jingming suddenly slowed his steps. A faint chill passed through his senses as he noticed several hostile gazes locking onto him from the darkness. On the phone, Lu Wentao immediately asked what was wrong. Su Jingming glanced calmly over his shoulder, already aware that someone was lying in wait, but his voice stayed steady as he told his roommate it was nothing. Su Jingming then continued forward and deliberately walked into a deserted alley, where the surroundings instantly became much quieter. Hidden in the shadows, the Tiger Shark Squad had already taken position. Seeing Su Jingming enter their trap, the captain gestured to the others and said the target was now in place. He ordered a member named He Ji to assess Su Jingming's strength first, while another mercenary muttered that their captain was being far too careful for just one upper first-rank user. He Ji activated her psychic ability and focused her perception on Su Jingming. At first, she looked calm, but the moment her senses touched the power surrounding him, her face changed completely. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she blurted out that what she was seeing should not be possible. The captain immediately noticed the shift in her expression. His face darkened as he turned toward her and asked what was wrong, already sensing that something about this mission was not right. Without wasting words, He Ji directly shared her psychic perception with the rest of the squad. In an instant, the entire team saw the same terrifying image that had shaken her. Through that psychic view, the alley looked completely different. Each member of the Tiger Shark Squad appeared with only small flickers of energy around them, like weak flames trembling in the dark. But Su Jingming was nothing like them. Around him surged a massive vortex of deep purple power, towering over everything else and swallowing the space around him with overwhelming pressure. The squad members were instantly horrified. This was not the strength of an upper first-rank user at all, nor was it merely upper second rank. With that kind of power, Su Jingming could crush them without any effort. The captain's face twisted with rage as he finally understood what had happened. Their information was completely wrong, and Zhao Chunlin had practically sent them straight into a death trap. Without the slightest hesitation, he canceled the operation on the spot, ordering the entire squad to retreat immediately. As he pulled back, his eyes burned with fury, clearly deciding that he would settle this debt later. From inside the alley, Su Jingming watched as the mercenaries who had been hiding around him suddenly sprang away and disappeared one after another. Their movements were fast, but their retreat was even faster, leaving him standing there with a puzzled look as he wondered why they had run off so abruptly. After thinking about it for only a moment, Su Jingming quickly figured out the answer. The only person in this supply base who truly held a grudge against him was Zhao Chunlin, so this was most likely another failed attempt at revenge. Su Jingming did not take it too seriously. People like Zhao Chunlin would never learn from a small warning, and next time Su Jingming decided he would make sure to teach him a proper lesson. Not long after, the furious Tiger Shark Squad returned to Zhao Chunlin. The squad leader stormed forward with a face full of anger, and before the merchant could react, he swung his hand and slapped him hard across the face. The slap landed with terrifying force, knocking Zhao Chunlin straight out of his wheelchair. He crashed to the ground in a miserable state, stunned and aching all over. Clutching his face in shock, he looked up and demanded to know why they had attacked him. The squad leader stared down at him with open contempt, his voice full of rage. He shouted that Zhao Chunlin's information had been completely wrong and had almost led them all into a death trap. Then he revealed the truth that made the air go cold. Their target was not some upper first-rank user at all, but a powerful upper second-rank expert. When Zhao Chunlin heard that, he went completely speechless. His mouth opened, but no words came out. He could not understand how Su Jingming, who had only been gone for just over a month, could have become so powerful so quickly. The squad leader had no patience left for his confusion. With a cold, disgusted expression, he said he did not care what Zhao Chunlin thought or understood. The mission was over. After declaring it terminated, he turned and left with his team, abandoning Zhao Chunlin broken and humiliated on the ground. After leaving Zhao Chunlin behind, the Tiger Shark Squad leader went straight to report back to manager Zhao Yi. When Zhao Yi saw them return so quickly, surprise flashed across his face, clearly not expecting the job to end so soon. The squad leader confirmed that the mission had been cancelled. He explained that Zhao Chunlin's intelligence was completely inaccurate, because the target was actually an upper second-rank user. But after saying that, he paused and corrected himself, his expression turning even more serious. It was worse than that. According to their scanner, Su Jingming's combat strength was at least 3rd rank, which was the real reason they had chosen to retreat. Manager Zhao Yi's face darkened instantly when he heard this. Anger surged through him as he wondered how Zhao Chunlin could have made such an enormous mistake with information this important. But soon, beneath the anger, a terrible sense of dread began to rise in Zhao Yi's chest. His expression stiffened, and he quickly asked for the target's name. The squad leader replied that Zhao Chunlin had not given a name, only a description of a muscular man standing about 1.9 meters tall. The squad leader continued, saying the man also carried a long spear. The moment those details came together, Zhao Yi's face lost all color. Horror spread across his features as he realized exactly who the target had been. The scene shifted to manager Wang Chuang's office, where the atmosphere had become terrifyingly tense. Wang Chuang slammed both hands onto his desk with such force that the books on top were sent flying. His voice exploded through the room as he shouted at Zhao Yi, demanding to know who had given him the courage to ambush Su Jingming. Zhao Yi stood there trembling, clearly terrified, but he still tried to defend himself in a nervous voice. He pointed out that Su Jingming was only an upper second-rank kid, and could not understand why manager Wang Chuang was reacting with such fury. Manager Wang Chuang snapped at him, calling him a fool without hesitation. Then he ordered a drone to project Su Jingming's records directly in front of them, forcing Zhao Yi to see the truth with his own eyes. As Zhao Yi read the information on the projected file, the full horror of the situation finally struck him. Su Jingming was only 18 years old, yet he had already reached upper second rank. He was the top scholar of Jiangnan province and a freshman at Modu Superpower University. But the most terrifying line was the name of his mentor. Standing behind him was the legendary Yang Jintian. Manager Wang Chuang stared at Zhao Yi with a grim expression and asked if he finally understood. Then, in a heavy voice, he explained that someone like Yang Jintian could flatten the entire supply base if he wanted to, and even the state would not step in to stop him. Zhao Yi's fear erupted completely. Sharp spikes suddenly burst from his back as his body reacted under the pressure, and he bent forward in a deep bow. His voice shook as he promised manager Wang Chuang that he would handle the situation properly. Following manager Wang Chuang's order, 2 guards soon dragged the battered Zhao Chunlin into the office. The merchant looked utterly miserable, no longer carrying even a trace of his earlier arrogance. The guards threw Zhao Chunlin onto the floor like a sack of trash. Trembling in terror, he immediately began begging for his life, his voice cracking as he pleaded for mercy. Manager Zhao Yi looked down at him with an icy expression. He declared that a simple beating would never be enough for what had happened. Since Zhao Chunlin was the ringleader, he had to be executed. Then Zhao Yi told him coldly that he had no one to blame but himself for provoking someone he never had the right to offend. Before Zhao Chunlin could say another word, Zhao Yi moved decisively. With one brutal motion, he snapped the merchant's neck and executed him right there on the spot. Inside manager Wang Chuang's office, Zhao Yi stood nervously after carrying out the execution, watching Wang Chuang's reaction with unease. But the base's chief manager was clearly not satisfied. His voice remained cold as he asked whether Zhao Yi truly believed that killing Zhao Chunlin alone would be enough to calm someone like Su Jingming. With a dangerous look in his eyes, Wang Chuang reminded Zhao Yi that he had ignored many of his shady dealings over the years. But this time, the mistake was far too serious to simply brush aside. He then declared that everyone involved in the incident, including the Tiger Shark squad, had to be severely punished. They needed to make sure no rumors spread and no loose ends remained. Zhao Yi could only stand there in horror, unable to say a single word. The scene then shifted to the entrance of the Adventurers' Hall. There, the top management of the supply base had gathered in a neat and formal line, creating an impressive sight that immediately drew attention. A crowd began to gather nearby, and among them were Xiao Qian and her team. They looked at the lineup in surprise, quickly recognizing manager Wang Chuang standing at the very front. When they noticed that all the department heads were also present, they realized this was no ordinary reception. Whoever they were waiting for had to be someone extremely important. Just then, one of Xiao Qian's teammates suddenly noticed a familiar figure approaching from a distance. He pointed toward the young man and immediately said that it was the student they had seen from Modu Superpower University. Su Jingming had just finished handling his errands and was returning to the Adventurers' Hall. When he saw the entire management team gathered at the entrance, he slowed down slightly, clearly confused about why so many important people were standing there together. The man standing at the front of the group stepped forward with a warm smile and greeted him politely. He welcomed student Su back, then introduced himself as Wang Luan, the chief manager of the supply base. Seeing the highest authority in the entire base personally step forward to greet Su Jingming, left Xiao Qian and her companions stunned. Only then did they truly realize that this young man's identity was far from simple. Manager Wang Luan then offered Su Jingming a formal apology, his attitude respectful and serious. Manager Wang Luan informed Su Jingming that Zhao Chunlin had already been punished for the offense against him. He then added that all of the accomplices involved had also been rounded up, and every one of them would spend the rest of their lives in prison. To show their sincerity, Manager Wang Luan further explained that the supply base had prepared compensation as reparations. Hearing this, Su Jingming felt genuinely impressed. As expected of a chief manager, Wang Luan handled the entire matter cleanly, decisively, and without leaving any loose ends. A female attendant stepped forward with both hands carefully carrying a box, then presented it respectfully to Su Jingming. Inside was the supply base's highest-level black gold membership card. Manager Wang Chuang explained with a polite smile that this card would allow Su Jingming to stay at the base for free, and no matter what he bought here in the future, he would receive at least a 20% discount. Right after that, another attendant walked up and offered a second gift. This one was placed inside a small, refined box, and when it was opened, Su Jingming saw a space ring lying quietly inside, with an internal storage capacity of 1 cubic meter. The moment Su Jingming realized what the gift actually was, even he could not stay completely calm. His eyes paused on the ring, and for a second, he was genuinely stunned by just how valuable this compensation was. Su Jingming held the space ring in his hand, feeling its weight despite its small size. He knew very well that something like this would sell for at least 50 million on the open market. Since the base was willing to offer such a gift, he accepted it without making things difficult and silently acknowledged Manager Wang Chuang's sincerity. Manager Wang Chuang looked at Su Jingming with admiration and praised him openly, saying that this kind of straightforward boldness was exactly what one would expect from a student of Yang Xintian. He then mentioned that Su Jingming's senior disciple brother, Lu Ming, had also trained at this very supply base before. Before Su Jingming left, Manager Wang Chuang spoke again in a warm and serious tone. He told Su Jingming that if he ever ran into trouble inside the city, he could contact him directly, since his influence there was not small. Su Jingming understood perfectly that this special treatment was not simply because of his own strength. Most of it came from the terrifying weight of his master's name. Later, Su Jingming entered the luxurious room arranged for him through his new black gold membership. The place was far more comfortable than anything he had used during training, and for the first time in a while he finally let himself relax. After spending an entire month pushing himself through brutal wilderness training, this quiet rest felt especially rare. Once he settled down, Su Jingming took out the space ring and decided to bind it to himself, which required him to leave a spiritual imprint inside the ring. Fortunately, Su Jingming's spiritual power was already far beyond what an ordinary ability user at his level should possess. Because of that, the binding process went smoothly, and he completed it with almost no difficulty. Afterward, he tested the ring a few times. With just a thought, he could take items out, and with a simple touch, he could store things inside. Although the ring could not hold living creatures, the convenience alone made it incredibly useful, especially for someone who spent so much time in the wilderness. Just as Su Jingming was starting to enjoy the quiet, his phone suddenly rang again, interrupting the peaceful moment. When he looked down, he saw that the call was from his master, Yang Zhentian. Su Jingming answered the call and calmly told Yang Zhentian that he had just returned from the wilderness. Then his tone became more serious as he said there was something important he needed to report. When Yang Zhentian heard that someone had actually sent mercenaries to attack his disciple, his anger erupted immediately through the phone. He shouted that using a space ring as compensation for an assassination attempt was far too light. If anything had truly happened to Su Jingming, he made it clear that he would have torn the entire supply base apart. After his anger cooled a little, Yang Zhentian asked why an elite mercenary squad would suddenly retreat. Su Jingming thought about it, then guessed that they must have sensed his strength was much higher than expected. Since they likely judged him to be an upper-tier second-rank user, they chose to fall back before the situation turned dangerous for them. That answer left Yang Zhentian silent for a moment. Then his voice suddenly rose in disbelief as he shouted through the phone, unable to believe that Su Jingming had already reached that level after only 1 month of training. But Yang Zhentian's shock quickly transformed into delighted laughter. His voice carried obvious pride as he praised Su Jingming, saying that this cultivation speed was even faster than his own back then. Then he eagerly asked when Su Jingming planned to return, clearly already thinking about celebrating properly. Su Jingming told him that he would return just before the semester officially began. Until then, he wanted to make full use of the remaining time and continue exploring even more dangerous areas of the wilderness. Yang Zhentian reminded him in a serious voice to be careful no matter how strong he had become. Su Jingming answered calmly, assuring his master that he understood and would not act recklessly. After the call ended, Yang Jintian was still smiling from ear to ear. Standing nearby, Uncle Fu noticed his mood and remarked that it had been a long time since he had seen him this happy. Yang Jintian could hardly hide his admiration for Su Jingming's terrifying improvement speed. For most people, life and death battles served as difficult catalysts for growth, but for this disciple of his, they seemed almost like a powerful cheat device, pushing his strength upward at an unbelievable pace. Following the plan he had already made, Su Jingming soon entered the forest mountain range, a deeper and more dangerous region of the wilderness compared to the ruined city he had cleared before. As he moved through the forest, beast roars echoed from all directions, rising and falling between the trees. The air itself felt more dangerous here, but Su Jingming could also tell that this area was richer in resources than the ruined city, making it far more worth exploring. While walking forward, Su Jingming's sharp senses suddenly caught the faint sign of danger. Almost at the same time, his boots stepped onto a dry twig, and the crisp snap exposed his position to whatever was hiding nearby. In the next instant, invisible blades of energy tore through the air without warning, slicing straight towards Su Jingming from the shadows. Su Jingming reacted with astonishing speed, shifting his body out of the attack path at the last moment. The invisible blasts missed him by a narrow margin and slammed into the surrounding trees instead, cutting through the trunks with sharp, clean force. Only then did the attacker reveal itself. A massive Gale Dread Wolf stepped out from the forest, its body low, its eyes fierce, and its entire presence carrying the wild pressure of a dangerous beast. Su Jingming remained calm as he studied the creature in front of him. He guessed that most third-rank beasts probably possess special abilities, and this wolf was clearly a wind element type. Judging from its aura, it was likely around the mid-tier third-rank level. As he tightened his grip on his spear, he could not help wondering how many ability points this beast would be worth. Just as Su Jingming was about to face the Gale Dread Wolf, his senses picked up movement from another direction. A different group was approaching the area, and they were coming closer fast. The newcomers were the popular streamer Jiang Chuxian, along with her bodyguards and a cameraman. One of her men quickly noticed the Gale Dread Wolf and pointed it out, suggesting that it would be the perfect beast for Miss Jiang to defeat on camera. The team leader immediately ordered one of his subordinates to block off the wolf's escape route, clearly planning to claim the beast for themselves. Su Jingming watched from nearby and instantly understood what they were trying to do. In the wilderness, the first person to discover a resource had the right to it, so their actions were no different from trying to steal his kill. However, Jiang Chuxian did not approve of that idea at all. She frowned and said directly that she disliked taking someone else's prey just to create content. The team leader quickly tried to spin the situation, saying they could frame it as a heroic rescue for the stream. But Jiang Chuxian was not fooled. She said she had no need for fake prey or stage scenes, then turned her eyes towards Su Jingming. From how calm he looked, she could tell he was not some helpless person waiting to be saved. Since Jiang Chuxian had already made her attitude clear, the team leader could only complain quietly under his breath. Even though he seemed unwilling, he still gave in and ordered the rest of the team to leave and search for another beast. Su Jingming watched them walk away and felt a little surprised. For someone with Jiang Chuxian's level of online fame, her character was actually much better than he had expected. At the same time, Su Jingming also noticed that the team leader did not seem to hold much real authority in front of her. Still, he did not waste time thinking about it for long. He pushed the thought aside and turned his attention back to the hunt in front of him. The Gale Dread Wolf seemed irritated that Su Jingming had stood there calmly without backing away. With a furious growl, it suddenly lunged forward and launched another attack. Su Jingming, however, stayed perfectly composed and slipped away from the beast's charge with ease. The wolf's failed attack threw Su Jingming slightly off balance for a brief moment, but what truly enraged the beast was the feeling that its prey was not taking it seriously at all. Su Jingming quickly steadied himself, his eyes sharpening. In the next breath, he stopped evading and prepared to strike back. Purple lightning surged around his body as he channeled his power into the spear. Then he brought the weapon down with overwhelming force, driving the electrified spear tip straight into the Gale Dread Wolf's skull. The beast collapsed heavily to the ground, its body going still. Almost immediately, a system notification confirmed the kill and awarded Su Jingming 34 ability points. Seeing the reward, Su Jingming felt quite satisfied. Earning more than 30 points from a single third-rank beast was definitely a solid gain. A faint smirk appeared on Su Jingming's face as he looked deeper into the wilderness. With 10 days still left in his expedition, he was already looking forward to hunting down as many powerful beasts as he could. 7 days later, Su Jingming's hunt was still going strong. This time, he came across a group of large ape-like beasts, and the creatures suddenly looked up in alarm as a brilliant flash of light appeared above them. Su Jingming unleashed a powerful long-range technique. A massive spear formed from pure energy descended from the sky like divine punishment, then crashed into the ground with a thunderous explosion. When the blast faded, a deep crater had been carved into the earth. Inside it, one of the ape-like creatures lay heavily wounded, its massive body barely able to move. Su Jingming was slightly surprised that his thunder spear attack had not killed the leader instantly, but after a brief glance he accepted it. As expected of a third-rank beast leader, its body was far tougher than the ordinary creatures around it. With purple lightning crackling around him and a dangerous look in his eyes, Su Jingming decided there was no need to waste time on the weaker beasts one by one. He would finish the entire group quickly and move on. In the next moment, Su Jingming charged straight into the remaining beasts, his body wrapped in violent lightning as he closed the distance like a streak of thunder. He moved so fast that his figure blurred between them. While the beasts swung wildly and tried to strike him, Su Jingming slipped through their attacks and cut them down one after another with his spear. Before long, the ape-like beasts had all fallen around him. Standing over the defeated creatures, Su Jingming had successfully completed another hunt in this region. He opened his system panel and checked his gains, a satisfied smile forming on his face when he saw that he now had more than 3,000 ability points. With this amount saved up, he believed he should finally be able to learn the powerful S-rank combat techniques he had been looking forward to for so long. Just as Su Jingming was about to continue forward, his smartwatch suddenly beeped. A holographic distress signal projected from the device, drawing his attention immediately. Elsewhere in the forest, Jiang Chuxian was running for her life. Her figure flashed between the trees at incredible speed, leaping from branch to branch as if every second of hesitation would mean death. Behind her, a massive dragon-like beast thundered after her. Its armored body crushed through the forest with terrifying force, making the ground tremble with every step. Panic raced through Jiang Chuxian's mind as she fled. Her team had already been scattered by a powerful fourth-rank beast, and in that chaos, she had been unlucky enough to run into yet another monster, a low-tier third-rank ground-digging dragon. Jiang Chuxian knew very well that anything with dragon blood or a dragon-related name was never easy to deal with. As a mid-tier second-rank user, she had no chance of defeating it, even if she swallowed a pill to forcefully boost her power. At this point, her only hope was the distress signal she had sent out. If another superpower user happened to see it and arrive in time, then maybe she still had a chance to survive. But the situation suddenly became even worse. Jiang Chuxian burst out of the dense forest and found herself in an open clearing, with almost no trees or cover around her. Her heart sank instantly, because without anything to hide behind, the ground-digging dragon would catch up to her for sure. Just as she feared, the beast closed the distance in only a few breaths. Its huge body blocked her path completely, trapping her in place with nowhere left to run. At the very moment the ground-digging dragon was about to strike, a huge spear made of pure purple lightning suddenly tore down from the sky. It slammed into the ground in front of the beast with explosive force, cutting off its attack and forcing it to stop. In the next flash of lightning, Su Jingming appeared between Jiang Chuxian and the stunned beast. His back faced her while his spear pointed forward, standing like a shield in front of danger. Jiang Chuxian stared at him in complete shock, and then immediately recognized the person who had come to save her. Seeing Su Jingming calmly hold his ground, Jiang Chuxian became even more anxious. She hurriedly shouted for him to run, warning him that this monster was a low-tier third-rank ground-digging dragon, and that it was not an enemy he could defeat. But Su Jingming did not seem shaken by her warning at all. He simply planted his spear into the ground and faced the beast with a calm expression, as if the terrifying creature in front of him was nothing worth panicking over. Jiang Chuxian felt both frustrated and guilty when she saw that he refused to listen. If she died here alone, that would be one thing, but the thought of dragging an innocent person into death because of her made her chest tighten with panic. So Jiang Chuxian made a selfless decision. She suddenly rushed past Su Jingming and shouted for him to escape, intending to hold the ground-digging dragon back herself, even if she could only buy him a few seconds. The ground-digging dragon let out a furious roar, lowering its armored body before charging toward both of them with terrifying momentum. Jiang Chuxian gritted her teeth and prepared herself to fight, even though she knew the difference in strength was overwhelming. But before she could make a move, a violent surge of power erupted from behind her, making the air tremble around her. Su Jingming summoned a massive spear of crackling lightning, then hurled it forward over Jiang Chuxian's head. The blazing purple weapon shot straight at the charging beast, leaving Jiang Chuxian frozen in place as she watched in stunned silence. The energy spear descended with unbelievable speed and pierced directly through the ground-digging dragon's armored head. In the next instant, purple lightning exploded outward together with a brutal burst of blood and shattered flesh. The beast's huge body crashed to the ground, its head completely destroyed. The terrifying ground-digging dragon that had been chasing Jiang Chuxian was dead in an instant. Jiang Chuxian dropped to her knees, her face full of disbelief. Her voice trembled as she stared at the fallen beast, unable to process how such a fearsome monster had been killed by a single attack. Then she slowly looked up at Su Jingming, her mind still shaken by the power she had just witnessed. She suddenly realized that the sonic boom she had heard earlier must have come from him. But that only made her more confused. Wasn't he supposed to be only an upper-tier second-rank user? How could he possibly be this strong? A system notification appeared in front of Su Jingming, confirming the kill and awarding him 36 ability points. A slight smirk appeared on his face. As expected of a beast with the word dragon in its name, even at the same rank it gave more points than an ordinary monster. After the battle ended, Su Jingming walked over to Jiang Chuxian, who was still kneeling on the ground. He looked down at her and asked if she was all right. Jiang Chuxian quickly said she was fine, just that her legs had gone weak, and then sincerely thanked him for saving her life. Su Jingming answered modestly, saying that anyone in the same situation would have helped. Then he reached out and helped Jiang Chuxian get back on her feet. Once she stood up, Jiang Chuxian said seriously that she owed him a great debt for saving her life, and that if he needed anything in the future, he could ask her. Su Jingming politely declined anything too serious, then said that if she really wanted to repay him, an autographed photo for his roommate would probably be the best reward. That request clearly caught Jiang Chuxian off guard for a moment. But she soon smiled and agreed, saying she did not have one on her right now, but once they returned to the supply base, she could give it to him there. Her gaze then shifted to the weapon in Su Jingming's hand. After taking a closer look, she recognized it as the famous Dark Cloud Gale Spear and asked if he was a student at Modu University. Su Jingming nodded and confirmed that the spear had been a gift from his master. Jiang Chuxian explained that the Dark Cloud Gale Spear was well known because it was so heavy that only truly powerful ability users could wield it properly. Then she introduced herself as a second-year student from the Elemental Academy. Hearing that, Su Jingming politely greeted her as his senior. At the same time, Jiang Chuxian wondered why she had never heard his name at school before, and assumed he must be a very low-key upperclassman. Su Jingming quickly understood why she had misunderstood. After all, most students would not reach his current level of strength until around their third year, so it made sense for her to think he was older. Since correcting her would only make things more troublesome, he simply chose to let it pass. Even after calming down, Jiang Chuxian still could not hide her amazement. She kept thinking about how Su Jingming had instantly killed a powerful upper-tier third-rank beast, and the more she thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. Su Jingming was about to leave and continue with his own plans, but before he could step away, Jiang Chuxian quickly called out to stop him. Her face flushed slightly as she asked, a little embarrassed, whether she could travel with him for a while. She explained that she had been separated from her bodyguards, and with her current strength, surviving alone in this wilderness would be far too dangerous. Su Jingming agreed to escort her as far as the ruined city. From there, Jiang Chuxian would be able to find a safe way back on her own. Hearing this, she immediately brightened up and thanked him happily. As they started walking, Jiang Chuxian suddenly suggested that they check the ground-digging dragon's cave. Since the beast had attacked her so aggressively, there might be something valuable hidden inside its lair. Su Jingming thought about it and agreed that it was worth taking a look. On the way, Jiang Chuxian asked which academy Su Jingming belonged to. When he said he was from the Weaponry Academy, she casually mentioned that she had heard their dean, Yang Jintian, had a very fierce nickname. Su Jingming remained calm and simply told her that the dean was actually his master. The moment Jiang Chuxian heard that, she became flustered and embarrassed. Her expression changed instantly, and she hurriedly apologized again and again for speaking carelessly about his teacher. Su Jingming was a little surprised by her reaction. For someone known online as a cold ice goddess, Jiang Chuxian was much more talkative and lively in person than he had expected. Jiang Chuxian then led Su Jingming to a dark, rocky cave hidden among the uneven terrain. This was the ground-digging dragon's lair, and the entrance alone carried a damp, dangerous feeling. Once they stepped inside, Su Jingming became more cautious. He told Jiang Chuxian to stay behind him, because they still did not know whether any danger was hiding deeper in the cave. Jiang Chuxian nodded and followed closely behind him. Su Jingming moved at the front with his spear in hand, purple lightning flickering across the weapon as if forming a protective barrier around them. But the deeper they went, the more their caution slowly turned into amazement. Hidden inside the dark cave was not another monster, but an unexpected oasis. A small spring of clear turquoise water flowed quietly in the center, surrounded by rare flowers that gave off a faint, refreshing fragrance. Su Jingming's eyes sharpened as he recognized several high-grade medicinal herbs growing around the spring. His shock grew even stronger when he realized what the spring might be. This was an S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, a legendary healing treasure that was incredibly hard to find. He turned toward Jiang Chuxian in disbelief and asked if she was truly certain. Jiang Chuxian confirmed it without hesitation. She explained that the Earth Spirit Spring continuously nourished the plants around it, which was why ordinary herbs in this place could grow into such rare and powerful medicinal treasures. Su Jingming could not help feeling impressed by how much she knew. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Chuxian proudly revealed that she was actually a certified second-grade pharmacist. Su Jingming understood right away that this was no ordinary title, because becoming a pharmacist of that level was extremely difficult. After carefully assessing the spring, Jiang Chuxian estimated that the amount of water here should be enough to refine at least 5 portions of S-grade healing liquid. Because Su Jingming had saved her life, Jiang Chuxian offered the entire treasure to him without hesitation. Her attitude was sincere, as if she truly felt he deserved everything they had found. Su Jingming, however, did not want to take it all for himself. Instead, he proposed a fairer split. He would take 4 portions of the spring water while she took one, and as for the medicinal herbs, the two of them would divide them equally. Jiang Chuxian was clearly delighted by his generosity. She smiled brightly and accepted the arrangement without any objection. While Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian were dividing the treasures inside the cave, her bodyguard team finally arrived at the entrance, rushing in after tracking her down. At the cave entrance, one of the men frowned as he looked into the dark, empty-looking passage. He sounded doubtful, questioning what kind of valuable treasure could possibly be hidden in a place like this when there was no guard or obvious protection outside. The team leader immediately corrected him, his eyes scanning the marks around the entrance. He pointed out that the traces left behind clearly belonged to a third-rank ground-digging dragon, and places like that were never simple. Any lair connected to a dragon-type beast had a good chance of hiding rare treasures. But when the bodyguards stepped into the cave, they were surprised to find Jiang Chuxian and Su Jingming already inside. Jiang Chuxian was startled by their sudden arrival, and her heart instantly tightened. If this elite team of third-rank users discovered the S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, then the situation could turn extremely dangerous. The team leader greeted Jiang Chuxian as if nothing were wrong, saying they had been searching for her everywhere. Then his gaze shifted to Su Jingming, and curiosity appeared in his eyes as he noticed there was another person standing beside her. Jiang Chuxian reacted quickly and forced herself to stay calm. She explained that Su Jingming was a senior from her school, whom she had just happened to meet. Then she gestured toward the medicinal herbs nearby and suggested that since the herbs were of such good quality, everyone could share them together. The team leader gave a faint smirk and seemed to accept her explanation. But at that moment, one of his subordinates quietly leaned closer and whispered that the spring in the cave appeared to be the legendary S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, a priceless treasure. The instant those words were spoken, the atmosphere inside the cave changed. Greed immediately flashed across the bodyguards' faces. Their eyes seemed to glow red as they stared at the spring, already imagining the enormous value hidden right in front of them. Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian both sensed it right away. The men's attitudes had shifted in an instant, and the friendly surface from a moment ago had begun to crack apart. The team leader's polite smile slowly disappeared. In its place came a dangerous, mocking grin as he looked at Jiang Chuxian and remarked that she did not seem to be very honest with them. Jiang Chuxian immediately understood how bad things had become. Making a fast decision, she said they could take everything in the cave, then reached out and tried to pull Su Jingming away before the situation became impossible to escape. But Su Jingming did not move at all. Jiang Chuxian grew anxious and urgently whispered that these bodyguards were all peak third-rank users, meaning the two of them had no chance if a fight broke out. Su Jingming, however, remained calm and answered that he did not think he was weaker than them. Then Su Jingming added something even colder. Even if they surrendered the treasure now, these men would never let them walk out alive. Jiang Chuxian's face changed, because deep down, she knew he was right. The team leader suddenly laughed, openly confirming Su Jingming's guess. He admitted that although the boy's tone sounded arrogant, his judgment was accurate. Then, with no shame at all, he explained the cruel logic behind their decision. Jiang Chuxian was a famous public figure. If they allowed her to leave, she could expose everything online and completely destroy their careers. So in his eyes, the safest choice was simple: kill both of them inside this cave and bury the secret forever. Jiang Chuxian realized there was no way out anymore. Refusing to become nothing but a burden, she made a painful decision right there. She took out a red blood-burst pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Since Su Jingming had saved her life, she was determined to stand beside him and fight, even if the price was heavy. The pill's effect erupted almost immediately. Her rank ice superpower surged violently through her body, and the air around her dropped in temperature at a terrifying speed. Jiang Chuxian released her power in a sweeping wave. Frost spread across the cave floor like a rushing tide, quickly crawling toward the bodyguards and beginning to freeze their feet in place. The team leader remained completely unfazed. He calmly gave his orders, telling one man named Zhou Chong to deal with Su Jingming first, mockingly calling him Jiang Chushuan's lover. As for the others, he ordered them to secure the cave entrance and make sure no one escaped. Once the arrangement was made, the team leader slowly turned his full attention back to Jiang Chushuan, his eyes carrying a vicious killing intent. His body began to twist and expand as his C-rank ability activated. In moments, he transformed into a massive, ferocious saber-toothed tiger, his fangs exposed as he growled that Jiang Chushuan's life would end here today. The men around him became even more disgusting, making cruel and filthy remarks as they suggested recording everything before killing her. Their words revealed that beneath their human appearance, they were nothing but monsters. Jiang Chushuan felt despair wash over her as she looked at these beasts in human skin. She could not accept dying in a filthy cave like this, but what hurt her most was regret. She had dragged Su Jingming, the person who saved her, into this deadly situation. She quickly turned her head, wanting to warn Su Jingming before it was too late, but the sight that entered her eyes left her completely stunned. In a single flash, the direction of the battle had already changed. The tiger-transformed leader's eyes suddenly widened. His instincts caught a burst of movement so fast that even he could barely follow it. Before anyone had time to react, Su Jingming appeared behind Zhou Chong. His spear had already pierced straight through the man's chest, and Zhou Chong collapsed almost instantly, defeated before he could even put up a proper fight. Su Jingming looked down coldly at the fallen bodyguard. His voice was calm as he remarked that even a third-tier fighter did not seem like much of a threat. The team leader was stunned by Su Jingming's speed. He could not understand how his mid-tier third-rank subordinate had been taken down so easily. His expression darkened as he finally realized he had made a serious mistake. The real danger here was not Jiang Chushuan, it was Su Jingming. With a furious roar, the tiger-transformed leader launched his own attack. He swung his massive axe with overwhelming force, unleashing a devastating tiger roar slash that tore through the cave air. But Su Jingming avoided the attack with ease. His body blurred into a streak of purple lightning, slipping past the destructive strike before it could even touch him. As he moved, Su Jingming quickly judged his opponent's strength. The captain was a peak third-tier fighter, and in terms of raw physical power, he was much stronger than Su Jingming. That meant Su Jingming could no longer afford to hold anything back. The tiger-transformed leader and the remaining bodyguards stared at Su Jingming in confusion. The strength he had shown was far beyond what they had expected from someone who seemed to be lower-ranked. Realizing that this enemy was much more dangerous than he first appeared, Su Jingming finally released the power he had been keeping hidden. He activated Thunder Extreme Mode, and a violent surge of raw purple lightning erupted from his body, ripping apart his shirt and revealing a newly strengthened, muscular physique beneath. Jiang Chushuan could only stand there and watch, completely speechless. Awe and worry mixed across her face as the terrifying lightning wrapped around Su Jingming's body. The sheer pressure of the transformation shocked the tiger leader as well. He stared at the dark, swirling energy around Su Jingming, his confidence shaken as he wondered what kind of monster this young man truly was. Su Jingming's entire appearance began to change in a way that made the cave feel even more suffocating. His eyes glowed with a piercing blue light, his pupils narrowing into sharp slits. Then two large demonic horns emerged from his head, completing a terrifying form that looked far more beastly than human. Su Jingming felt the power rushing through every part of his body and could not help enjoying the sensation. The sudden surge of strength was incredible, almost intoxicating. After the first wave of shock passed, the team leader forced himself to calm down. He sneered and dismissed the transformation, convincing himself it was nothing more than a special mode designed to scare people. With that thought, he regained some of his confidence. He tightened his grip on his weapon and prepared to attack Su Jingming again. But Su Jingming moved first. With a ferocious grin on his face, he rushed forward like a bolt of purple lightning cutting through the cave. The two clashed head-on, and the leader immediately activated a defensive skill called Lying Tiger Stone, bracing himself behind a thick layer of protection. He was certain that his armor could withstand the attack of any lower-rank user. But that confidence was shattered the moment Su Jingming's lightning gale slash slammed directly into his weapon and defense. The force behind Su Jingming's strike was far beyond what the leader had imagined. The powerful armor protecting him cracked, then broke apart under the overwhelming lightning-charged impact. The massive Tiger Man was blasted backward by the strike, his huge body flying through the air before crashing down in complete defeat. Su Jingming stood there confidently in his transformed state, lightning still flickering around him. He declared that his body was now 3 to 4 times stronger than before, and even the leader's tough, beast-like hide could not withstand that level of power. But the fight was not finished yet. With their leader defeated, another bodyguard roared and lunged at Su Jingming, unleashing a powerful B-rank technique called Flame Claw. Even in this transformed state, Su Jingming's control remained flawless. He raised his lightning power and blocked the fiery attack effortlessly, stopping the blazing claws before they could break through. The bodyguard froze in disbelief. He could not understand how his advanced technique had been stopped so easily by someone who was supposed to be lower ranked than him. Su Jingming stood over the defeated bodyguard, calmly acknowledging that a peak third-tier fighter was indeed tougher than an ordinary opponent. Even so, his voice turned cold as he declared that he would end the battle with one final blow. The bodyguard's arrogance vanished in an instant. Trembling in fear, he desperately begged Su Jingming to spare his life, offering up the Earth Spirit Spring and even all of his personal savings just to survive. But Su Jingming looked at him with cold eyes and gave no mercy, telling him plainly that it was already far too late to start begging now. Jiang Chuxian stood nearby, watching everything unfold with her mind almost unable to keep up. This was the elite protection team she had hired at an enormous price, and their captain had even been rumored to be practically unbeatable among his level. Yet in front of Su Jingming, they had been torn apart as if their reputation meant nothing. The more Jiang Chuxian thought about it, the more unbelievable it felt. She had never heard of any student at Modu University with such a terrifying combat record, and for a moment, she could not help wondering if Su Jingming's superpower might actually be S rank. With the stronger opponents already beaten down, Su Jingming slowly turned his gaze toward the remaining bodyguards. In his transformed state, the violent and bloodthirsty impulses from the Thunder Tyrannosaurus bloodline began to rise again inside him. His voice carried a dangerous edge as he told them it was their turn. The two men froze in terror, staring at him like they were facing a demon. Su Jingming only let out a cold scoff. Compared to murderers like them, people who were ready to kill their employer just to bury a secret, he considered himself far more human. Realizing there was no way to escape, the remaining men chose to make one final desperate stand. Under their leader's command, they all swallowed their own blood-burst pills, forcing their power to surge as they prepared to fight Su Jingming to the death. But the battle that followed was brutally one-sided. It ended quickly, with violence flashing through the cave almost faster than the eye could follow. When everything finally quieted down, Su Jingming had returned to his normal form, though his upper body was still bare after the transformation had torn through his shirt. Around him lay the defeated bodies of the entire team, while he stood alone as the clear victor. However, the power of Thunder Extreme Mode had clearly taken a heavy toll on him. Su Jingming leaned against the rocky cave wall, breathing hard, his body drained from the intense burst of strength. He silently reflected that although the transformation was unbelievably powerful, its energy consumption was terrifying. Using it for just over 10 minutes felt even more exhausting than fighting normally for several hours. After the fierce battle ended, Jiang Chuxian hurried over to Su Jingming's side, worry written clearly across her face as she asked if he was all right. Even though he was exhausted, Su Jingming still reassured her that he was fine. Then he reminded her that before they rested, they should collect the precious spring water and medicinal herbs first. Standing beside the clear and untouched spring, Jiang Chuxian finally let out a breath of relief. She was grateful that despite how bloody the fight had been, the precious Earth Spirit Spring had not been contaminated. The two of them then carefully began filling several glass bottles with the potent spring water. Each bottle was handled with great care, as if even wasting a single drop would be a loss. After they finished collecting it, Su Jingming noticed that the amount of spring water was actually more than they had first estimated. Without hesitation, he handed 1.5 bottles to Jiang Chuxian, insisting that she accept them as her share. After all, she had also fought hard and taken real risks in the battle. Jiang Chuxian's eyes lit up with joy when she saw how generous he was. She thanked him excitedly, clearly touched that he was still willing to divide the treasure so fairly. But that brief moment of relief did not last long. All of a sudden, Jiang Chuxian's body swayed, and she let out a painful cry as her expression changed. She stumbled forward and collapsed against Su Jingming, her face turning pale as she realized the severe side effects of the bloodburst pill she had swallowed earlier were finally beginning to erupt. The backlash from the bloodburst pill hit Jiang Chuxian all at once. Pain shot through her body, and as she cried out, she lost her strength and fell towards Su Jingming. He was caught off guard for a moment, but still reacted quickly and caught her before she hit the ground. Lying weakly on the ground, Jiang Chuxian felt completely helpless. Her energy could not circulate properly, her body had almost no strength left, and she was so drained that she could not even take clothes out of her own space ring. Her body trembled slightly as embarrassment flushed across her face. She felt deeply ashamed of her current state and could not stop worrying that she was leaving Su Jingming with a terrible impression. Seeing how badly she was suffering, Su Jingming said the side effects of the pill were clearly very strong, so he would take her somewhere safer to rest. Without waiting for her to answer, he bent down and lifted her into his arms, instantly startling her and making her even more flustered. As Su Jingming carried her, Jiang Chushuan's heart began to beat faster and faster. Being held so closely made her thoughts scatter, and she wondered if she felt this nervous because it was the first time she had ever been so close to a man. Su Jingming carried her to a small grassy clearing inside the cave area and gently set her down. He told her to rest there for a while he went back to gather the remaining herbs. Before leaving, Su Jingming removed his own black shirt and handed it to her. His meaning was simple. She could use it to cover herself and feel less exposed while she recovered. Jiang Chuxian accepted the shirt quietly, holding it close as warmth rose in her chest. She could not help thinking that Su Jingming was surprisingly kind and considerate despite how terrifying he had looked in battle. While Jiang Chuxian slowly recovered, Su Jingming turned his attention back to the defeated bodyguards scattered around the cave. He took a space ring from one of them and checked what was stored inside. But after looking through it, he felt a little disappointed. For an elite team, their loot was not as impressive as he expected. Mostly cash, beast materials, some herbs, and only a C-grade combat technique. Su Jingming held the 2 space rings in his hand and thought about their usefulness. If possible, he hoped he could trade them for one larger ring later, because carrying his long spear around all the time was honestly becoming very inconvenient. From where she lay resting, Jiang Chuxian called out to him softly. She explained that the Earth Spirit Spring should be able to ease her current weakness, then asked a little timidly if he could give her a small sip. Su Jingming poured some of the spring water into a vial and handed it to her. Jiang Chuxian accepted it quickly and drank it down with obvious eagerness. Almost instantly, relief spread across her face. She let out a soft sigh as her strength began to return little by little. Jiang Chuxian told Su Jingming that she felt much better now, though she estimated it would still take another 3 or 4 hours before she fully recovered. She could not help marveling at the spring's effect, amazed that even the backlash from the bloodburst pill could be countered. As expected of an S-grade Earth Spirit Spring, it truly deserved to be called a miraculous treasure. Su Jingming considered the time she needed to recover and realized that night would fall in just a few more hours. For the sake of safety, he suggested that they stay in the cave and rest here overnight. The moment Jiang Chuxian heard that, her eyes widened in shock. The thought of spending an entire night alone with a man inside a dark cave instantly made her face heat up, and her mind began to race uncontrollably. When Su Jingming asked what she thought, Jiang Chuxian lowered her gaze with a blush and answered shyly that she would follow his arrangement. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the forest, casting warm golden streaks between the trees and across the quiet wilderness. By then, Jiang Chuxian had completely recovered. She stretched her arms comfortably, feeling refreshed and full of energy again. She took a deep breath and commented that the air in the forest was surprisingly pleasant. Then she joked that if it were not for all the dangerous beasts roaming around, she might even be able to stay here for a whole month. Her gaze drifted toward Su Jingming, and she thought back to the worries that had filled her mind the night before. Feeling embarrassed by her own wild imagination, she silently scolded herself. Su Jingming was clearly not the kind of person she had feared, though strangely, that realization also left her with a tiny bit of disappointment. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted when Su Jingming said it was time for them to leave. He told her that he would escort her to the edge of the forest, and Jiang Chuxian quickly snapped back to attention, nodding in surprise and agreement. The 2 of them then set off through the woods, moving quickly between the trees with Su Jingming taking the lead. But after only a short distance, Su Jingming suddenly stopped in his tracks. He raised one arm in front of Jiang Chuxian, blocking her from moving any farther. A split second later, a massive flaming creature leaped over their heads, carrying a wave of heat as it passed above them. Jiang Chuxian looked up in terror and immediately recognized the beast. It was a powerful 5th-tier blazing tiger, a creature far beyond what they could casually face. The great beast landed far ahead of them, but it did not stop or turn back. Instead, it kept running deeper through the forest, as if something even more terrifying was behind it. Peeking out from behind a tree, Su Jingming wondered if the blazing tiger simply had not noticed them. But Jiang Chuxian noticed the fear in the beast's movements and quickly said it did not look like it was hunting at all. It was running for its life. The realization made Jiang Chushuan's eyes widen. If even a 5th-tier blazing tiger was fleeing in panic, then whatever was chasing it had to be truly terrifying. Soon after, a massive horde of gray wolf-like beasts with glowing red eyes surged through the forest, rushing past like a living tide. Jiang Chuxian lowered her voice and explained that they were iron-toothed rats. Although each one was only a 1st-tier beast, their true danger came from their numbers. Once they gathered into a swarm, they could even overwhelm a 6th-tier powerhouse. Now she finally understood why the blazing tiger had been forced to flee. Facing a horde like this, panic filled Jiang Chushuan's face, and she urgently told Su Jingming they had to run. Su Jingming reacted without hesitation. He grabbed Jiang Chushuan's hand, turned around, and the 2 of them immediately broke into a sprint, while the swarm of iron-toothed rats surged after them from behind. As they raced through the forest, Su Jingming quickly understood how bad the situation was. Iron-toothed rats were known for their terrifying stamina, so simply running would not be enough to shake them off. With the supply base still 90 kilometers away, he realized they had to find a way to move even faster. The heavy spear keeps dragging down his speed, and Su Jingming quickly realizes that carrying it any farther will only slow their escape. Gritting his teeth, he says he has no choice but to leave it behind. But Jiang Chuxian immediately speaks up beside him, telling him not to throw it away yet. Her space ring still has more than enough room to store something that large. With almost no effort at all, Jiang Chuxian raises her hand and stores the massive spear directly into her space ring. The crushing weight disappears from Su Jingming's body in an instant, finally freeing him from the burden that had been holding him back. Now that the spear is gone, Su Jingming's movements become noticeably lighter. But even after that, he glances down at their joined hands and quickly realizes something else. If they keep running while holding hands like this, their speed still will not be enough. Su Jingming turns his head slightly and says that the fastest option would be for him to carry her on his back. The moment those words leave his mouth, Jiang Chuxian freezes in place, completely stunned, as if she cannot believe he said something so direct. Before Jiang Chuxian even has time to refuse or argue back, Su Jingming has already moved. He swiftly lifts her onto his back, secures her firmly, and then bursts forward again, pushing their escape speed even higher than before. After charging through the forest without stopping, Su Jingming finally breaks past the trees. The dense woods give way to a ruined city ahead, with broken buildings and empty streets stretching out before them. But the sight in front of them crushes that brief moment of relief. In the ruins, the swarm is already gathered around another beast's corpse, tearing into it wildly. Su Jingming's expression darkens as he understands the truth. Their worst fear has already happened. The rat tide has swallowed the entire area. With no path left to run, Su Jingming's eyes turn sharp, and he declares that they have no choice but to fight their way through. In the next instant, he activates Thunder Extreme Mode. Purple lightning explodes around his body, crackling violently as demonic horns emerge from his head. Seeing Jiang Chuxian tense up in fear on his back, Su Jingming tells her to hold on tightly and not let go. Then, surrounded by roaring purple lightning, he lowers his body and charges straight into the endless horde ahead. Su Jingming turns into a streak of violent lightning, tearing through the rat swarm with terrifying force. Every movement cuts down more beasts, and with each kill, new ability points continue flowing in one after another. At the same time, inside a military outpost, Manager Wang Chuang and his team are gathered in front of the monitors, closely tracking the rapidly worsening crisis in the wilderness. One official reports in a tense voice that the rat tide has already exceeded 300,000 in number. Wang Chuang's face grows heavy when he hears it, and he says that a disaster of the scale will deal a devastating blow to the entire local ecosystem. A subordinate then pulls up a map showing the locations of trapped ability users. Looking at the scattered marks across the screen, he can only say with frustration that most of them will probably be devoured before rescue can reach them. Wang Chuang's thoughts immediately turn to Su Jingming. His brows tighten as he silently worries that if Su Jingming is caught in that rat tide, then unless his master Yang Xintian personally steps in, no one else will be able to save him. Suddenly, a soldier notices something abnormal on the monitor. A huge sphere of purple lightning racing across the screen. Wang Chuang instantly orders the troops to prepare for engagement. Almost at the same time, another report comes in. The target is moving at 80 meters per second. The soldiers immediately open fire, and bullets pour toward the approaching lightning sphere. But the moment they strike the powerful energy barrier around it, they become completely useless, unable to break through at all. Su Jingming, still in his demonic lightning form, releases his full power and leaps high into the air with Jiang Chuxian on his back. Wrapped in purple thunder, the two of them soar directly over the military blockade. He lands steadily among the startled soldiers, his movements controlled despite the explosive power he just displayed. As his feet touch the ground, the terrifying transformation begins to fade from his body. The soldiers around him are left completely speechless. One of them blurts out that he thought the thing approaching was some kind of lightning beast, not an actual person. Another mutters that the man's aura was terrifying, while a third stares at the girl beside him and feels that her silhouette looks strangely familiar. Now returned to his normal form, Su Jingming stands there shirtless, drained, and visibly exhausted. He tells Jiang Chuxian that they have finally reached the supply base, so they are safe now. Relief washes over Jiang Chuxian's face as she holds onto his arm and thanks him from the bottom of her heart. Just then, Manager Wang Chuang hurries over. The moment he recognizes Su Jingming, he quickly asks if there is anything he can do for him after such a dangerous escape. Su Jingming explains that he has been running for more than 40 minutes from the mountain area and is completely worn out. So all he wants right now is a room where he can rest. Inside, Wang Chuang is shocked beyond words. He knows very well that the mountain area is more than 90 kilometers away from this base. Even a 4th-tier ability user would have an extremely hard time breaking through the rat horde from that distance. Wanting to help immediately, Wang Chuang offers to arrange a room for him at once. But before he can take action, Jiang Chuxian steps forward and calmly says that she will take care of Su Jingming herself. As Jiang Chuxian supports the exhausted Su Jingming, the nearby soldiers begin whispering among themselves. Some of them recognize her as Goddess Jiang, and they cannot help commenting on how lucky that young man is. Others start guessing what kind of relationship the two of them have, while one soldier practically mourns that his goddess has already been taken. 2 full days and nights pass before Su Jingming finally opens his eyes again. When he wakes, he finds himself lying in a comfortable bed, the soft surroundings a sharp contrast to the deadly chaos he had just escaped. Jiang Chuxian is sitting by his side, and when she sees him awake, a cheerful smile appears on her face. She tells him that he has been asleep for a very long time, and she was just about to give him some earth spirit spring to help his body recover faster. Su Jingming is surprised to hear that he slept for so long, and he immediately asks about the current state of the wilderness. Jiang Chuxian tells him that the rat tide still has not receded, so the entire area remains under lockdown. She also adds that once this disaster is finally over, there may not be many beasts left alive there at all. After hearing that, Su Jingming understands there is no point in staying here any longer. Since the new semester is about to begin, he decides it is time to return to the university. When Jiang Chuxian hears this, she says she is also heading back and naturally suggests that they travel together. Su Jingming agrees without hesitation. But just as the two of them are discussing their return, Jiang Chuxian suddenly remembers something she had promised him earlier. She takes out the autographed picture he had asked for and hands it over to him. But the moment Su Jingming looks down, he is completely caught off guard. The photo is not the ordinary signed picture he expected at all. It shows Jiang Chuxian posing in revealing lingerie, looking far more seductive than he ever imagined. Su Jingming instantly becomes flustered, his face turning red as he quickly explains that he only asked for the photo on behalf of a friend. He awkwardly says that this one might be a little too inappropriate and asks if she has a more ordinary picture instead. Jiang Chuxian is stunned for a moment, finally realizing that she had completely misunderstood what he wanted. Jiang Chuxian feels so embarrassed that she almost wants to hide. Inside, she scolds herself for overthinking it and assuming that Su Jingming had asked for the photo because he was personally interested in her. Still flustered, Jiang Chuxian quickly offers to give him a new photo instead. At the same time, she reaches out and asks him to return the revealing one to her first. But Su Jingming lowers his gaze to the picture in his hand, hesitates for a brief moment, and then shyly asks if he can keep this one for himself. His unexpected request immediately catches Jiang Chuxian by surprise. A pleased smile slowly spreads across Jiang Chuxian's face. Her earlier embarrassment softens, and she happily tells him that of course he can keep it. Trying to move past the awkward atmosphere, Su Jingming quickly changes the subject. Still a little flustered, he says that since he has already slept for 2 whole days, he needs to book a train ticket for their trip back. Jiang Chuxian immediately waves off the idea of taking a train. She explains that she drove here herself and offers to take him back with her, making it sound like the simplest thing in the world. Later, the two of them leave together in a sleek yellow convertible sports car. The stylish vehicle speeds smoothly down the road, carrying them away from the supply base and back toward the city. As they travel, Su Jingming looks around the car and remarks that only a major online celebrity like Jiang Chuxian would own such a limited edition vehicle. He also admits that this is his first time riding in a self-driving car. Jiang Chuxian answers casually, saying that managing it is actually very simple. Before long, the yellow sports car arrives back at the campus of Modu Superpower University, bringing the two of them out of the wilderness and back into familiar student life. After changing into casual clothes, Su Jingming and Jiang Chuxian step out of the car. Su Jingming now carries his spear over his shoulder again, his figure drawing attention the moment he appears on campus. Their arrival immediately catches the eyes of nearby students. Some girls quietly admire Su Jingming's handsome appearance, but when they notice the beautiful Jiang Chuxian beside him, they can only sigh in disappointment, assuming he already has an equally stunning girlfriend. As they walk through the campus paths, Su Jingming silently reflects on how much his strength has changed during the month and a half he has been away. Beside him, Jiang Chuxian turns to ask which district his dorm is located in. Su Jingming tells her that his dorm is in District 3. Since Jiang Chuxian lives in District 2, she says that this is probably where the two of them should split up and head in different directions. Before they separate, Jiang Chuxian looks at Su Jingming and tells him that if he ever needs anything, he should not hesitate to ask her. Su Jingming nods and agrees, accepting her kindness. Just as they are about to part ways, Jiang Chuxian suddenly takes a quick step forward. Her sudden movement catches Su Jingming off guard, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. Jiang Chuxian leans in close and gives him a light, quick kiss on the cheek before he can react. With a playful smile on her face, she tells him that this is just a small thank you gift for saving her life. After saying that, Jiang Chuxian waves goodbye and walks away with an easy, cheerful stride, leaving Su Jingming standing there with his face turning red. Su Jingming slowly raises his hand and touches the cheek she kissed, still trying to process what just happened. In his mind, only one thought remains: he was just forcefully kissed. Later, inside her luxurious dorm room, Jiang Chuxian sits quietly on the edge of her bed, still thinking about Su Jingming. With the kind of strength he displayed, she simply cannot believe someone like him would be an unknown nobody on campus. The more Jiang Chuxian thinks about it, the more curious she becomes. She opens her laptop and begins searching for information about him, muttering to herself that lately, almost all the talk around the university has been centered on the new freshman. It does not take long before Su Jingming's detailed file appears on the screen, but as Jiang Chuxian reads through it, her expression slowly changes into complete disbelief. Su Jingming is actually a freshman, and not only that, he is already an upper-tier second-rank ability user. Her cheeks puff out in frustration when she realizes she has been calling him senior this whole time, and she complains that he is such a big liar. Then, with a playful glint in her eyes, she silently decides that the next time they meet, she is definitely going to tease this junior brother properly. Meanwhile, back inside his own dorm, Su Jingming sits down and begins reviewing everything he gained from this wilderness trip. The 4 missions were completed successfully, he obtained 2 space rings, and after all the rewards were added together, his bank account now holds more than 25 million. Still, Su Jingming cannot help feeling a little regretful. If the rat tide had not suddenly erupted and forced him to leave early, he could have continued hunting beasts and gathered even more valuable ability points. His system panel soon confirms his current condition. He is now an upper second-tier ability user with an S-rank ability, and his remaining ability points have reached 3,712. Looking at the number, Su Jingming feels a surge of confidence. With this much saved up, he should finally be able to learn some truly powerful S-rank combat techniques. Before Su Jingming can think any further, the dorm room door suddenly bursts open, and Lu Wentao rushes in with an excited shout. He yells that Su Jingming is finally back, then immediately starts scolding him for disappearing without giving any warning. After hearing about the rat tide, Lu Wentao had clearly been worried sick. Su Jingming calmly confirms that the rat tide really did happen, but he also tells him not to worry too much, because the military has already taken over the situation. As Su Jingming speaks, Lu Wentao suddenly notices that something about his roommate feels different. The aura around him is no longer the same as before. Lu Wentao's eyes widen in shock as the realization hits him. Su Jingming has already broken through to the second tier. Su Jingming calmly corrects him, saying that he is not just second tier, but upper second tier now. Lu Wentao is stunned speechless for a moment. Su Jingming then explains that he ran into several life-or-death situations in the wilderness, and after barely surviving those dangers, he was lucky enough to achieve a breakthrough. Lu Wentao cannot help admiring him, saying that Su Jingming really is not an ordinary person. For a moment, he even wonders aloud whether he should try throwing himself into a life-or-death situation too, just to get stronger. Su Jingming immediately shuts that idea down, warning him that his own circumstances were special, and the wilderness is far too dangerous for Lu Wentao to mess around with. Lu Wentao quickly agrees that he will not go looking for danger. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he tells Su Jingming that Song Chukyu came by looking for him several times while he was away, so he should probably contact her when he has the chance. Su Jingming says he will reach out to her later. Then he remembers the gift he brought back and casually takes out the autographed photo, handing it over to Lu Wentao, who looks completely confused at first. A second later, Lu Wentao's confusion vanishes and turns into pure, overwhelming joy. The moment he sees that it is a photo of Goddess Jiang, his eyes practically turn into hearts, and he lets out an ecstatic scream like he has just received the greatest treasure in the world. After settling things at the dorm, Su Jingming returns to the battle technique library at the university, ready to focus on improving his combat strength. He thinks back to the 4 missions he completed and realizes they earned him 871 credits in total, which is an incredibly fast way to build up resources. Sitting down at a desk, Su Jingming summons the AI assistant Eva and directly tells it to display every available S-rank lightning combat technique. In an instant, holographic screens unfold in front of him, each one showing a different powerful technique. Su Jingming sees options like Thunder Mark, which can deliver massive lightning damage, and Thunder Prison, which forms an almost unbreakable lightning barrier around a target. As Su Jingming continues browsing, he is a little surprised. Even a top-tier school like Moda University only has a little over 20 S-rank lightning techniques available. Since these skills will directly affect his future strength, he knows he cannot choose carelessly. Su Jingming keeps scanning through the choices one by one, carefully comparing their effects. After looking over the available options, his attention gradually settles on two techniques that stand out the most. The first is Heavenly Thunder Art, a long-range technique that can summon natural lightning from above. The second is Thunder Armor, a defensive technique capable of forming a protective shield around the user. Su Jingming quickly decides that these two are a perfect match, covering both long-range attack and personal defense. A normal ability user might be forced to specialize in only one direction, but Su Jingming smirks to himself. With his cheat-like system, there is no need to choose, he can simply take them all. While examining Heavenly Thunder Art more closely, Su Jingming discovers something even more exciting. This technique is actually a prerequisite for an even stronger SSS rank combat technique called Myriad Heavenly Thunder Guide. Su Jingming begins studying the manual, but the deeper he reads, the more complicated it becomes. The technique is even more intricate than Thunder Indestructible Body, and the difficult contents soon make sweat bead on his forehead. He cannot help thinking that this is even harder than reading professional literature during his doctoral studies in his past life. After 6 full hours of intense studying, Su Jingming finally slumps over the desk, completely drained. He lets out a long sigh, knowing that he has at least gained a basic understanding. But that is enough effort from him. From this point on, it is time to let the system handle the rest. Su Jingming slowly clenches his fist, his eyes sharpening with determination. Then he calls out to his system, Deep Blue, and orders it to spend the points needed to master the skill. The moment the command is given, a massive surge of purple lightning erupts from his body. In an instant, the system forcefully integrates the knowledge into both his mind and his physical instincts, making the technique feel as if it has been carved directly into him. The upgrade succeeds, but the cost leaves Su Jingming stunned. Just raising one S-rank technique to the elementary level consumed a staggering 1,600 ability points. He can hardly believe that all the points he worked so hard to earn are only enough to support these two skills. Just then, Eva floats over and reminds him that it is already 1 in the morning, advising him to use his time more wisely. It also warns him not to use superpowers inside the library. Su Jingming feels a little embarrassed and agrees. Since it is already too late to start learning another technique that would take just as much time, he decides to come back another day. Late at night on the Modu University campus, a young man jogs past a girl who is also out running beneath the quiet darkness. That girl is Song Chukyu. As she keeps running, her mind drifts back to the intense training she has put herself through. For more than a month, she has been pushing her body late into the night, working so hard that even she is surprised by her own dedication. All of it is for one goal. When Su Jingming returns, she wants to challenge him and prove that she is the true #1 freshman. Her focused training is suddenly interrupted when she notices a huge bird-like silhouette passing across the full moon, its dark shape cutting through the night sky above her. The creature is enormous and menacing, with a pair of chilling red eyes glowing in the darkness. Song Chukyu immediately recognizes it as a white-ringed black-feather eagle. Song Chukyu quickly analyzes the danger in front of her. This kind of eagle relies on extreme speed and camouflage to hunt inside cities, making it very difficult to deal with. Judging from its aura, she estimates that it is probably around the 3rd tier, which means it would be an extremely troublesome opponent. All of a sudden, a deafening sound rolls across the sky above her. Song Chukyu looks up in confusion, unable to understand why she is hearing thunder when there is not a single cloud in the night sky. A moment later, a huge sphere of purple lightning suddenly forms in the darkness and explodes across the sky. The terrifying thunderbolt slams into the white-ringed black-feather eagle, tearing it apart instantly as blood and feathers scatter through the air. Song Chukyu stares at the scene in complete disbelief, shocked by the sheer destructive power of that attack. She cannot help wondering which high-level lightning ability user could have killed the beast so easily. Judging by the distance, the strike must have come from somewhere inside the campus, so she guesses it was either a powerful senior student or one of the university mentors. But the real source of the attack is soon revealed. Deep within a quiet wooded area on campus, Su Jingming stands alone, surrounded by the fading crackle of purple lightning. A confident smirk rests on Su Jingming's lips as arcs of purple electricity continue swirling around his body, lighting up the trees around him in brief flashes. Su Jingming thinks back on the attack he just tested and feels deeply satisfied. Even that small demonstration was enough to show the astonishing power of his new S-rank combat technique, Heavenly Thunder Art. In the campus woods, a system notification soon confirms the result. Su Jingming has killed a mid-tier 3rd-rank white-ringed black-feather eagle and earned 34 ability points. He is amazed by the technique's power, realizing Heavenly Thunder Art is even stronger than he expected. with terrifying destructive force and a range of nearly 1 kilometer. Su Jingming walks away in a good mood, clearly pleased with the results of his test. But without him noticing, a mysterious young man hidden among the trees watches him from the shadows, finding this famous freshman more and more interesting. The next morning, just as Su Jingming is getting ready to leave the dorm, Lu Wentao looks over and asks where he is going so early. Su Jingming explains that he is heading back to the Battle Technique Library to continue studying, especially with the freshman competition only a few days away. Watching Su Jingming leave, Lu Wentao cannot help feeling amazed by his roommate's discipline. To him, training this hard right after returning from the wilderness is almost inhuman. Inspired by that drive, Lu Wentao decides that after he finishes eating, he should start training too. As Su Jingming walks across campus, a familiar voice suddenly calls out his name. He turns and sees Song Chukyu coming toward him. When Song Chukyu reaches him, the first thing she does is express relief that he returned safely from the wilderness, her tone making it clear that she had been worried while he was gone. But she does not linger on small talk for long. Song Chukyu quickly gets straight to the point and reminds Su Jingming that he promised to spar with her once he came back. Su Jingming asks her if she is really sure about this. Song Chukyu confidently places her hands on her hips and tells him not to underestimate her. After all, she was the top scorer in her entire province. Su Jingming agrees to spar with her later, but Song Chukyu clearly has no patience for waiting. She grabs his hand directly and insists that they go to the training room in his dorm right now. As Song Chukyu pulls him along, Su Jingming cannot help feeling amused by her bold, decisive attitude. He thinks to himself that this kind of straightforward energy really does feel typical of someone from Sichuan, though he also wonders why she is so eager to fight him today. Inside, Song Chukyu is already imagining his reaction. She is certain that once Su Jingming sees she has also advanced to the second tier, he will be completely surprised. Before long, the two of them arrive at the training room, where Lu Wentao and Shi Dongxia are already watching from the side. Su Jingming steps into position with his spear in hand, standing calmly as the spar is about to begin. As Song Chukyu finishes warming up, a confident smirk rises on her face. She rolls her shoulders, grips her stance, and teases Su Jingming, telling him not to lose too miserably in front of everyone. Su Jingming remains perfectly calm, showing no reaction to her provocation. He simply looks at her and says that if she plans to fight him barehanded, then there is no way she can defeat him. Song Chukyu's smile deepens when she hears that. With a look that says she has been waiting for him to ask, she confidently confirms that of course she has a weapon prepared. Without wasting another second, Song Chukyu raises her hand and activates her space ring, calling out the weapon she had hidden inside. A flash of light bursts in front of her, and a massive, ornate halberd materializes in the air. Song Chukyu catches it smoothly with practiced hands, the heavy weapon landing in her grip as if it belongs there. Su Jingming's eyes sharpen slightly when he sees the weapon. He cannot help feeling surprised, because a Fangtai Huaji is an extremely rare choice, especially for a girl to use as her main weapon. With the halberd now in her hands, Song Chukyu's fighting spirit rises even higher. She declares that she is going to defeat him today, while Su Jingming only gives a calm nod, accepting her challenge without the slightest panic. From the side, Lu Wentao watches the scene with a wide grin and confidently announces that his brother Ming has already won. Shi Dongxia hears him and finds his certainty both ridiculous and amusing. The moment the match begins, Su Jingming senses Song Chukyu's aura and immediately realizes that she has already reached the lower second tier. He understands at once that this must be the source of her confidence, but it still does not worry him at all. Purple lightning suddenly surges from his body in a violent wave as he calmly declares that he has not been standing still either. The force of Su Jingming's aura instantly shocks Shi Dongxia. Her eyes widen as she blurts out that it is impossible for him to already be an upper second tier ability user. Beside her, Lu Wentao looks smug and teases her, saying he already told her that her friend was no match for him. Song Chukyu freezes in disbelief, realizing that her carefully built confidence has completely backfired. She cannot understand how Su Jingming's promotion speed is so much faster than hers, even though both of them were top scorers before entering the university. Surrounded by crackling purple lightning, Su Jingming looks at her and asks whether she still wants to continue. Song Chukyu is clearly flustered, but she still refuses to back down, only asking him not to use too much force against her. Su Jingming is amused by how quickly she adjusts to the situation and praises her for being flexible. Then he lowers his spear slightly and tells her that he will not attack first, so she can come at him whenever she is ready. Song Chukyu's expression turns serious again. She warns him not to regret giving her the first move, then releases her rank ability, Light of Dawn, causing brilliant radiance to erupt around her. Su Jingming watches the dazzling light spread across the training room and immediately recognizes that her power is a natural type ability, just like his lightning. His interest rises as he wonders how strong this light of dawn can really be. Song Chukyu channels that power into her body and leaps forward. Her halberd becomes wrapped in a fiery, glowing aura, and Su Jingming watches with interest, noting that this is the first time he has seen a technique that directly enhances a weapon. Su Jingming swings his spear to meet her head-on. The instant the two weapons collide, purple lightning and blazing light crash together, erupting into a brilliant explosion that lights up the entire room. Even under that dazzling impact, Su Jingming remains steady. With a confident smile, he easily parries Song Chukyu's attack, his superior strength overwhelming the force behind her strike and completely neutralizing it. The rebound sends Song Chukyu stumbling backward in shock, her grip tightening around the halberd as she struggles to steady herself. Su Jingming calmly comments that her technique is impressive, but the power behind it is still not enough. Watching from the side, Lu Wentao cannot hold back his excitement and shouts that it was beautiful. He proudly points out that Su Jingming easily blocked Song Chukyu's famous technique as if it was nothing. But Song Chukyu is not ready to admit defeat yet. She tightens her hold on the halberd, lifts her chin with determination, and declares that she is going to try again. In the next moment, Song Chukyu launches into a furious storm of attacks. Her figure flashes around Su Jingming, leaving afterimages behind as the halberd strikes at him from every possible angle. Su Jingming, however, does not panic at all. He stands firm and deflects every single strike with effortless precision. While blocking, he calmly critiques her, saying her speed is too slow, her strength is still lacking, and she clearly needs much more practice. The relentless assault quickly drains Song Chukyu's stamina. After throwing out strike after strike, her breathing grows heavy, sweat gathers on her face, and her movements begin to slow down. In the end, Song Chukyu has no choice but to stop. She is amazed that Su Jingming managed to counter her A-rank combat technique, a move capable of unleashing more than 100 strikes in just a few seconds, without even using any special skills of his own. Leaning against her halberd to catch her breath, Song Chukyu looks at him and guesses that his spear proficiency must have gone beyond the advanced level. Su Jingming answers casually, confirming that it has already reached the master level. That answer shocks Song Chukyu completely. She blurts out that she has been training since she was 8 years old, yet she has only reached the advanced level. Staring at Su Jingming like he is impossible to understand, she declares that he is simply a monster. Song Chukyu finally turns away and admits defeat. With Su Jingming's S-rank ability combined with his terrifying talent, she understands that there is no realistic hope of surpassing him right now. Su Jingming looks at her and asks whether she still wants to test his other techniques. But Song Chukyu immediately refuses, clearly having no desire to continue suffering through the difference between them. She explains that with his power being so much stronger than hers, even if she used more techniques, they would not break through his defenses. Then, as thanks for sparring with her, she invites him to lunch and Su Jingming agrees. Song Chukyu tells him that they will meet again at noon, then leaves the training room together with Chi Dongxia. As they walk away, Chi Dongxia cannot help remarking that Su Jingming really does seem to be the stronger one. After the girls leave, Lu Wentao immediately gives Su Jingming a thumbs up, praising him as the strongest. Su Jingming responds modestly, saying that Song Chukyu is not actually that strong yet, though her advancement speed is still very impressive. Lu Wentao smiles when he hears that, saying Su Jingming only feels that way because he is far too powerful himself. Then he reveals something shocking. Song Chukyu is actually the great-granddaughter of Song Daoyuan, a legendary S-rank grandmaster recorded in the history books. The news leaves Su Jingming momentarily speechless. He immediately remembers reading about Song Daoyuan before, and in the textbooks there was even an entire chapter dedicated to that man's deeds from 80 years ago. Lu Wentao explains that Song Chukyu's family is based in Sichuan, and as the Grandmaster's most beloved great-granddaughter, her rapid progress is not strange at all. Su Jingming finally understands where her confidence comes from, and how she is able to afford such expensive equipment. This realization gives Su Jingming a new sense of urgency. He tells Lu Wentao that he has to get back to training, then quickly leaves, no longer wanting to waste even a little time. Back in the battle technique library, Su Jingming focuses on his next goal and successfully masters his second S-rank skill, Thunder Armor. He immediately tests the technique, and a shield of purple lightning spreads over his entire body. Su Jingming is deeply impressed when he realizes it can reduce incoming impact by 90% and even launch automatic counterattacks, making it an excellent defensive skill. For hours later, Su Jingming checks his system panel again. After learning the two S-rank skills, his once abundant ability points have dropped sharply, leaving him with only a little over 700 remaining. Looking at that remaining amount, Su Jingming silently reminds himself that he will need to return to the wilderness in the future and replenish his ability points through hunting. With his current preparations finally complete, determination settles in Su Jingming's eyes. For now, his focus must shift entirely to the upcoming freshman competition. On September 1st, the day of the competition finally arrives. Su Jingming walks toward the venue with the others and notices the unusual weapons carried by his female friends. Qi Dongxia is equipped with a pair of large mechanical claws, and she explains that having a unique combat style helps her win faster. Her goal for this competition is to break into the top 50. Song Chukyu then states that her own goal is second place. That immediately catches Su Jingming's attention, and he asks whether she has already given up on challenging him again. Song Chukyu admits it openly, saying there is no point fighting him when she already knows she cannot beat him. At that moment, Lu Wentao brings up another strong contender in the competition. He mentions Li Chengji, the top scorer from Qinghai, who has also successfully reached the second tier. Song Chukyu becomes interested as soon as she hears about this rival and says she wants to see just how strong he really is. Just then, Qi Dongxia points ahead and announces that they have arrived. The group steps into view of a massive arena. Its enormous stage and towering stands making the competition feel far grander than an ordinary freshman event. Up in the stands, Jiang Chuxian is already seated beside Tang Qi. Tang Qi looks at her with surprise, clearly not expecting Jiang Chuxian to be interested in watching a freshman competition. Jiang Chuxian smiles faintly and says that she came because there is someone she has been paying close attention to. When Tang Qi curiously asks who that person is, Jiang Chuxian reveals that it is a boy, then points toward the entrance and says that he has just arrived. Down below, Su Jingming and his group walk into the arena. Lu Wentao stares at the enormous stage in amazement, wondering why the university would build something this extravagant just for a competition. Su Jingming explains that his teacher already told him the format of the competition. This will be a 100-person battle royale, so a stage this large is absolutely necessary. The thought of a massive battle royale instantly sparks Su Jingming's interest. A sharp, almost predatory grin spreads across his face as he looks toward the huge arena, already imagining just how exciting this chaotic fight is going to be. As the freshmen gather across the arena floor, Lu Wentao lifts his head and stares toward the spectator stands in amazement. He quickly points out that a surprising number of important figures have come to watch, including the presidents of Modu University's two strongest clubs, the Ash Flame Society and the Starfall Society. With that kind of lineup, Lu Wentao immediately guesses that these people must have come specifically because of Su Jingming. Su Jingming is slightly taken aback when he hears that. He glances over at Lu Wentao and asks in surprise whether superpower universities actually have club activities like ordinary schools. Lu Wentao nods and confirms that they do, but he quickly explains that these clubs are completely different from the casual clubs at normal universities. Here, every club is closer to a real combat team made up of powerful ability users. He goes on to explain that these clubs often head into the wilderness together to hunt beasts, and every month, they provide valuable training resources to their members. Even more importantly, after graduation, joining one of these clubs can become a direct path into their affiliated guilds. Then Lu Wentao brings up another point. Su Jingming's senior, Lu Ming, is actually the vice president of the Ash Flame Society. That makes it even stranger that Lu Ming is not here today, especially when such an important competition involves his junior brother. Su Jingming lowers his gaze, and a trace of concern passes through his eyes. Ever since returning, he has not been able to contact either his senior or his master. Remembering that they had gone to the southwest, he cannot stop himself from wondering whether they are truly safe. Meanwhile, inside a private viewing box, a subordinate respectfully reports to his president about the intense battle situation in the southwest. His tone carries relief as he thanks the president for making it back in time. The subordinate suggests that recruiting new members could be handled by the others. But the silver-haired man sitting there immediately dismisses that idea. He is Wei He, the president of the Ash Flame Society, and he makes it clear that he returned for only one reason: to recruit Su Jingming no matter what it costs. As Wei He's eyes sweep across the spectator stands, he suddenly notices another important figure nearby. His expression shifts slightly as he wonders why Wu Lan from the Starfall Society has also come to watch. In another section of the stands, Wu Lan, the president of the Starfall Society, looks down toward the arena with a confident smirk. Judging from her expression, she has clearly set her sights on the very same target. At that moment, a massive glowing magic circle suddenly appears high above the arena, lighting up the sky and signaling that the freshman competition is about to begin. From within the radiant circle, a magnificent balcony slowly emerges. It descends toward the arena with an almost dreamlike elegance, floating above the crowd. The spectators immediately begin murmuring in awe. Many of them look up in disbelief, wondering whether this incredible display was created by a powerful space-type ability user. Then, on top of the floating balcony, a portal of golden light opens. The glow spreads outward, and a figure calmly steps through from within. An elegant woman with long brown hair appears before everyone. Her appearance is graceful, but the power in her presence is impossible to ignore, instantly drawing the attention of the entire arena. Lu Wentao quickly recognizes her as the vice principal who guards the battle technique library. Su Jingming is surprised by how young she looks, but Lu Wentao explains that powerful ability users age much more slowly because of their strengthened bodies. Even so, he estimates that she must be at least 40 years old. Standing on the floating balcony, the vice principal calmly introduces herself to the crowd. Her name is Ling Shuang, one of Modu University's 3 vice principals, and she is responsible for managing the battle technique library. Since the principal is currently away, she announces that she will preside over the opening ceremony today. Ling Shuang begins by welcoming the new students to Modu Superpower University. Her voice carries clearly across the arena as she announces that this year's freshman class has 1,024 students, including 6 provincial top scorers. She then breaks down the ability rankings among the freshmen. There are 56 students with A-rank abilities, 832 with B-rank abilities, and 135 with C-rank and D-rank abilities. Then, with a subtle glance toward the crowd, she adds that among them is also one extremely rare S-rank awakened student, immediately drawing the attention of Su Jingming and the people around him. Ling Shuang continues explaining that, in order to help students grow stronger, the university distributes resources every year according to a 5-tier rating system, ranging from D rank all the way up to S rank. She declares that the upcoming freshman competition will determine each student's treatment and rating for their first year. The moment they hear this, the freshmen begin whispering among themselves, suddenly feeling the intense pressure of the university's competitive system. Hearing the murmurs about fairness, Ling Shuang gives a cold scoff. A dark, powerful aura suddenly bursts from her body, as she looks down at the freshmen and forcefully asks, when she ever said Modu University was supposed to be a fair place. With a stern expression, Ling Shuang declares that the university's goal is to cultivate true top-tier powerhouses. And if they want the strong to be born, then every student must be prepared to survive harsh competition. Her intense words sweep across the arena like a heavy pressure, leaving the freshmen completely silent. For a moment, no one dares to speak. Su Jingming, however, is not frightened at all. Instead, a confident smirk appears on his face, as he thinks that this brutal competitive environment proves he made the right choice by coming here. Ling Shuang then advises the students not to hide their true strength. The stronger they prove themselves to be, the more resources they will receive. After that, she begins explaining the specific rules of the competition. The first stage will be a 100-person battle royale. Floating drones will record how many opponents each student defeats, and the battle will be divided into 10 separate rounds. From each round, only the top 5 students will advance. Ling Shuang then projects a screen in the air, displaying the rewards for the competition. First place will receive a 10 cubic meter space ring, A-grade cultivation resources, and 1,000 credits. Second and third place will receive A-grade and B-grade combat suits, B-grade resources, and a large amount of credits. The freshmen stare at the projected rewards in awe. The value of these prizes is far beyond what many of them expected, and the excitement in the arena rises instantly. Ling Shuang adds one final important detail. The results of this competition will also determine each student's permission level within the university, ranging from C rank to A rank. She then clarifies that the extremely rare S rank permission is granted through a separate process. With her explanation finished, Ling Shuang turns the proceedings over to another dean, then disappears gracefully in a flash of golden light. After Ling Shuang leaves, the dean of the Elemental Academy, Sun Qingxue, steps forward and takes over in front of the crowd. Sun Qingxue officially declares the start of the freshman competition. As encouragement, she reminds all the students that anyone who performs exceptionally well may be chosen by a teacher and accepted as a personal disciple, urging them to give everything they have. The students immediately begin murmuring with excitement. For many of them, this competition is not just about rankings anymore. It is a rare chance to change their future. Sun Qingxue explains that the first stage will consist of 10 rounds of battle. Right after that, the AI EVA begins randomly selecting the students who will participate in the first round. As everyone watches the selection results appear, Su Jingming's group, all wearing matching combat suits, notices that Qinghai's top scorer, Li Chengji, has been placed in the very first group. From the stage, Li Chengji turns his gaze toward them. A provocative smirk spreads across his face, as if he is deliberately trying to make his presence known. Qi Dongxia immediately points out his attitude, while Song Chukyu frowns and calls him arrogant, clearly displeased by the way he is showing off. Lu Wentao, however, watches with a mischievous look in his eyes. In his mind, he silently thinks that Li Chengji has just made a terrible mistake without even realizing it. Soon, the 100 selected students step onto the arena floor, and spread out across the battlefield, each of them preparing for the chaos that is about to begin. Sun Qingxue reassures the contestants that they do not need to worry about dying during the match. If anyone's life is truly in danger, Eva will automatically generate a protective shield around them. She also adds that a medical team is already waiting on standby. Then the countdown begins. 3, 2, 1, and the moment the final number falls, the first battle officially starts. The arena instantly erupts into chaos. Ability users rush in every direction, weapons clash, energy bursts explode across the field, and the 100-person free-for-all begins in full force. In the stands, many spectators quickly focus their attention on a powerful sword-wielding student who is dominating the battlefield. They notice that he has already broken through to the second tier, and soon identify him as Li Chengji, the top scorer from Qinghai province. On the battlefield, Li Chengji cuts through his opponents with effortless confidence. Every strike sends another student down, and as they fall before him, he coldly calls them weaklings. The first round comes to an end far faster than expected. A floating AI drone announces the results, declaring that Li Chengji has taken first place after defeating 36 people. As Li Chengji steps down from the stage, he deliberately looks up towards Su Jingming. With a challenging expression, he wonders aloud whether Su Jingming will be able to surpass his score. Watching Li Chengji's arrogant display, Lu Wentao breaks into a nervous sweat and says that this guy is truly beyond saving. He remarks that he has never seen someone so eager to court disaster. In the stands, a member of the Starfall Society points out Li Chengji's second-tier breakthrough to their president, Wu Lan, and asks whether they should make him their main recruitment target. Wu Lan remains calm and dismisses the idea immediately, stating that their number one target is still Su Jingming. When the subordinate cautiously asks whether Wu Lan has some kind of inside information, Wu Lan remains perfectly calm. He replies that it is not exactly a secret, because what he knows is something he personally witnessed with his own eyes. A short while later, Eva's voice echoes across the arena, announcing that the second round is about to begin. The selected students are called up to the stage one by one, and to the excitement of his friends, Su Jingming's name is among them. Lu Wentao and Song Chukyu immediately cheer him on from the side, telling him to show Li Chengji what real strength looks like. Su Jingming listens to them with a calm expression and simply agrees, as if the outcome is already obvious. The moment Su Jingming steps onto the stage, the faces of the other contestants change. A heavy sense of dread spreads through the group as they complain about their terrible luck. Almost immediately, many of them give up on first place altogether and decide they can only fight for the remaining 4 advancement spots. Su Jingming stands in place with complete confidence, his gaze sweeping over the nervous students around him. In his mind, he thinks they are far too naive if they believe keeping their distance will be enough to keep them safe. From the VIP section, several deans watch the stage with interest. One of them turns to Dean Sun Qingxue and asks whether Su Jingming is the new disciple of Dean Yongjian. Sun Qingxue confirms it and identifies him as the S-rank awakened student. Hearing that, the dean cannot help commenting that Su Jingming's aura is already quite impressive. But when Su Jingming begins to reveal his true power, one of the deans is so shocked that he nearly spits out his drink. He stares at the stage in disbelief, exclaiming that Su Jingming has already reached the second tier, even though just a month ago, he had only recently awakened. The other deans are just as stunned, all marveling at the terrifying speed of Su Jingming's advancement. Sun Qingxue quietly thinks to herself that Dean Yongjian really knows how to keep secrets. The countdown for the battle begins, and the moment the match officially starts, Su Jingming releases his power without hesitation. A huge vortex of purple lightning suddenly roars outward from his body, swallowing a large section of the arena and leaving the surrounding students frozen in shock. Standing at the very center of the storm, Su Jingming spins his spear so fast it becomes a blur of motion. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he thinks that compared with slaughtering beasts, fighting against other humans is still much more interesting. Su Jingming's overwhelming display of power immediately terrifies the other contestants. A blast of energy pushes several of them backward, and one student's face turns pale as he realizes that this aura belongs to a second-tier ability user. Wrapped in swirling purple lightning, Su Jingming stands there like the eye of a storm, silently confirming their worst fear. The students around him shout in disbelief, unable to accept that he is already a second-tier ability user. The other competitors stare at him with despair in their eyes. Some of them complain bitterly about how unfair it is to face a freshman who is already one full tier above most of them. From the stands, Wu Lan, the president of the Starfall Society, watches the battlefield without any surprise. His subordinate asks whether he already knew Su Jingming's true strength, and Wu Lan calmly says that he did. Now, Su Jingming's potential is finally clear for everyone to see. In another section of the stands, Jiang Chuxian looks down at Su Jingming and smiles to herself. Remembering that she had been calling this junior of hers a senior all along, She playfully decides that she will definitely get even with him later. Meanwhile, Li Qingji clenches his teeth in frustration. He had originally planned to use Su Jingming's fame as a stepping stone to make a name for himself, but now that Su Jingming has revealed this level of strength, that plan has become completely useless. Li Qingji can only curse his bad luck for being placed in a different round from Su Jingming. With his chance to directly challenge him gone for now, he starts wondering what he should do next. Back inside the arena, one student suddenly seizes the moment and raises his voice. He tells the others that Su Jingming is far too strong for any of them to face alone, so their only option is to join forces and eliminate him first. The proposal is immediately met with enthusiastic agreement. Everyone understands that if they fight separately, they have no chance at all, so teaming up against Su Jingming becomes their only possible path forward. Inside the storm of lightning, Su Jingming notices something unusual in the speaker's voice. There is a strange persuasive force behind it, and he quickly realizes that this student must be a spiritual type ability user. A purple-haired young man named Shi steps forward and reveals himself. Using his A-rank psychic ability, he pulls the scattered students together and confidently tells them that if they follow his orders, they will have a rare chance to defeat an S-rank ability user. Encouraged by Shi Ying's words and influenced by his power, the remaining students quickly rally around him. Their fear begins turning into reckless determination. Inside the VIP box, the deans quietly comment on what is happening below. Wu Wen notes that Shi Ying has managed to unite the freshmen, while Sun Qingxue recognizes him as a disciple of Dean Long Kai. Dean Long Kai, the head of the Tactics Academy, smiles with obvious pride. Even so, he understands very well that the students are coming together not purely because of Shi Ying's leadership, but because Su Jingming's strength has forced them into unity. Still, Sun Qingxue believes Su Jingming is now in a difficult position. If an S-rank awakened student were eliminated in the very first round, it would become an enormous joke across the university. Down below, Su Jingming calmly watches as his opponents gather together, their formations slowly tightening around him from different directions. Shi Ying looks at him and taunts him, saying that he has already lost the best chance to attack first. Then he asks how Su Jingming plans to deal with more than 100 opponents surrounding him at once. But Su Jingming does not look intimidated in the slightest. Instead, he smirks and asks why Shi Ying thinks he is the one at a disadvantage. As he speaks, purple lightning gathers in his palm and quickly condenses into a spear made entirely of pure thunder. Seeing this, Shi Ying immediately gives the order to attack. He sends the close combat fighters charging at the front, while the ranged and support-type students begin preparing their abilities behind them. With the rare opportunity to bring down an S-rank ability user right in front of them, the students charge as one. Their battle cries echo across the arena as they surge towards Su Jingming from every side. From a safer distance, Shi Ying raises a rock barrier around himself and looks at Su Jingming with a taunting expression. He tells him to focus on surviving the first wave before even thinking about reaching him. Su Jingming, however, remains completely unimpressed. Looking at the crowd rushing toward him, he coolly thinks that no matter how many of them there are, numbers mean very little in front of true power. Then Su Jingming makes his move. He hurls the massive lightning spear forward, but instead of aiming for the charging students, he sends it straight toward Shi Ying's defensive rock wall. The lightning spear slams into the barrier with terrifying force. In an instant, the solid wall of rock shatters apart, exploding into fragments under the impact. The burst of purple energy spreads outward violently, creating a powerful shockwave that sweeps across the arena and forces the nearest attackers to stumble and retreat. But the energy does not stop there. The raw thunder power continues surging across the battlefield, crackling wildly along the arena floor, as if it is about to tear everything apart. Caught within the blast zone, Shi Ying and the surrounding students stare in horror. Their faces go pale as they scream that the energy is about to explode and that they are all going to die. A heartbeat later, their fears come true. The gathered thunder energy detonates in a massive explosion, engulfing a huge section of the battlefield in blinding purple light. The onlookers are stunned by the terrifying scale of the blast. One student even shouts that he just saw something like a mushroom cloud rise up, while others nervously wonder whether Shi Ying and his group have been killed. The university's safety system activates immediately. An AI drone announces that a life-threatening impact has triggered the defensive grid, causing several students to be sealed inside protective bubbles. It then delivers the result. All of them have been eliminated by Su Jingming. Safe inside the protective barrier but already disqualified, Shi Ying clenches his fist in frustration. He bitterly complains that he failed to eliminate even a single opponent and ended up losing everything simply because he provoked Su Jingming. One of the eliminated instigators, still unwilling to give up, desperately shouts toward the remaining students and urges them to continue attacking no matter what. Still affected by Shi Ying's earlier command, A female student grits her teeth and declares with fierce determination that she will drag Su Jingming down with her even if she gets eliminated. The remaining fighters respond to that call. Their eyes glow red as they throw away their hesitation and launch one final desperate charge at Su Jingming from every direction. Su Jingming stands calmly at the center of the arena, watching dozens of weapons descend toward him at the same time. Blades, fists, and abilities close in from all sides. But instead of feeling pressured, Su Jingming's expression only grows more confident. A faint, almost sinister smile spreads across his face as he prepares to meet their reckless charge head-on. Watching from the sidelines, Shi Ying still clings to one last hope. He believes that even if the others are all eliminated, it will be worth it as long as they can take Su Jingming down with them. But in the very next instant, that confidence completely collapses. Shi Ying's expression twists with pure shock as he sees what actually happens on the battlefield. Su Jingming counters the entire assault with almost effortless ease. By simply spinning his spear, he creates a roaring vortex of purple lightning that blasts every attacker away, sending them flying in all directions. With the final threat swept aside, Su Jingming lowers his spear and lets out a small sigh. Standing alone amid the scattered opponents, he looks almost bored, as if the battle ended far too easily. Shi Ying stared at the scene in complete disbelief, his eyes widening as he struggled to process what had just happened. A single use of Su Jingming's ability had actually stopped every elemental attack thrown at him head-on. The thought chilled him. Was this the true crushing power of an S-rank ability? Shi Ying's strength finally gave out, and he dropped heavily to his knees like all the fight had been drained from his body. Even with so many students attacking together, they had still been helpless before Su Jingming. In the end, they were no different from ants trying to shake a mountain. All around the arena, the audience exploded into chaos. Students shouted in shock, staring at the terrifying lightning still crackling around Su Jingming. Every other elemental attack had been completely useless against him. One lightning ability user looked especially shaken, unable to understand why Su Jingming's lightning carried such overwhelming force compared to his own. Up in the stands, Jiang Chuxian could barely contain her excitement. She shot up from her seat and cheered loudly, her face bright with relief, shouting that she had known her senior would be perfectly fine. Beside her, Song Chukyu watched the arena with a knowing smirk tugging at her lips. To her, those students had been far too naive. Thinking they could bring down Su Jingming with such a basic plan was almost laughable. In the VIP section, the deans had already begun breaking down the battle with serious eyes. Dean Long Kei narrowed his gaze and remarked that Su Jingming's control over the Thunder Spear had clearly reached an advanced level. Another dean added that the spear throw had even produced a sonic boom, proving not only terrifying speed, but also an incredibly powerful physique behind it. Dean Sun Qingshui remained quiet for a moment, her expression thoughtful as she looked down at Su Jingming. At a time like this, she truly wished Dean Yang Xintian were present, so she could ask him directly about this extraordinary disciple of his. Back on the arena floor, the few students still standing had gone completely stiff with fear. Their earlier confidence had vanished, and now they could only stare at Su Jingming, realizing they had no method at all to break through his defense. With their spirits crushed, one of them finally muttered that their only choice left was to run. Seeing the remaining contestants frozen in place, Su Jingming slowly turned toward them with a confident smirk. Purple lightning spiraled around his body like a living storm as he mocked them, asking if they were already too scared to make a move. If they would not come to him, then he would simply go to them instead. The next instant, Su Jingming launched himself forward. The ground beneath his feet cracked apart from the force of his leap, and his entire figure transformed into a flashing blur wrapped in violent energy. In a single breath, he closed the distance. His body flickered through the crowd like a phantom, appearing and disappearing between the students as his spear struck with blinding speed, knocking them down before they could even react. Panic spread instantly through the remaining fighters. Several of them shouted in alarm, stunned by how fast he was moving. One student desperately yelled for everyone to form a defensive formation, while another shouted back that they had to stay close together or they would be picked off one by one. Following that frantic advice, the remaining students quickly gathered into a tight cluster. A shield-bearer stepped to the very front, planting his feet and raising his shield as the others huddled behind him, bracing themselves for Su Jingming's next attack. When Su Jingming saw that they had finally pulled together into a proper defense, the smirk on his face only grew wider. For the first time in the round, he felt a hint of interest, as though the fight was finally becoming slightly entertaining. He slipped into their formation like a streak of lightning wrapped around steel. Every movement of his spear tore apart their coordination, and while breaking them down, he calmly pointed out their weaknesses. One student's attack angle was wrong, another's reaction was too slow, and a third simply lacked enough power to threaten him. As Su Jingming moved, One student tried to stop him by releasing a wave of ice across the arena floor. But Su Jingming landed lightly in the middle of the attack, his posture steady and relaxed, completely unaffected by the frozen surge around him. Then, in only a few short seconds, the entire fight reached its end. The arena floor was now covered with the defeated bodies of every other contestant. Su Jingming stood above the final fallen student, his expression cold and unmoved. With one last contemptuous remark that they were all too weak, he drove his spear into the ground, marking the brutal finish of a battle that had never truly been equal. The defeated students lay scattered across the floor, their confidence completely shattered. One of them complained bitterly that Su Jingming had crushed them so easily and still had the nerve to call them weak afterward. Another groaned that his luck was simply terrible for ending up in the same group as a monster like him. Eva hovered above the arena and officially announced the end of the round. Below her, Su Jingming rested his spear casually on his shoulder, wearing a confident smile as the drone declared him the only qualifier from the match, after defeating all 102 opponents by himself. The drone began to announce the remaining qualifiers, but halfway through, its voice suddenly stopped. Dean Sun Qingshui then stepped in and took over the announcement. Since Su Jingming was the only contestant who had advanced from the round, the remaining students would have to fight an additional match to decide the other 4 qualifying spots. In the stands, the crowd buzzed with non-stop discussion. One female student stared at the arena in amazement, saying it had been an absolute crushing victory, and that she had never seen a competition round where only one person advanced. Her friend nodded immediately, already predicting that every university club would soon be fighting to recruit Su Jingming. The deans were just as impressed. Dean Long K recalled that throughout more than 40 years of this competition, the previous elimination record had only been 87 opponents, set by another S-rank user in a 7-minute match. After comparing the numbers, the deans could only agree on one thing. Su Jingming had created a new record so outrageous that it would probably never be broken again. Dean Long K then wondered aloud how Dean Yang Jintian had managed to train Su Jingming's spearmanship all the way to master level. Dean Sun Qingshui was stunned as well, realizing that Su Jingming's talent with weapons had to be extraordinary. She admitted that she had originally wanted him for the Elemental Academy, but after seeing this, there was clearly no need anymore. A faint smile appeared on Dean Sun Qingshui's lips. With a student like Su Jingming around, she no longer felt the same worry about the upcoming 3-school freshman research trip. Down on the ground level, Song Chukyu and Qi Dongxia quickly rushed over to congratulate Su Jingming. Lu Wentao was especially excited, pointing toward Li Chengji and laughing as he said that after Su Jingming eliminated Shiring, Li Chengji's face had practically turned purple. Lu Wentao joked that with a face like that, Li Chengji might as well go learn the art of face changing. Su Jingming glanced toward his rival, his eyes calm, and silently judged him as nothing more than a paper tiger who only knew how to bully weaker people. Although Su Jingming found Li Chengji's arrogance extremely unpleasant, he had no intention of confronting him right there. Instead, he decided to wait until the second stage of the competition and issue a formal challenge to Li Chengji in front of everyone. Su Jingming then turned back to his friends and patted Lu Wentao on the shoulder. Now it was their turn to step into the arena. He told them that reaching the top 50 should be simple enough, and Lu Wentao immediately nodded with eager confidence. Su Jingming exchanged a firm fist bump with Song Chukyu. She looked at him with a confident smile and said that although she could not defeat him, she would still prove that she was the strongest freshman after him. The competition continued without pause. In the third round, Lu Wentao fought hard and secured 4th place, defeating 9 opponents along the way. Later, during the 6th round, Qi Dongxia stepped into the arena with her claws and carved her way to 3rd place after taking down 12 opponents. Finally, when the 8th round arrived, it was Song Chukyu's turn to enter the battlefield. She stood in the arena gripping her massive halberd, her posture steady and full of confidence. With a bold look in her eyes, she declared that her moment had finally come. Her appearance immediately stirred up the students watching from the stands. Many recognized her as the top scorer from Sichuan province, and their attention quickly shifted to both her striking looks and her rare choice of weapon. One excited fan even called her the school's new goddess. The match began, and Song Chukyu wasted no time activating her A-rank ability, Light of Dawn. A brilliant golden aura spread across her halberd, making the heavy weapon shine as if it had been wrapped in sunlight. She moved with a stunning blend of grace and raw force. Each swing of her halberd flashed through the air, cutting through contestants with swift, decisive strikes before they could regain their footing. Her strength instantly shocked the other students. Cries rang out as they realized she was also a second-tier ability user. One student tried to comfort himself by saying she was only a lower-rank second-tier and not as terrifying as Su Jingming, but his friend answered grimly that, against them, the difference did not matter at all. Watching from the stands, Wu Lan, the president of the Starfall Society, looked genuinely impressed. Without taking his eyes off Song Chukyu's performance, He instructed his subordinate to place her as their second recruitment target. Inside the arena, Song Chukyu continued pressing forward. She unleashed her technique, Dawn Light's second dance, and her body spun through the battlefield like a golden whirlwind, her glowing halberd striking down multiple opponents in rapid succession. Then she steadied herself and gathered her power into a more concentrated attack. The golden light around her halberd intensified as she prepared to release light flame gravity slash. With a powerful leap, Song Chukyu rose into the air and brought her halberd crashing down in a devastating thrust. The force of the attack was far too much for one of the remaining students, who cried out under the terrifying weight before collapsing to the ground. With the final opponent defeated, Song Chukyu stood alone as the winner of the round. The AI drone announced her result for everyone to hear. First place with 45 eliminations. After securing her victory, Song Chukyu allowed her weapon to dematerialize from her hand. Then she turned towards Su Jingming in the stands and waved at him cheerfully, her earlier battle aura replaced by a bright smile. She soon walked over to Su Jingming and playfully asked what he thought of her performance. Su Jingming praised her without hesitation, admitting that her mix of magic and close combat fighting had been impressive, and he said he was looking forward to facing her in the second round. 2 hours later, the second stage of the competition officially began. This time, the battles would take place as free challenges on floating platforms suspended high above the arena. Each student was given 3 chances to challenge someone ranked above them. However, only contestants who had already made it into the top 50 could be selected as challenge targets. Now it was Su Jingming's turn to choose. For a brief moment, he considered challenging Song Chukyu, who was ranked second, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Instead, he looked toward the AI drone and calmly announced that he wanted to challenge the third-ranked student, Li Qingji. The moment the announcement rang out, Li Qingji froze in place, his face twisting from shock into pure fury. He snapped his arm up and pointed straight at Su Jingming, practically shouting as he demanded to know why the student ranked first would suddenly challenge him. Su Jingming only looked back with calm, unreadable eyes and answered that the rules never said he had to challenge someone above him. Then his tone turned colder, and he reminded Li Qingji that if he dared to provoke him, he should have expected there to be consequences. The stands immediately broke into confused whispers, with students turning to one another, trying to understand what had happened between them. Then someone who knew the situation leaned in and explained that Li Qingji had once arrogantly made a throat-slitting gesture towards Su Jingming, basically asking for trouble with his own hands. Eva, the Academy's AI, quickly assigned the two of them to an arena. Li Qingji's anger only burned hotter, and he accepted the challenge on the spot, eager to personally test just how terrifying an S-rank ability user could really be. Soon, on the floating battle platform, Su Jingming and Li Qingji stood facing each other across the arena, while the AI's countdown echoed around them. The instant the match began, Li Qingji stopped holding back and released his full power. His body swelled rapidly, muscles bulging as his frame grew larger, and red fur spread across him until he took on the appearance of a terrifying lion-headed beast. The system identified his ability clearly, an A-rank power known as the Berserk Blood Lion King. Li Qingji threw his head back and released a savage roar, the sound shaking across the entire arena. Wrapped in a blazing red aura, the lion-like warrior charged forward with brutal force, roaring that Su Jingming was the one who had pushed him this far. Su Jingming stood his ground, purple lightning crackling sharply through his eyes, as he stared back with an icy expression. His reply was just as cold, saying he had forced nothing at all, and that the disaster Li Qingji was facing now was born from his own arrogance. Then, in a sudden flash of lightning, Su Jingming vanished from where he stood, his speed so fast that the watching students could barely follow his movement. In the next instant, he appeared high above Li Qingji's charging figure, spear already raised and ready to descend with a devastating strike. Li Qingji suddenly turned, surprise flashing across his beastly face before he let out a disdainful scoff, as if he couldn't believe a lightning-type user would dare meet him directly in close combat. With both hands gripping his massive sword, Li Qingji swung it fiercely and unleashed his wild lion slash, sending a violent wave of power tearing upward. Their weapons collided in midair, and the clash erupted into a brilliant explosion of energy that lit up the platform. But the force behind Su Jingming's strike was far beyond what Li Qingji could withstand. The impact slammed into him head-on and blasted his huge, transformed body backward through the arena. As Li Qingji fought desperately to stop himself, disbelief spread across his face. Horror slowly sank in as he realized that even after enhancing his body into this beastly form, Su Jingming's raw physical strength still completely surpassed his own. Su Jingming gave him no room to recover. Pressing the advantage, he raised his power again and released a continuous torrent of purple cloud divine lightning. The violent purple electricity swallowed Li Qingji's transformed body in an instant, making the lion-like warrior roar out in unbearable pain. The crowd watched with pale faces, and many students were visibly shaken. Some whispered that if even a second-tier enhancement-type ability user couldn't endure the pain, then the torment had to be beyond imagination. Another student pointed out in terror that Su Jingming was clearly controlling the lightning on purpose, keeping the power strong enough to torture Li Chengji but not enough to finish him off. So the AI had no reason to stop the match. By then, everyone had reached the same conclusion. Out of all the people in the academy, Su Jingming was the last person anyone should provoke. At last, after several more agonizing moments, Li Chengji's body gave out completely. His beastly transformation faded as he collapsed onto the platform, and the AI drone officially declared Su Jingming the winner. Su Jingming stood over the arena with a cold, victorious gaze. Inwardly, he felt it was a shame he hadn't been able to make the torture last a little longer. But 10 seconds of agony was more than enough to leave a lesson Li Chengji would never forget. From now on, he hoped this arrogant guy would finally learn to keep his head down. On the ground, Li Chengji lay battered and breathless, panting heavily as shock filled his eyes. He muttered to himself in disbelief, realizing he had somehow survived when just moments ago he truly thought he was about to die. Still trembling, he watched Su Jingming turn and walk away. Only after Su Jingming's figure had completely left did Li Chengji finally let out a shaky sigh of relief. But that relief didn't last for even a moment. Song Chukyu suddenly stepped forward, lifted her halberd, and pointed it toward the arena, calmly telling Eva with complete confidence that she also wanted to challenge the third-ranked student, Li Chengji. The new announcement hit Li Chengji like another lightning strike, and fresh terror spread across his face as he realized his nightmare still wasn't over. The next fight ended almost as soon as it began. Already battered beyond belief, Li Chengji was blasted away by Song Chukyu's powerful attack, and even his transformed body couldn't withstand the force. With her halberd planted firmly into the ground and a confident smile on her face, Song Chukyu stood proudly in the arena while the AI drone announced her victory. Not long after, the once arrogant Li Chengji was lying unconscious on a stretcher, carried off the arena by the academy's medical team. Song Chukyu then walked up to Su Jingming with a proud look, asking if he had seen how she beat up their rival. Su Jingming looked at her calmly and acknowledged without hesitation that she was indeed very strong. The two of them raised their fists and bumped them together in celebration, the simple gesture making their growing friendship obvious to everyone watching. Of course, their friendly moment did not escape the eyes of the male students nearby. A small group stared over in despair, with one of them groaning that the goddess of their freshman class had already been taken. Another complained that Su Jingming moved way too fast, since the school year hadn't even officially started yet. His friend immediately leaned over and shushed him in a panic, whispering that he definitely did not want to end up like Li Chengji. 4 hours later, Dean Sun Qingshui stood before all the freshmen and announced that the freshman competition had officially come to an end. With the arena finally quieting down, she prepared to reveal the final results. A huge holographic screen appeared above the field, displaying the complete rankings for everyone to see. Su Jingming stood firmly in first place, Song Chukyu took second, and Li Chengji remained in third. Lu Wentao's name was also on the list, successfully securing the 39th rank. With the competition officially finished, the students were instructed to log into the school's website and choose their academies. After everything settled down, Song Chukyu turned to Su Jingming and asked which class he had been assigned to. Su Jingming lifted his phone and showed her the result, revealing that he had entered the Weaponry Academy, while Song Chukyu told him she had been placed in the Elemental Academy. Watching the two of them from the side, Qi Dongxia nudged Lu Wentao and pointed out just how close they had become. Lu Wentao immediately joked that if she was already calling him Jingming today, then by tomorrow she might be calling him darling. Dean's son, King Sui, then stepped forward and made the final announcement to close the ceremony. She reminded the students who had performed well that later that evening, they would receive messages from their exclusive mentors. Up in the VIP stands, the deans began discussing the results among themselves. They agreed that this year's freshmen were clearly much stronger than usual, and one dean specifically singled out Su Jingming, predicting that within 1 or 2 years, he might dominate the entire student body. With a talent like that, they were certain the student clubs would fight desperately to recruit him. As the event finally wrapped up, Lu Wentao suggested that their group should go out for a meal to celebrate. Qi Dongxia agreed right away, then teasingly added that since Su Jingming was now the newcomer king and also a wealthy man with a space ring, it only made sense for him to treat everyone. Su Jingming accepted the idea happily without putting on any airs. Lu Wentao instantly cheered, praising Brother Ming for being so generous as the group laughed and started heading off campus together. But before their celebration could properly begin, 2 young men suddenly approached them. The one walking in front called out to student Su, causing Su Jingming to stop and look over in confusion, since he had no memory of meeting this person before. The young man gave a confident smile and introduced himself as Wu Lan, the president of the Starfall Society. Then, in a formal and direct tone, he invited Su Jingming to join their club. Wu Lan laid out his offer with obvious sincerity, explaining that since Su Jingming was the school's only S-rank student, the Starfall Society was prepared to show him proper respect. If Su Jingming agreed to join, he would immediately become vice president, receive 100 credits every semester, and also be granted B-rank cultivation resources. The surrounding students were instantly stunned by the treatment. One of them said with envy that ordinary members had to pay fees and work hard just to stay in the club. Another added that the Starfall Society was a top-tier student organization, and becoming its vice president was basically a direct road toward joining an elite guild after graduation. But before Su Jingming could even give his reply, another voice suddenly cut through the air. Wei He, the president of the Ash Flame Society, arrived with a mocking smile and asked Wu Lan whether offering only a vice president position wasn't a little too stingy. Then, with full confidence, Wei He presented an even more shocking offer. If Su Jingming joined the Ash Flame Society, he could immediately become the president in training. And once Wei He graduated, Su Jingming would directly take over as the full president, along with additional benefits. The crowd was stunned all over again, realizing that the Ash Flame Society was willing to spend an enormous amount just to pull Su Jingming into their side. Wu Lan stayed calm and admitted that he couldn't match that condition, because the guild behind his club had strict rules when it came to appointing presidents. Standing between two powerful invitations, Su Jingming fell into brief thought, weighing the offers carefully. In the end, he told them he still needed some time to consider everything and would give them his answer in a few days. In his mind, Su Jingming briefly remembered his previous life, when he had once served as student council president. That position had swallowed up a huge amount of his time and energy, so in this new life, he decided it would be wiser to stay cautious before accepting any role that came with too many responsibilities. Wu Lan and Wei He both understood his answer and did not try to pressure him any further. Each of them handed Su Jingming a contact card, telling him to reach out whenever he had made his decision. Before leaving, the two presidents also turned their attention to Su Jingming's friends, politely saying that they were welcome to join their clubs as well if they were interested. After the two presidents finally walked away, Su Jingming looked toward his friends and said it was time for them to leave. But as his gaze swept over the surrounding crowd, he immediately realized that getting away smoothly would not be easy. Sure enough, just as he expected, recruiters from other clubs rushed over almost instantly, surrounding them from all sides and trying to grab Su Jingming's attention. One club proudly bragged about having many beautiful female members, another emphasized its bright future prospects, while a third tried to impress him with its powerful financial backing. After finally pushing their way out of the noisy group of recruiters, Su Jingming and his friends stood together looking completely drained. Letting out a breath, Su Jingming announced that they could finally go and have their celebratory meal. But just as they were about to leave, Su Jingming suddenly noticed a pair of stylish boots stepping into view, moving toward them with an easy, confident rhythm. A beautiful woman with long, silvery white hair appeared before him, her smile carrying a playful charm as she greeted him like an older student greeting her junior. The person who had arrived was none other than Jiang Chuxian. Su Jingming was clearly caught off guard, and his greeting came out a little awkward as he stammered in surprise. Standing beside him, Song Chukyu immediately looked at this unfamiliar woman with a trace of suspicion and asked who she was. Su Jingming quickly introduced Jiang Chuxian as the senior he had met back in the wilderness. Jiang Chuxian then introduced herself with a calm smile, saying she was a second-year student from the Elemental Academy before reaching out to shake Lu Wentao's hand. Lu Wentao was instantly overwhelmed, staring at her like he had just seen a legend come to life. He stammered out the words Goddess Jiang, completely amazed that the famously cold ice goddess was actually smiling right in front of him. Song Chukyu then stepped forward with polite composure and introduced herself as Su Jingming's classmate. Her tone courteous, but her attention clearly fixed on Jiang Chuxian. As Jiang Chuxian looked Song Chukyu over, she was secretly surprised by the girl's beauty and that unique charm she carried. For some reason, she even felt a strange urge to get closer to her. That unexpected feeling immediately made Jiang Chuxian flustered. In her heart, she comically decided that Song Chukyu had to be a truly dangerous girl, because she was somehow captivating enough to draw in everyone around her. Just then, Su Jingming turned to Jiang Chuxian and asked if she wanted to join them for dinner. Her expression brightened at once, and she happily accepted the invitation. The group soon found a restaurant and settled in for their celebration. Around the table, everyone lifted their glasses together, raising a cheerful toast to mark the end of the freshman competition. During dinner, Jiang Chuxuan's cheeks were slightly flushed from the drinks, as she lifted her glass towards Su Jingming. With a playful smile, she toasted him and called him her junior. A moment later, Song Chukyu, whose face was also faintly red, raised her own glass toward him. When she softly called him Jingming, Su Jingming couldn't help feeling a little flustered by the atmosphere. Seeing the obvious tension between the two women, Lu Wentao quietly leaned toward Qi Dongxia and whispered that it looked like both of them were interested in Brother Ming. In his opinion, this place had already turned into a battlefield, and the two of them needed to retreat immediately. Without wasting another second, Lu Wentao and Qi Dongxia quickly made up an excuse, waved goodbye, and slipped away in a hurry. Just like that, they abandoned a bewildered Su Jingming and left him alone to deal with the two women by himself. Left sitting there, Su Jingming looked after his friends in confusion, completely unable to understand why they had suddenly run off so fast. After more drinks, both women seemed too tipsy to walk properly. Jiang Chuxian was the first to ask Su Jingming for help, and right after her, Song Chukyu also leaned in and said she could not walk either, insisting that she needed his support. With both women clinging to him from either side, Su Jingming became visibly flustered and asked if they were truly sure about this. Both of them confirmed without hesitation, leaving him with no choice but to awkwardly agree to take them back to their dorms. As Su Jingming helped the two of them leave the restaurant, the other patrons stared after him with extreme envy. Some could not help commenting on how unbelievably lucky he was. After finally dropping both of them off safely, Su Jingming returned to his own villa at last and let out a long, deep sigh of relief. But the moment he entered, he froze in surprise. An unfamiliar woman was sitting calmly on the couch inside his villa, and Su Jingming looked at her in confusion before asking who she was. The woman introduced herself as Suyu, his newly assigned class counselor. She explained that she had come to deliver the rewards he had earned from the freshman competition, and Su Jingming immediately greeted her with polite respect. Suyu then presented him with a wooden box, explaining that it could be opened with his fingerprint. She also reminded him that if he encountered any school-related matters in the future, he could contact her directly. After handing over the prize, Suyu left without lingering. Almost at the same time, Lu Wentao came downstairs and noticed Su Jingming standing there with the reward box. Lu Wentao immediately leaned in with a playful expression and asked whether there had been a major conflict between Song Chukyu and Jiang Chuxian. Su Jingming looked genuinely confused and asked what kind of conflict he was talking about. Lu Wentao was left completely speechless, staring at him in disbelief, as if he could not understand how the situation had failed to explode into a fight. After a moment, Lu Wentao quickly reached his own conclusion. In his eyes, Brother Ming must have handled everything perfectly. While Lu Wentao silently admired his friend's supposed skill, Su Jingming sat down on the couch and pressed his fingerprint against the prize box to open it. As he looked over the rewards inside, a pleasant surprise appeared on Su Jingming's face. Su Jingming carefully examined the prizes he had received from the freshman competition. Sitting on the couch, he first tested the 10 cubic meter space ring he had won. With a simple command, the ring gave off a faint glow, and his large spear instantly vanished from sight, stored neatly inside the space ring. Lu Wentao watched the whole thing with wide-eyed amazement. He could not help commenting on the ring's impressive capacity, then added that with 3 space rings in his possession, Su Jingming really did look like a wealthy man. Thinking about his own reward for placing in the top 50, Lu Wentao felt even more envious. Compared to Su Jingming's prizes, his mere 400 credits suddenly looked painfully modest. Su Jingming also admitted that he now had quite a few rings on hand. After thinking it over, he decided he should visit the equipment department later and return the ones he no longer needed. Next, Su Jingming picked up a small orange pill from the prize box and studied it with curiosity, wondering what effect it had since there were no instructions included. Lu Wentao immediately acted confident and told him that identifying it would be simple, then called out to the dorm's AI, Eva. Following his roommate's suggestion, Su Jingming raised the pill in front of him and let Eva scan and analyze it. Eva quickly completed the scan and identified it as a 5th-grade Ningxin pill, an A-grade cultivation resource capable of greatly increasing the spiritual power of ability users below the 5th tier. Su Jingming was genuinely surprised to learn that Eva had this kind of function. Lu Wentao, looking rather proud, explained that the AI could also identify beast materials, rare herbs, and other valuable resources. Su Jingming could not help commenting on how convenient Eva was, though he felt it was a pity he could not bring her into the wilderness with him. Lu Wentao suggested that similar commercial products might exist outside the school, and Su Jingming agreed that he should look into it later. Later, inside the training room, Su Jingming decided to check his current spiritual power first before taking the pill. He reflected that physique and spirit were both fundamental attributes for any ability user, yet they were also among the hardest to improve. On top of that, the conversion rate from his ability points into spiritual power had become less efficient, making it an increasingly expensive way to strengthen himself. Hoping the pill would bring him a pleasant surprise, Su Jingming swallowed it and began meditating. Soon, a powerful swirl of energy gathered around his body, wrapping him in a dense current of force. A short while later, Su Jingming checked his system panel again and was delighted to see that his spiritual power had risen by 50 points, successfully breaking past the 1,000 mark. After calculating the result, Su Jingming realized that this single boost had saved him 500 ability points. With that kind of effect, he concluded that the Ningxin pill had been truly excellent. Feeling refreshed and full of energy, Su Jingming decided to train for another couple of hours. With a thought, he pulled his spear back out from the space ring and prepared to begin. The next day, Su Jingming appeared on campus again, moving through the university grounds as the noise of student life filled the area around him. He had just sold off his extra space rings, and after the transaction, his total assets had risen to more than 100 million. Thinking about that massive number, Su Jingming couldn't help reflecting that being an ability user was truly an incredibly profitable path. With that thought in mind, he arrived at the university's pharmacy department and took a waiting number. When Su Jingming glanced at the queue, he realized there was still more than an hour before his turn. Since there was no point wasting time, he simply found a place to sit down and began cultivating quietly while he waited. While he was sitting there, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him. Su Jingming opened his eyes and looked up, only to see Jiang Chuxian standing nearby. Seeing her appear so suddenly, Su Jingming was a little surprised. Then, with a playful tone, he asked if she had finally sobered up from last night. Jiang Chuxian answered calmly that she had already woken up early, looking far more composed than she had during the drinking celebration. She then looked at him with curiosity and asked whether he had come here to sell the rare herbs they had found before. Su Jingming explained that selling them was only part of the plan, because what he really hoped for was to have a pharmacist refine them into pills. Jiang Chuxian's lips curved into a charming smile as she leaned into the conversation, asking whether he didn't see a beautiful and highly capable pharmacist standing right in front of him. Su Jingming looked at her doubtfully and asked if she wasn't only an amateur. Jiang Chuxian immediately fired back that she was a certified second-grade pharmacist, and for her, refining first-grade and second-grade pills was not difficult at all. Then she added something even more unexpected. She no longer planned to keep entering the wilderness and had decided to focus on becoming a full-time pharmacist instead. The news landed so suddenly that Su Jingming was completely stunned. As the two of them sat together waiting, Jiang Chuxian began explaining the reason behind her decision. She told Su Jingming that after those recent moments where she had brushed so close to death, she finally understood that the wilderness was not truly suited for her. She still intended to keep making videos, but from now on, her content would shift toward her everyday life as a pharmacist. Su Jingming pointed out that such a sudden change might cause her to lose many of her fans, and Jiang Chuxian quietly admitted that he was probably right. Then she shared her past with him, saying that she was an orphan whose parents had died in a beast tide. After awakening her rank ice ability, she had struggled badly with money until her videos of fighting monsters suddenly went viral. That fame had helped her earn the money she needed to keep going, but Jiang Chuxian admitted that deep down, what she had always loved most was refining pills. She told Su Jingming that he had saved her life last time, but she also knew very clearly that luck would not protect her forever. That was why she had finally made up her mind to change paths, and Su Jingming sincerely wished her success. Still, Su Jingming couldn't hide his curiosity. He wondered aloud how an ice element ability user could become a pharmacist, and Jiang Chuxian immediately told him that asking such a question only proved how little he knew. She explained that specialized equipment, such as enchanted cauldrons, could transform any type of elemental energy into flame. In other words, even Su Jingming's lightning power could be used for alchemy under the right conditions. After hearing that explanation, Su Jingming no longer hesitated. He took out the box containing all the rare herbs and handed it over to Jiang Chuxian, formally entrusting the materials to her. Jiang Chuxian seemed slightly surprised by how readily he trusted her and asked if he really wanted her to help with the refinement. Then a bright smile spread across her face as she accepted both his trust and the herbs, promising that she would have the finished pills ready within a week. Just then, Su Jingming's phone suddenly began to ring, interrupting their conversation. The setting soon shifted to a vast traditional estate hidden within a lush green forest, where elegant buildings stood quietly among the trees. Inside the estate, a young man told a woman that he had seen quite a lot of news about their junior brother on the school forums, and every discussion seemed to call him a monster. The woman grew curious and asked whether their junior brother was really as powerful as the rumors claimed. The young man with purple eyes replied with a confident smirk, telling her that she would find out very soon, and that once she saw him for herself, she would definitely be surprised. The green-eyed woman's interest was clearly stirred, and she said that if that was the case, then she would have to confirm it with her own eyes. Before long, Su Jingming arrived at the estate and was greeted by his master, Yang Zhentian. He respectfully addressed him as his teacher and explained that he had rushed over immediately after receiving the call. Then Su Jingming's attention shifted to his senior, Lu Ming, and his expression changed instantly. Seeing Lu Ming sitting in a wheelchair with both legs heavily wrapped in bandages, Su Jingming asked in alarm what had happened to him. Dean Yang explained the grim situation in a heavy voice. An 8th-tier grandmaster named Wang Lin had used Lu Ming as bait to draw out a powerful monster, causing their guild to suffer heavy losses and leaving Lu Ming severely injured. Lu Ming then added that he had fought Wang Lin directly and lost, but he had at least made sure the other side didn't leave completely unharmed. Dean Yang then apologized for being unable to attend Su Jingming's freshman competition. Su Jingming's anger surged as he clenched his fist tightly, unable to hide his disgust that an 8th-tier grandmaster could act in such a despicable way. At the same time, Su Jingming was forced to face his own weakness. As a first-tier ability user, if he stood before an enemy like that, he would be crushed like dust. A fire of determination burned even hotter in his heart as he reaffirmed one brutal truth. If a person did not become strong, they would only be trampled by others. Seeing the intensity in his disciple's eyes, Yang Zhentian placed a steady hand on Su Jingming's shoulder and told him not to dwell too deeply on it. Then Yang Zhentian formally introduced Su Jingming to the other disciples present. His senior brother, Su Saiwei, and his senior sister, Tong Yu. Both Tong Yu and Su Saiwei greeted their newly arrived junior with warm and friendly attitudes. As a welcoming gift, Su Saiwei acted generously and decided to transfer 200 credits directly to Su Jingming. Su Jingming bowed respectfully toward them, sincerely thanking both his senior brother and senior sister for their welcome. Lu Ming then spoke up from his wheelchair, pointing out that Tong Yu still seemed doubtful about what he had said earlier. He prompted Su Jingming to confirm whether he had truly mastered 4 A-rank lightning combat techniques, and Su Jingming answered calmly that Lu Ming's words were true. That simple confirmation left both Su Saiwei and Tong Yu completely shocked. Their eyes widened as they questioned how it was possible for him to have mastered 4 A-rank techniques while also advancing all the way to the upper 2nd tier. Tong Yu explained that A-rank techniques were extremely difficult to learn. She herself had only recently reached the upper 2nd tier after struggling with just 2 such techniques, so she found it almost impossible to understand how Su Jingming could be at the same level while mastering even more A-rank skills. When they asked what his secret was, Su Jingming only replied humbly that he happened to learn things a little quickly. That vague answer left his seniors feeling helpless and exasperated, while Su Jingming silently noted that he obviously couldn't tell them about his cheat system. Dean Yang then turned his attention back to Su Jingming and spoke with clear satisfaction, praising him for his hard work. He also mentioned that Dean Sun Qingshui had been praising him quite a lot and promised that they would properly celebrate his victory later. Su Jingming modestly brushed off the praise, then asked his master to help him test a new combat technique. Lu Ming immediately offered to help with a playful tone, but Su Jingming ignored him and kept his eyes on Yang Zhentian. Then he revealed that the technique he wanted to test was an S-rank combat technique called Thunder Armor. The moment the words S-rank technique were spoken, everyone present fell into stunned silence. Yang Zhentian and all 3 seniors stared at Su Jingming, momentarily unable to say anything. Su Saiwei even stumbled back in disbelief, admitting that even as a low-rank 3rd-tier ability user, he had been unable to break through the defense of that technique. Realizing that this needed a proper test, Yang Zhentian told everyone to move to the training ground, and soon they arrived at a large octagonal arena. As they waited beside the arena, Su Saiwei couldn't help wondering aloud whether Su Jingming had really learned the S-rank technique. Lu Ming, however, sounded completely confident and said that based on what he knew of his junior brother, Su Jingming was not the type to boast. Tong Yu finally had to admit that she now understood why Lu Ming called him a monster. At the center of the arena, Su Jingming stood with a confident smirk on his face, as powerful purple lightning began surging out from his body. He activated the S-rank technique, and in the next moment, a brilliant and intricate suit of armor formed entirely from lightning materialized around him. With his eyes glowing with power, Su Jingming looked toward his master, and confidently said he was ready for the test. Dean Yang Zhentian prepared to test his disciple's new defense himself. He told Su Jingming that he would begin with an attack equivalent to the strength of a peak 3rd-tier ability user. Then Yang Zhentian released a powerful sphere of red energy, and the blast erupted violently, swallowing Su Jingming's position in a massive explosion. When the smoke finally scattered, Su Jingming was still standing there completely unharmed. The lightning armor around him had absorbed the entire attack without leaving even a scratch. A confident smirk appeared on Su Jingming's face as he looked back at his teacher and said that the attack was not enough, telling him to raise the power. Yang Zhentian's eyes lit up with excitement at the strength of his student's defense. He agreed to increase the output, but still warned Su Jingming to speak up immediately if the pressure became too much. He continued bombarding the lightning armor with stronger attacks, calling out each increase as the power climbed from twice the original strength, to 4 times, and then all the way to 6 times. When the attack finally reached 10 times its starting power, Su Jingming's expression tightened. He gritted his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming force pressing down on his lightning armor. At last, the relentless attack finally came to a stop. Su Jingming's body was completely drained, and as the crackling thunder armor around him faded away, he lost the strength to remain standing and dropped heavily to one knee. Yang Jintian burst into laughter, clearly pleased with what he had just seen. He praised Su Jingming's performance and explained that the final strike had already reached the power of a lower-stage 4th-tier ability user, about 10 times stronger than a peak 3rd-tier attack. In his judgment, only an A-rank ability user at the 4th tier or above would have any real chance of breaking through that armor. Off to the side, the senior disciples could only stare in stunned silence. They couldn't help marveling at how terrifying the combination of an S-rank skill and an S-rank ability really was. Their junior brother had actually blocked an attack 2 full tiers above his own realm, and at that point, calling him a monster didn't even feel like enough anymore. Just as Yang Jintian was about to suggest that they go celebrate, Su Jingming forced himself to move. Still breathing heavily, he struggled back onto his feet and told his teacher to wait a little longer. With fierce determination burning in his eyes, Su Jingming shouted that he had not reached his true limit yet. In the next instant, a sudden burst of power erupted from him. Su Jingming leapt into the air, his hair turning pure white as chaotic lightning exploded around his body, leaving even Yang Jintian shocked by the change. His senior brothers and sister recognized the transformation almost immediately, their eyes widening as they realized what they were seeing. They exclaimed that this was the Thunder Extreme State, a special ability unlocked only after the Undying Thunder body reached its 3rd layer. Seeing how fierce Su Jingming's aura had become, they were left completely amazed. Dean Yang Jintian looked at his disciple with growing admiration and said he finally understood how Su Jingming had managed to withstand the earlier attack. It turned out his Undying Thunder body had already advanced to the 3rd layer. Eager to see just how far this new state could go, Yang Jintian decided to test him again. He raised his hand, and another massive sphere of red energy began gathering in front of him. As the Dean prepared to release the next attack, Su Jingming remained in his enhanced state, lightning surging all around him as he braced himself to take the impact head-on. 3 minutes later, the test finally ended. Su Jingming knelt on the ground again, completely exhausted, with his transformation already gone. Standing nearby, Yang Jintian announced the result with unmistakable pride in his voice. It had taken an attack at the level of a middle-stage 4th-tier ability user, 20 times the original force, to finally break through Su Jingming's defense. Yang Jintian looked at his student with satisfaction and admitted that Su Jingming's achievements had gone far beyond anything he had expected. Although Su Jingming was exhausted, he still thanked his teacher sincerely. More importantly, after this test, he now had a much clearer understanding of just how strong his defensive abilities truly were. Yang Jintian reached out and helped his disciple back to his feet, then smiled and remarked that out of all his students, Su Jingming was the one who gave him the least to worry about, because he seemed to learn everything on his own without needing much guidance. With the atmosphere turning celebratory, Yang Jintian declared that it was finally time to eat. In high spirits, he told everyone to order the most expensive dishes they wanted, and the group headed off together. Later, while they were driving, Su Jingming turned toward his senior, Lu Ming, and asked for advice about which university club he should join, the Ash Flame Society or the Starfall Society. Lu Ming answered without hesitation, telling him to choose Starfall. Su Saiwei, who was driving, looked surprised by that answer, but Lu Ming calmly explained that the Ash Flame Guild had recently run into serious trouble, making Starfall the safer option for Su Jingming right now. Yang Jintian then gave his own opinion. He suggested that Su Jingming join a club for 1 or 2 years first to gain experience, but after that, he should establish his own society. The members he recruited during university could eventually become his core power base after graduation. Su Jingming was a little confused by that idea and wondered aloud whether it was really necessary for him to build his own faction. His master explained that one of the reasons he had never managed to step into the Grandmaster realm was precisely because he lacked a proper faction. Without people under him to handle outside matters, he had been forced to waste too much time doing everything himself. Yang Jintian reminded Su Jingming to remember that having a force of his own would let him focus far more on cultivation. Su Jingming quickly understood the meaning behind his master's words and thanked him for the guidance. He decided that once his own strength became solid enough, he would seriously consider forming a faction. The next day, classes at Modu Superpower University officially began. As Su Jingming walked through the busy hallways filled with students, he felt that his university life was finally starting to move onto the right track. With classes underway, Su Jingming began attending lectures like everyone else. In one class, a professor explained the history of their world, describing how origin energy had transformed ordinary animals into terrifying beasts, while also awakening superpowers in humans. Su Jingming also learned that the ruins of ancient civilizations had been discovered across the world, and that most of Blue Planet's advanced technology had actually come from researching those ancient findings. Over the following days, he attended all kinds of classes, ranging from anatomy and weaponry studies to courses at the Elemental College. During one elemental college class, Su Jingming casually shaped his lightning into a detailed serpentine dragon that coiled around his arm. The professor was visibly shocked by the precision of his control and praised his talent repeatedly, while also lamenting that such an outstanding student had not joined her college. When the weekend arrived, Su Jingming left campus and traveled to the Yangcheng wilderness area to put his training into practice. There, he moved through a horde of beasts with ease, cutting them down one after another with his powerful new azure black dragon spear, a weapon that had cost him a full 1,000 credits. Standing amid the aftermath of the slaughter, Su Jingming reflected on just how quickly he had improved. The knowledge he had gained, the techniques he had mastered, and the new equipment in his hands had all pushed his combat strength to a much higher level. He opened his system panel and saw that he had already accumulated more than 13,000 ability points. But when he noticed that no plus sign had appeared beside his S-rank ability, he felt a little disappointed, believing that such a powerful ability should eventually be upgradable. Even so, Su Jingming decided to use his points to improve himself first. Deep down, he remained convinced that one day, he would find a way to upgrade his Purple Sky Divine Thunder into an SS rank ability. Back on campus, Su Jingming spent time with Song Chukyu. Watching his skill in action, she was astonished and said that his control had already surpassed what she had achieved after an entire month of training. Su Jingming only gave a smug little smile and claimed he had suddenly gained an epiphany, while secretly knowing that the real reason was his cheat system. Song Chukyu then told him about an upcoming joint event with several other top universities. When she asked whether he planned to participate, Su Jingming confirmed it without hesitation, especially after hearing that the event would take place in the wilderness. Su Jingming was already looking forward to the joint university event. To him, it was not only a good chance to harvest more ability points, but also an opportunity to see what kind of talents the other top universities had produced. A week later, Su Jingming and his friends gathered for the pre-trip meeting. Everyone seemed rather confident, with Lu Wentao casually remarking that as long as Brother Ming was on their team, they could relax. Song Chukyu added that their university had already won 4 years in a row, so claiming a 5th victory should not be too difficult. Just then, a shimmering portal suddenly opened in front of the students, and Vice Principal Ling Shuang stepped out from within it. Ling Shuang stood before the gathered students and announced that she would now explain the details of this research trip. She gave a direct command to Eva, and the AI immediately projected a holographic map of a vast mountainous region into the air. Ling Shuang then began explaining that their destination this time was the No. 7 Devil's Den Wilderness area. The moment the name was spoken, fear spread through the students, because everyone knew Devil's Dens were infamous for being extremely dangerous. Su Jingming also sensed that this trip would not be simple. Ling Shuang continued by explaining that she would personally lead the team, and that resources would be distributed according to each student's performance. The rankings would be based on the number and tier of beasts killed, and only the top 50 students would receive rewards, with first place taking 24% of the resources. She stressed that securing first place was important not just for glory, but for real benefits as well. Then Ling Shuang turned her gaze directly towards Su Jingming, openly entrusting him with the task of leading their university to victory. Su Jingming accepted with confidence, but right after that, Ling Shuang revealed a crucial piece of new information. With a sly smile, she told everyone that Qingjing Superpower University had brought in a foreign exchange student this year, and that student also possessed an S-rank ability. The news instantly shocked the crowd. Ling Shuang then clarified that this new rival was an exchange student from the Jido nation. Eva projected a holographic image of a man named Kiran Rao, revealing that he possessed an S-rank enhancement type ability. Even more alarming was his current level. He had already reached the lower stage of the 3rd tier. The moment Su Jingming realized that this S-rank rival was a full tier above him, the confident smirk on his face disappeared, replaced by a grim and serious look. The students were shaken by the revelation. A 3rd-tier S-rank ability user among the freshmen sounded almost unreal, and many of them wondered how such a terrifying prodigy could even exist. Vice Principal Ling Shuang confirmed that the information was accurate, but she also added one important detail. Kiran Rao was already 20 years old. That immediately sparked more complaints among the students, who argued that having 2 extra years of training gave him an unfair advantage. But another student pointed out that in Kiran Rao's home country, university students began school at 20, so by their standards, he was still technically a freshman. Nearby, Song Chukyu felt a wave of concern. She knew she would not be a match for a 3rd-tier S-rank ability user, but when she glanced towards Su Jingming, she noticed that he did not look worried at all. Su Jingming truly was not shaken. As an S-rank ability user himself, fighting opponents above his own rank was something he had already grown used to. With a confident smile on his face, Su Jingming silently went over his own strength. 3 S-rank combat techniques, 4 A-rank combat techniques, and master-level spearmanship. With cards like that in his hand, he had no reason to fear anyone. Besides, this competition would be judged by how many beasts each student killed, so when it came to hunting efficiency, he was confident he would not lose to any freshman. Ling Shuang noticed the confidence in Su Jingming's expression, and satisfaction quietly rose in her heart. She thought to herself that he was the most outstanding S-rank student their school had produced in years, and that giving him the SS-rank Tyrannosaurus blood had definitely not been a waste. In her view, Qingjing Superpower University had clearly brought in a foreign talent for one reason, to seize first place and claim priority over the resources. But Ling Shuang was certain that their plan was destined to end in disappointment. With that, Ling Shuang brought the briefing to an end. She gave the students 7 days to make their preparations for the trip, then stepped into a glowing magic circle and disappeared from the room. 7 days later, Jiang Chuxian came to Su Jingming and handed him a large collection of pills she had personally refined for him. With a proud little smile, she explained that she had prepared antidote pills, healing pills, ability recovery pills, and mind-awakening pills. Every one of them was tier 2, and she had refined 20 of each kind, which she believed should be more than enough for the trip. Su Jingming thanked her sincerely, but when he noticed the dark circles under her eyes, his voice softened. He advised her not to stay up all night just to make pills for him, saying that if he needed them, he could simply buy them himself. Jiang Chushuan's cheeks turned red, but she still insisted that the pills she refined by hand were much better than anything he could casually buy from a store. Then, with a slightly nervous look, she took out another set of pills and explained that she had prepared the second batch for him to give to Song Chukyu. Su Jingming was surprised and couldn't help asking when the two of them had become so close. Jiang Chuxian only blushed harder, turned her face slightly away, and said she was not going to tell him. Before leaving, Jiang Chuxian wished both him and Song Chukyu good luck on the trip and reminded them to stay safe. Only after saying that did she finally wave goodbye. Alone in his room, Su Jingming looked at the huge number of pills spread out before him and immediately understood that Jiang Chuxian must have stayed up for several nights to finish them. Holding one of the small vials in his hand, he silently acknowledged the feelings she had put into this gift. But a moment later, determination returned to his eyes. Before he could think about romance, he reminded himself that the most important thing was still becoming stronger. On the day of the research trip, the university playground was packed with freshmen, and the entire field was filled with noise and anticipation. Su Jingming stood together with his friends and was surprised to learn that almost all 856 freshmen had signed up. Looking around the playground, he couldn't help wondering why they had gathered here instead of at a train station. Lu Wentao excitedly explained that this time, they would be traveling by aircraft. Song Chukyu looked around in confusion and pointed out that there was no runway anywhere nearby. The moment she finished speaking, another student suddenly shouted for everyone to look up. High above them, a massive futuristic aircraft slowly descended from the sky, its enormous body casting a wide shadow over the entire playground. The students stared in awe as the huge airship lowered itself gently and landed right on the grass without disturbing the field beneath it. As the ramp slowly came down, one student remarked in amazement that this airship was a relic from an ancient civilization. Its advanced anti-gravity technology was so mysterious that modern researchers still had not fully understood it. Vice Principal Ling Shuang appeared at the top of the ramp and looked over the gathered freshmen, instructing them to board the airship in an orderly manner. Before the airship took off, Ling Shuang released her power, forming a brilliant blue magic circle around them. She called it her spatial yin-yang domain. The blue energy spread outward and wrapped around the airship, and inside, the students were stunned to see the walls become transparent. Lu Wentao quickly explained that this was the domain of a Tier 8 Grandmaster, creating a safe space around the ship that could protect them from flying beasts during the journey. Watching the incredible display, Su Jingming couldn't help thinking about how amazing the abilities of high-ranking experts truly were. He even wondered whether his indestructible thunder body might eventually allow him to fly one day. Once everyone had boarded, Ling Shuang gave the command to the AI, and the transparent airship lifted smoothly from the ground before shooting up into the sky. Before long, the group arrived at the Shunan supply base in Shen province. A guide was already waiting to greet the students when they landed. He pointed them toward their assigned dorm buildings and also told them that a cafeteria and training ground were located nearby. After receiving their room cards, Su Jingming and his friends gathered together and began comparing their room numbers. Su Jingming was assigned to room 504, and Song Chukyu immediately smiled brightly as she revealed that her room was 505, meaning the two of them would be neighbors. Su Jingming said that since he had a space ring, he had no need to stop by his room just to drop off luggage. He decided to check out the training room first, and Song Chukyu, clearly interested, immediately said she would go with him. Su Jingming and Song Chukyu soon arrived at the large training ground, where the place was already bustling with students from all three universities. Song Chukyu then pointed toward a heavily built man training in the corner and told Su Jingming that he was the S-ranker from Qingjing University, Kiran Rao. Other students were also watching Kieran closely, amazed by the enormous dumbbells he was lifting. Some whispered that every single weight plate on them was 200 pounds. While working out, Kieran Rao suddenly noticed Su Jingming and the others. His eyes shifted toward them, and it seemed he recognized Su Jingming right away. Kieran dropped the massive weights on the spot, and the impact cracked the floor beneath them. Then he strode over quickly and introduced himself with what looked like a friendly greeting. The Qingjing students nearby also confirmed Su Jingming's identity, calling him the top freshman of Modu Superpower University. They were amazed that he had already reached the high stage of the second tier at only 18 years old, but they also felt relieved that Kieran was on their side, believing he was their best chance of winning the competition. Seeing how polite Kieran seemed at first, Su Jingming was slightly surprised. Still, he extended his hand, intending to return the greeting with a handshake. But Kieran completely ignored Su Jingming's outstretched hand. Instead, he turned his attention straight to Song Chukyu, moved far too close to her, and called her a beautiful lady. His body was drenched in sweat, and the strong odor immediately made Song Chukyu's expression change. She visibly recoiled and covered her nose in disgust. Before Kieran could move any closer, Su Jingming suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed his wrist, stopping him right there. With a cold glare, Su Jingming warned him that trying to touch a lady while covered in sweat was extremely rude. In an instant, Kieran's friendly act vanished. His eyes sharpened with anger, and he glared fiercely back at Su Jingming. The tension in the training ground rose sharply as powerful red and blue auras surged from Kieran and Su Jingming, colliding in the air between them. The surrounding students watched nervously, their hearts tightening as they feared a fight was about to break out between the two S-rank ability users. But the clash never actually started. Su Jingming released Kieran's wrist and calmly said that since Kieran was a guest here, he should learn the customs of the host country. As Su Jingming and Song Chukyu turned and walked away, Kieran lowered his gaze to his wrist, where he could still feel the pressure from Su Jingming's grip. He was stunned to realize that even with his own strength, he had not been able to move the lightning user at all, leaving him wondering where Su Jingming had gained such terrifying physical power. But then Kieran's thoughts shifted as his eyes followed Song Chukyu with a predatory look. He recognized her as a genius from the powerful Song family, and in his mind, if he could win her over, he would never have to worry about cultivation resources again. Once they were outside, Song Chukyu thanked Su Jingming for stepping in, explaining that she really could not stand Kieran's smell. Then she suggested they find another place to spar, and Su Jingming agreed with a relaxed smile. An hour later, after finishing their training, Su Jingming, Song Chukyu, and two other girls walked out of a restaurant together. As they passed by, a sinister-looking man wearing glasses watched them from nearby, muttering strange words about beasts destroying the world and a supreme heavenly god. Su Jingming noticed the man and his followers trying to recruit people around the area, but everyone they approached showed no interest at all. Remembering what he had heard before about doomsday cults, Su Jingming was not surprised to find one operating here. The cult leader's face darkens with rage when he realizes no one is paying attention to him anymore. The more the crowd ignores his words, the more his anger twists inside him, until that frustration suddenly turns into a terrifying new idea. A cruel grin slowly spreads across his face. Then, as if he has finally found the answer, he pulls out a knife and decides that if these people refuse to believe his words, then they will have to understand through pain. His expression warps into a deranged smile, his eyes shining with madness. In a chilling voice, he declares that only after feeling real pain can a person truly appreciate what it means to still be alive. Without giving anyone time to react, he suddenly rushes toward a nearby mother and her young child. The knife in his hand flashes as he prepares to stab them right there in front of the crowd. Far away from the sudden chaos, Su Jingming's gaze sharpens. In the next instant, purple lightning flickers through his eyes, crackling with a cold and dangerous light. Before the blade can fall, Su Jingming moves. His body turns into a streak of violent energy, crossing the distance in a blur and appearing directly between the attacker and the helpless pair. With one clean strike, he sends the cult leader flying backward, stopping the assault as if it had never posed a threat at all. Spear in hand, Su Jingming stands quietly at the scene and looks toward the mother he has just saved. The woman hugs her crying daughter, Yin Yen, close to her chest, softly comforting the terrified child and telling her that everything is all right now. Still shaken, the woman turns toward Su Jingming with tears of gratitude in her eyes. She thanks him again and again, saying that if he had not stepped in at that moment, she truly would not know how her family could have survived. Su Jingming only gives a modest response, his expression calm and steady. To him, it was nothing more than helping someone who happened to be in danger. Afterward, Su Jingming and Song Chukyu stand over the defeated cultist's body. Looking down at the man, Su Jingming frowns and wonders why these religious fanatics would dare to kill people so openly. Song Chukyu also finds it strange, pointing out that people like this usually only preach in public and rarely go so far as to attack others. Su Jingming's face grows much more serious as his eyes sweep across the surrounding crowd. He cannot help wondering whether this attack was only a sudden act of madness, or whether the cultist had partners hiding nearby. What Su Jingming and Song Chukyu do not notice is that, among the scattered crowd, a man in a dark hooded sweatshirt quietly pulls his hood lower over his head. Without drawing attention to himself, he turns and leaves, eventually making his way toward a large estate. Inside the estate, the hooded man lowers himself before a shadowy figure and respectfully calls him Archbishop. He then reports that the person who killed their man was none other than Su Jingming from Magic City Ability University. The Archbishop holds a red orb in his hand as his eyes narrow slightly. He asks whether the Su Jingming is the high-rank, second-tier S-rank student he has heard about. The subordinate confirms it, then adds that Su Jingming reached that level in less than half a year after awakening, a speed so frightening that it could no longer be treated as normal talent. The Archbishop's gaze turns cold and heavy. He immediately understands that if a monster like Su Jingming is allowed to keep growing, he will become an enormous obstacle in the future. He orders his subordinate to pull back for the time being. Then he explains that God's blood is about to appear inside the Devil's Cave. After handing the man 2 God's blood indicators, he commands him to retrieve the substance and sternly warns him not to reveal the name of their sect, the Heaven's Mandate sect. The Archbishop then raises a crystallized heart, his expression filled with dark expectation. He declares that in 1 month, the mandate of their sect will finally be revealed, and when that time comes, Su Jingming and the other S-rank talents will all become sacrifices for their cause. The scene soon shifts to a massive supply base, where students from the 3 major universities have gathered together. The joint research trip is about to begin, and the entire area is filled with restless young ability users preparing to enter the Devil's Cave. On a balcony above the crowd, a man steps forward and introduces himself as Su Ping, the vice principal of Qingjing University. His voice carries over the students as he announces the official start of the month-long trip, beginning with the distribution of smart wristbands. As the students receive their wristbands one after another, Vice Principal Su Ping explains their purpose. Every beast they kill inside the Devil's Cave will be recorded, along with battle footage and competition points. He then lays out the rewards. The top 1,000 students will all receive prizes. The top 3 will be allowed to choose any technique from the libraries of the 3 schools, and the student who takes first place will receive an extra special reward from their own university. Among the gathered students, some immediately feel that first place is far beyond their reach. Others, however, grow excited, whispering eagerly as they wonder who will claim the top position in the end, Kiran Rao or Su Jingming. Vice Principal Su Ping brings his speech to a close by announcing that there are no restrictions on forming teams. Students are free to cooperate however they like, and he encourages everyone to actively hunt beasts once they enter the cave. The moment his announcement ends, the entire base bursts into noise. Students begin calling out and gathering teammates everywhere, with some shouting that they need a support user for a 5-person squad, while others search for an A-rank ability user to join a 2-person team. At that moment, Dingyu walks over and invites Su Jingming to join one of the squads their class is forming for the outer perimeter of the Devil's Cave. Su Jingming answers with an easy, confident smile, politely turning him down and telling the monitor to go ahead and team up with the others instead. Song Chukyu looks at him with concern and asks if he really plans to move alone inside the Devil's Cave. Su Jingming confirms it without hesitation, explaining that his real target is the central region of the cave, and traveling with a group would only slow his pace. In his mind, Su Jingming has already calculated everything clearly. The outer region contains beasts from Tier 1 to Tier 3, while the central region holds stronger creatures ranging from Tier 3 to Tier 5. Since he believes he can deal with low-rank Tier 4 beasts and still escape if he encounters Tier 5 creatures, the central area is the most suitable hunting ground for him. Song Chukyu admits that the central region would be a dead end for someone at her level. However, the journey there will still take 1 or 2 days, so she hesitates for a moment before shyly asking whether she can travel with him during that part of the trip. Su Jingming agrees without making things difficult. A delighted blush immediately appears on Song Chukyu's face. She happily accepts his answer, and the two of them decide that they will set off together soon. Before they can continue their conversation, a voice suddenly cuts in. Kiran Rao approaches them from the side and calls out Su Jingming's name. Kiran stands there with a serious, condescending look on his face. His tone is calm but arrogant as he says he is looking forward to Su Jingming's performance, and that he hopes Su Jingming will not fall too far behind him. Su Jingming does not show the slightest irritation. He simply looks back at Kiran and replies with absolute certainty, saying there is a 100% chance he will win, leaving Kiran visibly stunned. Then, with the same calm confidence, Su Jingming repeats that he will absolutely take first place. After saying this, he turns around without another word and walks away. Kiran Rao's expression twists with anger as he glares at Su Jingming's departing back. In his heart, he vows to use his overwhelming strength to teach this stubborn guy, along with all the people of Great Xia, a lesson they will never forget. Not long after that tense exchange, Vice Principal Su Ping gives the official order. The trip into the Devil's Cave has finally begun. The huge crowd of students surges forward all at once, rushing toward the cave entrance in a wave of energy and noise. Excited shouts rise from every direction as they call out their goals and begin their month-long challenge. 7 hours later, deep within the Devil's Cave, Su Jingming and Song Chukyu move carefully through a thick forest. The trees around them are dense, the air is heavy, and every step forward carries the possibility of danger. Suddenly, their path is blocked. 5 armored beasts resembling pangolins emerge ahead of them, their hard bodies covered in tough, defensive hide. Song Chukyu immediately warns Su Jingming that these are Tier 2 iron fur pangolins. Their fur is even harder than E-class alloy, making them extremely troublesome opponents for ordinary students. Su Jingming remains calm and simply tells her that he will take care of them. Without wasting a second, Su Jingming grips his spear and rushes straight toward the roaring iron fur pangolins, closing the distance before they can fully surround him. The beasts react at once. Their bodies curl into spiked balls, and with terrifying speed, they roll toward Su Jingming like armored wheels tearing across the ground. Su Jingming meets their charge head-on with astonishing skill. His figure slips between the rolling beasts with precise footwork, and the tip of his spear flashes as he strikes one of them in a clean, decisive motion. He does not stop there. With a powerful sweep followed by a sharp, accurate thrust, Su Jingming continues attacking, defeating the iron fur pangolins one after another, as if their defenses barely matter. Watching from the side, Song Chukyu is completely taken aback. Her eyes follow every movement of his spear, and she realizes that each thrust lands directly on the pangolin's weak points without a single wasted motion or mistake. She quickly understands that this kind of skill cannot come from power level alone. It requires terrifying combat instinct and deep battle experience. What shocks her even more is Su Jingming's control over his ability, because he wastes almost no energy at all. Soon, Su Jingming stands among the corpses of 12 defeated Tier 2 iron fur pangolins and checks what he has gained. He has collected 276 ability points and earned 1,200 points for the competition, which he considers a decent start. After putting away his spear, his thoughts move toward the stronger beasts deeper inside the cave, and he calculates that he should be able to gain at least 30,000 ability points this month. The only question is whether that will be enough to raise his ability level to SS. Song Chukyu walks over and offers to help him deal with the carcasses. As she gets closer, she tells Su Jingming that he feels very different from other lightning-type ability users. Hearing this, Su Jingming becomes curious and asks her what she means. Song Chukyu explains that most lightning users tend to be wild and explosive when they release their power, often relying on overwhelming force. Su Jingming, however, is extremely restrained. Su Jingming answers calmly, saying that his conservative fighting style is meant to preserve endurance. He explains that if he wanted to, he could have used his purple cloud divine lightning to wipe out those pangolins in an instant. But doing that would have been like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. By saving his energy, he can continue killing more beasts over a longer period. Song Chukyu understands his reasoning, but deep down she feels a little disappointed, because she had been hoping to witness his true peak power, and now worries she may not get the chance. As the sun gradually begins to sink, the light in the forest starts to dim. Su Jingming looks around and suggests that since night is approaching, they should find a place to rest first and continue their journey in the morning. Song Chukyu agrees with his decision. Su Jingming raises his wrist and checks the holographic map projected from his smartwatch. After scanning the nearby terrain, he notices a water pool not far from their position and remarks that in the wilderness, places with water are usually the main gathering spots for beasts. Seeing that there was still time for one more hunt before darkness fully settled in, Su Jingming looked toward Song Chukyu and told her they should move. Without wasting any more time, the two of them left the area and headed toward the water source marked on the map. Before long, they arrived at a quiet clearing where a beautiful pool of water rested beneath the open sky. The surface looked calm and clear, reflecting the fading light like a sheet of glass. As they stood at the edge of the clearing and observed the peaceful pool, Su Jingming's eyes narrowed slightly. The place was almost too quiet, and that silence made him uneasy. In a wilderness like this, it made no sense for a water source to have no beasts nearby. Just as that thought crossed his mind, movement came from the trees. A large, powerful tiger stepped out from the forest, its body tense and alert, with blade-like bones growing from its forelimbs. It moved cautiously toward the edge of the water, lowering its head to drink. But in the very next moment, the calm pool exploded violently. Water surged upward as a massive armored crocodile burst out from the depths, its enormous body breaking through the surface and its green eyes glowing with a terrifying light. The tiger had no time to escape. Before it could even react properly, the giant crocodile swung its massive tail with brutal force, whipping up a torrent of water and smashing into the tiger like a heavy hammer. That single blow sent the powerful tiger flying straight out of the water. Its body crashed away from the pool, and the beast was defeated before it could put up any real resistance. The giant crocodile remained near the water, its glowing eyes fixed coldly on the rival it had just crushed. Its massive presence alone made the entire pool feel like forbidden territory. Hidden safely behind the bushes, Su Jingming watched the scene unfold and immediately understood the situation. This terrifying beast was a source water giant crocodile, and it had clearly claimed the entire pool as its territory. No wonder so few other creatures dared to come anywhere near this place. Song Chukyu's face turned pale as she grabbed Su Jingming's arm in alarm. She recognized it as a Tier 4 ferocious beast and said they should never have run into something like this in the outer perimeter. Worried that its powerful perception might have already noticed them, she urged him to leave before it was too late. But Su Jingming did not panic at all. Instead, he remained perfectly steady, clenching his fist as a confident smirk appeared on his face. He told her there was no need to hurry away, because although a Tier 4 beast was indeed strong, it was not beyond his ability to handle. Purple lightning began to crackle around Su Jingming's body as he prepared to confront the beast directly. This was not his first time facing a Tier 4 creature, and back in the Yangqing wilderness area, he had already killed more than one. Song Chukyu stared at the lightning gathering around him, her eyes filled with surprise. Watching that terrifying aura rise, she could not help wondering if this was a battle technique taught to him by his master, Dean Yang Genshin. Su Jingming smiled to himself. His indestructible thunder body was indeed powerful, but against a strong Tier 4 beast, he had an even more suitable technique waiting to be unleashed. Above the pool, the sky suddenly began to darken. A massive spear of lightning slowly formed high overhead, gathering power as it pointed down toward the water below. Song Chukyu looked up in confusion, at first thinking the weather had suddenly changed and rain was about to fall. But the next second, she realized that the lightning in the sky was not natural at all. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from Su Jingming's body. Then he directly released his powerful S-rank ability, the Heavenly Thunder technique. The lightning spear dropped from the sky and struck the source water giant crocodile with devastating force. In an instant, the beast was swallowed by a violent explosion of crackling energy. The enormous crocodile let out a painful roar as the lightning tore through its armored hide. Its massive body convulsed under the force of the attack, unable to withstand the terrifying thunder. The battle ended almost the moment it began. The massive crocodile collapsed heavily, defeated by a single strike. At the same time, a system notification confirmed the kill, awarding Su Jingming 213 ability points and an astonishing 10,000 competition points. Su Jingming clenched his fist as traces of lightning still flickered around his hand. Looking at the reward, he realized that the ability points gained from a Tier 4 beast were more than 5 times higher than what a Tier 3 beast could provide. In his mind, it felt as if his deep blue system was deliberately pushing him to challenge his own limits. With the danger now gone, Su Jingming turned back toward the stunned Song Chukyu. His tone was calm as he told her they should go over and take a closer look at the defeated beast. Song Chukyu was still frozen in shock. She had seen plenty of geniuses before, but she had never encountered a monster like Su Jingming. The fact that a high-rank Tier 2 ability user could cross 2 full power tiers and instantly kill a low-rank Tier 4 beast was almost unbelievable. As they walked toward the crocodile's corpse, Song Chukyu silently accepted the truth in front of her. This overwhelming display must be Su Jingming's real strength when he stopped holding back. When they examined the remains, Su Jingming could not help feeling a little disappointed. The crocodile's skin alone could have been worth at least 20 million, but it had been completely destroyed by the lightning attack. Song Chukyu also noted that every part of a Tier 4 beast was considered a treasure. Song Chukyu then offered a practical solution. She explained that her space ring had enough room to store the entire carcass, so she would keep it for him temporarily and return it once they got back to the supply base. After Song Chukyu stored away the huge beast, Su Jingming suggested that they find a cave nearby and rest for the night. Since the water source had just revealed such a dangerous presence, no ordinary creature would dare come close to it again. As they were preparing to settle down for the night, Song Chukyu suddenly blushed and shyly asked Su Jingming to wait for a moment. Since there was a pool right in front of them, she wanted to take a quick bath before resting. Su Jingming, still cautious despite the calm surroundings, told her not to rush in yet. Before she entered the water, he wanted to check whether any other beasts were hiding inside the pool. He raised his hand and sent a crackling torrent of purple lightning straight into the water. But the result that followed was completely beyond what either of them expected. Su Jingming's eyes widened slightly as he watched the once clear pool begin to change. The water slowly turned red, and soon the color spread outward like blood, dissolving through the entire surface. At that moment, an unusually pleasant scent drifted out from the pool and struck Su Jingming's senses. The fragrance was strangely intoxicating, carrying a fatal kind of attraction that seemed to pull at something deep inside him. Su Jingming quickly realized something was wrong. The blood-red water was not just unusual, it was awakening a deep, instinctive craving within his body, as if every part of him was being tempted to move closer. Elsewhere in the forest, a group of cloaked figures from the Blood Moon sect were moving through the shadows on a mission. One of the members looked toward their leader, the Archbishop, and asked whose god's blood they were trying to retrieve. The Archbishop's voice was low and solemn as he revealed the answer. Their target was none other than the blood of the ancient dragon god. Hearing this, another member immediately became excited. He could not help exclaiming that their sect would soon gain another powerful god's blood envoy. The Archbishop's expression instantly turned furious. He snapped at the man in anger, correcting him sharply and reminding him that they were the Blood Moon sect. Right then, the glowing red god's blood indicator in the Archbishop's hand suddenly shone much brighter. The change meant that the god's blood had appeared ahead of schedule. Realizing that the target was not far away, the Archbishop immediately gave the order. His voice turned urgent as he commanded all of his followers to move forward at full speed. Back at the pool, the entire body of water had already turned completely blood-red. Song Chukyu stared at it in confusion and asked what was happening, while Su Jingming turned to her and asked whether she could feel the blood attracting her as well. Song Chukyu shook her head and said she did not feel anything like that. However, through her Light of Dawn ability, she could sense that the bloody water carried an extremely dense beastly aura, and that aura felt very similar to Su Jingming's own. Her words made Su Jingming suddenly understand. He remembered the SS rank Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood he had absorbed before, and quickly concluded that the blood in the pool must have come from a powerful dragon-type beast. That was why his body was reacting so intensely to it. After weighing the danger, Su Jingming decided to take the risk. He told Song Chukyu that he was going into the pool to absorb the energy, and if anything went wrong, she had to pull him out immediately. Then he stepped into the blood-red water. The moment Su Jingming entered the pool, swirling red energy surged up around him. It coiled around his body like living mist, wrapping him in waves of strange power. But instead of pain or rejection, Su Jingming felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. It was like a traveler dying of thirst finally finding clean water in the desert. The energy inside the pool rushed upward with even greater force, wrapping around Su Jingming layer by layer. Soon, it formed a massive glowing red cocoon around him and slowly lifted him into the air. Standing on the shore, Song Chukyu looked up anxiously at the red cocoon. Her face tightened with worry as she called out Su Jingming's name. She quickly realized that Su Jingming had found a rare opportunity, but while he was absorbing it, he was also completely vulnerable. Gripping her halberd tightly, Song Chukyu stepped into a firm guarding stance and declared that this time, it was her turn to protect him. By the next day, the scene around the clearing had completely changed. Song Chukyu stood guard near the pool, surrounded by the bloody corpses of beasts that had tried to approach during the night. She raised a hand and wiped the sweat from her brow, finally letting out a small breath of relief. Fortunately, among all the creatures she had fought off, the strongest had only been a low-rank Tier 3 beast. Song Chukyu turns her gaze back toward the pool and notices that the deep red color in the water has already started to fade. Seeing the blood-like glow weaken little by little, she realizes Su Jingming's absorption should be close to finishing. But before she can relax, her guard is suddenly interrupted. Several cloaked figures from the Blood Moon sect appear on a nearby ridge, their dark silhouettes overlooking the clearing. Song Chukyu's expression tightens at once, and she immediately grips her halberd. The Archbishop looks down at the pool with confusion in his eyes, unable to understand why the god's blood has taken on a liquid form. Beside him, another cult member recognizes Song Chukyu as the second-ranked freshman from Magic City University and questions why a student like her would be here. Facing this mysterious group, Song Chukyu quickly notices that their clothing does not match any of the three major universities. Keeping herself between them and the pool, she warns them that there are no beasts left in this area and that the water has already been contaminated, so they should search somewhere else. Her words instantly anger one of the cultists, who cannot tolerate hearing the supreme god's blood being called contaminated. But the Archbishop raises a hand and orders him not to waste time arguing with her. His eyes remain fixed on the blood cocoon behind Song Chukyu as he tells them to seize it first. Song Chukyu immediately understands that these people came for the blood water. Her eyes quickly scan the group, and her heart sinks when she realizes the leader is Tier 4 while even the weakest among them is Tier 3. Facing that kind of pressure alone, she grimly realizes she has no choice but to use that move. With the Blood Moon sect closing in, Song Chukyu reaches for the glowing talisman hanging around her neck. The moment she activates it, a bright golden light begins to spread out from her body. The cloaked figures rush forward at the same time, but before their attacks can land, the talisman releases a massive golden barrier. The shining shield surrounds Song Chukyu and the blood cocoon behind her, sealing them safely inside. The cultists strike the barrier again and again, but their attacks are completely useless. Every blow crashes against the golden surface without leaving even the slightest scratch. The Archbishop's eyes narrow as he recognizes the object at once. He tells his followers that this is a guardian talisman left behind by an ancient civilization, an extremely rare and powerful artifact that is not easy to break by force. Inside the protection of the golden shield, Song Chukyu steadies her breathing and looks out at them with a taunting smile. She asks why they are still wasting their strength when they clearly cannot get through. The Archbishop, however, does not look worried at all. A cold smirk appears on his face, as he reveals that he knows the guardian talisman cannot last forever. Since they are not in any hurry, he calmly decides they will simply wait until the barrier disappears. The cultists spread out and surround the golden barrier from every side, cutting off all escape routes. Inside the shield, Song Chukyu's expression grows tense as anxiety begins to build in her chest. She knows better than anyone that the talisman can only protect them for about 1 hour before it enters a 12-hour cooldown. Right now, her only hope is that Su Jingming wakes up before that final moment arrives. 1 hour passes in heavy silence. Then, exactly as the Archbishop predicted, the golden barrier reaches its limit and shatters into fragments of fading light. Seeing the shield disappear, the cult leader's face fills with smug confidence. He tells Song Chukyu to be sensible and hand over the talisman, warning her that if she refuses, her death will be extremely ugly. Realizing she has been pushed into a corner, Song Chukyu prepares to fight with everything she has. Her fingers tighten around a small red pill, ready to swallow it and forcefully boost her power. But before she can take the pill, a calm yet defiant voice suddenly cuts through the tense air, asking why it sounds like they are the ones who are about to die. At that very moment, the red cocoon behind Song Chukyu begins to crack. Thin lines spread across its surface as pieces of glowing energy start breaking apart. The cocoon bursts open with a surge of powerful energy, and Su Jingming steps out from within the swirling red tendrils. His absorption is complete, and the aura around him feels completely different from before. Su Jingming slowly opens his eyes, and his gaze lands directly on the shocked members of the Blood Moon sect. The look in his eyes is cold, sharp, and filled with a pressure that makes the cultists freeze. As he emerges from the cocoon, the remaining blood energy from the pool gathers behind him. In the next instant, it takes the form of a massive spectral red dragon, roaring silently over his back with a ferocious and overwhelming presence. The Archbishop of the Blood Moon sect stares in disbelief, instantly recognizing Su Jingming as one of the targets his sect has been watching. Even though the Archbishop himself is a powerful Tier 4 ability user, the terrifying aura pouring from this Tier 2 student makes his heart pound with fear. After forcing himself to regain control, the Archbishop points forward with a furious expression. His voice turns harsh as he orders his followers to kill both of them immediately. Su Jingming answers with action. Purple lightning flashes in his eyes, and before the charging cultists can even close the distance, his power erupts outward. Torrents of thunder crash down from the sky like divine punishment. Each strike falls with devastating force, slamming directly into the Tier 3 cultists as lightning floods the clearing. The electrocuted cultists collapse one after another, their bodies hitting the ground before they can launch a proper attack. In an instant, they are completely defeated. The Archbishop is stunned by what he has just witnessed. He had already guessed that his 5 Tier 3 subordinates might not be able to defeat Su Jingming, but he never imagined they would be wiped out in a single moment. Gritting his teeth, he reminds himself that he is still a Tier 4 fighter facing only a Tier 2 student, so the advantage should still belong to him. But that confidence does not last long. Su Jingming suddenly charges forward, his body shooting through the air with terrifying speed. Spear in hand, he closes in on the Archbishop like a bolt of lightning tearing across the battlefield. A look of shock flashes across the Archbishop's face as he realizes just how fast Su Jingming is moving. The situation is far worse than he expected. He barely manages to raise both arms in front of himself to block the spear strike. But the force behind Su Jingming's attack is far beyond what he can withstand. The Archbishop is blasted backward like a broken kite, crashing through several trees in a row before finally slamming to a stop. Leaning weakly against a tree, the defeated Archbishop gasps for breath, his mind filled with disbelief. He realizes with horror that he could not even clearly see how Su Jingming had attacked him. Just then, Su Jingming appears in front of him, the tip of his spear aimed directly at the fallen leader's throat. His voice remains calm as he states that he will ask questions, and the archbishop will answer. His first question is about the blood water that had appeared in the pool. Under the pressure of the spear at his throat, the archbishop reveals the truth. The substance in the pool was God's blood, the blood essence left behind by a legendary rank 9 beast emperor. Su Jingming then asks why the blood of such a powerful existence would appear in a place like this. The defeated leader explains that during the ancient era, a massive war once erupted between human martial saints and beast emperors, and from that conflict, different kinds of powerful blood essence were scattered across the world. Su Jingming's expression grows even more serious as he asks his final question. He demands to know who this man is, and why his group is collecting the blood essence in the first place. Instead of giving a proper answer, the archbishop suddenly curls his lips into a defiant grin. He only reveals that they belong to the Blood Moon sect, refusing to say anything more no matter how much pressure Su Jingming applies. Before Su Jingming can stop him, the cult leader chooses to end his own life. Blood pours from his eyes and mouth as his body goes limp, cutting off the interrogation completely. Standing over the corpse, Su Jingming realizes that this Blood Moon sect is another dangerous cult hiding in the shadows. Since there is no longer any way to get more answers from the dead man, he decides he will ask Vice Principal Ling Shuang about them after returning. When Su Jingming turns around, he sees Song Chukyu rushing toward him with worry written all over her face. She quickly asks if he is all right, but just as she reaches him, exhaustion finally catches up with her. Her steps falter, and she nearly stumbles, so Su Jingming quickly reaches out and supports her before she can fall. Su Jingming gently reassures her that he is fine, then thanks her for protecting him while he was vulnerable. He pats her head and holds her hand to steady her, and the sudden closeness makes Song Chukyu's face turn red. Song Chukyu then explains what happened while he was inside the cocoon. She tells him that the cult members had come specifically for the blood, and that they claimed to be from the Blood Moon sect. The truth leaves Song Chukyu deeply shocked. She exclaims that the substance was actually the blood essence of a rank 9 beast emperor, an SSS-class cultivation resource that normally requires extremely complicated processing before it can be used. Looking at Su Jingming in disbelief, she asks how he was able to absorb it directly. Su Jingming looks at the system screen in front of him and admits that he is just as confused. Not only did the blood essence cause no side effects, it also helped his indestructible thunder body advance all the way to the 4th stage. He guesses that the benefits may go far beyond what he currently understands, and concludes that they will need to ask a teacher after they return. Then, noticing how exhausted Song Chukyu looks, he tells her to rest first, pointing out that she can barely even walk steadily. Song Chukyu quietly agrees. The two eventually find a peaceful spot in a sunlit meadow. Song Chukyu lies down in the soft grass, finally allowing her tense body to relax as she rests her head on the ground. Meanwhile, far away at night, inside a large estate, the main archbishop of the Blood Moon sect stands on a balcony with one of his subordinates beside him. The subordinate reports that Bishop Zhou's God's blood indicator has lost its signal, suggesting that something must have happened. He asks whether they should send more people to retrieve the blood, but the archbishop dismisses the idea. Believing that a powerful ability user has interfered, he decides to leave the matter alone for now. The main archbishop looks up at the crescent moon hanging in the night sky, a sinister grin slowly spreading across his face. To him, losing one trail of God's blood is not worth shaking their plans, because the operation they are preparing for 1 month from now is what truly matters. When Song Chukyu finally wakes up, the first thing she sees is the warm glow of a campfire. Su Jingming is already sitting nearby, calmly roasting skewers of meat over the flames like he has been up for quite a while. Su Jingming turns toward her with an easy smile, the firelight flickering across his face. He greets her casually and says she woke up at exactly the right time. Song Chukyu happily takes one of the skewers from him, immediately noticing how tempting the roasted meat smells. She looks a little surprised and tells Su Jingming she never expected him to be so good at cooking, while he simply jokes that practice makes perfect. After taking one bite, Song Chukyu's eyes brighten with delight. She praises the taste so much that she says he should open a barbecue restaurant, and she even offers to invest in it. Su Jingming plays along with a smile, asking whether an investment from the young miss of the powerful Song family would mean opening barbecue chains all across Blue Star. Half an hour later, after eating until she is full and satisfied, Song Chukyu looks toward the nearby water and asks whether she can take a bath there. Su Jingming agrees, telling her to go ahead first and saying he will wash up after she finishes. Song Chukyu nods and tells him she will go first. Then she turns away from the campfire and walks toward the water, leaving Su Jingming waiting behind. Using her ability, Song Chukyu draws the water around herself and forms it into a large floating sphere. The round water barrier surrounds her completely, creating a private space where she can bathe without being seen. Inside the gently rippling water sphere, Song Chukyu quickly washes up and changes into a fresh set of clothes, hidden safely from the outside. A short while later, the water barrier slowly fades away. Song Chukyu steps out in a clean outfit, looking refreshed after finally washing away the exhaustion from the previous battle. She turns towards Su Jingming, her hair and shoulders still damp from the bath. With a calm expression, she tells him that she is finished. For just a brief moment, Su Jingming seems slightly caught off guard by her refreshed appearance. His gaze pauses on her for an instant longer than usual, but he quickly regains his composure, shifting his expression back to normal. Then he says he will go wash up now and starts moving toward the water. As Su Jingming walks away, Song Chukyu stands there with a puzzled look. She cannot help wondering why his eyes seemed a little strange just now. Then, as Song Chukyu looks down at herself, she suddenly lets out a small gasp of embarrassment. Only now does she realize something is wrong with her clothes. She quickly clutches the thin fabric against herself, her face heating up. The simple dress she is used to wearing has become almost transparent after getting wet, making her understand exactly why Su Jingming had looked so awkward. An hour later, both Su Jingming and Song Chukyu have changed back into their combat gear. With their weapons ready and their supplies prepared, the two of them are now set to continue their separate journeys. They stand facing each other for their farewell. Song Chukyu tells Su Jingming to take care of himself, and the two agree to meet again in 1 month. Then they seal the promise with a friendly fist bump. Once their goodbyes are finished, they turn away at the same time. Su Jingming and Song Chukyu then sprint off in opposite directions, each heading toward their own path through the Devil's Cave. As Song Chukyu races through the forest, determination sharpens across her face. In her heart, she tells herself that she has to work hard, and at the very least, she must fight her way into third place in the competition. The scene jumps forward 1 month. Deep within a rocky area, Su Jingming stands surrounded by crackling purple lightning, his gaze locked on a massive black panther-like beast perched high on a cliff. Its glowing red eyes stare down at him with ferocious killing intent. The beast suddenly releases a deafening roar that echoes through the rocky terrain. Then it launches itself down from the cliff, charging straight towards Su Jingming with terrifying speed. As the huge dark night leopard rushes at him, Su Jingming remains completely calm. He gathers his powerful lightning into a single focus point, compressing the raging energy around his spear. The moment the beast's attack reaches him, Su Jingming meets it head-on. His spear shoots forward with brutal precision, piercing straight through the creature's chest. With one final motion, Su Jingming lifts the massive beast and slams it heavily into the ground, ending its life on the spot. A system notification confirms that he has killed a peak Tier 3 beast and awards him 43 ability points. After bringing down the Dark Knight Leopard, Su Jingming feels that the timing is right. He decides it is finally time to attempt a breakthrough and step into the next level. He sits down and begins focusing all the energy in his body. Purple lightning gathers around him in violent streams, filling the cave with sharp crackles. Then, with a determined cry, he commands his power to break through his limits, and a massive surge of lightning erupts from him in an explosive wave. A moment later, the chaotic energy gradually settles. Lightning still arcs faintly around Su Jingming as he lets out a breath of relief, finally having broken through to Tier 3. Thinking back on his progress, he notes that even the top geniuses at the university would usually need at least half a year to reach this point, and he smiles with satisfaction, admitting that his own talent is truly outstanding. Su Jingming then opens his system panel to inspect his new status. The screen clearly shows that he has advanced from high-rank Tier 2 to low-rank Tier 3. His physique and spirit attributes have both increased by nearly 400 points, his vitality has broken past 2,000, and his accumulated ability points have reached a huge total of 48,429. Even so, his satisfaction is mixed with a bit of disappointment, because it is still not enough to upgrade his S-rank ability to SS rank. After looking at the numbers, Su Jingming decides not to rush it. He will wait until he has gathered 50,000 ability points before attempting the upgrade. With his breakthrough complete, Su Jingming rises to his feet and walks toward the light spilling in from the cave entrance. His spear rests casually across his shoulder as he steps forward. A confident smile slowly appears on his face as he thinks about the end of the competition. The final results will be confirmed the day after tomorrow, and with the points he has collected, he is certain that taking first place should not be a problem. On the final day of score calculation for the joint university event, students gather inside a large hall. All eyes are fixed on the massive ranking screen, and the atmosphere is filled with nervous anticipation. One student excitedly celebrates after seeing that his 1,201 points have placed him inside the top 1,000. But his friends quickly warn him not to celebrate too early, because there are still 2 hours left, and the strongest students have not even returned to submit their scores yet. At that moment, Song Chukyu walks into the hall. The instant she appears, the the surrounding students turn their attention toward her. Many of the students recognize her immediately as the second-ranked freshman from Magic City University. Seeing her arrive, they realize that their own rankings are probably about to drop. Song Chukyu calmly walks up to one of the terminals and places her wristband on it. The score appears almost instantly, 12,131 points. With that massive total, she shoots straight to first place on the leaderboard. The other students stare at the number in awe, unable to hide their admiration. Someone in the crowd remarks that this is exactly what they would expect from Magic City University's number 2 freshman. Vice Principal Ling Shuang walks over to Song Chukyu with a pleased expression. She congratulates her warmly, praising her for doing an excellent job in the competition. Nearby, Ling Shuang speaks with Su Ping and confirms Song Chukyu's background. She is indeed the great-granddaughter of the famous senior from the Song family. Just then, another woman walks over with a familiar smile and calls Song Chukyu by the nickname Little Yoon. Song Chukyu's face immediately brightens when she sees her. She happily greets the woman as Aunt Zhou-ing, the head supervisor of the Shunan supply base. Zhou-ing looks at her niece with a playful expression and teasingly asks why her little boyfriend did not come back with her. Song Chukyu instantly becomes flustered and denies having a boyfriend, then quickly asks how her aunt even knows about Su Jingming. Zhou-ing smiles knowingly and reminds Song Chukyu that, as the head supervisor of the supply base, she naturally has eyes and ears everywhere. Before their conversation can continue, the hall suddenly becomes noisy again. Excited whispers ripple through the crowd as everyone's attention shifts toward the entrance. Kiran Rao, the S-rank student from Qingjing University, has finally returned. The students immediately begin guessing his score, saying that as a Tier 3 user, he must have at least 50 or 60,000 points, and that first place is almost certainly going to belong to him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Kiran Rao walks forward with complete confidence. He approaches the terminal calmly, ready to submit his score. The result soon flashes across the huge screen. Kiran Rao's total is an astonishing 113,264 points, instantly pushing him into first place and dropping Song Chukyu down to second. The students are left completely speechless by the astronomical number. They exclaim that the difference between first and second place is simply too huge, calling it an overwhelming victory for Kiran Rao. Seeing the result, others begin congratulating Vice Principal Su Ping from Qingjing University in advance, as if first place has already been secured by his school. However, Vice Principal Ling Shuang does not join in the early celebration. She quietly watches the others with a thoughtful look in her eyes, knowing Su Jingming's chances seem slim. Even so, when she remembers the confidence he showed before entering the Devil's Cave, a small part of her still believes he might bring back another surprise. Just then, the leaderboard changes again as another high score is submitted. Dong Shang from Jincheng University appears with 13,526 points, instantly pushing his way into second place. Seeing her own ranking drop, Song Chukyu's expression shifts with surprise. Only then does she realize that if things continue like this, she might not even be able to hold on to a spot in the top 3. She anxiously looks around the hall, scanning the entrance again and again. With only 8 minutes left before the score calculation ends, Su Jingming still has not returned. The other students also begin whispering about Su Jingming's absence, wondering whether something happened to him. But Lu Wentao immediately pushes back, insisting that Brother Ming is far too experienced to make such a careless mistake at the final moment. Almost as if responding to those words, Su Jingming finally appears at the entrance. He walks into the hall with a calm expression, looking completely unhurried despite the tense atmosphere. The moment he returns, cheers rise from his supporters and friends from Magic City University. They shout his name with excitement, telling him that no matter what the final result is, they will always stand behind him. From a distance, Kiran Rao watches the scene with a disdainful grin. In his eyes, all those cheers are nothing but noise from weaklings, because no matter how loudly they support Su Jingming, the final winner will still be him. Su Jingming notices the encouragement around him, then calmly glances up at the leaderboard. Once he sees Kiran Rao's enormous score, he immediately understands why everyone is cheering so hard. They probably think he is about to lose. Vice Principal Ling Shuang steps forward to greet him, her eyes briefly sweeping over his aura. Noticing that he has already advanced to Tier 3, she praises his quick progress and encourages him to upload his score. Su Jingming walks toward the terminal without showing any tension. With a slight movement, he places his ring onto the device and waits for it to read his results. The crowd starts murmuring again, guessing that Su Jingming might have gathered around 50 or 60,000 points. But even with that kind of score, most of them still believe there is no way he can surpass Kiran Rao. As the terminal finishes identifying the data inside his ring, the large screen flickers. Then, under countless staring eyes, a number so shocking that it feels unreal appears on the leaderboard. Su Jingming's final score is an unbelievable 405,000, 637 points. The leaderboard updates instantly, placing him firmly in first place with a total that completely crushes everyone else below him. For a moment, the entire hall falls into dead silence. Vice Principal Su Ping and Vice Principal Ling Shuang are both stunned. Kiran Rao's face twists with fury, and Song Chukyu's expression lights up with pure joy. Then the crowd explodes into disbelief. Students shout in shock, questioning whether they have read the number correctly, because Su Jingming's score is nearly 4 times higher than Kiran Rao's. To them, that number is so ridiculous it almost feels impossible. One vice principal quickly tries to calculate how many beasts Su Jingming would have needed to kill to reach such a total. The more he thinks about it, the more absurd the result becomes, because the score is simply too outrageous. Nearby, Zhou Ying leans closer to Song Chukyu and asks whether she already knew Su Jingming's score would be this terrifying. Song Chukyu smiles happily and admits she did not know the exact number. But when it comes to Su Jingming, even a miracle like this no longer feels impossible. Meanwhile, Kiran Rao is burning with rage. He cannot accept that Su Jingming's score is more than 3 times his own, and the thought that the valuable resources promised by Qingjing University are now in danger makes his expression even darker. Unable to swallow his defeat, Kiran Rao suddenly points at Su Jingming and shouts that his score cannot possibly be that high. He then turns to Vice Principal Su Ping and formally requests an investigation into Su Jingming's smart wristband, openly accusing him of cheating. The students from Magic City University immediately erupt in protest, calling Kiran Rao's move shameless. They argue that every smart wristband was officially checked before the event, and ask whether he is now claiming the equipment approved by the universities is flawed. Vice Principal Su Ping turns toward Ling Shuang and asks for her opinion. Ling Shuang remains calm and says that checking the records is not a problem. But in the next moment, her eyes sharpen, and a powerful aura begins to swirl around her. She looks straight at Su Ping and asks how he plans to handle the situation if the records prove that Su Jingming did not cheat. Another official quickly speaks up in support, reminding Su Ping that all the equipment had already been audited by the 3 major universities. That question leaves Su Ping silent for a moment, unable to respond casually. Su Ping glares at Ling Shuang, his expression turning stiff. He had not expected her to be so difficult to deal with, especially in front of so many students and officials. Feeling the pressure from every side, Vice Principal Su Ping finally declares that Su Jingming cannot be allowed to suffer an injustice. He then makes a bold promise. If the records prove there is no issue, Qingjing University will compensate Su Jingming with a highly valuable S-class cultivation resource. Only after hearing that promise does Ling Shuang agree to inspect the records. She then calls Su Jingming over so the data can be checked in front of everyone. Su Jingming walks over with a faint smile on his face. In his mind, this feels almost too easy, because he is about to receive a priceless S-class resource without having to do anything extra. Seeing Su Jingming's relaxed and confident expression, a bead of sweat slides down Su Ping's face. At that moment, he suddenly feels that he may have walked himself into a serious mistake. Soon, 2 technicians step forward and begin accessing the wristband records. Kiran Rao watches from the side with a cold, cynical smile. He is eager to see exactly how Su Jingming obtained such an absurd score. In his mind, no normal method should have made a number like that possible. The recorded footage begins playing before the crowd, and the onlookers are stunned almost immediately. They watch Su Jingming's spear technique flash across the screen, and cannot help exclaiming over both his terrifying precision and his unbelievable control over his ability. Even Ling Shuang is visibly impressed as she turns to Su Jingming and asks whether his spear technique has already reached the master level. Su Jingming only smiles modestly and says he happened to break through by luck. Ling Shuang clearly does not believe such a casual answer. Looking at Su Jingming, she silently feels that this student must be hiding more than a few secrets. The footage continues, soon showing Su Jingming facing a massive Tier 4 source water giant crocodile. The moment the beast appears on the screen, the crowd cries out in alarm, wondering why he is not running and whether he actually intends to kill it. Then the scene shows Su Jingming unleashing a devastating lightning attack. A massive surge of thunder crashes down and completely engulfs the giant crocodile in violent energy. Everyone watching is left shaken by the sheer power of the attack. They exclaim in horror and disbelief, unable to understand what kind of battle technique could instantly kill such a powerful Tier 4 beast. Kiran Rao stares at the footage in amazement, his earlier confidence shaken. He wonders whether that was an S-rank magic technique, and cannot understand how a spear user like Su Jingming could have mastered something like that. Vice Principal Ling Shuang recognizes the move as the Heavenly Lightning technique from the Elemental Academy. Inwardly, she notes that even in her own academy, very few people can master it, which makes it even more shocking that a freshman from the Weaponry Academy managed to use it so well. After seeing enough, Ling Shuang turns toward the sweating Vice Principal Su Ping and asks whether they still need to continue checking. Defeated by the evidence in front of him, Su Ping can only agree to stop. Su Ping then addresses Su Jingming directly, acknowledging that he is truly outstanding. He confirms that the promised S-class cultivation resource will be delivered to him, and Su Jingming calmly thanks him. As Su Ping walks away, regret fills his heart. He cannot help thinking that if he had known Su Jingming was such a monster, he would have recruited him into Qingjing University no matter the cost. After the investigation ends, Vice Principal Su Ping stands before all the students again. He officially announces that the competition has concluded and that the final rankings will now be declared. He first announces that third place goes to Jincheng University, which will receive 27.5% of the resources. Then he declares that second place belongs to Qingjing University, earning them 31.5%. Finally, Su Ping announces the champion. First place goes to Magic City University, which will receive 41% of the resources along with priority distribution rights. The Magic City University students instantly burst into celebration. Lu Wentao cheers loudly that Brother Ming turned the whole situation around, while the others celebrate their school winning its 5th consecutive championship. Su Ping continues explaining the next arrangements. The resources this time are rare herbs growing in the outer region of the Devil's Cave, and all freshmen will enter tomorrow under their instructor's guidance to harvest them. After that, each school will arrange its own half-month teaching schedule. But just as the crowd begins to disperse, Kiran Rao suddenly calls out from behind them, stopping the atmosphere from settling down. Still unable to accept the result, Kiran Rao declares that he is not satisfied and demands a direct fight with Su Jingming. He then proposes a bet. If he loses, his university will cover the promised resources, but if he wins, the resources meant to go to Magic City University will be given to Qingjing University instead. Hearing this proposal, Vice Principal Su Ping's eyes narrow with interest. He looks at Kiran Rao seriously and asks how confident he is, prompting Kiran Rao to begin explaining the reason behind his challenge. He is convinced that Su Jingming's S-rank technique needs at least 1 or 2 seconds before it can fully activate, and in a direct one-on-one duel, that tiny opening would be enough for him to seize the upper hand. When Su Ping hears this, the unwillingness in his heart rises again, and since he still cannot accept the outcome of the competition, he quickly agrees to Kiran Rao's proposal. Once the competition finally comes to an end, Vice Principal Ling Shuang finds Su Jingming and asks him what he plans to do during the half-month teaching period. Su Jingming answers without hesitation, saying he intends to return to the Devil's Cave and keep hunting beasts there. Ling Shuang looks at him with a trace of concern in her eyes and asks if he truly is not exhausted after nearly an entire month of non-stop fighting. Su Jingming does not deny it. He admits that he is tired, but calmly explains that constant battle is the only method he has found to keep improving at such an astonishing speed. Ling Shuang reminds him that real life and death battles can indeed sharpen a person quickly, but even the strongest ability user must know when to rest and recover. Su Jingming listens respectfully and agrees, promising that once this trip is finished, he will take time to rest properly. Then, as if remembering something important, he tells her about the strange water pool he discovered inside the Devil's Cave. He carefully explains everything he saw there, from the pool of blood-red water to the unusual reaction that surged through his own body after coming into contact with it. He also mentions the cultists he encountered nearby, confirming that they belong to the Blood Moon sect. After hearing his full account, Ling Shuang's expression turns serious, and she confirms that his guess was basically correct. She tells him that what he discovered was the blood essence of a rank 9 beast emperor, an extremely rare SSS-class cultivation resource. However, she also makes it clear that the part Su Jingming absorbed had already been heavily diluted, because if it had been pure blood essence, no ordinary body could have absorbed it at all. Ling Shuang then guesses that Su Jingming was able to take in that diluted essence because of the special body forging technique he practices. As for the Blood Moon sect, she does not seem especially worried. In her eyes, they are only a small, troublesome religious group, nothing powerful enough for him to fear. Su Jingming nods and accepts her judgment. Ling Shuang finally tells him to go back and rest for a while. Su Jingming turns to leave, but the moment he looks ahead, he notices Song Chukyu standing there, as if she has been waiting for him. Song Chukyu walks over together with her aunt, Zhou. Once they reach him, she introduces Zhou to Su Jingming, explaining that her aunt is the head supervisor of the Shunan supply base. Su Jingming immediately greets Zhou with proper courtesy, but Zhou smiles and waves off the formality. Instead of letting him speak too stiffly, she tells him that he can simply call her Aunt Zhou. Then Zhou takes out an extremely generous gift and hands it to him, the Song family's black gold card. She explains that with this card, he will receive a 20% discount on every product sold under the Song family's banner. Su Jingming is instantly stunned when he realizes just how valuable the card is. After all, the Song family's businesses are not limited to one small area. Their influence stretches across almost every part of an ability user's daily life, from equipment to resources and supplies. Seeing his hesitation, Song Chukyu encourages him to accept it. She reminds him that his gear changes and upgrades very quickly, so a discount like this will save him an enormous amount of money in the future. Su Jingming finally accepts the black gold card, but as he holds it in his hand, a strange and funny thought crosses his mind. With a helpless expression, he cannot help wondering whether this means he is being supported by a rich woman. Later, as Su Jingming walks through the supply base, he is suddenly surrounded from all directions. Reporters crowd toward him with questions, while representatives from weapon and armor companies rush forward with eager smiles. Some want interviews, others want endorsement deals, and every single one of them is trying to grab his attention. In that moment, his sudden rise in fame becomes impossible to ignore. That afternoon, Su Jingming meets again with Vice Principal Ling Shuang and Vice Principal Su Ping. Ling Shuang does not waste time with small talk and directly tells him that Kiran Rao wants to challenge him to a duel. She explains the wager clearly. Kiran Rao is putting up 20% of the resources, while Modu's side is staking a ruins pass. After laying everything out, she looks at Su Jingming and asks whether he is willing to fight. Su Jingming has never heard that term before, so he looks slightly confused and asks what exactly a ruins pass is. Su Ping explains that a ruins pass is the entry ticket needed to enter the remains of an ancient civilization. He then reveals that Qingjing University brought Kiran Rao to this competition precisely because they wanted to secure those 40 passes. But now that Su Jingming has won them, Su Ping is clearly unwilling to hand them over so easily. Hearing this, Su Jingming suddenly remembers one of his history classes. Back then, a professor once explained that long before the current era, there had been an ancient civilization so brilliant that it stood far above ordinary imagination. That civilization had reached an incredibly advanced level, but for some unknown reason, it was wiped out almost overnight. Its cities collapsed and were eventually buried deep beneath the earth. Thousands of years later, people gradually rediscovered those buried ruins. From the things left behind there, the modern world obtained powerful cultivation systems, advanced training methods, and even SSS-rank combat techniques. Only now does Su Jingming truly understand the meaning behind these passes. Some ancient ruins cannot be entered freely at all, and if entry depends on a limited pass, then each one is naturally worth an enormous amount. Ling Shuang adds that these particular passes are for Civilization Ruin number 9. That ruin opens only once every year, and it only allows ability users between Tier 4 and Tier 6 to enter. She then tells Su Jingming that if he defeats Kiran Rao, she can give him one of the passes, but whether to accept the duel is still his own choice. Su Ping then adds a deliberately provocative remark, saying that the arena is quite small, and that kind of battlefield is naturally more favorable to an enhancement-type ability user like Kiran Rao. But Su Jingming does not show the slightest fear. Instead, a confident smile appears on his face, and he calmly declares that he is willing to accept Kiran Rao's challenge. Su Ping looks pleased with his answer and says he will inform Kiran Rao right away. He also confirms that the duel will take place in the arena inside the supply base. After Su Ping leaves, Ling Shuang glances at Su Jingming and comments that he agreed far too decisively. From the way he answered, it is obvious that he has a great deal of confidence. Su Jingming answers casually, saying that it should be fine and that he estimates his odds of victory at around 90%. But then he gives a faint smirk and corrects himself, admitting that he was only being modest. In truth, he is completely certain he will win. Ling Shuang can only sigh with amusement when she hears this. She quietly wonders what expression Su Ping and Kiran Rao would make if they knew Su Jingming was this confident before the fight had even begun. Meanwhile, in another part of the supply base, Kiran Rao is shocked when he hears that Su Jingming actually accepted the duel. His surprise quickly twists into anger, and he coldly declares that since Su Jingming dared to agree, then no one should blame him for being rude. Kiran Rao then turns to Vice Principal Su Ping and asks whether it will be a problem if Su Jingming gets injured during the fight. Su Ping reassures him that instructors from all 3 universities will be present, so if the situation truly becomes dangerous, someone will step in before anything fatal happens. A grin slowly spreads across Kiran Rao's face. In his heart, he silently thinks that Su Jingming should not blame him for showing no mercy once the duel begins. Soon, the scene shifts to the arena, where a dense crowd has already gathered around the battlefield. The students are buzzing with excitement, their eyes fixed on the ring as they wait for the duel between 2 S-rank ability users. Many of them begin guessing the result, and some point out that since both fighters are Tier 3, it is hard to say who will win before the battle actually starts. Others analyze the matchup more carefully. They admit that if the battlefield were wide open, Su Jingming's heavenly lightning technique would almost guarantee victory. But inside this small arena, a close combat fighter like Kiran Rao clearly has more room to pressure him. In the end, they believe the result depends on whether Su Jingming still has some hidden trump card. Up on a balcony, Kiran Rao listens to the crowd and lets out a cold scoff. In his mind, it is already a miracle for a freshman to master one S-rank technique, so he refuses to believe Su Jingming could possibly have a second one. At that moment, Su Jingming finally arrives at the arena. The Modu students immediately burst into loud cheers the instant they see him. Shouts of Su Jingming's name rise from the crowd, filling the arena with heated excitement. Kiran Rao looks down at him from above, an impatient grin tugging at his mouth. He tells Su Jingming to hurry up and come over, because he has already been waiting long enough. Su Jingming answers in an icy, casual tone. If Kiran Rao is that eager to die, then he says he does not mind helping him get his wish. With the tension between them rising, both fighters step into the ring and face each other directly. An elderly man then appears before them and introduces himself as Zhang Quan, the vice principal of Jincheng University and a Tier 8 Grandmaster. He will serve as the official referee for this duel. Zhang Quan explains the rules in a steady voice. The match ends when one fighter loses consciousness or personally admits defeat, and once that happens, continued attacks are strictly forbidden. He also tells them not to hold back too much, because with so many powerful figures watching nearby, no one will be allowed to lose their life. After finishing the explanation, Zhang Quan releases his power. A layer of water mist rises around the arena like a translucent barrier, forming a protective shield to keep the spectators safe from the impact of the battle. Once the shield is in place, Zhang Quan tells both sides to prepare themselves. Then he begins the countdown, and the moment it ends, the match officially starts. With a fierce roar, Kiran Rao wastes no time at all and immediately unleashes his S-rank ability. His entire body begins to transform before everyone's eyes. His frame swells larger and more muscular, sharp horns appear, and red markings spread across his skin. This terrifying enhancement ability is none other than Brahma Beast Sovereign. Su Jingming stands across from him and watches the transformation quietly, his expression calm and completely unmoved. Now standing in his strengthened beast-like form, Kiran Rao looks down at Su Jingming with arrogance written all over his face. He says he will generously give Su Jingming time to prepare his own S-rank technique, so that after losing, Su Jingming will have no excuse left to hide behind. Around the arena, every spectator focuses on the duel between Su Jingming and Kiran Rao as it finally begins. Some point out that Kiran Rao's S-rank enhancement ability gives him a clear advantage in this 30-meter arena, since the limited space restricts Su Jingming's long-range lightning attacks. Even so, they believe Su Jingming must have already expected this kind of disadvantage before accepting the fight. Inside the ring, purple lightning coils around Su Jingming's body like flickering armor. As he faces Kiran Rao head-on, Su Jingming quietly thinks that this opponent has arrived at the perfect time, because he can finally test the full power he now possesses as a Tier 3 ability user. He wasted no time at all. In the very next instant, a violent wave of purple and blue lightning burst out from his body, spreading across the arena like a raging storm and swallowing the battlefield in crackling light. Even Zhang Quan, the referee overseeing the match, could not hide his shock. He stared at the surging energy with widened eyes, realizing that this sudden eruption of power was already pressing hard against his water mist barrier, even though that barrier had been built to endure attacks from a peak Tier 3 A-rank user. Seeing the barrier ripple under the pressure, Zhang Quan immediately reacted. He poured in more strength at once, reinforcing the layer of water mist before the terrifying lightning could break through and spill out of control. Up in the stands, the watching students were completely shaken. The moment the purple cloud divine lightning flooded the arena, many of them felt a chill run through their bodies, as if even a single strand of that power could erase them on the spot. Only then did they truly understand how enormous the gap was between these two freshmen. Even after transforming, Kiran Rao's expression twisted with anger. He could clearly feel Su Jingming's lightning gnawing into his body, corroding him in a strange and painful way that ordinary lightning could never achieve. Realizing that dragging the fight out would only make things worse, Kiran Rao's eyes sharpened. He made up his mind to finish everything quickly and rushed forward without holding back. As both fighters shot toward each other at the same time, Kiran Rao let out a cold scoff. Instead of running away, Su Jingming had actually chosen to meet him head-on. Raising his blade, Kiran Rao sneered that he would show Su Jingming the real strength of an S-rank enhancement user. But before Kiran Rao could fully seize the rhythm of the clash, Su Jingming moved first. His spear flashed forward with shocking speed, cutting through the lightning-filled air so suddenly that Kiran Rao was caught off guard. Kiran Rao barely managed to lift his weapon in time and block the electrified spear, but the impact was far heavier than he expected, and the force drove him backward, his feet scraping across the arena floor. For a moment, disbelief filled Kiran Rao's face. He could not understand it at all. After using his S-rank transformation, his physical strength should have overwhelmed Su Jingming, yet the power behind that spear had actually matched him head-on. Standing inside the roaring storm of purple lightning, Su Jingming looked at him with a faint, mocking calm. He asked if Kiran Rao was surprised, then casually added that no rule in the world said a lightning-type user had to be weaker in close combat than an enhancement-type user. Kiran Rao did not deny it. His expression darkened as he admitted that he had originally planned to toy with Su Jingming for a while, but now it seemed that would be impossible. Declaring that Su Jingming should feel honored for forcing him to use his full power, he charged forward again. This time, Kiran Rao's body changed even more violently. His face distorted into something like a demonic mask, and a terrifying aura burst from him as he unleashed Beast's sovereign descent. The students in the stands instantly erupted in shock. They recognized what was happening at once. Kiran Rao was stacking his S-rank ability, Brahma Beast Sovereign, together with an exclusive S-rank combat technique, pushing his already terrifying power to an even more monstrous level. At the side of the arena, Vice Principal Su Ping watched with a steady, unreadable gaze. Beside him, Vice Principal Ling Shuang narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. She remembered that Dinyang Jintian possessed a similar S-rank combat technique, and from that connection, she believed Su Jingming must have learned it as well. Back in the arena, Kiran Rao's newly enhanced form stood firm against the purple cloud divine lightning. The violent arcs of purple energy crashed against him, but this time they were forced back. With a fierce and menacing grin spreading across his transformed face, Kiran Rao stared straight at Su Jingming. He taunted him, asking whether he still had the courage to compete with him in raw strength now that he had entered this form. Then Su Jingming answered with an even more stunning reveal. His hair slowly turned pure white, and a deep blue glow lit up in his eyes. Facing Kiran Rao's challenge, he remained completely calm and simply agreed to meet him head-on. A massive surge of power exploded from Su Jingming's body in the next instant. The pressure rolled outward like a shockwave, and even Kiran Rao, already in his fully transformed state, could not stop his expression from changing. Su Jingming's transformation fully settled in. His eyes burned with fierce blue light, his pupils narrowing into sharp slits, and the aura around him grew colder, stronger, and far more dangerous than before. The entire audience was left staring in confusion and awe. One student, who had only looked away for a brief moment, turned back and nearly froze, shocked to find what looked like two monster bosses standing in the arena. His friend quickly explained that they were Su Jingming and Kiran Rao entering their second stage, but the first student immediately shot back that this was basically a boss fight now. Kiran Rao stared at Su Jingming's new form in shock, instantly recognizing it as an S-rank combat technique. Su Jingming, now wrapped in that powered-up state, looked at him coldly and said that his guess was right, though unfortunately, there would be no reward for figuring it out. Su Jingming did not give his opponent even a second to settle down. Purple energy began gathering rapidly in his hand, condensing into a dense sphere of power as he prepared to unleash his Thunder Prison technique. Kiran Rao's eyes tightened the moment he recognized the move. This was a control-type S-rank technique, and the instant he realized what it was, he understood that he had already stepped into real danger. With no safer option left, Kiran Rao chose to gamble everything. A layer of red vitality armor burst over his body, and with a fierce roar, he charged straight into the incoming lightning attack. He managed to force his way out of the technique, but the cost was obvious. His body dropped heavily to one knee, and when Kiran Rao looked up again, his face was filled with shock at the terrifying power he had just endured. But Su Jingming had no intention of letting him catch his breath. In the next breath, he released a gigantic spear formed entirely from pure lightning. It barely missed Kiran Rao, but the moment it struck behind him, the explosion tore through the arena floor with devastating force. That destructive blast left Kiran Rao shaken to the core. Looking at the ruined ground behind him, he understood immediately that if that lightning spear had landed directly, he would have been seriously injured, or maybe even killed. Before Kiran Rao could fully process the danger, Su Jingming had already closed the distance. His body flashed forward with the speed of thunder as he activated Lightning Gale Break. Kiran Rao hurriedly raised his weapon to block the spinning strike, but the force behind Su Jingming's attack was overwhelming. The impact blasted through his defense and sent him flying backward across the arena. Su Jingming pressed forward without the slightest pause. Chain lightning spears erupted one after another, forming a relentless storm of lightning-fast strikes that hammered into Kiran Rao's body again and again. Even under that brutal barrage, Kiran Rao refused to fall. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he desperately clung to one thought. If he could just endure this technique, then he might still find a chance to turn the battle around. Believing he had finally weathered the attack, Kiran Rao suddenly roared. With his fighting spirit flaring again, he declared that it was now his turn to strike back. But Su Jingming's expression did not change at all. Only then did he reveal the true danger hidden inside the technique. With a cold command, Su Jingming ordered the lightning to explode. In the next instant, the electric power that had already pierced into Kiran Rao's body detonated violently from within. Kiran Rao's eyes widened in helpless shock. Before he could defend himself, violent lightning burst out from his chest, tearing through him from the inside. The explosion swallowed him completely and blasted his body backward with terrifying force, sending him flying like he had been struck by a thunderbolt. Kiran Rao slammed hard into the arena's protective barrier before collapsing to the ground. His transformation faded away, and scorched wounds spread across his torso, leaving him battered and defeated. Su Jingming stepped forward and stood over his fallen opponent. The tip of his spear stopped just inches from Kiran Rao's forehead. With no strength left and no path to continue, the once arrogant Kiran Rao could only lower his pride and weakly admit defeat. Once the battle was clearly over, Zhang Chuan raised his hand before the watching crowd and officially announced Su Jingming as the winner. The stands instantly exploded with cheers. Su Jingming's friends celebrated his victory in excitement, stunned that a fight they expected to last more than 10 minutes had ended in only 2. They praised him for crushing Kiran Rao in a direct contest of strength and admired how smoothly he connected each combat technique into the next. From the balcony, Vice Principal Ling Shuang also replayed Su Jingming's performance in her mind. His strategy had been flawless. He first used Thunder Prison to control the field, then followed up with other techniques to force an opening. Once that weakness appeared, he seized it with Lightning Gale Break and finished the battle with Chain Lightning Spears. In her eyes, the execution was truly outstanding. After that, Ling Shuang turned toward Vice Principal Su Ping and asked whether he had anything else to say. Su Ping's face looked heavy as he admitted that they had lost completely. He conceded the wagered 20% resource share to Moda University and confirmed that the S-class resource he had promised Su Jingming would be delivered the following afternoon. As Ling Shuang and Su Jingming left together, Su Ping remained behind, weighed down by frustration. His university had not only lost the match, but had also suffered a painful double loss in resources and reputation. Ling Shuang then congratulated Su Jingming on a job well done. She handed him a glowing blue card, the pass for Civilization Ruin number 13. As an additional reward, she told him that the school would also grant him another 10,000 credits. Su Jingming was clearly delighted and quickly thanked her for the generous rewards. He lowered his gaze to the precious ruins pass resting in his hand, and a confident, eager smile gradually appeared on his face. Vice Principal Ling Shuang told Su Jingming to go back and rest. She reminded him that he still had several rewards waiting for him. The S-class resource from Qingjing University, the right to choose a combat technique from the libraries of all 3 universities, and the rare herbs his own university had won from the Devil's Cave, which he could collect the next day. Su Jingming happily agreed. Looking back on the results of this research trip, he could not help feeling that it had been incredibly worthwhile. He had gained a ruins pass, a large amount of credits, S-class resources, and an impressive harvest of rare herbs and beast materials. While they were still talking, a young man with long black hair walked over. He praised Su Jingming for the wonderful match and said that being able to witness a genius like him in person was truly his good fortune. Su Jingming responded politely and thanked him. After the young man walked away, Su Jingming turned and asked who he was. Song Chukyu explained that the man was Dong Shang from Jincheng University, the student ranked 3rd, just below Su Jingming and Kiran Rao. Su Jingming watched Dong Shang's departing figure and could not help feeling impressed. For someone his age to already reach the high-rank 2nd tier, Dong Shang was definitely a monster. Song Chukyu immediately gave him a playful look and teased him, asking if he was secretly praising himself, since Su Jingming was already a full Tier 3 user. Su Jingming's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he casually joked that his situation was different. He claimed he had a special cheat that let him level up with just 1 click, then asked Song Chukyu if she believed him. Song Chukyu's face instantly turned annoyed, and she snapped back in a comically serious tone that she did not believe him at all. Soon after, the scene shifted away from the academy and toward the outside of a towering Gothic-style building, its grand, dark architecture standing solemnly under the sky. Inside the spacious hall, rows of robed figures knelt respectfully on the ground. At the center, a man known as the Archbishop floated silently above them, while a swirling pink orb hovered over his body. With a solemn voice, he led the followers in a chant, proclaiming that since they had received heaven's mandate, their heavenly God would remain eternal. After the chant settled, the Archbishop lowered his gaze toward one of his subordinates. In a calm but heavy voice, he asked whether everything at the plantation had already been arranged, and the subordinate immediately confirmed that all preparations were complete. The Archbishop's expression then turned grim as he gave his next command. The subordinate would be responsible for handling the teachers from the 3 universities, and his order was simple: kill as many of them as possible. The kneeling followers responded at once, shouting their agreement with fanatical loyalty. Then the Archbishop shifted his attention to a hooded man wearing a mask and addressed him respectfully as the Holy Sun. He assigned the Holy Sun the task of dealing with the 2 S-rankers, Su Jingming and Kiran Rao, saying that facing them would be extremely useful for the Holy Sun's growth. Beneath the hood and mask, the Holy Sun gave a chilling smile. He accepted the mission without hesitation, promising that by tomorrow, the distance between him and those S-rankers would become very, very close. The Archbishop then gave his final order regarding the S-rankers. If Su Jingming and Kiran Rao were willing to join the Heaven's Mandate sect, that would naturally be best. But if they refused, the Holy Sun was to kill them without the slightest mercy. Finally, the Archbishop turned back to all the followers gathered beneath him, his voice burning with zealous fervor. He declared that tomorrow would become the stage of the Heaven's Mandate sect, and that they would announce their existence to the entire country in the cruelest and most high-profile way possible. His final chant echoed through the hall, and the followers answered with the same wild passion. Since receiving Heaven's Mandate, the Heavenly God is eternal. The next day, the students arrived at the Devil's Cave plantation. Before them stood a massive and beautifully constructed greenhouse, its ornate structure marked clearly as a restricted area. As soon as they stepped inside, the students were amazed by the sight before them. Bright C-class sunflowers filled the greenhouse with a beautiful glow, and everyone's excitement rose as they prepared to begin harvesting these valuable herbs. A man soon stepped forward to welcome them. He introduced himself as Ma Yang, the supervisor of the base, and greeted the mentors and students from the 3 major universities with a polite smile. Lead mentor Hu Ping then explained the situation to the group. The vice principals had not come along because this task was not considered dangerous, and even if some accident did occur, Vice Principal Ling Shuang could use her space ability to arrive within just a few minutes. Ma Yang nodded and then guided the group deeper into the greenhouse. As they moved past the rows of exotic plants, he began assigning each university its own area and herb type to harvest. Qingjing University was assigned to collect the sunflowers, Jincheng University would gather scarlet flamegrass, and Modu University was given responsibility for harvesting cleansing heartgrass. But then Ma Yang suddenly added a strange condition. He said the top 3 freshmen had to be separated from the main group. Hu Ping immediately sensed something unusual and questioned him, pointing out that other plantations did not follow such a rule. Ma Yang calmly explained that a new batch of S-class exotic herbs had recently appeared, and he wanted the top students to collect them personally. Framing it as a rare opportunity, he specifically instructed Su Jingming, Kiran Rao, and Dong Shang to follow him and his staff. Su Jingming felt that something about the arrangement was a little suspicious. Even so, with the university mentors still present nearby, he did not show any resistance and followed along with the others. As they walked through the greenhouse, Dong Shang moved closer to Su Jingming and Kiran Rao. With an easy smile, he complimented the 2 of them on the spectacular battle they had fought the previous day. Then Dong Shang smoothly shifted the topic toward religion. He mentioned hearing rumors that certain sects possessed secret techniques capable of boosting a user's strength from Tier 2 all the way to Tier 4. If such power truly existed, he mused, then perhaps even he might be able to fight against the 2 of them. Su Jingming immediately warned him not to get involved with those kinds of religions. Kiran Rao, however, clearly disagreed. He brought his hands together in a prayer-like posture and said that religions such as his country's Jedu sect and the Holy Father sect had positive meaning. In his eyes, even his own invincibility came from the blessings of Lord Brahma. Su Jingming instantly struck back with a sharp taunt, asking why Lord Brahma had not helped him win their match. The question hit Kiran Rao right where it hurt, leaving him furious, stiff-faced, and unable to say a single word in response. Dong Shang stepped in at just the right moment, smoothing over the tension with a calm smile. He agreed with Kiran Rao, saying that some religions really did offer tremendous benefits. Then he turned towards Su Jingming with a sly expression and left him with an ominous message, saying that in just a little while, Su Jingming would personally experience the power brought by religion and would probably change his mind. Dong Shang's strange words lingered heavily in the air. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint sense of unease rose in his heart as he wondered what Dong Shang was really trying to imply. Before long, Supervisor Ma Yang led mentor Hu Ping and the 3 top students into a secluded section of the greenhouse. After stopping in the quiet space, he calmly announced that they had arrived. Hu Ping looked around and immediately frowned. There were no obvious exotic herbs in sight, so she questioned him directly, asking where the promised S-class flowers were supposed to be. Ma Yang simply raised his hand and pointed forward, telling her to look carefully ahead. In that instant, the polite and friendly expression on Ma Yang's face vanished completely. What replaced it was a sinister grin, cold and full of murderous intent. The man pretending to be Ma Yang suddenly lunged at Hu Ping. His body twisted into a dark, shadowy figure, red light blazing from his eyes, while one arm transformed into a huge demonic claw glowing with crimson power. Before Hu Ping could fully react, the claw slammed into her chest with terrifying speed and force. The impact sent Hu Ping flying backward through the air. She managed to land, but the shock on her face made it clear that the attack had been far stronger than expected. Staring at the attacker in alarm, Hu Ping cried out that he was a Tier 7 Grandmaster. Realizing that they had been deceived from the beginning, Hu Ping demanded to know who he really was. At the same time, her own power surged out, and she transformed by activating her A-rank Shadow Spirit Cat ability. The shadowy attacker looked at her transformed state and gave a pleased, mocking smile. He complimented Hu Ping's vitality, as if her resistance only made the coming kill more interesting. Then he reached up and removed his mask, revealing his true identity as the Archbishop of the Heaven's Mandate sect. With a cruel smile on his face, he said that since she was about to die anyway, there was no harm in letting her know exactly who they were. The Archbishop immediately ordered his subordinate to kill everyone present. Hu Ping's anger erupted as she accused them of trying to cut off the future of Great Xia's next generation. Without hesitation, Hu Ping crushed a crystal in her hand, shattering it in an attempt to send out a call for help. But the Archbishop only laughed coldly. He told her that it was already too late to ask for rescue. Then he activated the red orb in his hand. A terrifying wave of power spread outward, forming a massive space blockade that sealed the entire area and trapped everyone inside. At the same time, outside the plantation, the three vice principals were immediately alerted to the sudden attack. Ling Shuang's expression changed with fury as she realized someone had actually dared to strike at their team. In the next moment, the three powerful grandmasters rose into the sky together and flew straight toward the crisis. Meanwhile, at the Shannon supply base, head supervisor Zhou Ying also reacted with alarm. She urgently ordered squads to rush toward the Devil's Cave plantation and protect the eldest miss, Song Chukyu. Even as she issued the order, Zhou Ying tried to steady herself. With the Tier 8 grandmasters already on their way, she told herself that there should not be any serious problem. Back inside the greenhouse, Hu Ping suddenly sensed a strange disturbance rippling through the space blockade around them. The Archbishop mocked them without restraint, declaring that their space-type grandmaster was useless against his blockade. Deciding not to waste any more time, he turned his attention toward the cat-like Hu Ping and shouted that she would be the first to die. As the Archbishop struck, his power condensed into a gigantic crimson hand, descending with crushing force as if it could smash everything beneath it. Qiran Rao cursed in frustration as the pressure came crashing down. Su Jingming, meanwhile, knew very clearly that they were facing a Tier 7 Grandmaster, and with his current strength, there was no way he could resist such overwhelming power head-on. But just as the Archbishop's attack was about to fall, it was suddenly disrupted. His expression shifted as he realized that Ling Shuang, the space-type Grandmaster, was powerful enough to shake even his blockade from the outside. Not wanting to clash with Ling Shuang directly, the Archbishop immediately leapt away from the battlefield. As he withdrew, he left the situation to the Holy Sun, making it clear that the next move would be his responsibility. With the Archbishop gone, Dong Sheng slowly stepped forward, and the friendly mask he had been wearing vanished completely. His eyes turned cold as he declared that the time had finally come for the Heaven's Mandate sect to step onto the stage. Then he looked straight at Su Jingming and Qiran Rao, telling them he would now let them see his true form. The moment his words fell, Dong Sheng's body began to change in a terrifying way. Dark energy erupted from him like black smoke, and his aura surged upward at an insane speed. In just a few breaths, his strength climbed from high-rank Tier 2 to the peak, then broke straight through into Tier 3, and finally kept rising until it reached the peak of Tier 4. Su Jingming and Qiran Rao both froze where they stood. The sudden explosion of power was so outrageous that neither of them could hide the shock on their faces. Su Jingming stared at Dong Sheng in disbelief, stunned that any technique could force someone's strength up by 2 entire major ranks. But what unsettled him even more was the familiar, terrifying aura coming from Dong Sheng's body, because he recognized it at once as the aura of God's blood. While Qiran Rao stood there burning with rage, Su Jingming quickly pieced everything together in his mind. Since Dong Sheng's aura clearly belonged to God's blood, that meant a single dose of this SSS-class resource had allowed him to leap from Tier 2 all the way to the peak of Tier 4. Now transformed into a demonic figure with sharp horns and glowing eyes, Dong Sheng looked down at Su Jingming and Qiran Rao with chilling confidence. He gave them only 2 choices: join the Heaven's Mandate sect and hunt down the other students, or be crippled first and killed afterward. Meanwhile, outside the main greenhouse, the remaining students had already realized that something terrible was happening inside. One student shouted for everyone to charge in and help the 2 S-rankers, yelling that they could not afford to lose their hope, Su Jingming. But before the students could rush in, several hooded cultists stepped out and blocked their path. The cultists sneered at them, mocking their useless courage and saying that no one could save the S-rankers now, so the students should worry about staying alive themselves. In the middle of the chaos, Song Chukyu forced her way through the cultists with her flaming spear in hand. Her attacks cut through the crowd of enemies, and her eyes were fixed on only one goal: protecting Su Jingming. Far away, the three grandmasters quickly realized that they were being held outside the battlefield. One of them asked Vice Principal Ling Shuang why they did not simply teleport into the plantation, but Ling Shuang's face remained tense as she explained that she had already tried, and the entire space inside had been sealed shut. The source of that barrier was the Archbishop himself. He stood holding a glowing red orb in his hand, and inside the orb, a strange bone could be seen radiating an eerie power. Ling Shuang instantly recognized what that bone was. It came from a rank 9 beast emperor with spatial abilities, and that was precisely why the entire area had been locked down so completely. The other two grandmasters immediately grew alarmed. Zhang Quan's expression darkened as he said the situation was far more serious than expected, while the other warned that if anything happened to the two S-rankers inside, the consequences would be enormous. The Archbishop only laughed at their helplessness from behind the blockade. He mocked the grandmasters, saying they would have no choice but to stand there and watch as his sect slaughtered all the freshmen inside. Today, he declared, would become the great awakening day of the Heaven's Mandate sect. The grandmasters were horrified when they realized who they were dealing with. The Heaven's Mandate sect was supposed to have been wiped out 60 years ago, yet now it had returned in such a vicious way. Knowing they had no time to hesitate, the three grandmasters immediately joined forces. Ling Shuang took a sharp look at the sealed plantation and suggested that they attack together. In her judgment, if the three of them combined their strength, 3 minutes should be enough to break through the spatial blockade. Taking the lead, Ling Shuang shouted a single command: "Rise." In the next instant, a massive surge of blue energy erupted from beneath the ground, lifting the entire plantation base high into the air. As she held the huge plantation suspended above the ground, Ling Shuang focused her senses on the barrier, carefully searching through the sealed space for any flaw they could exploit. After a brief moment, Ling Shuang announced her discovery. The underground space had been completely sealed, but she had found the weakest point of the barrier in the southeast. Answering her call, the other two grandmasters, Su Ping and Jiang Quan, immediately prepared to strike. Their auras erupted at the same time, and both of them transformed with overwhelming force. Su Ping's body expanded into the form of a fierce ape beast, radiating savage pressure, while Jiang Quan transformed into a being wrapped in swirling blue energy. Together, the two grandmasters charged toward the floating greenhouse. Their combined power locked onto the southeastern weak point, aiming to tear open the blockade with one massive assault. Inside the greenhouse, the trapped students suddenly heard a thunderous roar. The entire building shook violently as a tremendous impact slammed into the barrier from outside. When the students saw those powerful attacks crashing against the blockade, hope instantly surged through them. Many cried out in relief, realizing that the vice principals had arrived to save them. Even in the middle of the chaos, Su Jingming forced himself to remain calm. He checked his system panel and saw that he still had 49,000 ability points. After a quick calculation, he realized that if he poured them all into leveling up, he should be able to reach Tier 4 and gain enough power to defeat the enemies in front of him. But Dong Shang turned toward the frightened freshmen with a mocking smile. He asked if they had finally seen the true power of the Heaven's Mandate sect, then offered them a path to survive. If they killed the freshmen around them, they could join the sect and receive the same power he now possessed. The students fell into a tense silence. They looked at one another with pale faces, hesitation flickering in their eyes as the temptation and fear pressed down on them at the same time. At that moment, Ling Shuang's voice suddenly echoed through the damaged barrier. Her tone was cold and commanding as she declared that any freshman who dared attack another student would be expelled and executed on the spot. Those words snapped the students back to their senses. One after another, they quickly made their choice, deciding that no matter how dangerous the situation became, they would not betray their own side. Dong Shang's face twisted with anger when he saw their answer. He cursed them as idiots, furious that they had refused such an offer. Then he turned his attention back to Su Jingming and Qiren Rao. With cold impatience, he gave them one final ultimatum, saying they had only 3 seconds to submit or die. The pressure had barely settled before Qiren Rao suddenly dropped his sword. In front of everyone, he bowed his head, begged for his life, and agreed to join the Heaven's Mandate sect. Dong Shang looked down at him with satisfaction and praised him for making the right choice. Then his gaze shifted toward Su Jingming, waiting to hear what decision he would make. Su Jingming did not answer with words. Instead, purple lightning began crackling violently around his body, making his refusal clear without him needing to say a thing. Seeing Su Jingming's response, Dong Shang's voice turned cold as he declared that Su Jingming had chosen death. Then he gave his newly surrendered follower an order. As proof of his loyalty, Qiren Rao had to kill Su Jingming himself. Faced with that command, Qiren Rao froze. Sweat gathered on his face as he hesitated, and deep down, He knew very well that he could not handle Su Jingming by himself. The hooded figures beside Dong Shang immediately noticed his hesitation. They stepped forward and declared that they would attack alongside him, spreading out to surround Su Jingming from multiple sides. Even while surrounded, Su Jingming remained steady, purple lightning crawling over his body like a protective storm. He quickly measured the strength of his enemies in his mind, 1 low-rank Tier 3 user and 4 low-rank Tier 1 users. Realizing he might not need to spend his precious ability points just yet, he lifted his gaze and calmly challenged them to come at him. One of the hooded cultists, gripping a large axe, suddenly leapt down from above. As he descended, he mocked Su Jingming for being too arrogant and shouted that this was where he would die. The cultist swung the axe down with brutal force, but the blade never reached Su Jingming's body. It crashed against his S-rank defensive technique, thunder armor, and was stopped cold by the crackling layer of lightning around him. Before the attacker could even process what had happened, Su Jingming's spear flashed forward. In a single clean thrust, he pierced straight through the cultist's chest. The defeated cultist stared down in disbelief, unable to accept that he had been taken down so easily despite being a Tier 4 user. Su Jingming looked at him coldly and taunted him for daring to rush in alone. Seeing one of his followers fall so quickly, the transformed Dong Shang finally lost patience. He stepped forward with a dark expression and announced that he would attack together with the others. As the enemies prepared to strike all at once, Su Jingming felt the real threat of death pressing in on him for the first time. A trace of disappointment passed through his mind, because he had originally wanted to save his ability points for upgrading his S-rank ability, but now it seemed he might have no choice. Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared before him, confirming that he had killed a low-rank Tier 4 God's Blood Envoy and rewarding him with 1,000 ability points. That reward pushed his total past the 50,000 point mark. The moment Su Jingming realized he finally had enough, his eyes sharpened, and he made a bold decision. Without hesitation, Su Jingming immediately commanded the system to upgrade his ability. The evolution of his S-rank Purple Cloud Divine Lightning began at once, golden thunder bursting around him as a progress bar appeared and rapidly climbed past 10%, then 20%. As the evolution continued, Su Jingming's body slowly rose from the ground. The raw power pouring out of him stunned every enemy nearby, freezing them in place for a moment. Golden lightning crackled and danced around him, growing brighter with every passing second as the power inside his body continued to surge upward. Dong Shang watched the golden lightning flare around Su Jingming and immediately grew annoyed. With a cold snort, he dismissed it as nothing more than playing tricks. Dark red energy began pouring out of Dong Shang's body, thick and violent like blood-colored smoke. His killing intent locked onto the still vulnerable Su Jingming, and in the next instant, he gathered that power into a massive blast, preparing to crush him before the evolution could finish. As Dong Shang's attack came crashing down, Su Jingming's ability evolution was already at the final moment. The progress had climbed all the way to 99%, hanging just one breath away from completion. Then, at the very last instant, the evolution finally completed. The system confirmed that Su Jingming's S-rank ability had successfully advanced, transforming into the far stronger SS-rank Dutian Divine Lightning. With the transformation finished, Su Jingming slowly opened his eyes. They now shone with brilliant golden light, while arcs of golden lightning crackled around his body, wrapping him in a power completely different from before. Without giving Dong Shang any chance to react, Su Jingming immediately unleashed his new ability. A vast torrent of golden thunder tore down from the sky, crashing straight onto the unsuspecting Dong Shang with overwhelming force. Dong Shang screamed as the immense golden lightning swallowed him completely. The attack he had been about to unleash was wiped out on the spot, erased before it could even reach Su Jingming. A moment later, another system notification appeared before Su Jingming. It confirmed that the peak Tier 4 God's Blood Envoy had been killed and rewarded him with 2,000 ability points. With the greatest threat in front of him eliminated, Su Jingming slowly turned his gaze toward the remaining hooded cultists. One by one, he pointed at them, his voice cold as he declared that every last one of them had to die. Golden thunder gathered above the greenhouse once more. In the next instant, a devastating storm of lightning descended, striking the remaining cultists with such terrifying force that they were destroyed almost instantly. After the cultists were wiped out, Su Jingming appeared in front of Kiran Rao. The sight of him approaching made Kiran Rao's face drain of color, and he immediately began pleading desperately for his life. Kiran Rao lowered himself to the ground in complete panic, bowing as he tried to explain. He insisted that he had only been threatened, and that he had never truly attacked Su Jingming at all. From a distance, the archbishop stared at the scene in stunned confusion. He could hardly believe what he had just witnessed, because the holy son he had placed his hopes on had actually been killed. That disbelief quickly twisted into pure rage. The archbishop roared Su Jingming's name, his voice filled with hatred, and vowed that Su Jingming would be buried together with Dong Shang. In his fury, the archbishop unleashed his own terrifying power. A gigantic demonic red hand formed high in the sky, then descended straight towards Su Jingming with crushing force. As the enormous red hand pressed down, Su Jingming's entire body was pinned in place by the overwhelming pressure. Gritting his teeth, he realized with a chill that he could not even move, and for the first time, he truly felt the terrifying gap between himself and a Tier 7 Grandmaster. But just before the attack could crush him, the giant hand suddenly froze in midair. Su Jingming looked up in surprise and immediately sensed that a different and powerful space-type ability had intervened to save him. A flash of golden light cut through the sealed space, and Vice Principal Ling Shuang appeared in front of him. Her expression was icy, and the pressure around her instantly changed the entire battlefield. The Archbishop's face twisted with anger as he demanded to know how Ling Shuang had managed to break into the space blockade he was maintaining. Ling Shuang gave him a cold scoff. She mocked him for depending on an external item to control the space, then pointed out that he had become distracted at the worst possible moment. In the next breath, Ling Shuang struck. A blazing blade of spatial energy flashed forward and sliced cleanly through the Archbishop's arm, severing his demonic hand in one swift cut. She did not give him even a moment to recover. A blue magic circle appeared around the Archbishop, and her space constriction technique locked onto him, binding his body completely in place. With the Archbishop trapped, Ling Shuang made her final move. A swirling vortex opened in front of her, and she reached through it to snatch the space-sealing orb directly from his grasp, cutting off his control over the entire area. Once the immediate danger was gone, Ling Shuang slowly descended toward the still-shaken Su Jingming. She looked him over and asked if he was all right, and Su Jingming quickly answered that he was fine. At that moment, the other two grandmasters, Su Ping and Jiang Quan, arrived as well. Su Ping asked how they should deal with the remaining cult members. Holding the captured orb in her hand, Ling Shuang's voice turned chillingly cold as she declared that these people had dared to touch her students. She ordered them to capture any Tier 6 ability users alive, but kill everyone else without mercy. Following Ling Shuang's order, Su Ping and Jiang Quan immediately rushed into action. With overwhelming Grandmaster-level power, they swept through the remaining cultists and struck them down one after another. After the battle finally settled, Ling Shuang turned her gaze toward the terrified Kiran Rao. He opened his mouth, clearly trying to make an excuse, but she cut him off coldly and told him that someone would deal with him later. Then Ling Shuang turned back to Su Jingming and asked about the powerful golden lightning he had just used, especially since it seemed to activate with no casting time at all. Standing among the fallen cultists, Su Jingming shook his head and said he was not completely sure either. He explained that when he had been pushed to the brink of death, he had forced his ability to its limit with everything he had, and somehow that caused it to break through and mutate. Ling Shuang became even more intrigued. She asked whether the golden lightning might actually be a combat technique rather than his original ability, then told Su Jingming to summon his purple cloud divine lightning again so she could compare it. Su Jingming tried to call out his original power, but the results surprised even him. Instead of the familiar purple lightning, only golden lightning crackled around his hand. Ling Shuang found the change extremely strange and wondered whether his ability had fundamentally transformed. Still, this was not the right place for a full examination, so she told him that after the crisis was completely over, she would test his ability again at the supply base. Su Jingming nodded and agreed. Just as their conversation ended, Song Chukyu rushed over with visible relief on her face, calling Su Jingming's name. She threw her arms around him tightly and cried out that she had been so worried about him. Watching the two of them from the side, Ling Shuang's cold expression softened. A gentle smile crossed her face as she quietly thought that youth really was a wonderful thing. Su Jingming gently comforted the tearful Song Chukyu, telling her that everything was all right now and that the danger had passed. He held her hands and gave her a calm, reassuring smile. That simple gesture immediately made Song Chukyu blush, her earlier fear slowly melting into shy relief. A short while later, Ling Shuang used her space power again. Under her control, the entire floating greenhouse slowly descended and settled back onto the ground. After gathering the surviving students, Ling Shuang delivered a grim announcement. She told them that 342 freshmen had been killed by the cultists, and that the 3 universities would take full responsibility, with compensation provided to the families of the victims. Her expression then turned fierce as she officially declared the Heaven's Mandate sect an enemy of both humanity and the 3 universities. She announced an extermination order against the sect, stating that all students and teachers would be required to accept missions to wipe them out. Standing among the crowd, Su Jingming listened quietly. Thinking about the ability points he could gain from killing the cult's god's blood envoys, he made up his mind that he would definitely accept some of those missions. Ling Shuang then made one final announcement, officially bringing the research trip to an end. She instructed all freshmen to gather the next morning so they could return to their respective schools. Back at the supply base, Ling Shuang kept her promise and began testing Su Jingming's changed ability. She handed him a circular detector and told him to release his power into it. Su Jingming placed his hand on the device. Brilliant golden lightning immediately crackled around the detector, while Ling Shuang watched every reaction closely. As she observed the golden thunder, a shocking possibility suddenly crossed Ling Shuang's mind. Could Su Jingming's S-rank ability have really mutated into an even rarer SS rank ability? She quickly told herself that such a thing should be almost impossible. But the moment the detection finished, the device announced an incredible result. Su Jingming's ability was Dutian Divine Lightning, an SS rank ability. Ling Shuang froze in disbelief before exclaiming that it really was SS rank. For a moment, Ling Shuang was completely speechless. She knew very well how enormous the gap was between S-rank and SS rank abilities, and if Su Jingming was trained properly, he could become a force capable of changing the entire battlefield against the beasts. Her shock soon turned into undisguised joy, and she praised Su Jingming with rare enthusiasm. Su Jingming, still trying to process the news himself, could not help wondering how the device had known the name of his evolved ability. Ling Shuang explained that if the detector could identify the ability, then it must have appeared before during the ancient civilization era. She clarified that modern detection devices were built using technology recovered from ancient ruins. Looking at Su Jingming again, Ling Shuang smiled with genuine admiration. In her mind, his talent might already be comparable to the legendary powerhouses who once existed in ancient times. Then her expression became serious. She advised Su Jingming not to spread the news of his ability's evolution too widely. As an extra precaution, she handed him a special talisman and explained that if he ever encountered true danger, he could crush it, and as long as he was within 400 kilometers, she would be able to rush to his location. Su Jingming accepted the talisman with both gratitude and seriousness, knowing that this small item could save his life in a critical moment. Finally, Ling Shuang presented him with the S-class resource promised by Qingjing University. It was a Tier 5 break rank pill, and she suggested that he save it for the moment when he advanced from Tier 5 to Tier 6. However, Su Jingming looked at the Tier 5 break rank pill and hesitated for a moment before asking if he could exchange it for another resource instead. After all, with his cheat-like system helping him break through, he did not really need pills to push past bottlenecks. Ling Shuang considered it briefly, then gave him special permission to visit Modu University's resource department and trade it for something more suitable. After that, she reminded him that he still had one final reward waiting: the right to choose a combat technique from the libraries of any of the 3 universities. Later, the AI Eva pulled up every lightning-type combat technique above A rank from the other 2 universities. In an instant, dozens of glowing screens filled the room, each one displaying a different powerful technique with its own requirements and effects. Su Jingming's eyes were quickly drawn to 2 incredibly powerful SSS rank techniques. But after reading the details, he could only push down his excitement, because the level requirements were far beyond what he could use right now. After thinking it over, Su Jingming decided to stay practical. Instead of chasing something impressive but unusable, he chose to focus on a technique he could actually learn and use immediately. After a bit more comparison, he finally made his decision. Looking toward the vice principal, Su Jingming calmly said that he had chosen the S-rank technique, Thunder God Finger. The screen immediately displayed the technique's details. Thunder God Finger condensed lightning into an extremely powerful single-point attack, and its basic requirement was clear. The user had to be at least Tier 3 and possess an A-rank lightning-type ability. Ling Shuang warned him that learning a combat technique from another university would not be easy, especially without direct guidance from its original library. But Su Jingming answered with confidence, saying it did not matter. In his heart, he believed the 6,000 ability points he had saved should be enough. Seeing how certain Su Jingming looked, Ling Shuang's expression softened into a smile. She no longer tried to persuade him and simply agreed to his choice. As Su Jingming turned and left, Ling Shuang watched his back with quiet awe. Thinking about the advantages he now possessed, she could not help concluding that if he was given enough time to grow, humanity would one day gain another peerless powerhouse. Back inside his private training room, Su Jingming sat cross-legged on the floor. With the door closed and the room silent around him, he prepared to properly examine his newly evolved power. He gave a command to his system, Deep Blue, and opened his attribute panel. The display confirmed that he was currently a low-rank Tier 3 user, possessing the SS rank ability Dutian Divine Lightning, with 6,359 ability points remaining. Golden lightning crackled around Su Jingming's hand as he stared at the new power with deep focus. Thinking back on the cost, he realized that transforming an ability from S rank to SS rank required a full 50,000 ability points. He could also feel that this new golden lightning was far more difficult to control than the purple cloud divine lightning. Because of that, he decided that his next priority would be training his ability control until he could handle it properly. With that goal set in his mind, Su Jingming's expression became determined. He looked forward to the day when he could fully master this new power and bring out its true strength. That evening at the supply base, a group of civilians suddenly looked up in amazement. They pointed toward a sleek aircraft in the sky, marveling at how cool it looked without any propellers, and someone quickly recognized it as an advanced anti-gravity aircraft recovered from civilization ruins. The aircraft, shaped like a smooth silver disc, slowly descended from above. Without making much noise, it hovered for a moment before landing gently on the ground. A ramp lowered from the side of the aircraft, and under the eyes of the watching crowd, a single figure calmly stepped out. The newcomer was a stylish man with long white hair, carrying himself with effortless confidence. As soon as he stepped down, he declared that he had come here for Su Jingming. The sudden arrival of this mysterious white-haired man immediately startled the nearby onlookers. Their eyes stayed fixed on him, unsure who he was or why he had appeared at the base. The man glanced around and seemed to decide that too many people were paying attention to him. With a calm smile, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In the next instant, the onlookers' expressions changed as if nothing unusual had happened. They completely forgot about the man and casually started chatting about movies and what they wanted for dinner. Now that his arrival had slipped from everyone's minds, the white-haired man smiled faintly and continued forward without attracting another glance. At the temporary detention center inside the base, 2 guards stood watch outside the holding area, keeping their eyes on the captured cultists. Inside one of the cells, the captured Archbishop of the Heaven's Mandate sect was still shouting with fanatic conviction, insisting that his heavenly God would surely come to save his followers. The chief of public security stood nearby and reported to Ling Shuang with a troubled expression. He explained that they had not managed to obtain any useful information from the cultists, because their wills were unusually strong. Hearing that, the Archbishop laughed and taunted them from inside the cell, calling them fools for thinking they could break the faith of the Heaven's Mandate sect. Grandmaster Jiang Quan frowned and said it seemed they would have to wait for someone from a higher authority to handle the interrogation. Ling Shuang nodded, saying that the person they were waiting for should arrive very soon. Just as those words fell, the white-haired man appeared silently at the end of the hallway, as if he had stepped into the detention center without making a sound. Ling Shuang immediately sensed the powerful aura around him. Her eyes sharpened, and her body became alert before she fully recognized who had arrived. The man looked at them calmly and said that he had kept them waiting. Ling Shuang was visibly surprised, but she quickly greeted him with respect, addressing him as Lord Lu and asking why he had personally come here. The man explained that since the Heaven's Mandate sect had reappeared, his presence was necessary. Even so, Ling Shuang could not help questioning it silently. Lu Wangshan was a Tier 9 martial saint and a figure with terrifying power, so for someone of his level to come in person meant this matter was far more serious than it looked. Lu Wangshan began the interrogation without wasting time. A purple glow lit up in his eye as he stared straight at the Archbishop and asked whether he was the sect leader. Under that overwhelming mental pressure, the Archbishop's resistance was crushed. His voice stiffened as he admitted that he was not the true leader, but only a Grand Archbishop. He then revealed that their goal had been to kill the freshmen. Even worse, he confessed that the Heaven's Mandate sect spies were hidden in far more places than just the universities. 10 minutes later, Lu Wangshan ended the interrogation and explained that the results were only partially successful. He said the Archbishop's memories had been tampered with by another powerful ability user. Because of that interference, he could not uncover the locations of their strongholds or the true leader's identity. From this, he concluded that the Heaven's Mandate sect must be planning an even larger conspiracy. Then he changed the topic and said he needed to meet Su Jingming because of his recent ability evolution. Soon, Su Jingming was summoned into a private room with Vice Principal Ling Shuang. She invited him to sit down, then introduced the man beside her as Lu Wangshan, a member of the Great Xia National Council. Su Jingming was instantly stunned. He had not even noticed that another person was already in the room, which made Lu Wangshan's presence feel even more unfathomable. As Lu Wangshan greeted him, Su Jingming suddenly felt an immense crushing pressure fall over him. It came from nothing more than the man's gaze, yet it pressed down on him like a mountain. Acting purely on instinct, Su Jingming summoned his golden lightning. The crackling power flared around him as he struggled to resist that overwhelming force. After a brief moment, the pressure finally disappeared. Su Jingming was left exhausted, his body tense and his breathing heavy from resisting that single glance. In his heart, Su Jingming was shaken. He had never imagined that, even with his strength, he would be unable to withstand so much as one look from a Tier 9 martial saint. Lu Wangshan gave him a faint look of approval and said it was rare for a Tier 3 user to resist his gaze at all. He added that Su Jingming's willpower was extremely firm. Humbled by the praise, Su Jingming quickly bowed with respect. Lu Wangshan then explained just how valuable Su Jingming's potential was. S-rank ability users were born every year, but in the past 200 years, fewer than 50 SS-rank ability users had ever been recorded. He said he hoped Su Jingming would one day become one of humanity's top fighters. To better protect him, Lu Wangshan raised his hand and summoned a glowing purple spirit soul seal, explaining that it would provide Su Jingming with additional mental protection. With a gentle touch, Lu Wangshan placed the seal onto Su Jingming's forehead. The moment the seal entered him, even this powerful martial saint visibly weakened, showing just how much effort the technique had cost. Su Jingming hurried forward to support him, and Lu Wangshan calmly explained that the seal came from his own SS-rank psychic technique. Now that it had been applied, even another Tier 9 psychic ability user would need tremendous effort to break through it. Ling Shuang reminded Su Jingming to thank the counselor properly. Su Jingming immediately understood the weight of the protection he had received and quickly expressed his sincere gratitude. Lu Wangshan simply waves off the gratitude, making it clear he does not need any thanks from Su Jingming. To him, there is only one thing that matters. Once Su Jingming grows strong enough, he must stand for Great Xia and cut down even more enemies on the battlefield. Ling Shuang gives him a teasing look and says that a gift like this would make countless Tier 8 grandmasters lower their pride and beg for it. Su Jingming, however, does not look flustered at all. With complete confidence, he answers that he is, after all, the top student of Moda University. Seeing how boldly he says it, Ling Shuang cannot help but smile. Since he is so confident, she directly hands him a new responsibility. Next March, he will lead the team into the All-Country University League competition. Su Jingming freezes on the spot, staring at her in disbelief as he reminds her that he is still only a freshman. Ling Shuang tells him not to even think about slacking off, because she has already reserved that position for him in advance. After a brief pause, Su Jingming accepts the pressure head-on, his eyes sharpening as he says he is actually looking forward to crossing hands with the geniuses from every university in the country. 3 days later, back at Moda University, Jiang Chuxian is already waiting quietly for Su Jingming to return, her gaze fixed toward the landing area as if she has been expecting him for a while. Before long, a huge airship descends from the sky and lands heavily on campus. As the students begin stepping down one after another, Jiang Chuxian immediately spots Su Jingming among them and calls out to him. Su Jingming walks over with Song Chukyu, and both of them greet Jiang Chuxian. Song Chukyu then looks at her with sincere gratitude and thanks her properly, saying that the life-saving pills she provided truly helped save her life. Jiang Chuxian lifts her chin with a proud little smile, clearly pleased by the thanks. Then, with a cheerful tone, she invites the two of them to have a proper celebratory meal together. As the three of them walk side by side, Jiang Chuxian turns her attention to Su Jingming and asks whether he brought back the rare herbs she had been waiting for. Su Jingming calmly confirms that he did, then teases her with a faint smile, saying the amount is so large that she might not even be able to handle it all. High above them, Vice Principal Ling Shuang floats silently in the air, watching the group from a distance with an amused smile. Seeing Su Jingming surrounded by such attention, she thinks to herself that this kid really is blessed when it comes to women. In her eyes, powerful people tend to produce powerful descendants, so if someone like him has more than one partner, it might even be a good thing for humanity. But that thought soon pulls Ling Shuang back toward her own situation. Her smile fades into a quiet sigh as she remembers that even now, already in her 30s, she is still single. Later, inside a beautifully decorated room, Jiang Chuxian stands frozen in front of an enormous pile of rare herbs. Her eyes widen as she stares at the mountain of materials Su Jingming brought back, and she asks in disbelief whether he went and emptied out the entire Devil's Cave. Su Jingming remains completely calm as he explains that very few users were even capable of reaching the middle section of that cave. Then he adds, almost casually, that if he had stayed there a little longer, he could have gathered even more. Jiang Chuxian looks at the massive pile again, feeling slightly overwhelmed, and lets out a helpless sigh as she realizes she is going to be extremely busy. After handing everything over, Su Jingming rises from his seat and prepares to leave. He tells Jiang Chuxian that he still needs to visit the university's resource department, because he plans to exchange the S-class resource he received. Not long after, Su Jingming arrives in front of the Grand Resource Department building, the large structure standing solemnly before him as he steps inside. Once inside, Su Jingming calls out to the AI Eva and instructs her to display every S-class resource he can exchange for with his 7th grade breakthrough pill. In the next instant, holographic screens unfold around him one after another, surrounding him in floating light. Each panel displays a different powerful resource, making the entire room feel like a treasury of rare cultivation opportunities. Su Jingming looks over the list with some surprise, then asks Eva directly which option would improve his control over lightning the most. Eva quickly narrows the selection down to a single choice, an S-Class Thunder Haze Secret Realm Pass, a special entry token that allows the holder to enter a unique training area. The location immediately catches Su Jingming's attention. He notices that Haedong City is very close to his hometown, yet strangely, he has never heard of such a place before. Eva explains that the secret realm first appeared 87 years ago, and was later taken over by the Thunder Haze Martial Arts Hall. Since then, it has been treated as a restricted area and kept hidden from the general public. Curious, Su Jingming asks whether beasts exist inside, and Eva confirms that they do, adding that most of them are capable of controlling lightning. A confident smirk slowly appears on Su Jingming's face. A place filled with lightning-type beasts is practically tailor-made for him, so he immediately confirms his choice. Moments later, the pass materializes directly in his hand. While walking across campus, Su Jingming suddenly receives a phone call. The call is about a society exchange meeting scheduled for that very afternoon. The person on the phone respectfully addresses him as Vice President Su, a title he only recently gained after joining the Meteor Society a few days earlier on his senior's recommendation. Su Jingming is slightly surprised that his responsibilities are already beginning so soon, but he still agrees to attend. After ending the call, Su Jingming thinks it over and feels that a meeting where students from different departments exchange their experiences actually sounds quite interesting. Since it could broaden his understanding, it seems worth making the trip. When Su Jingming later meets his master, Yang Zhentian, the older man stares at him with complete astonishment. After carefully sensing his aura, Yang Zhentian asks in disbelief whether he has already stepped into Tier 3. Su Jingming answers with a calm smile, showing no trace of arrogance. He simply confirms that he managed to break through during the research trip. Yang Zhentian is still stunned. He reaches out and places a hand on Su Jingming's shoulder, half joking and half amazed, saying that the boy makes breaking through a Tier 3 bottleneck sound as easy as eating a meal or drinking water. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Yang Zhentian tells Su Jingming to follow him to the training room. He wants to personally examine how Su Jingming's body has changed after absorbing the god's blood. Inside the training room, Su Jingming releases his power. Golden lightning bursts out around him in wild, crackling waves, filling the space with a fierce glow while Yang Zhentian watches closely from nearby. The sight leaves Yang Zhentian visibly puzzled. He mutters that purple cloud divine lightning should normally be blue-purple, so why has it turned gold? But as he observes more carefully, he realizes the difference is not only the color. The aura of the ability itself has completely changed. Su Jingming remains composed and tells his master that Vice Principal Ling Shuang should have already mentioned it. Then he reveals the truth directly. His ability has evolved into the SS rank Dutian Divine Lightning. Yang Zhentian's eyes widen in shock. He blurts out in disbelief that an S-rank ability can actually evolve into SS rank, and only then does he understand why Ling Shuang had called him the day before, saying that his disciple had prepared a surprise for him. After the first wave of shock finally passes, Yang Zhentian grows serious and reminds Su Jingming that controlling an SS rank ability is far more difficult than controlling an S rank one. He will have to spend much more time practicing. Su Jingming nods, then says he has already exchanged for a Thunder Secret Realm Pass and needs to prepare for it. Yang Zhentian agrees that the Thunder Secret Realm is indeed an excellent training place for lightning-type users. However, before letting him go, he still needs to inspect Su Jingming's current physique, so he asks him to activate his Thunder Pole state. Su Jingming gives a firm reply, clearly ready for the examination. The moment Su Jingming activates the state, golden lightning surges across his entire body. His appearance transforms instantly, with his hair and eyes glowing under the force of that overwhelming power. Yang Zhentian watches the transformation with clear approval in his eyes. After examining him carefully, he comments that the foundation of Su Jingming's indestructible body has strengthened tremendously and has now reached the level of a high-rank Tier 2 user. He also notices something even more unusual. Su Jingming's body now carries the aura of a Beast Emperor-level bloodline mixed into it. Hearing this, Su Jingming immediately understands why his raw physique alone can already compare to the S-rank user Kirin Rao. That Beast Emperor-level aura explains the shocking strength hidden in his body. Satisfied with the inspection, Yang Zhentian tells his disciple to take a short rest. He explains that tests can only reveal so much, and the true condition of Su Jingming's body can only be understood through real combat. Yang Zhentian begins considering which of his other disciples could serve as a suitable opponent, but one after another, he finds them unsuitable. Then he realizes with some surprise that his junior brother Jingming may now be stronger than most of his senior students. About 10 minutes later, the butler, Uncle Fu, steps in and respectfully announces that the person Yang Zhentian called for has arrived. A muscular senior student with a mohawk steps forward. His name is Zhongshan, and although he looks strong, his expression is clearly nervous. Inwardly, he wonders why the dean, whom he secretly calls the showman, has summoned him again, worrying that he might have gotten himself into trouble. Seeing Zhongshan's uneasy face, Yang Jintian quickly reassures him. He explains that there is no punishment involved this time. He simply wants Zhongshan to have a purely physical combat training session with his disciple, Su Jingming. Zhongshan is taken aback and asks whether a purely physical fight would not be the same as bullying Su Jingming. But Yang Jintian tells him plainly to use his full strength, assuring him that he will be watching the entire match from the side. Once he hears that, Zhongshan accepts the arrangement. He rolls his shoulders and cracks his knuckles, preparing himself for the sparring match. Looking toward Su Jingming, Zhongshan warns his junior with a serious expression that since the dean has ordered him to go all out, he will not be holding back or being polite. As the two prepare to face each other, Yang Jintian turns to his butler and asks who he thinks will win. Uncle Fu answers calmly that although Su Jingming is stronger overall, if the match is limited purely to physique, Zhongshan should have the advantage. Yang Jintian also agrees with that judgment. He acknowledges that Zhongshan is a powerful peak tier 3 A rank user, but at the same time, he points out that the unique experiences his disciple has gone through are far beyond ordinary imagination. On the training floor, Zhongshan lowers his stance and prepares for battle. Then he activates his A-rank beast-style ability, and his body rapidly transforms into a large, terrifying gray wolf, radiating a fierce and savage presence. In his beast-transformed form, Zhongshan quietly sizes up Su Jingming from across the training floor. Since this junior is an S-rank user valued by both the dean and the vice principal, he decides that he should probably restrain himself a little, just in case one careless strike ends up injuring him too badly. The sparring match officially begins. Zhongshan, now wrapped in the pressure of his beast form, gives his junior a warning to be careful before stepping forward and throwing out a heavy punch. Su Jingming does not dodge or retreat at all. Instead, he raises his fist and meets the attack directly. The moment their fists collide, a deep impact explodes through the training room. The force slams back into Zhongshan's arm, making his expression change as his body staggers several steps backward, completely unable to believe that he was the one pushed away. Zhongshan's thoughts turn chaotic for a moment. As a peak tier 3 user with an A-rank ability, even if he had held back a little, he should still have been able to crush Su Jingming with pure physical power. Su Jingming looks at him with a seemingly innocent expression and asks whether his senior did not use his full strength just now. Only then does Zhongshan realize how badly he misjudged the situation, and he admits inwardly that he had completely underestimated this junior. Refusing to lose face, Zhongshan's eyes sharpen. He throws his head back and releases a fierce howl, gathering his strength again as the pressure around his transformed body grows heavier. Su Jingming watches Zhongshan power up, but instead of looking nervous, the corner of his mouth rises slightly. A calm, confident smirk appears on his face. In the next instant, both of them rush forward again. Their fists crash together again and again in a rapid, violent exchange, each blow landing with a heavy echo that shakes through the training room. From the sidelines, Dean Yang Jintian quietly watches every movement. As he studies the clash, he notices that Su Jingming's blood flow is even faster than Zhongshan's, clearly strengthened by that mysterious beast emperor blood inside his body. After observing for a while, Yang Jintian reaches a conclusion. Even with the difference in rank, their physical strength is now roughly even. Since the fight has fallen into a stalemate, the dean finally decides to interfere and calls out to Su Jingming, allowing him to activate his thunder pole state. The moment Zhongshan hears that, his face changes with panic, and he immediately protests that he is already being suppressed as things are. But Su Jingming's body has already begun crackling with golden lightning, his power rising another level. Zhongshan turns toward him with a stiff expression, no longer as confident as before. In a nervous voice, he calls him Brother Jingming and asks him to please go easy. Su Jingming stands there covered in dazzling golden lightning, his whole body glowing with immense power. Hearing Zhongshan's request, he simply smiles and calmly agrees. A few minutes later, the sparring match has already ended. Zhongshan lies flat on the training room floor, completely exhausted, his chest rising and falling as he pants heavily. Su Jingming crouches beside him and hands over a vial filled with red liquid. He explains that their sparring gave his teacher a bit of inspiration, so he wants to thank his senior properly. Zhongshan accepts the gift with visible gratitude and immediately declares that if anyone online dares question Su Jingming's reputation, he will be the first one to speak up for him. While Zhongshan stays on the floor recovering his breath, Su Jingming turns to Uncle Fu and asks when his teacher might come out of meditation. Uncle Fu answers honestly that there is no way to know for sure, because it could take only a few hours, or it might even last several days. As they continue waiting, Su Jingming's phone suddenly lets out a notification sound, breaking the quiet atmosphere in the room. Su Jingming answers the call, and is surprised to hear Vice Principal Ling Shuang's voice on the other end. She tells him that the people from Jing University have arrived with the original copy of the S-rank combat technique, Thunder Godfinger, and she instructs him to come to the battle technique library to receive it. Inside a room lined with books, Ling Shuang decides not to wait around. Since Su Jingming needs to come over anyway, she simply chooses to go and bring him herself. Without warning, a golden portal suddenly opens beside Su Jingming. The bright light startles him for a moment, and then Ling Shuang steps out from the portal as if appearing from thin air. Ling Shuang does not waste a single word. She grabs Su Jingming by the shoulder and pulls him straight through the portal, dragging him off his feet before he can react, while Zhongshan and Uncle Fu stare after them in surprise. When the two of them emerge again, they arrive inside an elegant, decorated room. A man is already seated on the sofa, waiting calmly as they appear. Ling Shuang is still holding Su Jingming in the air as she introduces him to the seated man, saying that this is Magic City University's S-rank student. Then she turns the introduction around and tells Su Jingming that the man before him is teacher Chen Lin from Jing University. Once Su Jingming is finally placed back on his feet, he immediately straightens himself and bows respectfully. Teacher Chen smiles in response and greets him warmly as student Su. Ling Shuang explains that Teacher Chen is a low-rank Tier 7 Grandmaster who has already mastered the Thunder God Finger. She also tells Su Jingming that Teacher Chen will remain here for half a month, so during this time, he must take the chance to ask for guidance often. Su Jingming gives a respectful nod and agrees. Inside, Su Jingming feels that it is a bit of a pity, because with his system, he can master the technique instantly once he has the right conditions. But on the surface, he remains polite and tells Teacher Chen that he may have to trouble him quite a lot. Teacher Chen casually waves off the concern and explains that he is actually an old friend of Su Jingming's master, so coming here also counts as a visit. He tells Su Jingming that if he has any questions, he can simply go find him at Yang Jintian's residence. That evening, after running around all day, Su Jingming arrives at a large building where the society exchange meeting is being held, looking noticeably tired from everything that happened. As he enters the spacious meeting hall, Su Jingming apologizes for arriving late and explains that he had many things to handle that day. The moment he walks in, many students begin greeting him as Vice President Su, making him realize that this society has far more members than he expected. A young man with purple hair quickly steps forward and politely invites Su Jingming to take a seat in the front row. After Su Jingming sits down, the purple-haired young man introduces himself as Vice President Du Liangping. He looks at Su Jingming with admiration and remarks on how quickly he reached Tier 3, even predicting that he will likely become the next president. Su Jingming, however, is not very interested in flattery and directly asks what today's meeting is about. Du Liangping's expression immediately turns serious. He explains that the meeting is connected to the mission involving the Heaven's Mandate sect. Then, with a hint of anger in his voice, he says that the sect must truly have a death wish to dare attack the freshman team, before asking whether Su Jingming really plans to accept the mission. Su Jingming gives his answer without the slightest hesitation. Since the Heaven's Mandate sect has already made their move, of course he is going to accept the mission. At the Meteor Society meeting, Wu Lan stands before the members and makes a solemn announcement. He tells everyone that the Heaven's Mandate sect has resurfaced, and the government has already issued an extermination order against them. Because of this, the school has released many related tasks, and he encourages the members to participate if they are able. After speaking to the group, Wu Lan turns his attention towards Su Jingming. Guessing that Su Jingming will definitely take on one of the tasks, he offers to form a team with him. Su Jingming sits beside Du Liangping and answers politely, but his decision is clear. He declines Wu Lan's offer, saying that he would rather act alone. Su Jingming already has his own plan in mind. Before accepting any mission, his first priority is to fully master the Thunder God Finger. After all, gaining another S-rank combat skill would give him a much stronger layer of safety in the dangerous battles ahead. Following that plan, Su Jingming soon meets teacher Chen Lin inside a quiet room, ready to ask about the details of the Thunder God Finger. Su Jingming explains that he carefully read through the Thunder God Finger manual the night before and found several points he wanted to ask about. Teacher Chen praises his diligence with a satisfied smile, saying that this is exactly what he would expect from Magic City University's top student. Then he invites Su Jingming to ask freely, promising that he will share everything he knows. Su Jingming brings up a section from the manual that describes how to communicate with the world's thunder and merge that force together with one's own power. Teacher Chen explains that this principle is somewhat similar to the heavenly lightning technique Su Jingming has already learned. However, the Thunder God Finger is far more advanced, because it requires the energy to be compressed to a much higher degree, and the changes produced after that condensation are also much more complex. The two of them continue discussing the technique in detail for a long time. Before they know it, 3 full hours have passed, and only then does the teaching session finally come to an end. Teacher Chen places a supportive hand on Su Jingming's shoulder and praises his understanding as truly impressive. He explains that all Su Jingming lacks now is hands-on practice, and even mentions that it took him more than 10 days to reach the same level of comprehension. Su Jingming sincerely thanks him for the lesson. Now that he has obtained the knowledge he needs, Su Jingming immediately uses his advantage. He closes his eyes and gives the command to his system, Deep Blue, to add points. In an instant, the system confirms that the Thunder God Finger has been learned and raised to the beginner level. Teacher Chun, completely unaware of what just happened, suggests that Su Jingming should try using the technique right away, so he can help point out any mistakes. The suggestion catches Su Jingming slightly off guard, because in his mind, since he has already learned it, there should not be any problems left to fix. Trying to refuse politely, Su Jingming says that he should probably go back and practice by himself first, so he does not take up too much of Teacher Chen's time. But Teacher Chun does not mind at all and immediately reassures him that it will not take long. With no good excuse left, Su Jingming can only agree. He steps into position and reluctantly begins demonstrating the Thunder God Finger while Teacher Chun watches closely from the side. A powerful surge of golden lightning bursts around Su Jingming's body. Crackling arcs of electricity gather and condense as he begins drawing the energy together. Teacher Chun watches the beginning of the demonstration with a satisfied smile. In his eyes, Su Jingming's starting stance is nearly flawless, without any obvious mistakes. Teacher Chun knows very well that many talented students struggle with just this opening stance for the first 2 months. But as Su Jingming continues, his relaxed expression slowly turns into surprise. He realizes that Su Jingming has already completed the second step as well, communicating with the world's thunder. Remembering that even Jing University's best student took 4 months to reach this stage, he can only think that the next and most difficult part should be impossible for Su Jingming right now. But Su Jingming immediately proves Teacher Chen's assumption wrong, shattering that quiet certainty before it can even settle in. Su Jingming raises one finger toward the sky, and all the lightning energy he gathered rushes upward at once. High above the university, the force rapidly condenses into a colossal golden hand made entirely of pure thunder energy. Teacher Chun freezes in place, utterly stunned by what he is seeing. A bead of sweat slides down his forehead as he wipes it away, unable to understand how Su Jingming managed to release the Thunder God Finger on his very first attempt. Before Teacher Chun can fully process the shock, Su Jingming's panicked voice suddenly cuts through the air. He shouts that he cannot pull the technique back. The enormous golden hand hanging in the sky starts pressing downward, carrying terrifying destructive force as it descends toward the campus below. Teacher Chun reacts almost instantly. His expression sharpens, and without wasting even half a second, he summons his own ability power to stop the falling attack. Blue lightning crackles around Teacher Chen's fingers, gathering into a concentrated point. Then he thrusts his hand forward, firing a beam of thunder energy straight at the massive golden hand. The two thunder forces collide high above the university with a deafening explosion. Light and energy burst across the sky, and the terrifying strike is finally neutralized before it can crash down. Once the danger disappears, Teacher Chen finally confirms that the energy just now was absolutely real. Su Jingming truly had released the Thunder God Finger. He warns him that he must improve his control as soon as possible, because if that attack had actually landed, the entire surrounding area would have suffered badly. Su Jingming lets out a nervous laugh, clearly relieved that Teacher Chun was present to stop it in time. Then he lifts the glowing manual scroll in his hand and suggests that since he has already learned the technique, he should return the original copy now. Teacher Chun is left standing there in confusion, still trying to make sense of the whole situation. Meanwhile, Su Jingming looks slightly embarrassed, says he should hurry back to practice more, and quickly slips away. Left alone, Teacher Chun lowers his gaze to the manual and lets out a long sigh. Thinking about old Yang's new disciple, he can only call Su Jingming a monster in his heart. If Su Jingming were not already Magic City University's treasured S-rank student, Teacher Chun would definitely try every possible way to poach him for Jing University. Walking along a campus road, Su Jingming thinks back to the terrifying power of the Thunder God Finger. He feels that weaker Tier 5 users probably would not be able to block a strike like that. However, the drawback is just as obvious. Using it once nearly drained half of his Duqian Divine Lightning energy. Realizing that he needs a reliable way to restore his ability power, Su Jingming takes out his phone and gives an order to the AI, Eva. He tells her to open the store because he wants to buy pills that can recover ability energy. Just as Su Jingming is about to start browsing the store, a familiar voice suddenly calls out his name from nearby. He turns his head and sees Song Chukyu walking toward him. Su Jingming asks why she is here, and Song Chukyu explains that she saw an enormous lightning finger appear around the villa area. The moment she saw it, she guessed it probably had something to do with him. Curious, Song Chukyu asks what kind of new skill he has learned this time. Su Jingming tells her that he has mastered the S-rank combat technique Thunder God Finger in preparation for the Heaven's Mandate Sect mission. When Song Chukyu hears this, a faint blush appears on her cheeks. She hesitates for a moment, then asks what level that mission is. Su Jingming tells her that it is an S-rank mission involving one of the Heaven's Mandate sex branches. The moment Song Chukyu hears that, her expression sinks. She understands that a mission of that level is beyond what she can handle, so she says with disappointment that she cannot go with him and can only stay at school to wish him success. Su Jingming then asks whether she is planning to accept a task of her own. Song Chukyu explains that she does want to participate, but she has not been able to find suitable teammates yet. Su Jingming suggests that she go look for senior sister Jiang Chuxian. Song Chukyu immediately feels that this is a good idea and decides to find her right away, even inviting Su Jingming to come along. He agrees, saying that he also happens to need to discuss recovery pills with Jiang Chuxian, and the two of them leave together. Meanwhile, inside the Mushi Cafe in Jining City, people are already gathered together, waiting for their scheduled meeting. A short purple-haired woman glances toward their blonde-haired captain and asks whether the people from Magic City University have arrived yet. The captain calmly tells her not to be impatient, reminding her that their appointment is set for 8:30. Another team member complains that waiting around like this is frustrating. The captain immediately shoots back that this is only happening because their public security bureau is shorthanded. Hearing that, someone else asks who exactly is coming to assist them. The captain explains that the person assigned to help is a 19-year-old freshman named Su Jingming. As soon as the team hears this, disbelief spreads across their faces. One member questions whether Magic City University is sending a freshman here to die, while another bluntly calls the whole thing a joke. The captain tells them to let him finish first, then reveals that Su Jingming has an S-rank ability, is already a low-rank Tier 3 user, and possesses combat power at the peak of Tier 3. This immediately stuns the entire group. They cannot help exclaiming that a freshman can actually be this fierce, calling him a true genius. The captain then reminds everyone to treat him seriously when they meet. Just then, the cafe door opens, drawing everyone's attention toward the entrance. Su Jingming walks into the room with a calm expression. Wearing a polite smile, he apologizes for making them wait. The blonde-haired man greets him at once, saying that they have only just arrived as well. He reaches out to shake Su Jingming's hand and introduces himself as Kaiju, a peak Tier 3 user with a B-class enhancement ability. Next, the long gray-haired man is introduced as Xiangshan, a mid-rank Tier 3 support user. The woman with short purple hair is Zhang Tong, a high-rank Tier 3 user who specializes in a fire-type ability. The last member is a glasses-wearing man named Sun Yen, a high-rank Tier 3 user with a mental-type ability. Once the introductions are finished, Kaiju says there is no need to waste time. They can get straight to the main issue, and he prepares to present the clues they have gathered about the Heaven's Mandate sect. Kaiju explains that their investigation has currently locked onto two individuals, Zhao Wuhao, the president of the Tiger Society, and Leng Chong, the CEO of Blue Ocean Technology. A holographic projector lights up, displaying images of the two suspects in front of the group. Kaiju says their intelligence suggests that both men are connected to the Heaven's Mandate sect. The plan is to capture them for interrogation, and through them, trace the location of the sect's local branch. Kaiju continues by saying that Leng Chong is considered the more troublesome target, so they plan to arrest Zhao Wuhao first. As for Su Jingming, his role will be to follow their operation the next day. Su Jingming listens quietly, then shows a faint smile as he questions the strategy. Since there are two targets, he asks why they do not simply split up. Kaiju answers that acting together is the safer choice. Su Jingming immediately realizes that they are still underestimating him. With calm confidence, he proposes a different plan. He tells the team to leave the more difficult target, Leng Chong, to him, while they focus on handling the Tiger Society. Kaiju is clearly skeptical. In his mind, this S-rank student seems far too confident. Even with an S-rank ability, dealing with a mid-rank Tier 4 user is still an extremely difficult task. Zhang Tong strongly objects as well, pointing out that Leng Chong has a mid-rank Tier 4 bodyguard, which makes him a very dangerous target for one person to approach alone. She insists that they should follow the original plan. Su Jingming, however, remains completely unfazed and tells her not to worry, because it will not be a problem. Frustrated by his calm attitude, Zhang Tong turns toward her captain and asks angrily whether Su Jingming even understands how serious this situation really is. Seeing that Su Jingming has no intention of backing down, Kaiju finally gives in. He agrees to let him act alone and hands him a data chip containing all the information they have gathered on Leng Chong. Su Jingming takes the chip with a confident smile. He can tell that this team does not have much faith in an S-rank student, so he decides that he will simply have to show them a little of his real ability. Inside a room, Su Jingming studies a holographic map of a technology park being projected by his portable EVA terminal. As he examines the map, he notices how extensive the park security network is. There are thousands of sensors spread throughout the area and dozens of ability users patrolling in shifts. Su Jingming realizes that Lang Chong has turned this place into a fortress, guarded even more tightly than some military bases. Just then, Su Jingming's phone begins to buzz. He glances down at the screen and answers the call. The caller is Kaiju, who informs him that the Bureau has assigned a special action squad of 20 agents to operate under Su Jingming's command. Even after hearing that reinforcements have been arranged, Su Jingming lowers his phone with a calm expression. In his view, when the real operation begins, this extra manpower probably will not be very useful. The next day, Su Jingming sits at an outdoor cafe inside the bustling, futuristic Blue Ocean Technology Park, blending into the crowd while quietly watching the surroundings. He turns his gaze toward his subordinate and asks Captain Wang for the latest update on their surveillance. Captain Wang Gang, the peak Tier 2 user leading the Special Action Squad, reports in a low voice that his team has already swept through the entire surrounding area. However, after checking every route they could find, they still failed to discover any real weak point in the technology park's defenses. After hearing the report, Su Jingming's expression remains calm, but his thoughts quickly settle on one conclusion. He had originally hoped to avoid forcing his way in, yet with the park sealed up so tightly, brute force now seems like the only method left. Right at that moment, a woman's surprised voice suddenly calls out his name from nearby, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Su Jingming turns around and sees Lin Qingli standing there, his old high school monitor. The unexpected encounter catches him slightly off guard, and only then does he remember that she had come to Jining City for university. Lin Qingli looks at him curiously and asks why he came all the way from Magic City to Jining, wondering if he is here as a tourist. Su Jingming gives a vague answer and says he did want to visit Blue Ocean Technology Park, but unfortunately, he was not allowed to enter. Once Lin Qingli hears that, she quickly thinks of a way to help. She explains that her uncle was invited to attend a technology exhibition inside the park, so he should be able to bring Su Jingming in as a guest. Lin Qingli tells him not to worry, assuring him that it is only a small favor and will not cause any trouble. Since this solves his problem perfectly, Su Jingming gratefully accepts her offer. Seeing how politely he responds, Lin Qingli smiles and playfully teases him, saying that after all this time, he is still calling her monitor like they are back in high school. As they make their way toward the entrance, Su Jingming quietly considers this unexpected opportunity. Since he now has a way inside without alarming anyone, he decides to have the Special Action Squad stay on standby for the time being. Later, inside an open-air courtyard within the technology park, Lin Qingli's uncle, Lin Haima, speaks to the small group. He tells them that CEO Ling Chong should be arriving soon, and since he needs to greet a few friends first, they can look around freely for the moment. Su Jingming smiles and thanks Lin Haima politely, but in his heart, he realizes this situation could not have worked out better, because now he does not even need to waste time searching for his target. While they wait for Lang Chong to appear, Lin Qingli turns to Su Jingming with curiosity and asks whether he has already become an ability user. Su Jingming answers simply and confirms that he has. Lin Qingli lets out a soft sigh, unable to hide a bit of envy in her voice. She complains that Su Jingming managed to become a true ability user in just half a year, while she herself is still stuck at the awakened stage. At that moment, Su Jingming's phone suddenly rings. He glances at the screen, then steps away from the group to answer the call in a quieter spot. On the other end, Kaiju speaks in an urgent tone, asking whether Su Jingming has found Lang Chong yet. He explains that all of their other targets from the Tiger Society have already escaped, which means Lang Chong is now their only remaining lead. Kaiju warns him not to let Lang Chong get away, and that makes Su Jingming wonder whether his own target is also preparing to flee. As Su Jingming listens, a sudden thought flashes through his mind. His eyes widen slightly, as if an important piece of the puzzle has just clicked into place. Kaiju immediately asks what is wrong, but Su Jingming quickly regains his composure. In a calm voice, he says it is nothing, then tells Kaiju that he has just located Lang Chong. Meanwhile, at the Bureau headquarters, Zhang Tong turns to Captain Kaiju and asks for the latest situation. Kaiju tells her that Su Jingming has found Lang Chong, but the exact details are still unclear, so they need to head over right away and provide backup. Back at the technology park, Su Jingming ends the call and turns toward Lin Qingli. With a calm but serious tone, he tells her to take her friends and find a safe place to hide, because he has some business to handle. Lin Qingli looks confused and asks what they are supposed to hide from. Su Jingming's expression grows serious as he looks at her. Then he tells her the truth. He did not come to Blue Ocean Technology Park for sightseeing. Not far away, Lang Chong, the CEO of Blue Ocean Technology, is moving through the exhibition area, warmly greeting associates and important guests as if everything is perfectly normal. Without any warning, Su Jingming steps forward and calls out in a clear, commanding voice, ordering Lang Chong of the Heaven's Mandate sect to surrender immediately. He points straight at Lang Chong and announces to everyone present that the Jining City Public Security Bureau's investigation has linked the CEO to the cult. Then he warns all bystanders to leave at once, declaring that anyone who tries to protect Lang Chong will be treated as an enemy. The crowd erupts into shocked whispers. Many people can hardly believe that a well-known figure like Lang Chong would have anything to do with an evil cult. But since the accusation comes under the name of the Public Security Bureau, no one dares dismiss it completely. A burly bodyguard named Wu Hang steps forward and blocks the CEO with his massive frame. He claims that he is only a bodyguard and knows nothing about any cult, then sneers at the bureau for sending a low-rank Tier 3 kid to deal with someone like his boss. When Lin Qingli hears those words from the side, she is stunned. She can hardly believe that Su Jingming has already reached Tier 3 after less than 1 semester at university. Su Jingming looks at Wu Hang and quickly concludes that this bodyguard is most likely another member of the cult. Deciding there is no need to drag things out, he quietly instructs his AI, Eva, to begin recording the mission. Wu Hang is completely enraged by Su Jingming's attitude. Dark red energy begins glowing around his body, and a massive sword appears in his hand, radiating a heavy, violent pressure. With a furious shout, Wu Hang charges forward and swings out a powerful blood tiger slash, aiming to kill Su Jingming on the spot. But Su Jingming moves swiftly, avoiding the attack before it can land. The onlookers are shaken by the overwhelming force behind Wu Hang's strike. Some of them cry out in alarm, recognizing that Master Wu, a mid-rank Tier 4 user, has finally made his move. Wu Hang sneers at Su Jingming, saying that although he was fast enough to dodge once, he will not be lucky enough to dodge again. Su Jingming remains completely unfazed and replies that there is no need for him to keep dodging, because he has already seen everything he needs to know about Wu Hang's strength. In the next moment, golden lightning suddenly crackles across Su Jingming's body. His aura surges upward as he begins to transform, his hair turning into a brilliant spiky gold, while his eyes shine with terrifying power. Wu Hang's face changes with fear, and for an instant, he mistakes the transformation for deification, a technique he believed only the 6 elite gods' blood envoys could use. But he quickly realizes something is different, because Su Jingming's body itself is not changing shape. Su Jingming looks at him coldly and calls him stubborn. Then he raises one hand, and a powerful bolt of thunder begins gathering in his palm. A spear made entirely of golden lightning forms in Su Jingming's hand. He hurls it forward, and the thunder spear slams straight into Wu Hang's chest with devastating force. Wu Hang's body collapses heavily to the ground. The powerful bodyguard is defeated in a single strike, without even getting the chance to fight back. From the sidelines, Lin Haima is completely dumbfounded. He turns to his niece and asks whether the person who just defeated Master Wu in one hit is really her old classmate. Lin Qingli can only nod, admitting that even she is shocked by how unbelievably strong Su Jingming has become. After seeing his strongest bodyguard fall so easily, Lang Chong finally starts to panic. He wonders when the Public Security Bureau managed to recruit such a monster, and without wasting another second, he turns around and tries to flee. But Su Jingming, still in his transformed state, only lets out a cold scoff and says it is already too late. He stretches out his hand and releases his technique, Thunder Prison. In an instant, tendrils of golden lightning burst up from the ground. They twist and interlock around Lang Chong, forming a blazing cage of thunder that traps the fleeing CEO in place. Su Jingming descends and lands right in front of him, his glowing eyes fixed on Lang Chong with an ominous pressure. In a cold voice, Su Jingming informs Lang Chong that his bodyguard is already dead. Then he warns him not to try anything foolish because if he resists, Su Jingming cannot guarantee that he will be brought back for questioning in one piece. Trapped inside the burning cage of lightning, Lang Chong is left trembling in shock. He cannot believe the Public Security Bureau actually has someone this ruthless and bloodthirsty on their side. As Lang Chong stammers and asks what is happening, Su Jingming gives him no chance to keep talking. A sphere of crackling energy flies out and strikes the CEO directly. Lang Chang's body jerks from the impact. Foam spills from his mouth, and a moment later, he collapses to the ground unconscious. The other guests and staff caught within the Thunder Prison immediately panic. They shout anxiously for Su Jingming to let them out, insisting over and over that they are not cultists. Just then, a special action squad dressed in black suits rushes into the area, quickly spreading out across the scene. Su Jingming has already returned to his normal form. Standing beside his squad, he faces the frightened crowd and prepares to take control of the situation. He declares that no one is allowed to leave until the investigation is complete. Anyone who tries to escape will be treated as a cult member. At the same time, he makes it clear that the Bureau will not wrong an innocent person, but it will not let a criminal slip away either. His words silence the entire crowd. Not long after, Kaija's team arrives at Blue Ocean Technology Park, finally reaching the scene after Su Jingming has already brought the situation under control. When Kaiju arrives and sees the area strangely calm, with no obvious traces of a fierce battle, his heart sinks at once. He assumes they have come too late and that the mission has failed, cursing inwardly as he thinks their only lead to the Heaven's Mandate sect branch has slipped away. He quickly walks up to one of the Special Action Squad members and asks whether Lung Chong managed to escape. The agent immediately reports that the situation is already under control. The entire park has been secured, and Lung Chong has been successfully captured. Kaiju is stunned and points out that the squad members do not even look like they have been through a fight. The agent can only explain that they are not sure about all the details either. By the time they arrived, Officer Su had already handled everything, and their job was only to clean up the scene afterward. This answer leaves Kaiju's entire team shocked. They look at one another in disbelief, unable to understand how the situation could have been resolved so quickly when a mid-rank Tier 4 bodyguard had been guarding Lung Chong. Not long after, Kaiju's team discovers Wu Heng's body lying nearby, completely lifeless after the battle. Kaiju crouches beside the corpse and examines it carefully, his expression turning grave. He realizes that Su Jingming did not merely defeat a mid-rank Tier 4 user, he killed him in a single hit. Only then does Kaiju fully understand how badly he underestimated this S-rank student, and he silently feels grateful that he did not offend Su Jingming earlier. At that moment, Su Jingming walks over. Captain Kaiju immediately thanks him for his hard work, openly admitting that if his squad had been the ones to handle this, they probably would have been helpless. He even promises to buy Su Jingming a drink once the mission is over. Su Jingming does not pay much attention to the offer. With a calm expression, he says their real priority is interrogating Lung Chong as soon as possible, so they can locate the Heaven's Mandate sect branch. After Lung Chong is chained up, Sun Yen reports the results of his mental probe. He explains that the branch is hidden in the suburbs of Jining City, with around 200 cultists gathered there. Among them are 3 low-rank Tier 4 God's Blood envoys, 1 mid-rank Tier 4 God's Blood envoy, and several weaker members below them. When Su Jingming hears this, a faint smile appears on his face. To him, finally finding their hideout is excellent news, because every God's Blood envoy represents a large amount of ability points. Kaiju looks worried after hearing how strong the enemies are and asks whether they should call for reinforcements first. Su Jingming, however, answers with complete confidence that reinforcements are unnecessary. He says he can handle it himself and urges the group to set out immediately. Soon, the group moves along a narrow path that winds through a lush forest, surrounded by dense trees and thick greenery on both sides. When they reach the area, Sun Yen explains that the branch is hidden from ordinary sight. He asks everyone to relax and stay still, so he can share his vision with them through his mental ability. As Su Jingming's eye begins to glow faintly, he quietly realizes just how useful mental type abilities can be in situations like this. Through the shared vision, their target finally appears. A large gate built into the side of a mountain, concealed by a strange magical effect that would be almost impossible to notice without guidance. Peering through the trees, Kaiju turns to Zhang Tong and asks whether she can use her fire ability to blast open the alloy gate. Zhang Tong studies it for a moment, then admits that forcing it open would be extremely difficult. Su Jingming steps forward and calmly says he will give it a try. At the same time, he takes out a Tier 3 ability recovery pill, clearly preparing to use a powerful move. Golden lightning begins crackling around Su Jingming as he transforms again. Watching him power up, Kaiju lets out a helpless sigh, feeling that his so-called elite squad looks almost useless beside this S-rank student. In his transformed state, Su Jingming raises his power and launches a devastating attack toward the hidden entrance. A gigantic golden finger descends from the sky like divine judgment, crashing straight into the alloy gate. The impact triggers a massive explosion, shattering the heavy entrance apart. The force of the blast rushes outward, forcing Captain Kaiju and Zhang Tong to stumble backward in shock as the ground trembles beneath their feet. For a moment, both of them are left speechless. Staring at the ruined gate, they can hardly believe what they just saw and wonder whether this is really the kind of power a Tier 3 user should be able to unleash. Su Jingming returns to his normal form with a satisfied smile. The first time he used this move, Teacher Chun had stopped it before it could fully land. This time, he finally got to see its true destructive power, making up for that earlier regret. He turns toward Captain Kaiju and calmly informs him that the gate has been breached. Then, without waiting for anyone else, he says he will enter first. With his spear in hand, Su Jingming gives Eva the order to activate combat follow mode. Then he charges straight into the fortress alone, moving ahead of the entire team. Kaiju finally snaps out of his shock and transforms into his leopard-like beast form. He orders his squad to move, leaving 10 people outside to block any escape routes while the rest follow him into the fortress. Inside the fortress, alarms begin blaring, throwing the cultists into panic. Priest Wang quickly steps forward to rally the frightened members, shouting for everyone to grab their weapons. He loudly declares that their heavenly God is eternal and that their faith will grant them strength in battle. Priest Wang reassures his followers that the agents attacking them are weak compared to their powerful Tier 4 God's blood envoys. He urges them to kill any intruders who dare step inside, and the cultists immediately begin chanting, "Heavenly God Eternal." But before their chant can build any momentum, a streak of golden lightning suddenly tears through their ranks. Before the cultists can even react, Priest Wang is struck down and sent flying, his rallying cry ending in an instant. Su Jingming lands in the middle of the cultists, his fist smashing into the ground with heavy force. Then he looks around with cold sarcasm and apologizes for interrupting their little rally, before asking where the God's blood envoys are. The cultists are instantly enraged. They shout insults at him from every direction, mocking him for daring to act so arrogant despite being only a low-rank Tier 3 user. One of them rallies the others, shouting that if they all attack together, they can easily crush him. As the cultists rush forward, Su Jingming merely scoffs and says they are seriously overestimating themselves. With one cold word, "Perish," Su Jingming releases a violent storm of golden lightning from his hands. The thunder surges outward, swallowing the charging cultists in a blinding wave. The raw electrical power tears through them mercilessly, electrocuting the attackers and leaving the few survivors frozen in terror. One terrified cultist loses all courage and drops to his knees. Trembling, he begs for his life and surrenders on the spot. Su Jingming looks down at him with a cold expression and says he can spare him for the moment. Then he demands to know where the God's blood envoys are hiding. The cultist answers immediately, afraid to hesitate for even a second. He reveals that the envoys are inside the blood pool located in the deepest part of the mountain. After hearing what he needs to know, Su Jingming simply says he understands. Then, without warning, he releases lightning and electrocutes the cultist who had just surrendered. The remaining cultists are horrified by the sight. They cry out in disbelief, asking why he would kill someone who had already given up. Golden lightning crackles in Su Jingming's hand as a sinister smile appears on his face. He looks at them coldly and asks when he ever promised not to kill them just because they surrendered. The surviving members of the Heaven's Mandate sect immediately start begging for mercy. Desperate to live, they claim they were only tricked and bewitched into joining the cult. Su Jingming remains completely unmoved by their pleading. He simply orders Eva to scan their identities. As Eva's scan results come in, Su Jingming's expression turns even colder. Their claims of innocence are worthless. These people are wanted fugitives who have committed brutal crimes, including murder and drug dealing. After discovering the truth behind their identities, golden lightning begins glowing in Su Jingming's eyes. He questions their so-called innocence with open contempt, then tells them to die. A powerful electrical discharge erupts from him, instantly disintegrating the remaining cultists. Just then, Kaiju and Zhang Tong rush in and arrive at the scene. Both of them are stunned by the destructive power left in front of them. Su Jingming turns toward Kaiju, who immediately asks about the blood pool where the bishop and the God's blood envoys are supposed to be. Su Jingming confirms that it is the place used to breed those envoys. The group continues deeper into the fortress and soon discovers a horrifying laboratory. Inside, rows of tanks fill the room, each one holding humanoid figures floating silently in glowing blue liquid. Rage surged through Su Jingming the moment he understood what was happening here. This so-called sect was not merely hiding in the shadows, they were using living people as experimental materials. His eyes turned cold, and in a voice filled with killing intent, he declared that filth like this had no right to keep breathing. Kaiju's expression darkened as he looked around the place and quickly recognized it. This was the blood pool, and if this location existed here, then it almost certainly had some connection to their other target as well, Zhao Wuhao. Before they could move any deeper, a bald, powerfully built man suddenly appeared ahead of them with a squad of cultists behind him. His thick arm lifted as he pointed straight at Kaiju and the others, his voice dripping with menace as he growled that none of them would be leaving this place alive. Su Jingming calmly swept his gaze across the cultists in front of him, then let out a faint, confident smirk. After sizing them up, he realized the strongest among them was only at the peak of Tier 3. With a mocking edge in his voice, he asked where the so-called God's blood envoys were hiding. The bald leader instantly flew into a rage. He roared that they did not need their strongest members just to handle someone like Su Jingming, then charged forward with killing intent. But before he could even get close, Su Jingming casually struck him down with a single spear of thunder, ending him in one clean blow. One of the remaining cultists froze in horror and shouted that their leader, Bishop Zhao, had been killed. Realizing how terrifying Su Jingming was, he quickly changed his tone and tried to tempt him instead, offering him a high-ranking position inside the sect. Su Jingming rejected it without the slightest hesitation. Then Su Jingming looked at them with undisguised ridicule and taunted them even further. Their intelligence network was clearly pathetic, because they had not even figured out that he was the very person who had killed their holy son. The moment those words left his mouth, fear swept through the remaining cultists. Only then did they finally recognize him as the S-rank student from Magic City University. Their earlier arrogance vanished completely, and in sheer panic, they turned and tried to run. Su Jingming did not give them the chance to escape. Thunder flashed from his body, streaking after the fleeing cultists, and several of them were instantly struck down by crackling electricity as they scattered in every direction. Kaiju quickly stepped forward and asked Su Jingming to spare a few of them for interrogation. At the same time, he could not help thinking that Su Jingming's movements were far too decisive and ruthless. He looked less like an ordinary student and more like a seasoned professional killer. Su Jingming accepted Kaiju's request and stopped his attack before wiping them all out. Then, without wasting any more time, he announced that they would head straight into the blood pool next. Before continuing forward, Su Jingming walked over to Bishop Zhao's fallen body and searched it. He pulled out an access card, then brought it to the massive metal door ahead, using it to unlock the way into the deeper chamber. As soon as the heavy door opened, the group stepped through and entered the blood pool chamber. A thick, suffocating stench of blood rushed toward them at once, making both Kaiju and Zhang Tong visibly tense as the smell filled the air around them. Their eyes were immediately pulled toward the center of the chamber, where a huge circular pool sat like the heart of the room. Inside it, blood-red liquid churned and swirled restlessly, and the moment they entered, the surface seemed to react to their presence. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes as he stared at the strange pool. Something about it clearly felt wrong, so instead of approaching recklessly, he decided to test the liquid first. He raised his hand and condensed a spear of lightning, then hurled it straight into the center of the pool. The moment the thunder struck, the blood-red liquid exploded upward violently, splashing and surging as if something beneath it had been disturbed. Even after that reaction, Su Jingming was not fully satisfied. He summoned several more spears of thunder around him, one after another, and launched them into the pool in a relentless barrage, forcing the entire surface to erupt again and again. Watching from the side, Kaiju could not help commenting on how careful Su Jingming was being. Meanwhile, Zhang Tong stared in amazement, shocked that Su Jingming could unleash combat techniques so quickly and continuously without any visible strain. Then, from deep within the pool, a furious roar suddenly shook the chamber. The blood-red liquid burst apart, and a large beast-man with the features of a lion erupted from inside, bellowing for them to stop at once. Right after him, 3 more beast-like figures leapt out of the pool, one of them resembling a pig. Su Jingming remained calm as he assessed their strength at a glance. 3 low-ranked Tier 4 users and 1 mid-ranked Tier 4 user. Without turning his head, he told Kaiju and Zhang Tong to stay back. The lion-like leader glared at Su Jingming with fury burning in his eyes, angrily accusing these humble humans of daring to mock them. Su Jingming looked at him coldly and shot back that from the way they spoke and behaved, they did not seem to regard themselves as human either. The beast-man lifted his head with pride and declared that they were no longer ordinary people. They were divine envoys chosen by the heavenly god, beings far above common humans. Su Jingming's lips curled into a faint smirk. Since they were so proud of being divine envoys, he said he wanted to see with his own eyes what made them so different. The next instant, he rushed forward with his spear, crashing directly against the lion-like leader. The lion-like leader met him head-on and sneered through the clash. Even if Su Jingming was a powerful S-rank user, he reminded him that there were still 4 divine envoys on their side. At that exact moment, the other 3 envoys sprang into motion. They leapt into the air from different angles, surrounding Su Jingming from above and around him as they prepared to bring their weapons down together. Their attacks descended toward him, but Su Jingming's expression did not change in the slightest. He stood firmly in place, completely unfazed by the pressure of their combined strike. In an instant, thunder armor wrapped around Su Jingming's body. A violent burst of lightning exploded outward from him, shocking the surrounding envoys and blasting away their joint assault as if it had never posed any real threat. Golden lightning crackled around Su Jingming's body as he looked at the envoys with open mockery. Then he asked, with a tone full of contempt, whether those weak attacks were supposed to feel like some kind of massage. Without giving them time to respond, Su Jingming began spinning his spear at terrifying speed. Thunder gathered along the weapon, forming a roaring whirlwind of golden lightning and violent energy around him. Then, in one smooth and explosive motion, Su Jingming unleashed the spinning attack. The storm of lightning tore through all 4 gods' blood envoys at once, striking them down before they could react and killing them instantly. A series of system notifications appeared, confirming the kills one after another. In total, Su Jingming received 4,500 ability points from wiping out the 4 envoys. Standing over the fallen bodies, Su Jingming remained perfectly calm. After checking the points he had gained, he silently reflected that this harvest was actually not bad at all. He then searched the area and discovered even more spoils from the fight. There was a space ring, several pills, rare herbs, and a stash of cash. Looking at everything together, Su Jingming concluded that this mission had turned out to be quite rewarding. Kaiju and Zhang Tong walked over to Su Jingming, both still unable to hide their shock. Kaiju exclaimed that he was incredible, while Zhang Tong, equally impressed, asked whether everyone from Magic City Ability University was as powerful as him. Su Jingming answered modestly that they were all strong, though he was perhaps a little more special than most. Kaiju immediately noted how humble he was, then announced that since the mission had been completed, they absolutely had to hold a celebratory banquet that evening, and Su Jingming had to attend. Seeing Kaiju's enthusiasm, Su Jingming smiled in a friendly way and agreed without refusing. The next day, back at the university, many students had gathered around the mission terminals. The area was lively with conversation as people checked missions, handed in results, and compared their rewards. One girl stood near the terminals complaining that her D-class mission had been far too difficult. Not far away, another student proudly boasted that he had just completed a D-class mission and earned 74 credits from it. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly noticed a familiar figure approaching and called out in surprise. Su Jingming had arrived. 2 nearby students immediately began whispering about why he had come to the mission area. One wondered if he had completed a C-class mission, while another guessed it might even be A-class. But a third student quickly scoffed, saying that even an elite Tier 4 student had only just turned in an A-class mission, so Su Jingming could not possibly be that strong yet. Su Jingming paid no attention to their gossip. He walked straight to one of the terminals, calmly took out his mission card, and placed it on the machine. The terminal immediately lit up, and its announcement echoed through the area. Su Jingming had successfully completed the first S-class mission against the Heaven's Mandate sect, and his name had now risen to first place on the glory ranking. The students who had just been doubting him froze in place, completely speechless, before bursting out in disbelief that he had actually completed an S-class mission. On the large screen inside the university hall, the updated glory ranking appeared for everyone to see. Su Jingming stood at the very top, having completed an S-class mission in just over 67 hours. Below him were Li Kong and Zhang Yu, both of whom had completed A-class missions. The students around the hall were stunned. They could hardly believe that a freshman had taken on a mission of the highest difficulty and finished it so quickly, leaving even the older and stronger students behind. At that moment, a well-dressed young man walked towards Su Jingming with a composed smile. He remarked that he had not expected anyone to finish an S-class mission faster than him, then added that Su Jingming truly lived up to his reputation. The young man then introduced himself as Yao Fong. With a calm and confident manner, he explained that he had always enjoyed making friends with powerful people. The surrounding students immediately recognized him and began whispering in shock. This was Iceberg Yao Fong, one of the top 5 students in the entire university. What stunned them even more was the fact that Su Jingming had completed the mission even faster than someone like him. Su Jingming quickly recalled who Yao Fong was. He was a Tier 4 senior from the Element Academy, known for possessing a powerful A-rank ice ability. Maintaining a polite attitude, Su Jingming reached out and shook Yao Fong's hand. He said he had heard quite a lot about him as well. Yao Fong then explained that he and his friends had made a bet to see who among them could complete an S-class mission first. Unexpectedly, Su Jingming had beaten all of them to it. Yao Fong promised that he would introduce Su Jingming to those friends later, and Su Jingming agreed, silently wondering whether this meant he had finally gained recognition from the school's true elite. Sometime after finishing his previous matters, Su Jingming decided that before accepting his next mission, he should first pay a visit to his master, Yang Zhentian, and check in with him properly. Soon, Su Jingming arrived before a grand, old-fashioned residence with a dignified traditional atmosphere. Inside, he found not only his teacher Yang Zhentian, but also his senior brother Lu Ming. After greeting them respectfully, Su Jingming looked toward his master and asked whether there had been any progress with improving the indestructible thunder body technique. Yang Zhentian did not exaggerate the situation, simply telling him that for now, he had only managed to uncover one small clue. At that moment, Lu Ming turned toward his junior brother with a pleased look and began congratulating him. After all, Su Jingming had not only completed an S-class mission, but had also somehow made friends with the famous Yao Fong, which was already enough to make people look at him differently. Lu Ming explained that he had learned about it while browsing the university's official website. Then, as he thought about Su Jingming finishing an S-class mission all on his own, he could not help guessing that his junior brother might actually be given a place in the upcoming National University League. Yang Zhentian calmly revealed that Vice Principal Ling Shuang had already confirmed the matter, and Su Jingming now had a reserved spot in the league. The moment Lu Ming heard this, his expression completely changed. He realized at once that his junior brother was about to become the first freshman in the entire history of their university to participate in that competition. After that, Yang Jintian did not let the conversation continue casually. He directly instructed Su Jingming to have an actual live combat exchange with Lu Ming, clearly wanting to see how far his disciple had grown. Inside the training room, Lu Ming stood across from Su Jingming and warned him seriously that he would not be holding back. Once both of them had taken their positions and prepared to fight, Yang Jintian gave the signal and officially started the match. The instant the battle began, both fighters released their power without hesitation. Lu Ming's body shifted as a fierce aura of turquoise lightning wrapped around him, crackling violently in the air. Su Jingming answered with his own overwhelming presence, golden lightning bursting around his body like blazing thunder snakes. The moment Lu Ming felt the terrifying force coming from Su Jingming, his gaze sharpened. He immediately understood that dragging the fight out would only put him in a worse position, so he decided he had to settle the battle as quickly as possible. Without wasting another second, Lu Ming charged straight forward, his lightning aura surging around him. Su Jingming did not retreat either, stepping in to meet the attack head-on. The two of them collided in the center of the training room, and in that instant, a dazzling explosion of energy burst outward, filling the space with violent flashes of thunder and raw impact. The battle continued with fierce intensity, lightning crashing again and again as both sides exchanged blows. But after only 3 short minutes, the outcome had already been decided. Lu Ming was left kneeling on the ground, his breathing heavy and his strength nearly drained. With no room left to deny the result, he lowered his head and openly admitted his defeat. Su Jingming quickly spoke with humility, saying that his senior brother must have allowed him to win. But Lu Ming immediately rejected that idea, making it clear that he had not gone easy at all. Looking at Su Jingming as if he were staring at some kind of monster, Lu Ming could barely hide his excitement, and he loudly declared that he absolutely had to go watch the National University League matches in person. Yang Jintian looked at his two disciples with satisfaction and praised the performance of the victorious pair. Then his gaze settled on Su Jingming, and he asked what plans he had next, even promising that if Su Jingming needed leave from his classes, he would approve it without issue. Su Jingming told his master that he planned to focus mainly on completing missions for the time being. Inwardly, he was already clear about the reason. Compared with hunting ferocious beasts, hunting God's blood envoys brought him ability points far more efficiently, making missions the much better path for his growth. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. By then, a large group of students had gathered in the university hall, all staring toward the newly released final results of the glory ranking. What shocked everyone most was that the freshman, Su Jingming, had actually taken first place. His record was astonishing, with 3 S-class missions, 6 A-class missions, and 4 B-class missions completed in total. Behind Su Jingming on the ranking were Kong Shi and Yao Fong, both powerful figures in their own right, yet even they had been pushed beneath him this time. The students in the hall began whispering among themselves in disbelief. One of them could not help pointing out that even a strong senior like Kong Shi had still lost to a freshman, which made Su Jingming's rise feel even more ridiculous. Su Jingming soon arrived at the awards ceremony himself. As he stepped into the venue, his mind was already turning over one question. After taking first place, what kind of reward would he receive? The moment Su Jingming walked in, the surrounding students quickly noticed him. Their shock grew even stronger when they realized he had already advanced to mid-rank Tier 3. They murmured about how absurd his growth speed was, going from an awakener to this level in only half a year. Because of that terrifying pace, people had even started calling him by a new title, the Thunder Emperor. Yao Fong soon walked over with a smile on her face, clearly amused as she teased Su Jingming about his newly earned title. Su Jingming, looking a little embarrassed by the attention, quickly waved it off and refused to take it seriously. After teasing him, Yao Fong turned slightly and introduced him to another person nearby, the one known as Bloodhand, Shin Dongling. Shin Dongling looked Su Jingming over from head to toe, her gaze lingering on his sturdy build. She complimented his powerful physique and said that he really was worthy of being called the Thunder Emperor. Then, as if suddenly noticing something, she asked why the 2 girls who were usually seen beside him had not come today. Su Jingming explained that they were busy preparing for their exams, and that he also had to return to studying soon. Hearing this, Yao Fong suddenly remembered something important. Despite everything he had already done, Su Jingming was still only a freshman. Just then, a man dressed in a suit stepped forward and began the formal distribution of the awards, drawing everyone's attention back to the ceremony. The suited official announced that Su Jingming had taken first place on the glory ranking with a total of 978 kills against members of the Heaven's Mandate sect. As his reward, he would receive 1 S-class resource and 3,000 credits. The entire crowd was stunned by that number, with students calling him a savage and saying he was even more ruthless than the infamous Blood Hand, Shin Dongling. Even Shin Dongling herself looked surprised, admitting that she had killed fewer than 500 cultists. Su Jingming remained calm and simply explained that 2 of his missions had led him directly to sect branches. The official then handed over his S-class resource, a bottle containing 10 grade 6 Guiwan pills, and encouraged him to aim for first place again the next time. After the awards were handed out, Yao Fong casually suggested to Su Jingming that instead of exhausting himself by chasing mission after mission, it would be much easier for him to get together with Song Chukyu, since her family belonged to a powerful clan. Su Jingming rejected the idea without hesitation, saying plainly that he had no interest in living off a woman. In his heart, he was even more certain that no family connection or outside backing could possibly help him grow faster than his own Deep Blue system. Later, after returning to a private room, Su Jingming began thinking seriously about his next step. Remembering the guidance his teacher had given him, he decided that cultivating a fist technique next would be the right move, since it could become a powerful new addition to his combat skills. He opened a holographic menu in front of him, his eyes moving quickly across the available options. After only a brief search, he soon settled on the technique he wanted. The technique Su Jingming chose was the Thunder Dragon Fist, an A-class combat skill that matched his lightning-based power extremely well. He decided that he would use his system to raise Thunder Dragon Fist to the beginner level first, and then find his teacher to test its power in actual combat. But just as he finished making that plan, his phone suddenly rang. When Su Jingming checked the caller, he saw that it was Vice Principal Ling Shuang. She did not waste words and directly summoned him to her residence. After arriving at Ling Shuang's place, Su Jingming immediately sensed that something about her was different from before. He saw her seated gracefully on an ornate sofa, and after looking at her for a moment, he could not help asking whether she had advanced in her cultivation. Ling Shuang's lips curved into a faint smile when she heard his question. Instead of denying it, she praised Su Jingming for having such sharp perception. Su Jingming quickly offered his congratulations, but inside, he was genuinely amazed. Advancing at Ling Shuang's level was no small matter, and the fact that she had succeeded made her strength feel even more unfathomable. He then remembered that the other 2 vice principals were already in their 50s, yet they had still not managed to advance. Ling Shuang, on the other hand, looked far younger, and she had already taken that step ahead of them. This made Su Jingming wonder silently just how old she actually was. To Su Jingming's shock, Ling Shuang suddenly gave him a gentle scolding, reminding him that casually guessing a woman's age was not polite. Su Jingming instantly became flustered, and in a panic, he blurted out a question, asking whether she could read minds. The instant those words left his mouth, Su Jingming realized he had made things worse. His thoughts spun wildly as he feared that he had basically exposed what he had been thinking. He knew Vice Principal Ling was famous for being strict, and now he was terrified that he might have to face the anger of a powerful Tier 8 Grandmaster. Ling Shuang smiled and explained that she did not possess any mind-reading technique. It was simply that the spirit of a Tier 8 Grandmaster was incredibly powerful, so even the smallest shifts in emotion could not escape her eyes. Su Jingming finally relaxed a little after hearing that. Ling Shuang then advised him not to reveal too many expressions when standing before high-ranking ability users. Su Jingming quickly agreed, feeling relieved that she did not appear to be angry with him. Then, to his surprise, Ling Shuang directly told him that she was 34 years old, not the old woman he had apparently imagined in his head. For a brief moment, even she seemed to wonder why she was bothering to explain so much to a student. Su Jingming was stunned when he heard her age. He could not help saying that she was unbelievably young, especially when the average age for a Tier 8 Grandmaster was around 46. He even added that his own teacher, Yang Jintian, was already over 50 and still only at the peak of Tier 7. Ling Shuang did not take his praise too seriously and simply brushed it aside. Then she changed the subject, asking Su Jingming what plans he had for the upcoming winter break. Su Jingming answered that he planned to return to Jiangnan and spend a full month training inside the Thunder Secret Realm. After saying that, he turned to his AI, Ava, and asked for the straight-line distance to the Secret Realm. Ava quickly replied that the straight-line distance was 563 kilometers. Ling Shuang confirmed that this distance would be fine, because after reaching mid-rank Tier 8, her teleportation range could now extend up to 600 kilometers. Before Su Jingming left, Ling Shuang reminded him that the Heaven's Mandate sect had recently been launching counterattacks. If he ever encountered a life-threatening danger from a master, he had to crush the talisman she had given him without hesitation. Su Jingming felt much more secure after hearing her words. To him, Ling Shuang's presence was like a solid shield protecting his life from behind, and because of that, he silently resolved to cultivate even harder, so he would not disappoint her expectations. Later, at his master's residence, Su Jingming began practicing the Thunder Dragon Fist. As his fist drove forward, crackling lightning poured out like a roaring flood, gathering into the shape of a vicious thunder dragon before blasting apart with terrifying force. Yang Jintian watched from the side with clear satisfaction in his eyes. He told Su Jingming that he had already grasped the basic form of the technique, then explained that Thunder Dragon Fist depended most on ability control and punching speed. The more tightly the lightning power was condensed, and the faster the fist was thrown, the more destructive the final strike would become. Yang Jintian then took out a grade 6 protective talisman and handed it to his disciple. He explained that once activated, it could block attacks from anyone below a Tier 7 Grandmaster for 3 full minutes. Su Jingming accepted it gratefully, while inwardly realizing just how precious it was, since a rare item left behind by an ancient civilization was not something ordinary people could ever obtain easily. After that, Yang Jintian offered to send him the contact number of Zhang Luo, a graduated senior who had been transferred to the Thunder Secret Realm as a supervisor. With someone familiar there to help him, Su Jingming's trip would be much more convenient. Before Su Jingming left, Yang Jintian reminded him to stay cautious, since the Thunder Secret Realm was more than 500 kilometers away, and he believed Vice Principal Ling Shuang would not be able to teleport across such a long distance. Su Jingming remained calm and told his master that Ling Shuang had already broken through to mid-rank Tier 8, meaning her teleportation range had now reached 600 kilometers. That news instantly stunned Yang Jintian. After a brief pause, he could not help sighing over Ling Shuang's frightening advancement speed, calling her truly worthy of being the university's #1 S-rank ability user. Once he recovered from his surprise, Yang Jintian looked at Su Jingming with a meaningful expression. For his disciple to know such important news even earlier than him, it clearly meant Su Jingming's relationship with the vice principal was quite good. And with Ling Shuang watching over him, Yang Jintian could finally feel a little more at ease. 2 days later, Su Jingming arrived at the Jinghu community in Jiang City. The moment he returned, he was warmly welcomed by his aunt Su Qingwan, his uncle Tang Daolin, and his cousin Tang Qi. His aunt looked him up and down with a happy smile, then remarked that he seemed to have grown even taller. Su Jingming smiled back at them and said that he had brought some gifts home this time. A little later, inside the living room, Su Jingming opened a box in front of them. Resting neatly inside were 3 beautiful rings, each one giving off a delicate, unusual charm. Tang Qi's eyes widened the moment she saw them. She immediately cried out in shock, recognizing them as space rings, and said that she had only ever seen something like this once before at her mentor's place. Su Jingming explained that each ring had a storage capacity of 1 cubic meter. Hearing this, Tang Qi became even more astonished, quickly pointing out that the capacity was actually larger than the space ring her own mentor possessed. But before Tang Qi could get too excited, Tang Daolin hurriedly stopped her and told her to put it down. His tone was serious as he insisted that their family could not accept something so valuable. Tang Daolin then explained that even one of these rings would be worth at least 50 million. For their family, that was not just a simple gift, it was the equivalent of decades of savings. Tang Qi also nodded, agreeing with her father that the gift was far too expensive. But Su Jingming simply brushed off their worries. He raised the space ring he was wearing and revealed that his own ring had a capacity of 10 cubic meters. Now that he had already advanced to mid-rank Tier 3, these smaller rings were no longer useful to him. This revelation left Tang Qi completely stunned. She stared at him in disbelief and exclaimed that he had already reached mid-rank Tier 3, while even the mentors at her school were only at Tier 4. Beside them, Su Qingwan smiled with pride, happily saying that their Jingming had truly made something of himself. After hearing that, Tang Daolin finally softened a little. He agreed that it would be fine for his daughter to keep one of the rings, but he still insisted that he and his wife would not accept theirs. Then, in a much brighter mood, he turned and headed off to finish preparing the meal. Later, once Su Jingming returned to his room, he decided it was time to test the S-class cultivation resource he had received, the grade 6 Gu Yuan pill. He took out 1 pill from the bottle, and the small round medicine glowed with a deep purple light in his palm. Without hesitating for long, Su Jingming placed it into his mouth and swallowed it. The moment the pill entered his body, a powerful wave of energy erupted from within him, spreading rapidly through his limbs and shaking his entire aura. Half an hour later, Su Jingming opened his system panel to check the changes, and the result immediately impressed him. This S-class resource was truly formidable, raising both his physique and spirit attributes by more than 10 points each. He thought about how an ordinary cultivation session would usually only increase his stats by about 0.5 points, which made the pill's effect feel even more exaggerated. Unfortunately, the Gu Yuan pill also came with side effects, limiting him to only 1 pill per day. Even so, Su Jingming was once again convinced that his Deep Blue system was still the most reliable path for rapid advancement. The next day, Su Jingming arrived at the Thunder Secret Realm in Dongha City. There, his senior Zhang Luo personally came to greet him, then drove him toward the entrance of the realm. As the vehicle moved forward, Zhang Luo explained that the Thunder Secret Realm was located beyond the wall they were approaching. Su Jingming looked ahead and asked whether the rumors were true, that the sky above the realm was covered in dense thunderclouds all year round, with lightning striking down from morning to night. Zhang Luo only gave him a sly smile and did not answer directly. Instead, he told Su Jingming that once they went inside, he would naturally understand everything for himself. Their vehicle continued through a lush forest, the road stretching between thick greenery, until enormous ancient pillars gradually appeared ahead, standing like silent guards at the entrance. When they pulled up to the entrance, an automated security system immediately began verifying their identities. Zhang Luo was confirmed as a supervisor, while Su Jingming's access was approved through the S-Class pass issued by Magic City Ability University, with nearly 30 days of entry time remaining. Once both identities were confirmed, the massive gate in front of them slowly opened. Zhang Luo then drove the vehicle straight ahead, taking Su Jingming into the Thunder Secret Realm. But what appeared before them was not some untamed wilderness or ancient forbidden land. Instead, they emerged onto a clean, modern city street. Zhang Luo glanced at Su Jingming and asked if the sight surprised him. Su Jingming looked around in genuine amazement and admitted that from the outside, no one would ever imagine such a place existed here. As the vehicle continued forward, a massive metal wall soon came into view. It stood tall and imposing, and behind it, the sky churned with violent green lightning, as if a storm had been sealed behind steel. Su Jingming could not help saying that the Thunder Secret Realm was completely different from what he had imagined. He had expected something more primitive and wild, not a developed city. What puzzled him even more was how such a huge phenomenon could be hidden behind what looked like an ordinary city wall. Zhang Luo explained that this was actually the masterpiece of high-ranking space-type ability users. The wall they were passing through was not a simple barrier at all, but a space gate. He went on to explain that this city area was a sound-isolated zone created for ability users to live, recover, and rest. The true Thunder Secret Realm was located farther ahead, in the thunderstorm zone at the deepest end. As they drove on, Zhang Luo introduced Su Jingming to one of the realm's special resources, the Thunder Crystal Core, which could be obtained from Thunder Beasts. He explained that Tier 1 Thunder Beasts did not drop them at all. Tier 2 and Tier 3 drops depended entirely on luck, while Tier 4 Thunder Beasts were guaranteed to produce one. As a welcome gift, Zhang Luo handed Su Jingming a top-grade Tier 4 Thunder Crystal Core. He explained that the simplest way to use it was to crush the core and use the released lightning to temper the body. Su Jingming thanked his senior, but then curiously asked why someone would not just bathe directly in the thunderstorm's lightning to cultivate. Zhang Luo explained that the lightning in the storm was far too violent, and its strength rose and fell unpredictably, making it extremely dangerous. In comparison, the energy inside a Thunder Crystal Core was much more stable. He also warned Su Jingming that Thunder Beasts were stronger than ordinary ferocious beasts, and the closer one got to the center of the storm, the more terrifying both the beasts and the lightning would become. When they approached the living quarters, Zhang Luo suggested that Su Jingming should rest for the night before entering the storm zone. But Su Jingming's eyes were already filled with eagerness, and he said he could not wait any longer. He wanted to go in right away. Zhang Luo was amused by his impatience, but he still agreed to send him over. At the same time, he thought to himself that it was no wonder Yang Jintian valued this junior so much. A hard-working S-rank ability user like Su Jingming was rare no matter where he went. Meanwhile, inside a dark and gloomy chamber, a cloaked member of the Heaven's Mandate sect knelt before his leader, the Lord Archbishop. In a low voice, he reported that Su Jingming, the student from Magic City University, had killed more than 1,000 sect members and destroyed 2 of their branches in just 1 month. He then added that Su Jingming was currently inside the Thunder Secret Realm and asked what they should do next. The Lord Archbishop stated coldly that since Su Jingming possessed an S-rank ability, any action taken against him had to be a one-hit kill. He decided to report the matter to the general leader, but his order regarding Su Jingming was already clear. This student had to be killed without mercy. Back at the Thunder Secret Realm, Zhang Luo and Su Jingming arrived at the entrance to the thunderstorm zone. The place looked almost like a military base, with armored trucks parked nearby and personnel moving around the facility. As the two of them stepped out of the car, an instructor named Wu Chuan walked over to meet them. He explained that he was responsible for overseeing the newcomer assessment. Zhang Luo then introduced Su Jingming, saying that he was his junior brother from Magic City Ability University and would be training here throughout the winter break. Instructor Wu Chuan looked Su Jingming over and was immediately impressed. He remarked that Su Jingming's aura was extremely sharp, just as expected from a genius who came from a top university. Not far away, a group of other students were also watching Su Jingming. When they learned that he came from a prestigious university and seemed to be around their level, they immediately began discussing among themselves who was actually stronger, students from elite training camps like them, or geniuses from top universities. After the introductions were finished, Su Jingming said goodbye to Zhang Luo. Before leaving, Zhang Luo reminded him once more to be careful inside the thunderstorm zone. Instructor Wu Chuan then turned toward his students and ordered them to enter. He reminded them that their 6-day assessment required every single one of them to kill a peak Tier 3 Thunder Beast. Zhang Luo commented that the requirement seemed rather high, but Wu Chuan did not seem concerned at all, saying that for students from an elite training camp, a task like this should still be within their ability. Instructor Wu Chuan then pointed toward a blue-haired student named Lei Jinyang, calling him the most outstanding member of this term. He added that with Lei Jinyang's strength, even killing a Tier 4 Thunder Beast would not be a problem. Curious about Su Jingming's actual strength, Wu Chuan asked whether his combat power had also reached the peak of Tier 3. Zhang Luo then revealed that according to Lu Ming, Su Jingming's real battle strength was already comparable to a peak Tier 4 ability user. Hearing that, Wu Chuan's eyes showed a hint of interest. Clearly impressed, he said that if a suitable opportunity came up, he would like Su Jingming to spar with the students under him and let them experience the strength of a top university genius firsthand. After entering the thunderstorm zone, Su Jingming walked alone through the dense forest. Lightning flashed again and again above the trees, lighting up the gloomy woods in sharp bursts. He planned to first hunt a few local thunder beasts, then search for a quiet, secluded place where he could carefully study the natural lightning in this realm. But before Su Jingming could go much farther, Lei Junyang and the students from the elite training camp suddenly appeared in his path, blocking him in the forest. One of the students stepped forward and explained that they had always been curious about how strong geniuses from top universities truly were. Since Su Jingming had come here, they wanted to hold a friendly contest and see who could hunt more thunder beasts. Su Jingming rejected the proposal without the slightest hesitation, saying plainly that he was not interested. In his heart, he did not take the challenge seriously at all because none of them had reached Tier 4, which meant they could not give him any real pressure. Then, without giving them another chance to persuade him, Su Jingming turned and walked away. The students were left standing there, clearly surprised that he had refused so directly. The purple-haired student watched Su Jingming's back and let out a cold scoff. With obvious dissatisfaction in his voice, he questioned whether even students from top universities were this cowardly. Su Jingming ignored their provocation completely and rushed deeper into the forest. Before long, a huge ox-like ferocious beast appeared ahead of him, its massive body blocking the path with a dangerous, oppressive presence. Su Jingming quickly identified it as a high-rank Tier 1 black armored thunder ox. Remembering what his senior brother had told him about the thunder beasts here being stronger than ordinary beasts in the wilderness, he decided to use this one to test their actual strength. The black armored thunder ox suddenly gathered lightning around its body, then blasted a powerful bolt of electricity straight towards Su Jingming. The lightning struck Su Jingming directly, crackling across his body. But he stood in place without moving, completely unharmed by the attack. Su Jingming calmly felt the force of that strike and admitted that the thunder beast's lightning power was indeed quite formidable for its level. Now that he had tested its lightning attack, Su Jingming decided it was time to check the beast's physical defense as well. As the black armored thunder ox charged toward him, Su Jingming leapt forward instead of dodging. His fist slammed down with crushing force, and with just one devastating punch, he killed the beast on the spot. Looking at the fallen thunder ox, Su Jingming noted that its defense was definitely much stronger than that of an ordinary ferocious beast. Considering it had been tempered by lightning all year round, that difference made perfect sense. At the same time, the system confirmed the kill and awarded him 15 ability points. Standing beside the beast's corpse, Su Jingming realized that he had not fought ferocious beasts for nearly a full month. Now that he was back in this kind of hunting ground, he decided it was time to begin a proper slaughter and push his rank forward. 4 hours later, Su Jingming killed a mid-rank Tier 2 Swift Thunder Iron Wolf, and the system rewarded him with another 25 ability points. However, Su Jingming soon noticed something strange. The density of thunder beasts in this area was surprisingly low, and after spending 4 whole hours searching, he had only managed to kill 9 of them. While taking a break to eat, Su Jingming opened a holographic map in front of him. As he studied the displayed terrain, he wondered whether this thunderstorm zone was meant more for ability proficiency training than for quickly farming ability points. The map showed that the Thunder Secret Realm was divided into the outer area, central area, core area, and innermost core area. Realizing that he was currently only in the central area, Su Jingming decided to head toward the core area, guessing that more thunder beasts might be gathered there. 5 hours later, after finally stepping into the core area, Su Jingming was immediately struck by a blast of natural lightning bursting through the storm. He could clearly feel that the thunder here was powerful enough to affect even his indestructible thunder body. Because of that, he quickly concluded that he would have to keep his ability active at all times while moving through this area. But something still puzzled him. According to the strength of this region, The thunder beasts here should have been at least tier 4, yet no matter where he looked, he could not see any nearby. His confusion finally disappeared when he spotted a huge green-feathered thunder eagle in the distance. Behind it, a whole flock of similar beasts crackled with green lightning as they chased after stronger bolts of thunder in the sky. Seeing that scene, Su Jingming's eyes lit up with realization. The thunder beasts were not wandering randomly, they were being drawn toward powerful lightning. That gave him a new idea. If thunder beasts were attracted to strong lightning, then he could use his Dutian divine lightning as bait to lure them over. But before putting that plan into action, he first needed to improve his proficiency. Su Jingming leapt onto a high tree branch and settled himself above the forest. From there, he carefully watched the lightning tearing across the sky, using the natural thunder to deepen his understanding of his own power. Sitting quietly on the branch, Su Jingming began distinguishing the different forms of lightning before him. There was cloud-to-cloud lightning, ball lightning, sheet lightning, and even bead-like lightning flashing through the storm. The more Su Jingming observed, the more amazed he became by the subtle details hidden inside the lightning. Its energy was berserk, sharp, and full of destructive force, yet it also followed certain patterns. He realized that watching natural phenomena like this was an excellent way to sharpen his control over his lightning ability. 3 hours later, Su Jingming finally began putting what he had observed into practice. Golden Dutian divine lightning surged from his body, crackling brightly around him as he tried to control it with greater precision. As he tested his control, Su Jingming assessed his current skill level and realized that his manipulation proficiency was similar to what it had been with his previous S-rank ability. If he wanted to liquefy the energy, he would still need much more training. He thought through the stages of ability development: energy release, liquefaction, and then solidification. Each stage would make the ability even more powerful and difficult to resist. After deciding that his cultivation session was enough for now, Su Jingming prepared to return to the central area and test his monster luring plan. Back in the central area, Su Jingming released a torrent of golden lightning that spread through the forest like a brilliant signal. As the crackling light surged around him, he knew that whether he could harvest ability points more efficiently would depend on this plan. The experiment succeeded almost immediately. From somewhere in the distance, a beast's howl rang through the forest, confirming that his idea had worked. Su Jingming smiled confidently and called for the thunder beasts to come. Then he rushed deeper into the forest, letting the crackling golden lightning around him act like a bright beacon in the storm. 2 hours later, Su Jingming's plan had worked even better than expected. A large pack of powerful thunder beasts was now chasing behind him, all of them drawn in by the aura of his lightning as they thundered through the forest. Su Jingming glanced back at the horde rushing after him, and a confident smile slowly appeared on his face. Now that the prey had gathered, the real harvest was about to begin. Surrounded by the beasts he had lured in, Su Jingming turned to face them directly. With no fear in his expression, he taunted them, saying that since they were so eager to bathe in his thunder, he would simply grant their wish. In the next instant, Su Jingming unleashed his thunder prison. A massive wave of golden lightning erupted outward, engulfing the entire pack and electrocuting the thunder beasts trapped inside. While the beasts were still trapped in the lightning, Su Jingming condensed a powerful spear made entirely of pure thunder. He hurled it straight into the center of the pack, where it detonated in a blazing explosion. Many of the thunder beasts were defeated by the attack, but several stronger ones managed to survive. Roaring through the remaining sparks, they lunged toward Su Jingming at full speed. Su Jingming did not show the slightest panic. Instead, a confident grin appeared on his face as he welcomed their charge and declared that their timing was perfect. He then released one final devastating wave of Dutian divine lightning. Overwhelming golden thunder erupted from his body in every direction, wiping out all the remaining thunder beasts. One system notification after another confirmed the kills of different creatures, and a large number of ability points poured in as his reward. Su Jingming looked at the results of his new hunting method and smiled with satisfaction. Compared with searching for beasts one by one, this luring technique was more than 10 times faster. Standing among the corpses of the defeated thunder beasts, Su Jingming breathed heavily from the intense battle, but his expression was full of satisfaction. He checked his interface and saw that he had gained 1,813 ability points, which made him realize that breaking through to high-rank Tier 3 was already close. Sweat slid down Su Jingming's face as he reviewed his condition. He knew he could go 6 days without sleep if needed, yet only a little over 1 day had passed so far. His current routine was extremely efficient. Spend 2 hours luring monsters, then recover for 8 hours, earning around 3,600 points each cycle. That meant his daily gains would be enormous. For the sake of efficiency, Su Jingming decided not to waste time lingering around. He quickly moved to collect the loot from a fallen wolf before finding a suitable place to rest and recover. While looting the beast, Su Jingming lifted a glowing purple gem in his hand. A pleased look crossed his face as he realized that the first Tier 3 Thunder Beast he had killed had actually dropped a rare Thunder Crystal Core, which could only be considered excellent luck. 5 days later, inside the Central Thunderstorm Zone, 3 students from the elite training camp moved through the forest together. Among them were Lei Junyong, a female student, and another male student, all making their way beneath the constantly flashing sky. The female student could not help complaining to Lei Junyong about being forced awake at 3 in the morning. Lei Junyong, however, remained calm and explained that in this thunderstorm zone, where the sky stayed bright with lightning all the time, day and night barely made any difference. She then asked when they would finally be allowed to go back, since this was already the last day of their 6-day assessment. Lei Junyong insisted that they should hold out until 6 in the evening, saying that enduring longer would leave a stronger impression on their superiors and help protect the reputation of the elite training camp. The female student scoffed at that, then brought up Su Jingming from Magic City University, calling him a coward. She assumed he must have left several days ago, reasoning that even their 3-person team had only managed to endure by taking turns resting, so there was no way he could have survived here alone. She even felt that joining the Thunder Martial Arts Hall directly had been a smart choice. But before she could continue, a massive rumbling suddenly shook the forest, startling all 3 of them at once. The 3 students quickly looked around, their expressions tightening as the ground trembled beneath their feet. For a moment, they could not tell whether the disturbance was an earthquake or something even worse. The female student suddenly screamed, realizing that the movement was actually a beast tide, and urged the others to run immediately. Lei Junyong tried to stay composed, quickly judging the situation and saying that the scale of this beast tide did not seem too large. Soon, a horde of thunder beasts wrapped in crackling lightning came charging through the forest, their heavy footsteps and violent roars tearing through the stormy air. And running desperately in front of that horde was none other than Su Jingming, his figure flashing through the trees as if the entire group of beasts had locked onto him as their target. The elite training camp students recognized him almost immediately and were shocked that he was still inside the zone after all this time. Lei Junyong assumed Su Jingming must have accidentally provoked the herd, and he quickly suggested that they step in and help him. But the female student immediately stopped Lei Junyong. Her face tightened with suspicion as she accused Su Jingming of deliberately leading the beast tide toward them, using their group as bait so he could escape. Su Jingming did not even glance at them. Like a streak of lightning, he rushed past their group at incredible speed, leaving a crackling golden trail behind him. Right after him, the herd of thunder beasts thundered past the students as well. Strangely, none of the beasts attacked them, and every single one continued blindly chasing after Su Jingming's lightning trail. The female student let out a mocking laugh, convinced that Su Jingming was finished. But her expression soon stiffened when she realized something strange. The beasts were not paying any attention to them at all. Lei Junyong stared sharply at the scene and quickly understood what was really happening. Su Jingming was intentionally using his golden lightning to lure the beasts away for his own purpose. As Lei Junyong watched, his concern grew deeper. He could not understand how a mere mid-rank Tier 3 student could attract so many powerful thunder beasts, including several that had already reached the peak of Tier 3. The female student suddenly pointed forward and said that Su Jingming had stopped running. Lei Junyong's forehead began to sweat as he looked at the huge group of beasts. Even he would find it difficult to deal with so many at once, so he could not figure out how Su Jingming planned to survive. At that moment, Su Jingming suddenly turned around, and a fierce surge of energy erupted from his body like a storm breaking loose. Countless streaks of lightning tore through the air in every direction, slashing across the charging beasts with terrifying speed and cutting them apart almost instantly. Lei Junyong was completely stunned by the power and range of the attack. In his mind, he compared it with his own limits. Even as a peak Tier 3 ability user, his effective attack range was only about 30 meters, yet Su Jingming's lightning covered a much larger area with ease. For a brief moment, Lei Junyong suspected that Su Jingming's ability was not merely A rank, but possibly S rank. However, he quickly pushed that thought aside, because it was simply too difficult to believe that a freshman could already be at mid-rank Tier 3. A massive lightning explosion then finished off the remaining beasts in the herd. The other male students stared at the scene in disbelief, and muttered that Magic City University students were terrifying, watching as Su Jingming slaughtered the thunder beasts as easily as cutting down dogs. Surrounded by the aftermath of the slaughter, Su Jingming checked his status and saw that his ability points had reached 23,000, finally meeting the requirement for advancement. After 5 sleepless days of fighting, exhaustion had built up heavily in his body, so he decided to find a safe place to upgrade before heading back to the base. Watching the ruined battlefield from a distance, the male student could not help asking Lei Junyong whether he could have handled that herd. Lei Junyong admitted that he could deal with it, but he also had to acknowledge that he could not have done it with the same blinding speed. The male student wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a wave of relief. He was suddenly very glad that he had not pushed too hard to force a duel with Su Jingming earlier. The female student also realized that if they had fought, she might have been beaten miserably. Still, she asked whether Su Jingming could kill a Tier 4 beast the way Lei Junyang could. After carefully judging Su Jingming's strength, Lei Junyang estimated that he probably could not. Hearing this, the female student finally relaxed a little and concluded that Lei Junyang was still stronger. 10 minutes later, in a quieter part of the forest, Su Jingming sat down on a fallen log. With the surroundings temporarily calm, he activated his Deep Blue system and prepared to add his accumulated points. The moment the upgrade began, golden lightning surged violently from Su Jingming's body, lighting up the forest around him as his aura rose sharply. Su Jingming successfully broke through to high rank Tier 3. His physique and spirit attributes increased by nearly 500 points, and the range of his ability expanded to 40 meters. He noticed that his current stats had already reached the level of an ordinary Tier 4 A-rank ability user. Feeling his spirit recover along with the breakthrough, Su Jingming changed his mind about resting. Instead, he sprang up from the log and decided to make another trip to the core area to continue observing the natural lightning. Back at the base, Zhang Luo paced back and forth with visible anxiety. Su Jingming had not returned for 5 days and nights, and that made him fear his junior brother might have run into danger. After all, even Zhang Luo himself could only endure the thunderstorm zone for 8 days at most. Instructor Wu Chuan soon walked over and saw Zhang Luo waiting there again. He asked why Zhang Luo was still standing around in the same place. Zhang Luo explained that he was waiting for his junior brother. Wu Chuan confirmed that Su Jingming had still not returned, and Zhang Luo frowned, pointing out that it had already been 6 days, so by now, Su Jingming should have come back. Wu Chuan tried to reassure him, saying that he was about to head into the thunderstorm zone to hunt and could keep an eye out for Su Jingming along the way. Hearing that, Zhang Luo quickly expressed his gratitude. Wu Chuan casually waved it off, saying there was no need to be so polite. Since they were colleagues, helping each other with something like this was only natural. 6 hours later, deep inside the core area, Su Jingming sat high on a tree branch, quietly observing the stormy surroundings around him. After spending enough time studying the lightning there, Su Jingming decided it was finally time to head back, so he prepared to descend from the branch. Su Jingming leapt down from the tree, his body dropping through the air before landing firmly on the forest floor. As he steadied himself, he reflected on his newly improved strength. A high-rank Tier 3 physique was certainly impressive, but in his eyes it was still far from reaching the true peak. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed through the forest, cutting through the rumble of thunder and drawing Su Jingming's attention. A massive storm thunder bear emerged from the trees, its huge frame radiating pressure. Su Jingming quickly identified it as a high-rank Tier 4 beast. He considered using his heavenly lightning to kill it in one strike, but then decided against it. Since he had just reached high-rank Tier 3, he wanted to test his physical combat ability instead. Su Jingming activated his transformation, and golden lightning wrapped around his body in a blazing aura. Without hesitation, he leapt straight toward the storm thunder bear to meet it in close combat. Hidden behind a nearby tree, Wu Chuan was surprised when he finally spotted Su Jingming after searching for so long. As Wu Chuan watched the battle begin, he quickly noticed that Su Jingming had already broken through to high-rank Tier 3. What shocked him even more was the outrageous range of Su Jingming's lightning ability. When Wu Chuan realized that Su Jingming intended to fight the storm thunder bear alone, he watched with a faint sense of amusement. He admired the student's courage, but also believed that letting this genius suffer a little setback would help him understand his own weaknesses. The storm thunder bear let out a furious roar, its eyes glowing fiercely as electricity gathered and crackled around its enormous body. Then, with terrifying speed for such a massive creature, the beast swung its huge arm downward, bringing a lightning-infused strike crashing towards Su Jingming. Su Jingming did not dodge. Instead, he met the attack head-on with a powerful punch of his own. The moment fist and claw collided, a blinding explosion of energy erupted, and the violent impact shook the surrounding forest. Watching from the shadows, Wu Chuan froze in shock. He had never expected Su Jingming to block the attack directly, and what stunned him even more was that the student's lightning seemed stronger than the beast's. Wu Chuan reminded himself that this storm thunder bear was a high-rank Tier 4 creature, a full major rank above Su Jingming. Sweat began to form on his face as he realized that something about this young student was clearly abnormal. At that moment, Wu Chuan finally concluded that Su Jingming's ability was definitely not A rank. It was most likely S rank or perhaps even higher. Then the name Su Jingming suddenly struck him as familiar, and he finally remembered the famous S-rank lightning freshman from Magic City University. Even with that realization, it was still difficult for him to accept that a first-year student had already reached high-rank Tier 3. Meanwhile, Su Jingming continued pressing his advantage, clashing with the Storm Thunder Bear in midair. Golden lightning flared from his eyes as a confident smile spread across his face. Feeling his own thunder overpower the beasts, he grew even more excited and challenged it to keep fighting. Wrapped from head to toe in blazing golden lightning, Su Jingming shot forward like a thunderbolt, charging straight at the enormous Storm Thunder Bear without the slightest hesitation. In the next instant, Su Jingming's fist crashed against the bear's massive strike, and golden lightning collided violently with the beast's green elemental power in a blinding clash. The force of their collision exploded outward, sending heavy shock waves ripping through the surrounding trees and shaking the forest like a storm had burst open at ground level. From the side, Instructor Wu Chuan stared in disbelief. He could hardly accept that a human body could clash head-on with a high-rank Tier 4 beast, and in his mind, Su Jingming's physical strength was no longer like that of a normal ability user, but closer to a humanoid monster. Holding his video camera steady, Wu Chuan quickly decided to record the entire battle. He planned to bring this footage back and let those arrogant elite students see for themselves what a true top-tier genius from a famous university was capable of. Meanwhile, Su Jingming's face lit up with excitement. After that direct exchange, he had finally confirmed that his current physical strength could actually stand against the huge Storm Thunder Bear. With that realization, Su Jingming pushed his power even higher. His indestructible Thunder Body and Thunder Pole state were fully activated, causing the lightning around him to grow denser and more violent. As his aura reached its peak, Su Jingming stepped forward again, then launched himself at the beast with even greater speed and force than before. His fist, wrapped in explosive lightning, slammed directly into the Storm Thunder Bear with devastating power, striking the massive creature head-on. The bear let out a furious roar filled with pain and rage, its huge body trembling from the solid blow it had just taken. In retaliation, the Storm Thunder Bear swung its enormous arm with brutal force, smashing into Su Jingming and sending him sliding backward across the ground. Su Jingming landed safely and steadied himself, then calmly judged the result of the exchange. A creature this durable would normally need to be dealt with using weapons, since even his powerful bare-handed strike had failed to break its leg. Even so, for this fight he still intended to rely only on his fists. Completely enraged, the Storm Thunder Bear began gathering a terrifying amount of unstable green lightning around its massive body, making the surrounding air crackle and twist. The beast then raised its head and released a deafening roar, calling down a devastating thunderstorm that spread across the entire area. Wu Chuan immediately sensed how dangerous the attack was. Anyone caught inside such a storm would either be severely injured or killed outright. Under normal circumstances, the smartest choice would be to retreat, yet he quickly realized Su Jingming had no intention of backing away. Instead, Su Jingming stood there with golden lightning raging around him, a fearless smile spreading across his face as he challenged the beast to see whose thunder was truly stronger. In the next moment, Su Jingming's body was swallowed by crackling energy, and he leapt high into the air like a bolt of lightning shooting upward. He came crashing down with tremendous force, and the moment he struck, a massive explosion of golden and purple lightning erupted, flooding the battlefield with blinding light. With a confident grin, Su Jingming summoned his specialized lightning armor, wrapping himself in even stronger protection while boosting both his defense and combat power. Fully charged and completely fearless, Su Jingming rushed straight into the roaring Storm Thunder Bear once again, meeting the monster's fury head-on. His speed suddenly became so overwhelming that the bear could barely keep track of him. From every direction, Su Jingming unleashed a relentless storm of heavy punches, each one packed with lightning, completely suppressing the massive creature. Whenever the Storm Thunder Bear tried to counterattack, Su Jingming slipped past its heavy strikes with ease. Inwardly, he noted that although this was a high-rank Tier 4 beast, its speed was still nothing impressive compared with his own. Deciding it was time to end the battle, Su Jingming unleashed the Thunder Dragon Fist. A fierce dragon formed from pure golden lightning roared forward, carrying all of his destructive power toward the beast. The devastating strike smashed directly into the Storm Thunder Bear's head, and that single blow became the fatal attack that decided the fight. Su Jingming landed lightly and steadily on the ground, while behind him, the enormous body of the Storm Thunder Bear collapsed with a heavy crash, throwing up a cloud of dust. At the same time, the system notification appeared and confirmed the kill, rewarding Su Jingming with another batch of ability points. Watching from the shadows, Instructor Wu Chuan was already drenched in cold sweat. He could not believe that such a terrifying apex predator had been killed so cleanly, and in that moment, Su Jingming's power seemed less like that of a human and more like that of a mythical dragon. After calming himself, Wu Chuan finally stepped out from his hiding place and walked towards Su Jingming, openly praising the overwhelming strength of this S-rank student. Su Jingming turned toward him, while Wu Chuan continued marveling at what he had just witnessed. A high-rank Tier 3 ability user had actually defeated a high-rank Tier 4 beast, and Wu Chuan could not help saying that if humanity had more geniuses like him, the threat of monsters would no longer feel so frightening. Wu Chuan then revealed the video camera in his hand and explained that he had recorded the battle. He asked Su Jingming for permission to use the footage as teaching material for his elite students. Su Jingming agreed casually, not treating it as anything important. In his heart, he knew very well that he had not even used his full strength. Wu Chuan, however, was genuinely grateful and thanked him on behalf of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Taking the chance while Su Jingming was harvesting materials from the Storm Thunder Bear, Wu Chuan asked whether he had ever considered joining the Thunder Martial Arts Hall after graduation. Su Jingming continued working and replied calmly that he had not thought too deeply about his future plans yet. Wu Chuan immediately began introducing the benefits, eager to recruit him. He promised that Su Jingming would receive top-tier treatment, a profitable position guarding the Thunder Secret Realm, and even personal guidance from their hallmaster, a legendary Tier 9 martial saint. Su Jingming secretly admitted that such an arrangement would indeed be extremely beneficial. Still, he only thanked Wu Chuan politely and said he would consider it. Then he reminded him that he was still just a freshman, so there was plenty of time before he needed to decide on his career path. Satisfied with that answer, Wu Chuan shifted the topic and told Su Jingming that his senior brother Jiang Luo had been waiting anxiously outside the zone. If Su Jingming planned to continue training for longer, Wu Chuan offered to pass a message along for him. Only then did Su Jingming remember Jiang Luo, and a trace of awkward guilt appeared on his face. He quickly declined the offer and said that he was already preparing to head back immediately. Wu Chuan watched as Su Jingming continued harvesting materials, inwardly amazed that this student had survived alone in the thunderstorm zone for 6 full days, even surpassing Wu Chuan's own record. Su Jingming then politely excused himself and urged the instructor to return first. After that, Su Jingming reached deep into the thick fur of the fallen Storm Thunder Bear, his tired hands searching carefully for the prize hidden within its body. He soon pulled out a glowing blue thunder crystal core. After inspecting it, Su Jingming judged that it was slightly inferior to the one Jiang Luo had gifted him earlier, but it was still a valuable gain. With that settled, he finally headed back. As he passed through the secret realm gateway and emerged into the base, Jiang Luo immediately spotted him with visible relief. Jiang Luo hurried over, clearly amazed that his junior brother had endured a full 6 days and 5 nights inside the zone. He quickly asked how Su Jingming was feeling, and Su Jingming answered plainly that he was simply incredibly sleepy. Jiang Luo could not help being amused by that response. He placed a supportive arm around Su Jingming and said that anyone would be exhausted after fighting beasts for 5 days without sleep. As he guided him away, he reminded him that cultivation needed a balance between effort and rest, then sent him off to sleep properly. Later that night, inside his office, Instructor Wu Chuan casually tossed a spherical projector in his hand. Standing before him were the 3 elite training camp students: Lei Junyang, the female student, and the purple-haired male student. Lei Junyang asked about the results of their mission. Wu Chuan confirmed that everyone had passed safely, since each of them had killed at least one peak Tier 3 beast. He also gave Lei Junyang special praise for successfully taking down a low-rank Tier 4 beast. Inwardly, Wu Chuan still recognized Lei Junyang's talent and ability, but after witnessing Su Jingming's battle, he knew that compared with that monstrous genius, Lei Junyang was still far behind. Outwardly, Wu Chuan congratulated the 3 students for meeting his expectations. Then he casually changed the subject and asked what impression they had of Jiang Luo's junior brother. Lei Junyang admitted that they had crossed paths with Su Jingming and acknowledged that he was indeed strong, estimating his power to be around the peak of Tier 3. The purple-haired student then added that although Su Jingming was formidable, he still could not compare with Lei Junyang. Wu Chuan caught the projector in his hand and looked at them with a playful expression, questioning where all that confidence came from. The purple-haired student insisted that he was right, firmly believing that their elite training camp was still superior to a top university like Magic City Ability University. Wu Chuan did not bother arguing with them. Instead, he simply held out the projector and told the boastful students to watch the video for themselves. The device floated upward and activated, projecting a large holographic recording into the center of the office. Inside the projection, a massive glowing creature appeared. The purple-haired student recognized it immediately as a Storm Thunder Bear and gasped at its enormous size, judging it to be at least a high-rank Tier 4 beast. Lei Junyang quickly told the others to look at its opponent, and in the hologram, a lightning-clad figure came into view, locked in fierce combat with the bear. The purple-haired student froze on the spot, his voice catching in his throat as disbelief spread across his face. Beside him, the others stared just as blankly, because the fighter on the screen was not some mysterious powerhouse at all. It was Su Jingming. In the recording, Su Jingming's entire body blazed with a brilliant glow as he launched his attack. A massive strike surged forward in the shape of a dragon, roaring straight toward the terrifying beast with overwhelming force. Lei Junyong and the two students watched the projection without blinking, completely drawn in by the scene before them. The students could hardly believe what they were seeing, whispering that Su Jingming's aura was already comparable to those storm thunder bears, and they could not understand how he had become so frighteningly strong in such a short time. Wu Chuan looked at their stunned faces and calmly asked what they thought. Lei Junyong and the male student could only admit that Su Jingming's strength was monstrous, far beyond anything they had imagined, and they even began questioning whether he was truly only a mid-rank Tier 3 ability user. Wu Chuan then revealed something even more shocking. By the time he personally met Su Jingming had already stepped into high-rank Tier 3, leaving the male student staring wide-eyed, unable to make sense of such terrifying growth speed. Lei Junyong frowned and pointed out that a Tier 4 high-rank beast could crush most ability users of the same level with ease. The male student quickly added that what made it even more absurd was that Su Jingming had beaten it in direct close-range combat. Trying desperately to explain such unreasonable power, he wondered aloud if Su Jingming had some special background, maybe even asking if he was the principal's son. Wu Chuan immediately brushed that idea aside. Su Jingming's true advantage was not some hidden family status, but his astonishing talent as an S-rank ability user, something rare enough to overturn common sense. Lei Junyong and the male student were struck speechless when they realized a university freshman had already reached Tier 3 high rank. Wu Chuan confirmed it plainly. Su Jingming was only 19 years old, and he was still just a first-year student. That fact landed heavily on everyone in the room. Most of them were already around 23 years old, yet a 19-year-old freshman had left them far behind, making their years of training suddenly feel almost wasted. Seeing their faces sink with frustration, Wu Chuan spoke up again. He told them he had not shown them the recording to crush their confidence, but to give them a target so high that they would push themselves forward, with Su Jingming as the ultimate goal in front of them. The words seemed to pull them out of their gloom. Lei Junyong and the male student both nodded with renewed fire in their eyes, their earlier shock slowly turning into determination. Lei Junyong then asked if he could get a copy of the recording. The instructor considered it and planned to upload the footage directly to the martial arts hall's internal webpage for everyone to see. But before that decision could settle, the male student suddenly raised a concern. He reminded them that the National University League was about to begin soon. Wu Chuan immediately realized the problem and let out a helpless sigh. If other universities saw this footage, Su Jingming would undoubtedly become their main target during the tournament. Magic City University had only taken second place last time, but with Su Jingming's current strength, they now had a real chance to fight for first place. 2 days later, Su Jingming was finally dragged awake by the sound of his phone ringing. Opening his eyes in a daze, he realized he had actually slept for 2 full days without waking. He picked up the call and heard Principal Ling Zhao's voice on the other end. The principal got straight to the point, warning him that the Heaven's Mandate sect was already preparing retaliation. Principal Ling Zhao assured him that his family and friends were under protection, but his tone grew serious when he reminded Su Jingming that he was likely the main target. If danger appeared, he had to crush the protective talisman immediately, and Su Jingming calmly acknowledged the warning. After hanging up, Su Jingming thought through his situation. With the strict security around his current location and the protective talisman in his possession, he was still relatively safe for the moment, so he decided not to waste time and continued focusing on his training. At the same time, deep inside the dark headquarters of the Heaven's Mandate sect, 2 hooded subordinates knelt before their general leader. They reported that the Magic City branch was deeply alarmed by the rapid rise of the S-rank freshman Su Jingming and requested permission to assassinate him. The leader coldly asked where Su Jingming was now. One of the subordinates, Bloodkill, answered that Su Jingming was training inside the Thunder Secret Realm and would not be leaving there anytime soon. After hearing that, the sect leader gave a ruthless order. Bloodkill was to eliminate Su Jingming, and while he was at it, he was also to destroy the Thunder Martial Arts Hall's secret realm. Bloodkill accepted the command without the slightest hesitation. His voice carried a twisted excitement as he admitted that hunting down human geniuses was exactly the kind of task he enjoyed most. The other cult member seemed completely confident that Bloodkill would succeed. After all, Bloodkill was a Tier 8 mid-rank ability user, and in his eyes, even if Vice Principal Ling Shuang used her Tier 8 space-type abilities to interfere, nothing should be able to go wrong. Back in the city, Su Jingming walked through a bustling market filled with spring festival decorations. The streets were lively and warm, but as he looked around, he could not help feeling a little wistful, knowing he would once again be spending the holiday alone. As he moved through the crowd, he silently reviewed his cultivation progress. Absorbing the Thunder Crystal Core had given him a clear boost, but in his eyes that improvement still felt far too slow. Wanting to speed things up, Su Jingming soon arrived before a towering skyscraper wrapped in crackling electrical energy. This was the Thunder Tower, the place his senior brother Zhang Luo had highly recommended, and Su Jingming hoped it would not disappoint him. Inside the Thunder Tower, Su Jingming walked up to the reception desk and presented his credentials. After checking them, the receptionist politely informed him that his S-Class pass allowed him 4 hours of access to the secret room on the 100th floor. Su Jingming became curious and asked what made the 100th floor so special. The receptionist explained that the tower had 110 floors in total, and the higher the floor, the better the conditions were for observing natural lightning. Hearing this, Su Jingming was satisfied and decided to use his pass right away. After reaching the 100th floor, Su Jingming stepped into the secret room and looked around. At first, he was slightly puzzled, because there was no obvious lightning flashing anywhere inside. But that silence did not last long. Soon, raw green electrical energy began bursting through the room, crackling violently in the air and filling the space with a wild, unstable force. Su Jingming's eyes sharpened with fascination. He slowly reached out toward the green energy, and the moment he sensed it up close, he recognized it as the most foundational form of lightning itself. He quickly sat down cross-legged and entered cultivation. Unlike the thunderstorm zone outside, this secret room allowed him to observe the fine details of the lightning element at close range, layer by layer, with far greater clarity. For hours passed before Su Jingming finally ended the session. When he opened his eyes, he felt extremely satisfied, calculating that if he could cultivate here continuously for less than 5 days, he should be able to reach the proficiency needed to liquefy his lightning. Just as that thought settled in his mind, a knock suddenly sounded from the sliding door, interrupting the quiet inside the room. The receptionist stood outside and spoke in a polite tone, reminding Su Jingming that his allotted usage time had already expired. Su Jingming was clearly unwilling to stop there, so he immediately asked how he could extend his time. The receptionist explained that additional time had to be exchanged using Thunder Crystal cores, but the 100th floor only accepted Tier 4 cores. A Tier 4 low-rank core would grant 3 hours, and every minor rank increase would add 1 extra hour. Su Jingming was stunned by how expensive it was. After a quick calculation, he realized that a single Tier 4 low-rank core was worth more than 6 million Great Xia currency, meaning this room cost roughly 2 million per hour to use. The receptionist added that if he wanted to use Tier 3 Thunder Crystal cores, he could train on the 70th to 90th floors instead. Su Jingming, however, rejected the idea without much hesitation, preferring to remain on the 100th floor. Then, right in front of her, he took out 2 high-level Thunder Crystal cores. The receptionist was visibly surprised, unable to help marveling at how wealthy this young student actually was. After checking the 2 cores, she calculated that they would give Su Jingming another 11 hours of training time. Su Jingming then grew curious about the very top of the tower and asked what conditions were needed to access the floors above the 100th. The receptionist explained that floors 101 through 107 required Tier 5 cores, while floors 108 up to the peak 110th floor required Tier 6 cores. Hearing the answer, Su Jingming nodded in understanding, politely apologized for troubling her, and returned to his cultivation. 11 hours later, outside the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Su Jingming walked side by side with his senior brother Zhang Luo, the two of them moving through the area after his long session. Zhang Luo jokingly insisted that Su Jingming had to treat him to a meal next time. After all, his junior brother had just earned a massive 301 million by selling 4 rings and a pile of beast materials. Su Jingming agreed readily, thanking him for connecting him to such a profitable deal. Their conversation soon turned to Su Jingming's recent battle. Zhang Luo mentioned that he had heard from Instructor Wu that Su Jingming had killed a Tier 4 high-rank Storm Thunderbear, and he could not help commenting that the freshman's advancement speed was ridiculously fast. Su Jingming only smiled modestly and brushed it off, saying it was just because his talent was decent. Zhang Luo clearly did not buy that humble answer, but he shifted the topic and asked what Su Jingming planned to do for the Spring Festival. Su Jingming said he was preparing to head back into the thunderstorm zone and most likely would not return for the holiday. Zhang Luo praised his dedication, but still advised him to come back briefly during the festival. He explained that the Thunder Martial Arts Hall would be holding an auction, and there might be items there that Su Jingming would find useful, which immediately caught Su Jingming's interest. Su Jingming quickly thought of his current spear. It was no longer enough to keep up with his strength, and this auction might be the perfect chance to find a stronger weapon to replace it. Seeing that Su Jingming was interested, Zhang Luo promised to reserve an entry spot for him. With that matter settled, Su Jingming said his farewell and set off once again for the thunderstorm zone. Meanwhile, in a comfortable bedroom somewhere else, Song Chukyu sat on the bed with Jiang Chuxian, her face filled with excitement as she leaned closer to share her thoughts. She happily revealed that she planned to visit the Thunder Secret Realm during the Spring Festival, and her real purpose was to see Su Jingming. Full of enthusiasm, she eagerly asked Jiang Chuxian to go with her. Jiang Chuxian accepted the invitation with a sly little smile, clearly amused and secretly pleased. In her heart, she couldn't help thinking that Song Chukyu was basically inviting her to share Su Jingming's company as well. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye, and around the towering Thunder Tower, streaks of lightning continued flashing and twisting through the air. Inside the tower, Su Jingming once again stood before the female receptionist. He placed a handful of thunder crystal cores in front of her and calmly asked her to calculate how much training time they could give him on the 100th floor. The receptionist carefully examined each core, confirming their grade one by one. After finishing the calculation, she looked up and told him that all of them together could be exchanged for 37 hours of usage time. While processing the transaction, the receptionist's cheeks turned slightly red as she stole another glance at Su Jingming. He looked so young and handsome, yet he had casually taken out 9 Tier 4 cores, and she could not help wondering just how powerful someone had to be to harvest that many. Su Jingming then asked whether the usage time had to be spent all at once or could be divided across multiple sessions. The receptionist quickly confirmed that it could be paused by swiping his pass, and that answer immediately made him feel much more relieved. By the afternoon of New Year's Eve, Su Jingming was still deep in cultivation, completely focused on refining his lightning, when the sudden ringing of his phone broke the quiet around him. He answered the call, and a holographic projection of Song Chukyu appeared in front of him. She looked bright and playful as she asked him to guess where she was. Su Jingming glanced at the projection for only a moment before giving his answer calmly. Without any hesitation, he said she was already inside the Thunder Secret Realm. Song Chukyu froze in confusion and immediately asked how he had guessed it so quickly. Su Jingming simply pointed out the obvious. The lightning flashing wildly behind her in the background had already given her away. Only then did Song Chukyu realize her mistake, looking embarrassed as she explained that she and Jiang Chuxian had come here to surprise him, but had forgotten to ask for his address. When Su Jingming noticed Jiang Chuxian beside her, he asked if his senior sister had come along too. Jiang Chuxian leaned into the holographic frame with a teasing smile, playfully asking whether he was unhappy to see her there. Su Jingming warmly reassured both of them that they were absolutely welcome, then asked for their location so he could go pick them up. Following the receptionist's earlier instructions, Su Jingming swiped his pass before leaving, pausing the timer for his cultivation room instead of wasting the remaining time. As he walked away, the automated system announced that he still had 4.5 hours left. Su Jingming quietly wondered whether that would be enough for him to fully comprehend the process of liquefying his lightning. But if it still fell short, he would simply return to the thunderstorm zone and hunt for more cores. Soon after, Su Jingming brought Song Chukyu and Jiang Chuxian back to his accommodation. The place was not some ordinary dorm at all, but a luxurious modern villa complete with a spacious outdoor swimming pool. Once they were inside, the two girls were stunned by Su Jingming's cultivation progress. Song Chukyu could hardly believe it, pointing out that only 20 days had passed, yet his rank had already jumped again. Su Jingming only smiled modestly and explained that he had run into danger while training. By chance, that life and death pressure had helped him break through, allowing him to reach the high rank of Tier 3. Song Chukyu dramatically pressed a hand to her forehead, looking as if she had been completely defeated. She complained that comparing her progress to his was just too frustrating, and half-jokingly said that at this rate, he might already become a Tier 7 Grandmaster by the time he graduated. Su Jingming changed the topic and asked how many credits they had spent to enter the secret realm. Song Chukyu explained that both of them had bought B-class passes, which allowed them to stay for 2 days, at a cost of 1,000 credits each. Su Jingming was secretly shocked when he heard the number. After converting it in his head, he realized that 1,000 credits was basically equal to 10 million in Great Xia currency. He then told the girls that there were 4 rooms upstairs and they could choose any 2 they liked. Jiang Chuxian, however, calmly declined the offer and decided that the 2 of them would simply share 1 room. Su Jingming told them to settle in first and said he would take them out to eat later. But Song Chukyu immediately insisted that New Year's Eve should have a proper home-cooked dinner, and Jiang Chuxian surprised him by releasing a floating bundle of fresh ingredients they had brought with them. Su Jingming looked at the ingredients, then glanced back at the 2 girls with obvious doubt. He asked whether they actually knew how to cook, but Song Chukyu confidently lifted her chin and claimed they were both culinary experts. Su Jingming was amused by their confidence and decided to play along. He agreed to stay in for dinner and even offered to help the 2 master chefs, which Jiang Chuxian accepted happily as they headed toward the kitchen together. Later that evening, after a huge feast had finally come to an end, Su Jingming put down his chopsticks with a deeply satisfied sigh. He had eaten until he was completely full. Sitting back at the dining table, surrounded by empty plates and even a bottle of wine, Su Jingming rubbed his stomach and sincerely praised the girls' cooking, admitting that the meal had been excellent. Song Chukyu and Jiang Chuxian accepted the compliment with proud smiles, clearly pleased that their New Year's Eve dinner had turned out so well. Just then, a burst of brilliant fireworks exploded outside the window, instantly pulling Song Chukyu's attention toward the glowing night sky. Delighted by the sight, Song Chukyu immediately suggested they go up to the rooftop and take a group photo to remember the moment. Su Jingming agreed without hesitation, his mood just as light. Up on the open terrace, the three of them stood beneath the night sky as fireworks bloomed one after another, filling the darkness with dazzling colors. Song Chukyu lifted her phone in front of them, and the three friends leaned together with warm smiles, capturing a cheerful group selfie beneath the fireworks. As Su Jingming watched the vibrant lights spreading across the sky, a soft smile appeared on his face. Ever since he had obtained his system, his life had truly changed for the better, and tonight, being able to spend such a wonderful New Year's Eve with friends made him feel genuinely grateful. The next day, the group made their way to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Su Jingming apologized for bringing them to an auction on the very first day of the new year, while Song Chukyu playfully scolded him and Jiang Chuxian gently reassured him that she had planned to come anyway to buy equipment she needed. As they walked through the hallway, they happened to run into Jiang Luo. When Jiang Luo asked about the two girls beside him, Su Jingming introduced Song Chukyu and Jiang Chuxian as his friends from Magic City University. Jiang Luo greeted them with a warm and easy smile, but inwardly, he could not help marveling at his junior brother's charm. Su Jingming had somehow brought two beautiful girls with him without even making it seem like a big deal. Jiang Luo then offered to take care of their entrance tickets for the auction. Su Jingming naturally thanked him, appreciating the help. Their conversation was soon interrupted by a group of well-dressed people passing nearby. One man loudly praised a pink-haired woman named Sister Weining, saying she had easily gotten them into the auction, then mocked those who had to spend millions just for a pass. Li Weining laughed arrogantly and called anyone who paid that kind of money a complete sucker. Song Chukyu immediately frowned, clearly annoyed by the woman's attitude. She asked what prominent family this Li Weining came from to act so arrogantly. Jiang Luo explained that she was Li Weining, the eldest daughter of the Li family, which ranked as the leading family among the 6 great families of the Secret Realm. Her father was the honorary vice-master of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, and her brother had already reached the peak of Tier 4, so with that background, her arrogance was not exactly surprising. After hearing that, Su Jingming had to admit that her attitude made sense. Jiang Luo then added that Li Weining's brother, Li Shanglin, also used a spear, though unlike Su Jingming, he was an enhancement-type ability user. Jiang Luo led Su Jingming and the others forward until they arrived before a pair of massive double doors. With a confident gesture, he welcomed them to the Thunder Secret Realm auction. Beyond the doors was a vast auction hall bathed in dim light, with rows of seats stretching toward a brightly illuminated stage. Jiang Luo explained that the Spring Festival auction had gathered around 800 dignitaries, each one holding liquid assets of more than 100 million. After they took their seats, Jiang Luo explained how the bidding worked. Each seat had an electronic screen built into the right armrest, allowing bidders to enter and confirm a price before raising their hand to finalize the bid. Jiang Luo then encouraged his junior brother to take a look through the auction catalog in advance. Su Jingming followed his suggestion and began browsing the list carefully. As Su Jingming scrolled through the catalog, he was genuinely impressed. There were 108 items in total, ranging from rare exotic flowers all the way to precious S-class resources. Jiang Luo pointed out that the highest-ranked items here only reached S-class, but that was actually perfect for them. Anything beyond that would likely be far outside their budget, and Su Jingming agreed with that assessment. Sitting beside them, Song Chukyu leaned over and asked whether Su Jingming had found anything he wanted. Su Jingming said he was somewhat interested in a few items, but he still wanted to wait for the host's official introductions before deciding. As the auction prepared to begin, Su Jingming quietly narrowed his attention to 2 particular items. One was an S-class Qingxiao Black Dragon Spear with a starting price of 500 million, and the other was a bundle of 5 Tier 4 low-rank Thunder Crystal Cores starting at 40 million, which could save him a huge amount of time hunting in the Thunderstorm Zone. Soon, the female host stepped onto the stage and welcomed everyone with a polished smile. She introduced the first item as a 30-year-old A-class Frostgrass, capable of increasing the spirit of anyone below Tier 5, with a starting price of 20 million. The moment the item was announced, bids began rising from all around the hall. Voices and numbers quickly followed one after another, pushing the price beyond 22 million in no time. About an hour later, the auction finally reached its 36th item. The female host presented a bundle of 5 Tier 4 low-rank Thunder Crystal Cores, announcing that the starting price would be 40 million. Su Jingming's eyes lit up with relief the moment he saw the item appear. Without hesitation, he leaned toward the screen on his armrest and confidently entered his first bid. The host quickly noticed the new offer and announced it to the entire hall. Seat number 0310 had placed a bid of 41 million. But these Thunder Crystal Cores were clearly in high demand. Almost immediately, other attendees began competing, and the price was quickly pushed up to 41.8 million. Su Jingming watched the rising numbers with a serious look in his eyes. With so many people fighting over the cores, he quickly realized that a slow bidding war would only waste time. So his best move was to raise the price sharply and scare the weaker bidders away. He made his move without hesitation. Su Jingming suddenly pushed the bid all the way up to 46 million for the 5-tier 4 Thunder Crystal cores, and the bold jump instantly made the surrounding competition fall silent. The female auction host repeated the new price to the room, her voice clear and steady. She also reminded everyone that Thunder Crystal cores of this level were rarely released for public sale, which made this bundle especially valuable. The host called out the price once, then twice, and finally a third time. When no one in the crowd raised a higher offer, she brought the bidding to an end and officially finalized the sale. Su Jingming was a little surprised by how smoothly it had gone. He had expected more resistance, but the bundle of cores had fallen into his hands far more easily than he imagined. Beside him, Zhang Luo explained the reason in a low voice. The major families and the Thunder Martial Arts Hall already had their own stable supply of cores, so the people truly fighting for them were mostly independent ability users, and Su Jingming's sudden 5 million jump had naturally frightened off the remaining bidders. Zhang Luo then asked why Su Jingming did not simply hunt for the cores himself and save the money. Su Jingming answered honestly, explaining that his lightning proficiency was right on the edge of a breakthrough, and he wanted to finish the entire process in one uninterrupted stretch. Zhang Luo froze at that answer, cold sweat almost breaking across his face. He called his junior brother a monster, because reaching the liquefying realm this quickly was simply ridiculous, especially when Zhang Luo himself had nearly been a senior before achieving the same thing. 2 hours later, the auction moved on to its 98th item. The female host unveiled an S-class weapon known as the Flowing Cloud Golden Edge Spear, a masterpiece forged by artifact master Yuan. She began explaining the weapon's materials in detail. Its shaft had been forged from special A-class Kermir alloy, while the spearhead was made from the extremely hard S-class Extreme Edge alloy. The moment those materials were revealed, murmurs of admiration spread through the auction hall. Many people leaned forward in excitement, clearly tempted by such a rare weapon made with such premium resources. Su Jingming's lips curved into a satisfied grin as he listened. He knew very well that Kermir alloy had a special property. It could grow heavier when infused with ability energy. The host soon confirmed exactly that. She explained that once the spear was fully activated, its maximum weight could reach 100 tons, and then she opened the bidding at 500 million. The price exploded almost as soon as the bidding began. Voices rose from all around the hall, and in only a short moment, the spear's price had already broken past 530 million. Su Jingming wanted to use the same tactic that had worked earlier. He casually raised his hand and made a huge jump, directly pushing the bid to 600 million. But this time, the wealthy guests in the hall were not so easily frightened. New bids continued ringing out one after another, and the price rapidly climbed towards 630 million, then kept pushing even higher. Su Jingming quickly understood that a treasured weapon like this was too desirable to win through intimidation alone. Instead of rushing, he leaned back and observed the competition, soon identifying Li Wenying as the main opponent he would have to beat. Li Wenying sat there with complete confidence in her status and background. She calmly placed a commanding bid of 630 million, privately sneering at the thought that anyone would dare challenge the power of the Li family. The host immediately called out Li Wenying's bid for the entire hall to hear. Yet Su Jingming remained completely unfazed, raising his hand right away and countering with 640 million. That bold move instantly drew attention from the people seated nearby. Seeing that Su Jingming's face was unfamiliar, many of them began whispering, assuming he had to be an outsider who had no idea about the secret realm's unspoken rules surrounding the Li family. Li Wenying's expression darkened, but she still tried to pressure him with her influence. She stood up and addressed Su Jingming directly, saying that her older brother, Li Xianglin, needed a fine spear, and if Su Jingming stepped aside, he would gain both her personal friendship and the favor of the Li family. Su Jingming did not look moved in the slightest. In his mind, the so-called friendship of a peak tier 6 expert was practically meaningless, and it was nowhere near enough to make him give up the spear. Before the atmosphere could grow even more awkward, the female auction host stepped in at once. Her tone turned strict as she reminded Li Wenying that the auction rules forbade buyers from communicating too closely during bidding, and if she violated them again, her right to bid would be cancelled immediately. Forced to hold back, Li Wenying glared at Su Jingming with barely concealed fury, and entered a bid of 650 million. Su Jingming met her gaze without backing down and instantly raised the price again to 660 million. A wave of shock swept through the crowd. The onlookers could hardly believe this young outsider dared to openly provoke Li Wenying, and many of them grew even more excited as they wondered how far this clash would escalate and whether the Li family would retaliate afterward. Li Wenying's body trembled with anger, and her clenched fists made it clear she was barely holding herself together. Ever since her father had advanced to the peak of Tier 6, no one had dared to disregard her status so openly. The host, however, remained calm despite the tense atmosphere. She clearly announced Su Jingming's 660 million bid to the entire auction hall. Li Weiniang's mouth curled into a sinister smile as she pushed the price even higher, raising the bid to 670 million. She was determined to test just how deep her opponent's pockets really were. Su Jingming realized that if this bidding war dragged on, his own funds might not be enough. He turned to Song Chukyu and Jiang Chuxian to ask for a loan, and Song Chukyu casually offered him 500 million, while Jiang Chuxian just as calmly offered 1 billion, adding that she could have her family transfer more if he needed it. Su Jingming smiled gratefully and told them that amount would be more than enough. In his view, if an ordinary S-class weapon climbed past 1 billion, it would be more practical to hire an artifact master and have a custom weapon forged instead. Sitting beside them, Zhang Luo was left completely dumbfounded. Sweat trickled down his face as he stared at Su Jingming's companions, silently marveling at their terrifyingly wealthy backgrounds and how casually they could talk about hundreds of millions. With his backup funds secured, Su Jingming remained perfectly calm. He raised the price again as if nothing had happened, casually pushing the bid to 700 million. A fierce bidding war broke out between Su Jingming and Li Weiniang. The number kept jumping back and forth until Su Jingming finally placed a firm bid of 830 million. Li Weiniang was shaking with rage, but the female companion beside her quickly urged her to stop. They had already gone over budget, and pushing the price past 1 billion just to spite him was not worth it. Gritting her teeth, Li Weiniang finally backed down, though in her heart, she coldly decided she had other ways to deal with him. With no one else daring to place another bid, the auctioneer brought down the gavel and officially finalized the sale. The flowing cloud golden edge spear now belonged to Su Jingming. Su Jingming quietly assessed the final price in his mind. 830 million was still within an acceptable range, and now he only hoped that this premium weapon would truly be worth every coin. Half an hour later, the female auction host personally presented Su Jingming with everything he had won, the 5 Thunder Crystal Cores and the S-Class Spear. The total came to 874 million, and she invited him to inspect the goods before completing the transaction. Su Jingming reached out and wrapped his hand around the spear's dark metal shaft. The instant he gripped it, golden lightning burst around the weapon, crackling fiercely as if the spear and his power were naturally resonating with each other. He was extremely satisfied with both the spear's conductivity and its heavy, solid feel. Without any further hesitation, Su Jingming handed his card to the host and completed the purchase. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious private lounge, Li Weiniang summoned an older retainer known as Uncle Li, along with 2 suited subordinates. Still burning with humiliation, she gave them a blunt order: assassinate the man who had outbid her and strip him of all his equipment. When Uncle Li asked for more information, Li Weiniang revealed that she had already investigated him. His name was Su Jingming, a high-rank Tier 3 student using a pass from Magic City Ability University. Uncle Li cautiously suggested that they should investigate further, since Su Jingming belonged to a prestigious university. But Li Weiniang dismissed the concern at once, saying students often entered the Thunder Secret Realm, and they only needed to wait until he went into the danger zone before launching an ambush. A cruel smile spread across Li Weiniang's face as she continued. The ferocious beasts inside the realm would devour Su Jingming's corpse within hours, leaving no evidence behind. And once the S-Class Spear was stolen, changing its appearance with fresh paint and some modifications would be a simple matter. After hearing her reasoning, Uncle Li immediately turned to his 2 men and gave the order. They were to stake out the entrance to the Thunder Secret Realm at once and report back the moment Su Jingming appeared. Li Weiniang then told Uncle Li to inform her when everything was ready. She wanted to go with them herself because she intended to watch Su Jingming regret ever daring to cross her. Back at his accommodation, Su Jingming began testing the S-Class flowing cloud golden edge spear he had just acquired, feeling out its weight, balance, and power for himself. Holding the dark spear shaft firmly in both hands, Su Jingming could immediately feel how perfectly balanced the weapon was. Then he remembered its special Kermer alloy could become as heavy as 100 tons, so he decided to pour his lightning ability into it at full strength and test just how much weight it could really gain. Golden electrical energy surged out from Su Jingming's body and flowed straight into the spear, wrapping the weapon in crackling arcs of lightning. In the very next instant, the spear's weight shot up violently. Su Jingming was caught completely off guard by the sudden pressure, and even with his strength, he almost lost his grip, dropping heavily onto one knee as the spear's end slammed into the floor. Straining under the burden, Su Jingming quickly judged his current physical lifting limit to be around 5 tons. Since the spear had nearly slipped from his hands, he estimated that injecting his full power had raised its original 800-kilogram weight to more than 6 tons, and that sudden change immediately gave him a new idea for combat. After steadying himself, Su Jingming rose back to his feet and planted his stance firmly. He gripped the spear, swept it downward with a heavy strike, and the terrifying force instantly smashed the wooden floorboards beneath him into flying splinters. A confident smile appeared on his face as he imagined the possibilities. If he swung the spear at its normal weight to build up speed, then suddenly injected his ability right before impact and forced its weight to spike to 6 tons. The combination of momentum and raw mass would crush an opponent with brutal force. Standing in the middle of the shattered floor, Su Jingming also understood that controlling the spear after that sudden weight increase would not be easy. Still, this weapon was clearly a terrifying killing tool, and once his friends left, he planned to return to the thunderstorm zone immediately and practice with it properly. The next day at noon, Song Chukyu and Jiang Chuxian stood outside Su Jingming's accommodation to say goodbye. Before leaving, they reminded him with a smile that once school started again, they would still need him to guide them. Su Jingming smiled warmly at them and thanked both girls for coming all this way to spend the holiday with him, making the otherwise lonely festival feel much livelier. He stood there and waved as the 2 girls got into a red sports car, watching them drive away together down the road. Once he was alone again, Su Jingming stretched his arms and quickly refocused on his own plans. He had less than a week left in the secret realm, so he needed to hurry back to the thunderstorm zone and gather as many thunder crystal cores as possible. As Su Jingming headed toward the thunderstorm zone, a suited subordinate hidden in the shadows kept his eyes fixed on him. The man pressed his earpiece and reported to his superior that the target was entering the danger zone, urging her to come quickly. Elsewhere, Li Weining was relaxing inside a luxurious room when the message reached her phone. The moment she heard the report, her eyes lit up, and she eagerly agreed to head over right away. As Li Weining stood up to leave, a man in the room noticed her movement and casually asked where she was going. A sinister red light flashed in Li Weining's eyes as she turned to her older brother. She told him she was going to retrieve his birthday present, proudly claiming it was something she had spent a long time preparing. Li Xianglin smiled with calm confidence when he heard that. He looked at his sister with clear anticipation, already looking forward to seeing what kind of gift she had prepared for him. Meanwhile, deep inside the forested thunderstorm zone, Su Jingming stood over the bloody, fur-covered carcass of a large beast. With effortless strength, he pulled his new S-class spear free from the monster's body. Then, as if sensing something behind him, Su Jingming slowly glanced over his shoulder. His voice remained calm as he called out to the people hiding nearby, pointing out that they had already been following him for quite a while. Uncle Li stepped out from the foliage with 2 suited subordinates at his sides. He clapped lightly as he praised the young university student, saying that for someone only at high rank Tier 3, Su Jingming's perception was surprisingly sharp. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes as he looked at the unfamiliar group. He said he did not recognize any of them, then coldly demanded to know why they had been following him. At that moment, Li Weining stepped out from behind her men, dressed in black and carrying herself with arrogant confidence. She struck a haughty pose and declared that even if Su Jingming did not know her retainers, he should definitely remember her. Recognizing the woman who had fought him at the auction, Su Jingming asked if they had come to steal his S-class spear. Li Weining corrected him with a cruel smile, saying she planned to take his life as well, though she mockingly sighed that it was a pity to waste such a handsome face when he could have become the leader of her harem if he had not offended her. Su Jingming remained completely calm in the face of her threats. He simply looked at her and questioned her cruelty, pointing out that she was not only greedy for his newly acquired weapon, but also wanted his life. Li Weining smiled darkly and answered with pure arrogance. In her eyes, the weak had no right to speak in front of the strong, so she ordered Su Jingming to kneel and kowtow if he wanted a quick death, warning that if he resisted, she would make him die slowly and painfully. Su Jingming calmly agreed with her twisted idea about the weak and the strong. Then, without another word, he activated his ability, and fierce golden lightning erupted from his body. His hair rose upward and shone brilliantly as raw electricity surged around him. Su Jingming remarked that because they had failed to properly investigate him, they had completely misunderstood who the real powerhouse was in this encounter. The intensity of Su Jingming's aura exploded outward like a shockwave, forcing Li Weining backward. Her expression twisted with disbelief as she stared at him, completely confused by his sudden and terrifying rise in power. Su Jingming grinned fiercely as he sized up the enemies before him. 2 Tier 4 mid-ranks and 2 Tier 4 low-ranks stood against him, but he showed no fear at all and mockingly invited the entire group to attack together. Uncle Li instantly realized the situation had become dangerous. Panic flashed across his face as he shouted for his 3 suited subordinates to coordinate their attacks and strike the glowing student with everything they had. As all 4 men charged toward him, Su Jingming lifted one hand, and dense golden energy crackled around his palm. Without hesitation, he unleashed his divine lightning technique. Massive pillars of blinding lightning crashed down from the sky, striking Uncle Lee and every one of his henchmen at the same time with terrifying precision. The overwhelming voltage smashed through their defenses and crushed their bodies straight into the scorched ground, leaving the earth beneath them burned black. Li Weiniang watched her entire elite escort get wiped out in a single move, and all the color drained from her face. Trembling from head to toe, she finally understood that she had to run immediately if she wanted to survive. She turned in a panic and tried to flee, but her legs were already unsteady. After only a few steps, she tripped clumsily over a branch. Li Weiniang crashed onto the forest floor, dirt scattering around her as she looked up in terror. Su Jingming's figure loomed over her, cold and intimidating, as he announced that now it was her turn. Scrambling backward through the dirt, the terrified heiress stammered and asked who he really was, unable to understand how a mere student could possess such horrifying strength. Su Jingming calmly repeated that he was a student from Magic City Ability University, then sarcastically reminded her that she had been the one confidently trying to kill him moments ago. Still crawling backward on the ground, Li Weiniang broke down completely. With tears in her eyes, she admitted she had made a mistake and begged Su Jingming to spare her, offering tens of billions in cash and promising that he could leave safely. As her fear grew worse, she clutched her chest and made an even more desperate offer. She said she could personally serve him, claiming she was no less attractive than the two women who had been by his side. Su Jingming rejected her without the slightest hesitation. He coldly said that his excellent friends could never be compared to someone whose body had been ruined by lust and drugs, then added with disgust that he was a germaphobe and found her far too dirty to touch. That merciless insult shattered Li Weiniang's pitiful act. Humiliated and furious, she cursed him viciously, screaming that if he dared to kill her, her father and brother would slaughter his entire family and skin him alive. Su Jingming remained unmoved by her gruesome threats. He simply accepted her words with calm indifference and raised one hand, golden lightning crackling intensely around his fingers. With one swift motion, he brought down a massive pillar of lightning directly onto Li Weiniang, engulfing her in devastating golden electricity. As smoke rose from her charred remains, Su Jingming turned away from the carnage without hesitation. In his mind, anyone who came to kill others had to be prepared to die, and he chose not to loot their space rings because elite families often hid tracking devices inside such items. At the same time, inside a luxurious estate, an automated system suddenly blared out a warning. Smart wristband number 003 had lost all vital signs. Li Xianglin had been sitting comfortably on his sofa, but the warning instantly jolted him upright. He recognized that wristband number immediately. It belonged to his younger sister, Li Weiniang. Rage surged across Li Xianglin's face as he demanded to know who had dared to kill his little sister. Without delay, he ordered his men to lock onto her final location. His uncle quickly checked the device and reported that the wristband's connection had been completely lost, though its last ping had come from the edge of the thunderstorm zone. Li Xianglin was bewildered, unable to understand how his sister could have suffered a fatal accident there when she was supposed to be fetching his birthday present. He immediately ordered his uncle to contact his sister's guard squad and find out what had happened. But after checking a tablet, the uncle's expression turned grim as he reported that all 4 members of the squad had also lost their vital signs and could no longer be reached. Li Xianglin's eyes narrowed with deep anger and disbelief. Uncle Li and the entire escort team had been wiped out, and he could not understand what kind of enemy possessed enough overwhelming strength to kill veteran guards before they even had the chance to send a warning. The uncle cautiously suggested that the killer might be a peak tier 4 expert, or perhaps the guards had simply underestimated their opponent. He also noted that the culprit had been careful enough to leave the storage rings behind, making them much harder to track down. When the uncle cautiously asked whether they should report this to the family head, Li Xianglin rejected the idea without hesitation. His father was still in secluded cultivation, trying to break through to the Tier 7 Grandmaster realm, so Li Xianglin ordered his uncle to retrace Li Weiniang's recent movements and contacts first, hoping to find a usable lead. The uncle immediately acknowledged the command and lowered his head to begin searching through the data on his device. Beside him, Li Xianglin sat there with a dark expression, rubbing his temples in frustration as anger and grief pressed down on him. After reviewing the records, the uncle reported that aside from an old conflict with the Wang family, Li Weiniang's most recent major activity had been trying to buy an S-class spear as a birthday gift for her brother. However, just 2 days earlier, someone else had outbid her and taken the weapon. Li Xianglin's eyes instantly sharpened, and he demanded the buyer's name. The uncle quickly identified him as Su Jingming, a student from Magic City Ability University who had entered with an S-class pass, then listed his impressive background as a top provincial scorer, a Tier 3 ability user, and an S-rank talent. The moment Li Xianglin connected that information with his sister's earlier words about fetching his present, he pointed forward with certainty and concluded that Su Jingming had to be the killer. The uncle carefully warned him that going after an S-rank genius could bring serious trouble. But Li Xianglin was already consumed by rage and grief, and he had no patience for caution. He furiously dismissed the warning, declaring that no matter how famous Su Jingming was, a life had to be paid back with a life. Li Xianglin abruptly rose to his feet and ordered his uncle to come with him. He planned to ambush Su Jingming at the thunderstorm zone exit, and if he could not kill the student himself, he wanted the older man to help finish the job. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Su Jingming calmly crouched beside the corpse of a fallen beast. With a small knife in hand, he carefully carved out a glowing purple thunder crystal core from its body. Su Jingming examined the freshly harvested core with a satisfied smile. By his count, he had already killed 17 Tier 4 thunder beasts, earning 4,250 ability points along with 17 crystal cores, enough resources for him to finally complete his breakthrough and liquefy his lightning in one continuous session. With the harvesting finished, Su Jingming turned away from the beast's corpse and walked through the dense, blood-stained forest, ready to head back and begin his next stage of cultivation. At a security checkpoint, the red-robed Archbishop of the Heaven's Mandate sect, Bloodkill, calmly handed his pass to the receptionist, hiding his true identity beneath an ordinary appearance. Under the false name Zhang Heng, and using only a C-class pass, the system approved his entry and granted him 24 hours of access to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall's secret area. The receptionist returned the pass politely and reminded him to make good use of his limited time inside. Bloodkill's lips curled into an evil smile as he walked away. In his mind, 24 hours was already more than enough, because the end of the S-rank student Su Jingming had finally arrived. Near one of the exit tunnels, several men dressed in black suits stood waiting silently, their eyes fixed on everyone coming and going. Some nearby onlookers quickly noticed them. One person pointed out that those men belonged to the Li family and had been watching the area for several days, meaning whoever they were waiting for was about to run into serious trouble. When Su Jingming finally walked out, one of the Li family men immediately recognized him. He pressed his earpiece and quickly reported to his young master that their target had appeared. Su Jingming paused in his tracks, slightly confused as he sensed multiple gazes locking onto him at once. Suddenly, Li Xianglin dropped down from above with a spear in hand. He shouted Su Jingming's name with fury, demanding that he repay his blood debt with blood. Seeing the attacker's peak Tier 4 strength and the spear in his hands, Su Jingming calmly guessed that this had to be Li Xianglin. Yet he seemed more annoyed than afraid, even thinking that if he had known they would find him this fast, he should not have destroyed the rings he looted earlier, since he had basically thrown away millions. Li Xianglin landed heavily on the ground, anger burning across his face as he demanded to know whether Su Jingming had killed his sister, Li Weining. Su Jingming answered calmly, asking why he was even asking when he already knew the truth. The surrounding bystanders heard the exchange and were instantly shocked. Some could hardly believe Li Weining was dead, while one person muttered that her arrogance had finally brought disaster on herself, and another sighed that Su Jingming was now doomed to face the full revenge of the powerful Li family. Li Xianglin trembled with rage as he stared at Su Jingming, his voice heavy with hatred as he demanded to know why Su Jingming had killed her. Su Jingming showed no guilt at all. He simply explained that Li Weining had tried to kill him and steal his belongings, but failed, so he killed her instead. To him, there was no need for any other reason. Li Xianglin snarled that even if his sister had done something wrong, Su Jingming had no right to kill her, because the Li family protected her. Su Jingming did not bother arguing and only said that words were meaningless now, since conflicts like this were ultimately decided by whoever was stronger. Su Jingming then released his power. His hair turned white, dazzling golden lightning wrapped around his entire body, and he coldly challenged Li Xianglin to prove whether he, or the Li family behind him, could actually hurt him. The crowd watched in awe as they recognized him as the S-rank genius from Magic City University. They were stunned that a 19-year-old freshman had already reached high-rank Tier 3, though someone still assumed that such a young genius would probably die here today. Li Xianglin laughed at Su Jingming's rank and activated his own ability. His body swelled into a huge, muscular, wolf-like beast with glowing purple eyes, and he arrogantly declared that he alone was enough to kill the student. With his spear in hand and lightning wrapped around his body, Su Jingming did not retreat at all. Instead, he charged straight toward the towering beast. Li Xianglin met the charge head-on, full of confidence. He mocked Su Jingming for daring to fight him in close combat, calling it nothing more than a death wish. Their spears slammed together with terrifying force, and the collision exploded into a blinding burst of energy that swept across the area. But in the next instant, Li Xianglin's expression changed completely. He was overpowered in the clash and sent flying backward. The massive beast crashed hard onto the concrete, tearing up the ground beneath him as his body slid helplessly across the broken surface. Pain shot through Li Xianglin as he gritted his teeth in disbelief. He could not understand how Su Jingming, a lower-ranked lightning user, could possess even greater physical strength than him. Forced down onto one knee, the beaten beast finally realized how absurd the situation was. As a peak tier 4 physical type user, his strength should have crushed a lower ranked ability user, yet he was the one being suppressed. Su Jingming gathered powerful golden lightning into his hand and looked down at his enemy coldly. He said that he usually enjoyed dragging out a good fight, but today he wanted to end things quickly. Su Jingming unleashed his heavenly lightning attack, and a gigantic pillar of golden electricity crashed straight down from above, striking Li Xianglin directly. The beast roared in agony as the lightning burned through his body. Fear finally flooded Li Xianglin's heart, because he knew that if this continued, he would truly be killed. Beaten and trembling on the ground, Li Xianglin could no longer maintain his arrogance. In desperation, he shouted for his uncle to save him. The older man moved immediately. Flames erupted around his fists as he charged toward Su Jingming with terrifying speed. Watching from a distance, the crowd quickly recognized the attacker as Butler Li Quan, a powerful Tier 5 expert. Seeing the difference in rank, many of them believed Su Jingming was finished. But Su Jingming did not turn his attention away from Li Xianglin. He used his heavenly lightning again, calling down another deadly pillar of golden electricity onto the already defeated young master. Butler Li Quan's face twisted with horror. He shouted for his young master, realizing too late that something had gone terribly wrong. The crowd stood frozen as the dust began to clear. Su Jingming had used another lightning strike to instantly kill Li Xianglin, and while everyone was shocked by the deadly power of his S-rank ability, they were also confused about how he had survived the butler's fiery attack. When the smoke finally dispersed, Su Jingming was still standing completely unharmed. A blue energy shield surrounded him, blocking the flames, and he quietly noted that he had been forced to use the life-saving item his teacher gave him, an ancient defensive treasure with impressive strength. Butler Li Quan immediately understood that this shield would not be easy to break. He jumped back to create distance, deciding that he had to contact his master at once. Pressing his earpiece, Butler Li Quan quickly delivered the terrible news to the Li family head. He confirmed that both the young master and the young miss had been killed near the entrance. The report soon reached the Grand Li family estate, turning the entire atmosphere inside the mansion deathly tense. Overwhelmed by rage, the family head smashed straight through the roof of his mansion and shot high into the air, his fury shaking the space around him. In the sky above the estate, the furious father screamed his son's name in deep pain, his voice filled with grief and murderous hatred. Driven forward by his overwhelming power, the figure tears through the sky like a blazing meteor, racing toward the battlefield at terrifying speed. Su Jingming's expression instantly turns grave as he lifts his gaze upward, sensing a frightening new presence descending from above and closing in at incredible speed. The head of the Li family comes crashing down like a falling boulder, smashing into the ground with brutal force, cracking the concrete beneath him and blasting a shockwave outward. His face twists with fury as he fixes a murderous glare on the young student. In a voice filled with rage, he roars that Su Jingming has gone far beyond the line by killing both of his children. Still burning with anger, the family head suddenly turns his wrath toward Butler Li Quan. He lashes out at the servant, shouting that he is completely useless for failing to protect his children. Without giving him even a moment to react, the furious master strikes his own servant. A sinister red energy surges out, catching the stunned butler completely off guard. Butler Li Quan lets out a miserable scream as the red aura coils around him like a noose, draining away his life force until the once powerful expert withers into a dried husk. After absorbing that energy, the man's strength seems to surge again. His eyes glow a chilling red as he turns back toward Su Jingming and declares that the young student will be next. Su Jingming tightens his grip around his spear, sweat sliding down his face as he steadies his breathing, fully aware that the enraged man before him is an extremely dangerous threat. But just before Li Konghai can make his move, a gray-haired man steps directly between them, bringing several guards with him. It is Wang Gu, the branch master of the Thunder Secret Realm, and he calmly asks Li Konghai what exactly he thinks he is doing. The crowd erupts in shock the moment they recognize Branchmaster Wang. Everyone knows he is the only Tier 7 Grandmaster present, and when they spot Instructor Wu and several other top fighters arriving as well, they immediately understand that the organization has come out in full force to protect Su Jingming. Surrounded by enemies and forced to face a Tier 7 Grandmaster, Li Konghai clenches his jaw so hard his teeth nearly grind together. In his heart, he curses bitterly, realizing his chance to kill the boy today has slipped away. Suppressing the killing intent in his eyes, Li Konghai forces himself to swallow his pride. He straightens his posture and respectfully greets Branchmaster Wang as though nothing had happened. While the tension briefly settles, Zhang Luo hurries over to his friend's side. He quietly tells Su Jingming that with the Branchmaster standing here, Li Konghai will not dare make trouble, and Su Jingming finally lets out a relieved breath before thanking him. Branchmaster Wang then turns to Su Jingming with a warm smile. He says Instructor Wu has already told him about the students' impressive battles, and he praises Su Jingming as truly remarkable, while Su Jingming responds with polite modesty. Yet even as the confrontation appears to calm down, another presence is watching from the shadows. Behind the gathered crowd, a dark figure silently observes the powerful people assembled before him. That hidden watcher is Bloodkill, the assassin moving under disguise. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he thinks that with so many important targets gathered in one place, the massacre he is about to begin will be much easier. Wang Gu reassures Su Jingming that as long as he remains within the Thunder Secret Realm, he will be protected. Su Jingming lowers his head slightly and thanks the branchmaster with respectful sincerity. The surrounding crowd finally begins to relax, convinced the matter has ended, since even a furious Li Konghai would never dare act recklessly in front of a Tier 7 Grandmaster. But in that very moment, the disguised assassin hidden among the bystanders suddenly makes his move. With a violent burst of dark red energy, he shoots forward like a raging storm, blasting the nearby onlookers aside and forcing open a path through the crowd. An enormous surge of aura erupts from his body, and the force of it completely shatters the disguise he had been hiding behind. With a twisted, manic look on his face, the attacker reveals himself as Bloodkill, a red-robed archbishop of the Heaven's Mandate sect. He declares that he has come under orders to annihilate the Thunder Secret Realm, and that both Wang Gu and Su Jingming are doomed to die here. Wang Gu's expression changes at once as he realizes the enemy before them is no ordinary assassin, but a terrifying Tier 8 Grandmaster from that notorious cult. Bloodkill's cold gaze settles on Su Jingming, and even he acknowledges the boy's monstrous potential. A Tier 3 high-rank fighter whose strength already surpasses a peak Tier 4 could very well become a martial saint one day, but Bloodkill cruelly declares that Su Jingming's growth ends right here. A mocking smirk appears on Bloodkill's face as he tells the young genius to call the space-type Grandmaster from his university for help. Then he sneers at the idea, convinced that the distance is far too great for her to teleport here in time. But Su Jingming does not panic. If anything, he only looks slightly irritated, silently judging the arrogance of this Tier 8 Grandmaster, who clearly has no idea how formidable Vice Principal Ling Shuang truly is as an S-rank space-type ability user. A confident smile rises on Su Jingming's face as he wonders why his enemies always start celebrating before the battle is truly over. He raises the protective talisman in his hand and decides to grant Bloodkill the wish he was so arrogantly asking for. Su Jingming clenches the talisman tightly in his palm, and with a sharp crack, the charm shatters between his fingers. In the very next instant, an enormous and intricate blue magic circle spreads open across the sky above him, glowing with dazzling spatial power. From the center of the radiant portal, Vice Principal Ling Shuang descends gracefully, her figure wrapped in swirling, dreamlike energy as she appears above the battlefield. The onlookers stare upward in complete awe, stunned by the sudden arrival of the university's own Tier 8 Grandmaster. As the terrifying pressure of Ling Shuang's aura rolls over the area, the crowd's fear is instantly washed away by relief, and everyone feels that they have finally been saved. From the sidelines, Li Konghai breaks out in a cold sweat. He never imagined that a mere student could summon a Tier 8 Grandmaster for protection, and as he grits his teeth, he feels deeply thankful that he did not attack earlier, knowing one reckless move could have destroyed the entire Li family. Hovering calmly above the battlefield, Ling Shuang looks down at the assassin below and remarks with icy composure that the remnants of the Heaven's Mandate sect really do linger like ghosts. Bloodkill is left completely bewildered by her sudden arrival. In his memory, Ling Shuang's maximum teleportation range should not have been more than 500 kilometers. Ling Shuang then calmly reveals the truth behind the trap. She had deliberately hidden the news of her recent breakthrough, already predicting that those stubborn cultists would take the bait sooner or later. Bloodkill's face stiffens as he senses the crushing weight of her aura, and only then does he realize that Ling Shuang has already advanced to become a Tier 8 mid-rank Grandmaster. Knowing that he is only a B-class ability user facing an S-class space-type expert, Bloodkill's confidence collapses in an instant. Panic takes over, and he immediately turns to flee. But Ling Shuang simply raises her hand, projecting a glowing magic circle from her palm. Her voice turns cold as she tells him that it is far too late to run now. In a flash, a massive hexagonal energy barrier forms around Bloodkill, the spatial yin-yang domain sealing off his escape route and locking him in place. The huge spherical domain fully traps the assassin inside, while Ling Shuang remains outside the barrier, maintaining complete control over the space around him. With a swift downward slash of her hand, Ling Shuang sends a razor-sharp crescent of spatial energy cutting straight toward him. Bloodkill refuses to fall without a fight. With a desperate roar, he unleashes wave after wave of dark red energy to strike back, shouting that killing him will not be that simple. Inside the sealed barrier, their opposing powers collide violently, red and blue energy exploding against each other in a blinding clash. The two powerful fighters then rush toward one another, closing the distance in an instant as the battle erupts at full force. Down below, Su Jingming and Branchmaster Wang Gu watch from a safe distance as shockwaves of red and blue energy detonate again and again against the reinforced walls of the spatial domain, keeping the destructive force from spilling into the surrounding area. Realizing that a battle at this level will not end quickly, Wang Gu immediately takes command of the situation on the ground. He orders his supervisors and instructor Wu to remain nearby and support the vice principal, while another team coordinates with the Thunder Martial Arts Hall to evacuate the citizens in the area. Wang Gu then advises Su Jingming to leave with Supervisor Jiang for his own safety, but Su Jingming politely refuses, choosing to remain where he is. Su Jingming understands that running away now might only create more trouble for his vice principal. He is also confident that Bloodkill cannot defeat Ling Shuang, and even if the worst somehow happens, she can easily teleport him to safety. More importantly, a battle between two Tier 8 Grandmasters is an incredibly rare chance to learn, and he does not want to miss it. Half an hour later, the fierce battle finally comes to an end. Ling Shuang lands lightly on the ruined ground, standing with calm elegance over Bloodkill, who lies battered, exhausted, and completely defeated. Completely drained of strength, the badly wounded assassin finally loses the last bit of resistance in his body. His knees buckle, his arms give out beneath him, and he crashes face first onto the hard concrete, lying there motionless in utter defeat. As Su Jingming looks down at the fallen Grandmaster, his mind immediately shifts to his system. A dangerous thought flashes through him. If he killed an expert who had cultivated the god's blood secret art, just how many ability points would that be worth? Not far away, Zhang Luo is covered in sweat as he stares at the scene in shock. Vice Principal Ling's strength is simply beyond overwhelming. From the very beginning, that assassin had been locked down with no room to escape, completely suppressed in every direction, so defeat was never a possibility. It was the only ending waiting for him. Su Jingming turns toward his senior brother and asks whether he has ever seen Ling Shuang fight before. Zhang Luo shakes his head and admits that he has not, explaining that Vice Principal Ling is even harder to catch sight of than the university's head principal. Then, lowering his voice, he points out how unusually well she treats Su Jingming, especially after giving him something as precious as a space talisman. Su Jingming lets out a helpless sigh, glancing at the empty space where his life-saving trump card used to be. That talisman was his one and only emergency protection, and now it has already been used up. Zhang Luo immediately clicks his tongue, saying that even having one of those things was an unbelievable luxury, then teases him by asking if he is seriously hoping to get another. Zhang Luo keeps joking, saying that if Su Jingming really gets another one, then Vice Principal Ling might as well be his personal nanny from now on. But the words have barely left his mouth when Ling Shuang silently appears behind them, her calm voice suddenly cutting in as she asks what exactly they are talking about. Caught red-handed while gossiping, Zhang Luo freezes on the spot like his spine has turned to ice. Cold sweat rolls down his face as he stiffly turns around and forces out a nervous greeting to the terrifying Grandmaster standing right behind him. Ling Shuang does not bother with the awkward atmosphere. Her gaze simply shifts to Su Jingming as she reminds him that the Heaven's Mandate sect has not disappeared and may still move against him again. With a raise of her hand, a new blue light gathers in her palm, forming another glowing space talisman. She places it in his hand and tells him to crush it the next time he faces danger. Su Jingming accepts it eagerly, so moved that he almost calls her his nanny before catching himself at the last second. Zhang Luo watches the exchange with his eyes practically bulging out of his head. In his heart, he is screaming in disbelief. She actually gave Su Jingming another priceless artifact, proving that his earlier joke was not even that far from the truth. After that, Ling Shuang walks toward Branchmaster Wang Gu and begins giving instructions for what comes next. She tells him that the real details of this battle must be sealed off completely. Instead of revealing the truth, he is to spread a false public statement claiming that she suffered heavy injuries and, for the time being, can no longer use her space-type abilities. Wang Gu immediately understands and agrees to carry out her order. The moment Wang Gu grasps the meaning behind her plan, admiration rises in his heart. If the Heaven's Mandate sect believes this fake information, they will think Ling Shuang is weakened and vulnerable. And once they take the bait, they may end up losing yet another Tier 8 Archbishop in the trap she has prepared. Ling Shuang then adds one more important instruction. Su Jingming's battle records must also be kept strictly confidential, so his true strength will remain hidden before the National University League. Once that matter is settled, the softness in her expression disappears, and her cold gaze turns toward the Li family. Her voice turns sharp as she condemns what the Li family has done. Killing people for treasure and then trying to silence the victim afterward are crimes that cannot be forgiven. With a stern look, she demands to know where the family head, Li Konghai, is hiding. Trembling with fear, Li Konghai has no choice but to step forward at once. Ling Shuang harshly rebukes him for allowing his children to commit such crimes, then points out that his own deliberate attempt to murder a student is an even more serious offense. As punishment, she sentences him to 20 years in prison and coldly asks whether he accepts the judgment. Li Konghai stands there stunned, as if the words have struck him harder than any attack. The color drains from his face, and the weight of a full 20-year sentence leaves him pale and speechless. But in front of a Tier 8 Grandmaster, he knows there is no room to struggle or argue. His legs give out, and he drops heavily to his knees, lowering his head as he accepts the punishment placed upon him. The surrounding crowd immediately begins whispering among themselves. Some are shaken by how harsh the university's protection of its students truly is, while others quietly remark that the Li family only has itself to blame for walking straight into this disaster. Wang Gu looks at the once powerful family head kneeling on the ground and silently reaches his conclusion. The Li family is finished. With its core members dead and its leader locked away for decades, there is no path left for them to rise again. Once the Li family's punishment is settled, Ling Shuang turns back to Su Jingming and reminds him to remain careful, because the Heaven's Mandate sect may still come after him. Seeing that she seems to be in a surprisingly good mood, Su Jingming seizes the chance and cheekily asks whether he deserves a reward for successfully acting as bait. Nearby, Zhang Luo's heart nearly leaps out of his chest again. He stares at his junior brother in complete disbelief, unable to understand how Su Jingming dares to ask a reward from a terrifying Tier 8 Grandmaster so casually. But what shocks Zhang Luo even more is that Ling Shuang does not get angry. She simply pauses for a moment, looks at Su Jingming with a calm expression, and asks what kind of reward he wants, leaving Zhang Luo completely dumbfounded. Only then does Su Jingming realize that she has actually taken his words seriously. He quickly smiles and waves his hands, explaining that he was only joking. After already receiving a second priceless space talisman, he admits that asking for anything more would be far too greedy. Ling Shuang's usually cold face softens slightly, revealing a rare faint smile. She says it has been a very long time since anyone dared to joke with her like that. Then blue light gathers around her hand, and she reveals that she did, in fact, prepare something especially for him. In her hand appears a beautiful pendant necklace, glowing with a gentle blue radiance. The light flickers across its surface like flowing starlight as she calmly offers the artifact to Su Jingming. Su Jingming hesitates as he looks at the blue pendant shining in front of him. Even at a glance, he can tell that the power contained inside is far beyond the Tier 7 talisman his teacher once gave him. Ling Shuang confirms his guess, explaining that this is a Tier 8 talisman capable of blocking an attack from a mid-rank Grandmaster. Since it no longer has much use for her, she offers it to him directly as his reward. Su Jingming accepts the artifact with both gratitude and excitement, immediately declaring his loyalty to the vice principal. Ling Shuang, however, remains calm and simply waves off the promise, telling him that the best thing he can do is focus properly on his cultivation. Su Jingming fastens the new talisman onto his wrist, the blue glow settling against him like an extra layer of protection. Zhang Luo watches from the side in silence, his eyes filled with envy as he secretly wishes he could have one too. As Ling Shuang slowly rises into the air, Wang Gu watches her figure levitate and immediately understands just how much importance she places on Su Jingming. In that instant, he makes up his mind that he must build a good relationship with this young student. Ling Shuang then looks towards Su Jingming and asks whether he has finished everything here, suggesting that they return to Magic City Ability University together for the new term. Su Jingming answers politely but declines for the moment, explaining that he still has unfinished business to take care of. When Ling Shuang asks how much more time he needs, Su Jingming thinks it over briefly and tells her that it should take about another 2 days. To everyone's surprise, Ling Shuang does not leave first. Instead, she decides to wait for him, saying that once his cultivation is complete, she will personally escort him back to the university. Su Jingming smiles and accepts her offer without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhang Luo stands off to the side with sweat sliding down his face, filled with envy and disbelief that a high-ranking Grandmaster is truly acting like a personal guardian for one student. Later, inside his luxurious villa, Su Jingming slowly wakes up in bed. Still groggy from sleep, he reaches for his phone and squints at the screen, trying to clear his head. The moment he sees the time, every trace of sleepiness vanishes from his face. Panic surges through him as he realizes that he has actually slept for 2 entire days. He bolts out of his room in a rush, his footsteps pounding down the hallway. While running, he anxiously laments that he only has 2 hours left in the Thunder Secret Realm to comprehend the technique of liquefying lightning. But as he sprints forward, Su Jingming suddenly stops in his tracks. Right in front of him, Ling Shuang is calmly meditating in midair, her body floating within layers of glowing blue magical runes. Without even turning around, Ling Shuang quietly asks whether he has rested well. Su Jingming answers that he has, but his voice is still tense as he quickly adds that he has almost no time left to finish his lightning training. Ling Shuang calmly tells him not to worry, revealing that his time limit is already gone. Branchmaster Wang has upgraded his S-Class pass into a permanent one, meaning he can enter freely from now on. Su Jingming's tense expression immediately relaxes, and he sincerely thanks her. Ling Shuang explains that she did not actually do much, since the upgrade was Wang Gu's own decision. He simply recognized Su Jingming's potential and wanted to support him. However, Su Jingming can already guess the truth. Wang Gu most likely made that decision because of his respect for Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang does not deny it, but she also points out that Wang Gu still does not know Su Jingming's true SS rank talent. If he did, the permanent pass would have been granted anyway. Then her tone turns more serious as she warns Su Jingming to prepare himself, because during the upcoming National University League, his true rank will inevitably be exposed. When Su Jingming asks what exactly he needs to prepare for, Ling Shuang calmly lists the dangers that will come with his fame, wealth, power, reputation, and women. She reminds him that an SS rank talent like his has not appeared in 4 years, so once the world learns about it, countless temptations will be placed in front of him. Su Jingming respectfully assures her that he understands. But Ling Shuang continues, saying that compared to wealth and power, the thing she worries about most is him being tempted by women. In her experience, that is one of the most common traps foreign factions use against young geniuses. Then Ling Shuang steps closer, her gaze suddenly becoming sharper and more intense. In a shockingly direct tone, she tells him that if the 2 girls by his side are not enough to satisfy his needs, he should tell her, and she will personally help him resolve the problem. Su Jingming is completely caught off guard by the outrageous statement. His face instantly turns bright red, and he stammers awkwardly, struggling to keep his composure as he insists that such measures are absolutely unnecessary. The strange tension in the room finally breaks when Ling Shuang calmly calls toward the doorway and tells someone to come in. Both she and Su Jingming turn their eyes in that direction as the door opens. Branchmaster Wang Gu walks in together with Zhang Luo. He reassures Su Jingming that the hostile Li Konghai has already been imprisoned, and with him locked away, the Li family will no longer be able to pose any threat. Su Jingming smiles and offers Wang Gu sincere thanks, both for dealing with the Li family's aftermath and for upgrading his pass into a permanent one. Wang Gu waves off the gratitude, saying that he is only doing his part to nurture the country's top geniuses. Then, as another gesture of support, he announces that he has arranged 24 full hours of access to the highest floor of the Thunder Tower for Su Jingming. Su Jingming's eyes light up with excitement, and he immediately thanks Branchmaster Wang again for this valuable opportunity. At the same time, Ling Shuang raises her hand behind him, and a glowing golden teleportation portal begins to open in the air. Ling Shuang gives Su Jingming a light push from behind, guiding him toward the glowing portal, as if this is the most natural thing in the world. Her tone remains calm, but the meaning is clear. She will personally take him to the Thunder Tower. Just before stepping into the portal, Su Jingming turns back and says goodbye to his senior brother, Zhang Luo, promising that he will return to school as soon as his cultivation is finished. Zhang Luo raises his hand and waves him off, saying that he came here precisely to see him leave safely. Branchmaster Wang Gu and Zhang Luo stand where they are, watching the golden portal flare with light. In the next instant, the glow flashes brightly, swallowing Su Jingming and Ling Shuang before vanishing completely from sight. At the Thunder Tower, terrifying bolts of raw green energy crash down from above, striking across the massive structure's outer walls. The entire tower stands beneath the violent storm like a sacred place forged inside endless thunder. On the highest floor of the tower, Su Jingming sits cross-legged in the middle of the training space. Around him, intense golden lightning roars and falls like a storm, filling the room with a blazing, destructive pressure. Golden lightning reflects across Su Jingming's eyes as he carefully senses the energy surging around him. Compared with the lightning on the 100th floor, the power here is far purer, more concentrated, and much closer to the original source of thunder itself. He slowly raises one hand and focuses all his attention on the violent arcs dancing before him. Bit by bit, he draws the raw, jagged lightning into his palm, using his own body and senses to probe its deepest nature. 17 hours pass in relentless training, and at last, his persistence begins to bear fruit. The wild, unstable electricity wrapped around his hand starts to change, its sharp arcs gradually condensing into a dense, glowing liquid. Su Jingming opens his eyes, and a satisfied smile spreads across his face. As the liquid lightning flows over his fingers like molten gold, he knows that he has finally crossed the threshold and mastered the liquefaction stage. Rising to his feet, Su Jingming casually shapes the liquid thunder in his hand. The golden energy swirls tighter and tighter until it forms a condensed sphere, and he can tell that simply throwing this form of lightning would unleash terrifying destructive force. Wanting to understand exactly how far his strength has progressed, Su Jingming calls up his holographic system interface. The glowing screen opens in front of him, ready to display his current attributes. The system panel reveals his full stats, showing his SS rank ability, his greatly improved vitality and spirit, his various combat techniques, and the balance of more than 18,000 ability points still waiting to be used. After looking over the numbers, Su Jingming quickly realizes that 18,000 points still will not be enough to push him into Tier 4. Since that path is temporarily blocked, he decides to strengthen his combat techniques first and wait for the National University League to farm the ability points he needs for the next level. His mind turns to the upcoming tournament's survival match, where the main goal will be hunting beasts. Since many Tier 4 monsters are expected to appear there, Su Jingming sees it as the perfect chance to collect a large amount of ability points in one go. With that decision made, Su Jingming chooses to spend his points on improving his combat techniques. First, he upgrades his body forging skill, the indestructible Thunder Body, pushing it directly to the 5th stage. The moment the upgrade takes effect, a massive wave of energy bursts out from his body. Lightning surges around him, his aura rises sharply, and even his hair turns bright and wild under the violent transformation. Standing in this enhanced state, Su Jingming can barely hide his excitement. That single 15,000-point upgrade has raised his vitality by nearly 1,000 points, giving his entire body a noticeably stronger foundation. But with his physique now improved so dramatically, Su Jingming understands that his offensive power must keep up as well. After a brief moment of thought, he decides to upgrade his fist technique to the Master Level 2. To test the power of his upgraded technique, Su Jingming steps forward and throws out a Thunder Fist. A concentrated blast of golden lightning erupts from his strike, tearing forward with devastating force. He looks at the deep cracks left across the reinforced wall and gives a confident smirk. Judging from that impact, he estimates that he now has enough power to one-shot a peak Tier 4 beast and even fight a Tier 5 monster head-on in close combat. With his training complete and his strength fully boosted, the wild lightning aura around Su Jingming gradually calms down. His hair settles back into place, and he turns toward the exit, ready to leave the training room. Stepping out into the hallway, Su Jingming soon reunites with Vice Principal Ling Shuang. The moment she sees him, a flicker of surprise crosses her usually calm eyes. Ling Shuang can tell at once that Su Jingming has not only achieved lightning liquefaction, but that his physical body has also grown much stronger in an extremely short time. Keeping the existence of his system hidden, Su Jingming simply says that he got lucky and happened to break through his indestructible Thunder Body to the 5th stage. Ling Shuang immediately remembers that this technique was created by Su Jingming's teacher. She also recalls that she was the one who personally approved his teacher's request for an extremely precious SS rank Tier 8 Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood essence to support Su Jingming's cultivation. Now that Su Jingming's business at the Thunder Tower is finished, Ling Shuang raises her hand and summons another golden teleportation circle. The light spreads beneath them, and the two prepare to return to the university together. Meanwhile, inside a grand Gothic castle, two hooded subordinates kneel before the leader of the Heaven's Mandate sect. They report that Archbishop Bloodkill was slain by Ling Shuang, and because they have been fooled by the university's false information, they also claim that Ling Shuang is now heavily injured and unable to protect Su Jingming, asking whether the assassination attempts should resume. One of the hooded cultists, his jagged teeth exposed in a hungry grin, immediately volunteers for the mission. Filled with killing intent, he swears that he will personally execute that young genius. But the Heaven's Mandate sect leader does not agree. In a low, controlled voice, he reminds them that the sect has already lost far too much combat power because of the country's extermination order, so continuing to target Su Jingming is no longer a wise move. Instead, he orders his followers to hide themselves and wait patiently for the peak of the origin energy tide. When that moment arrives, their supreme god will descend and grant them eternity. The loyal cultists bow their heads at once, chanting praises to their god inside the dark castle. Back at Magic City Ability University, an exhausted Su Jingming meets with Vice Principal Ling Shuang again. His body still feels heavy after maintaining his ability in an extreme state for 17 straight hours, all to force that breakthrough. Seeing how tired he looks, Ling Shuang quietly takes out a glowing packet of sunbae crackers and offers it to him, clearly intending to help him recover his strength. Su Jingming looks at the packet with surprise, immediately recognizing it as a rare B-class resource produced from a secret realm. Although he has heard of it before, this is actually his first time seeing the item with his own eyes. The moment Su Jingming takes a bite, warmth and energy spread through his body, instantly washing away much of his fatigue. Ling Shuang smiles faintly and says the snack brings good luck, hoping that he will defeat Jing University in the National University League and lead Magic City Ability University to first place. After that, Ling Shuang looks at him seriously and asks Su Jingming to serve as the captain of Magic City University's team for the upcoming league. Su Jingming glances down at the snack packet in his hand, then lifts his gaze with determination. He accepts the captain position and vows that no matter what happens, he will take the team all the way to the championship. Satisfied with his answer, Ling Shuang nods and tells him that the final team roster will be posted on the school website the next morning, making the decision official for everyone to see. The next morning, excited students gather around campus, all holding their phones and refreshing the school website. Everyone is eager to see who made the final team list for the National University League. When the announcement finally appears, the names immediately draw attention. Freshman Su Jingming is listed as the team captain, Senior Kong Shi is named vice captain, and Senior Yao Fong is included as one of the official members. The students quickly begin arguing among themselves. Some feel that making a freshman captain is far too risky and believe Kong Shi should lead instead, while others point out that even Kong Shi, as a Tier 4 mid-rank fighter, cannot defeat Jing University's Tier 4 high-rank opponents, meaning Su Jingming may be their only real chance to win. Li Chengji stares at the announcement on his phone, completely stunned. Seeing Su Jingming chosen as captain makes him realize just how terrifying Su Jingming's strength must be, and with a bitter feeling in his chest, he admits that he simply cannot compare himself to a monster like that. Elsewhere on campus, Qi Dongxia walks beside Song Chukyu and congratulates her with a teasing smile, saying that her man has now become team captain. Song Chukyu quickly deflects the comment, insisting that nothing has actually been confirmed between her and Su Jingming. Qi Dongxia immediately brings up the fact that Song Chukyu went to visit him on New Year's Eve, sounding surprised that she still failed to win him over when the two of them had the chance to be alone. Song Chukyu then awkwardly reveals that she had actually brought senior sister Jiang along with her. Qi Dongxia looks completely exasperated and asks why anyone would bring a romantic rival to a moment like that. Song Chukyu explains with a guilty expression that senior sister Jiang is a good person, and she would have felt terrible if she had secretly tried to move ahead on her own. When Qi Dongxia asks how romance can possibly be shared like that, Song Chukyu admits, a little embarrassed but honest, that she does not really mind sharing with Jiang. In fact, Jiang seems to feel the same way about it. Qi Dongxia can only raise a hand to her face in complete disbelief. Her expression says it all. She truly has no idea what to do with a friend who thinks like this. Song Chukyu then reasons that with Su Jingming growing stronger so quickly, more and more women will definitely be drawn to him in the future. If sharing him becomes unavoidable, then she would rather accept someone she already likes and trusts. Qi Dongxia finally gives up arguing with her. Song Chukyu adds in a softer voice that it is still too early to think too far ahead anyway, because Su Jingming has not actually accepted either of them yet. But Qi Dongxia warns her not to keep waiting around. Once the National University League ends, Su Jingming's name will spread far and wide, and by then, even more outstanding girls will surely start approaching him. The moment Song Chukyu hears that better girls might come after Su Jingming, the words clearly hit a sensitive spot. Her expression changes slightly, and the relaxed look in her eyes disappears. Song Chukyu's face turns serious as she realizes Qi Dongxia is right. If she keeps hesitating, she may lose her chance completely, so she really does need to hurry up and make her move. At his master's house, Yang Zhentian listens to the full account from senior brother Zhang Luo, and his expression fills with approval. After hearing how Su Jingming handled everything inside the secret realm, he praises him for acting decisively when it mattered most. Yang Zhentian tells Su Jingming that when facing enemies, the cleanest way to avoid future disaster is to remove the threat completely before it can grow. Su Jingming lowers his attitude and answers humbly, saying he only dared to take such risks because he had the protective talismans from Yang Zhentian and Principal Ling backing him up. Yang Zhentian calmly says that his talisman was given for exactly that purpose, so there is no need to feel burdened about using it. But he still reminds Su Jingming that Principal Ling protected him more than once, and that kind of favor must be repaid properly. Su Jingming nods and agrees without hesitation. After a pause, Yang Zhentian grows curious and asks Su Jingming just how strong his current combat power has become. Su Jingming answers honestly, explaining that in his normal state, his strength has reached the peak of Tier 4, but once he enters the Thunder Pole state, he can even fight against a Tier 5 low-rank opponent. Yang Zhentian's eyes widen slightly when he hears that. For a student who is still only Tier 3 to already possess enough power to challenge a Tier 5 expert, that kind of growth is simply shocking. Su Jingming explains in a modest tone that luck played a large part in it. His indestructible thunder body happened to break through to the 5th stage, and that breakthrough greatly raised his physical strength. Yang Zhentian then brings up another matter, saying that Principal Ling is currently facing heavy criticism online because of the team roster she announced. His gaze turns serious as he urges Su Jingming to use his real strength and prove that her decision was the right one. Su Jingming immediately asks whether he should challenge Vice Captain Kong Shi directly. But Yang Jintian shakes his head and gives him a simpler solution. Just take first place on the school's glory ranking, because right now that top spot belongs to Kong Shi. Only then does Su Jingming suddenly remember the university's virtual training system. He looks a little embarrassed as he admits that he had almost forgotten about it completely, mainly because he used to think the system was not very useful. Yang Jintian encourages him to give it a proper try. With a confident look, he assures Su Jingming that the virtual training system is far more valuable than he imagined. Inside the practical training building, students move through the wide hallways, passing rows of advanced virtual reality stasis pods lined up neatly on both sides. The sleek cabins glow softly, giving the entire place a high-tech atmosphere. Nearby, two students chat as they walk past the pods. One of them confidently claims that he will clear the 10th floor and pushes combat power past 10,000. But his friend immediately pours cold water on him, reminding him that fighting 20 Tier 2 beasts at the same time is basically impossible at his current rank. A staff member leads Su Jingming through the building and brings him to a top-tier virtual cabin specially reserved for S-class students. Compared with the ordinary pods around it, this cabin looks far more advanced and secure. Several nearby students quickly recognize Su Jingming the moment he appears. Realizing that the famous S-rank freshman is finally entering virtual training, they excitedly take out their phones and post the news online, eager to see whether he can truly surpass Kong Shi. In no time, the campus forums erupt with heated discussion. Students begin debating who is stronger, the Thunder Emperor or the Iron Bear, and almost everyone is watching closely, wanting to see Su Jingming's true combat power with their own eyes. Su Jingming steps into the stasis unit and lies down inside the cabin, preparing to connect to the virtual training system. The transparent glass cover slowly lowers over him, sealing the cabin with a soft mechanical sound. Beside the pod, the staff member watches the terminal carefully, monitoring every part of the activation process. Inside the virtual interface, the AI named Eva appears and explains that the system will create a simulated body matching Su Jingming's exact physical strength. She asks him to release his combat abilities so the system can complete calibration, and Su Jingming calmly tells her to begin. The pod immediately starts scanning his physical data. Streams of light pass across his body as the system synchronizes every attribute, preparing to transfer his consciousness into the simulation. Su Jingming closes his eyes as a brilliant white light fills his vision. In the next moment, his mind is pulled away from the real world and sent into the virtual battlefield. When he opens his eyes again, he finds himself standing inside a grand hall supported by tall white pillars. In front of him rises a giant marble monument, giving the space a solemn and majestic feeling. Su Jingming quickly recognizes the monument as the university's ranking board. Looking over the names displayed on it, he cannot help feeling impressed, because more than 4,200 students are listed there. At the very top of the ranking, Kong Shi holds first place with a combat power score of more than 500,000. Seeing that huge number, Su Jingming finally understands why so many students doubt him. The gap between an unranked freshman and the strongest senior looks enormous at first glance. A fairy-like holographic girl then appears in front of him, floating lightly in the air. She introduces herself as Eva, welcomes him into the system, and tells him to choose a B-class battle suit and weapon before beginning. One holographic weapon after another floats around Su Jingming, each one shimmering with virtual light. Eva explains that he only needs to tap the one he wants to equip, and he can also adjust the weapon's weight to suit his preference. Su Jingming's gaze sweeps across the weapons before settling on a long spear. Without hesitation, he reaches out and selects it. A moment later, Su Jingming is fully equipped in a dark combat suit, with the long spear held firmly in his hand. Eva looks at him and asks whether he is ready, and Su Jingming gives a simple confirmation. Eva begins the countdown, her voice echoing through the hall. As the final number falls, a glowing magic circle lights up behind her, and the first floor's trial officially begins. Su Jingming is instantly transported out of the hall and into a quiet grassy field. Standing alone beneath the open sky, he grips his spear and waits calmly for the enemies to appear. From the thick mist ahead, a herd of enormous rhino beasts suddenly charges out. Their eyes glow red with aggression, and their heavy bodies thunder across the grass straight towards Su Jingming. Su Jingming does not panic at all. With his spear still in one hand, he calmly raises his free hand and releases a burst of golden lightning toward the incoming beasts. The golden lightning explodes across the field in an instant. Before the massive rhino beasts can even get close, the blast wipes them out completely, leaving nothing but the fading aftermath of thunder. In the next moment, Su Jingming is sent back to the Grand Hall. Eva announces that he has passed the first floor and offers him time to rest, but Su Jingming gives a calm response, telling her to continue without stopping. Meanwhile, in the senior dormitory, a group of senior students are gathered together, clearly unhappy about the team announcement. They complain that Kong Shi, a Tier 4 mid-rank fighter, is obviously more suitable to be captain than a freshman. But Kong Shi remains calm and defends the decision, saying Su Jingming's raw strength fully qualifies him for the role. One frustrated friend clenches his fists and says he should just go fight that freshman himself. Kong Shi immediately dismisses the idea, trusting that Principal Ling must have her own reasons for making such an arrangement. Just then, another student checks his phone and interrupts their conversation. He tells them that the forums are exploding because Su Jingming has just entered the virtual trial, and everyone on campus is waiting to see what ranking he can reach. In the lounge, Kong Shi and another senior student quickly check the virtual trial rankings. The senior's face changes when he sees Su Jingming suddenly jump from a score of 0 all the way to 42nd place with 214,000 combat power, and Kong Shi immediately asks him to check when Su Jingming started the trial. The senior hurriedly looks through the data on his device. When he finds the start time, his expression turns even more shocked as he reveals that Su Jingming only began the trial 3 minutes ago. Kong Shi quickly calculates what that means, and his face becomes serious. To reach that score in such a short time, Su Jingming must have already cleared the 20th floor, which means he has been averaging an unbelievable 9 seconds per floor. The other student joins them and confirms that the forum posts are reporting the exact same progress. With so many people seeing the updates in real time, it is obvious this is not some kind of system error. The senior tries to steady himself and guesses that lightning ability users naturally clear the early floors faster. Still, he believes the 21st floor should be difficult enough to slow Su Jingming down. The standing student agrees, explaining that the 21st floor contains a Tier 4 low-rank beast. In the university, passing that floor and reaching 240,000 combat power is considered the mark of a top student. But before he can finish, his eyes suddenly lock onto his phone in shock. He shouts that Su Jingming has already cleared the 21st floor. Then, still staring at the screen, he insists that the same instant kill speed should be impossible on the 22nd floor, because that stage contains 20 Tier 4 low-rank beasts at once. A fresh update appears on the phone screen, showing Su Jingming's new rank. He has already climbed to 35th place with a combat power score of 244,000. The senior reports nervously that Su Jingming not only passed the 22nd floor, but also instantly killed the armored earth dragon on the 23rd floor. The sheer speed and power behind that result leave him completely shaken. Even Kong Shi can no longer stay fully calm. Under the pressure of those numbers, he admits with a tense expression that Su Jingming is far stronger than he originally expected. Meanwhile, on the 23rd floor of the trial, Su Jingming stands perfectly unharmed beside the defeated armored earth dragon. The huge beast lies fallen near him, while he remains calm, steady, and completely untouched. Eva appears beside him with a cheerful expression and tells him that the university forum is practically exploding right now. Post after post is flooding in, all focused on his terrifying clearing speed. Su Jingming, however, remains completely calm. To him, this kind of progress is only natural because with his SS rank ability, clearing these floors quickly is exactly what should happen. Eva then announces that he has successfully cleared the 23rd floor and asks whether he wants to take a rest before continuing. Su Jingming gives no sign of slowing down and simply orders her to proceed. Eva immediately begins the 24th floor trial, and her calm voice echoes through the virtual space as she announces the next challenge. This time, Su Jingming will be facing 5 Tier 4 mid-rank armored earth dragons at once. The moment the trial begins, the pack of green-scaled dragons bursts into motion. Their heavy claws tear across the ground as they charge straight towards Su Jingming with fierce momentum. Su Jingming remains steady in place, his expression completely calm. Golden lightning gathers rapidly in his palm, compressing tighter and tighter until it forms a bright, crackling sphere of thunder. Then he suddenly leaps into the air, his body cutting upward through the battlefield. From above, he swings his arm and hurls the golden lightning sphere directly toward the charging beasts. The sphere slams into the armored earth dragons and detonates in a blinding burst of golden light. In an instant, the violent explosion swallows the monsters completely, destroying them before they can even reach him. Eva's voice rings out with congratulations, confirming that Su Jingming's combat power has already surpassed 400,000 and pushed him into the top 10. She then reveals that the 25th floor will feature a Tier 4 Peak Storm Thunderbear, and asks whether he wants to rest before continuing. When Su Jingming hears the name of the beast, a smile appears on his face. Since he has fought this kind of monster before, he refuses the offer to rest and decides to use it as a test, wanting to see whether his current strength is enough to kill it with a single punch. As the 25th floor begins to activate, Su Jingming looks toward Eva and asks one more question. If he defeats this opponent, he wants to know exactly what rank he will reach. Eva explains that the students ranked from 2nd to 7th are all stuck on this very floor. Kong Shi is the only student who has ever cleared it, and even he needed half an hour to succeed. If Su Jingming beats Kong Shi's clear time, then the #1 spot will belong to him. A massive storm thunderbear then appears on the battlefield, its huge body wrapped in violent electricity. Thunder crackles around its fur as it lets out a heavy, threatening pressure. Looking at the familiar beast, Su Jingming remembers the difficult fight he once had against the species in the real world. But this time he feels far more confident, so he puts away his spear and chooses to face it with close combat instead. Golden lightning surges across Su Jingming's entire body as he lowers his stance and rushes forward. His fist tightens, ready to meet the beast head-on with pure physical power. The storm thunderbear roars furiously and swings its massive body toward him, trying to crush him with overwhelming force before he can get close. But before the bear can truly react, Su Jingming's lightning-wrapped fist slams straight into its chest. A golden shockwave bursts outward from the impact, rippling across the battlefield. The power of the strike tears through the storm thunderbear in an instant. Its massive body is swallowed by brilliant light and destroyed on the spot, leaving no chance for it to fight back. Back inside the virtual hall, Eva praises Su Jingming's clean and direct fighting style. She then confirms that his one-hit victory over the storm thunderbear has officially pushed him to first place on the leaderboard. Outside the trial, the students are thrown into complete uproar as the rankings update. They stare in disbelief at Su Jingming's name sitting in first place with 510,000 combat power, amazed that he surpassed Kong Shi so easily and cleared the trial in only 5 minutes. Kong Shi stares at the leaderboard, shock spreading across his face. He asks the others how long it took Su Jingming to jump from 400,000 combat power all the way to 510,000, and the senior beside him answers that it took less than 20 seconds. The other student is just as stunned, because he knows the 25th floor contains a Tier 4 peak storm thunderbear. He cannot understand what kind of monster Su Jingming must be to defeat that beast instantly. The senior starts wondering aloud whether an S-rank ability can really be that terrifying. Listening to him, Kong Shi finally admits the truth with a heavy expression. The gap between them is enormous, and Principal Ling was right to make Su Jingming the team captain. Back in the virtual hall, Eva creates a digital pen and a glowing board in front of Su Jingming. With a cheerful smile, she congratulates him and tells him to sign his name to officially claim his new rank. Su Jingming reaches out, takes the digital pen, and calmly signs his name across the glowing screen. The system updates immediately, and Su Jingming's name rises to the very top of the ranking board. His score is displayed clearly, placing him above everyone else. Feeling a little proud, Su Jingming asks whether he is the first Tier 3 high-rank student in history to clear the 25th floor. Eva teases him for a moment, letting the suspense hang, before revealing that he is not actually the first. Su Jingming is surprised and immediately asks who accomplished it before him. Eva explains that around a century ago, a boy named Chen Liang, who also possessed an SS rank ability, cleared the 25th floor while at the same level. Su Jingming recognizes the name from history and remembers that Chen Liang was a famous prodigy who died while exploring ancient ruins before he could reach Tier 8. Eva then asks whether he wants to keep going, and Su Jingming confirms without hesitation. Still curious, Su Jingming asks how far Chen Liang managed to go back then. Eva tells him that Chen Liang died on the 26th floor after defeating only 3 of the 5 Tier 4 peak beasts waiting there. A confident smirk appears on Su Jingming's face when he hears that. He declares that he will break that century-old record right now, and Eva immediately starts the 26th floor trial. Su Jingming is transported onto the battlefield, and the moment his feet touch the ground, he finds himself surrounded by 5 storm thunderbears. Their huge bodies circle him with crackling electricity and fierce killing intent. The 5 beasts quickly split apart, attacking him from multiple directions at the same time. Su Jingming calmly praises their coordination, but as golden lightning gathers in his hand, he dismisses their tactics as useless against him. Above the battlefield, a giant hand made entirely of golden lightning begins to form. It stretches down from the sky like the palm of a thunder god, pressing toward the beasts below. The enormous lightning hand crashes into the ground with explosive force. A massive golden blast spreads across the battlefield, instantly wiping out all 5 storm thunderbears in a single strike. When Su Jingming returns to the hall, Eva congratulates him for clearing the 26th floor, raising his combat power to 710,000. Su Jingming immediately predicts that the 27th floor will either contain a Tier 5 low-rank beast or dozens of Tier 4 peak beasts. Seeing that his next opponent is a Tier 5 Earth Black Wolf, Su Jingming's expression turns more serious. He knows this beast has powerful defensive abilities, and since this will be his first time fighting a Tier 5 beast head-on, he decides to take a short break first. Eva grants him 3 minutes of rest. After climbing through so many floors at such high speed, Su Jingming finally sits down and steadies his breathing, allowing his body and mind to recover slightly. Outside, the students watching the rankings notice that Su Jingming has finally paused. The senior beside Kong Shi quickly asks what kind of opponent might be waiting on the 27th floor, and Kong Shi guesses that it could be either a Tier 5 beast or a large group of Tier 4 peak monsters. The standing student doubts that the system would suddenly jump to a Tier 5 beast, feeling that the increase in difficulty would be too extreme. Kong Shi agrees that it is more likely to be a horde of Tier 4 monsters, but even then, the sheer number of enemies would be very difficult to overcome. Inside the virtual battlefield, the short rest comes to an end, and the 27th floor officially begins. Golden lightning surges around Su Jingming's body as he rises and prepares for the next fight. He equips his spear again and activates his thunder armor, wrapping his body in layers of purple and golden electricity. Standing ready with his weapon in hand, he silently dares the opponent to make the first move. The massive Earth Black Wolf answers with a furious roar. Its voice shakes the battlefield, carrying the pressure of a true Tier 5 beast. The wolf slams its heavy paws into the ground, channeling its power deep into the earth beneath them. The entire battlefield seems to tremble under its force. In the next instant, sharp boulders begin falling from the sky like a deadly meteor shower. One after another, the massive rocks rain down toward Su Jingming with crushing weight. Su Jingming spins his spear at high speed, using the electric weapon to smash and deflect the falling stones. Feeling the heavy impact behind each strike, excitement rises in his eyes, because it has been a long time since an opponent's attack felt this powerful. Spotting an opening through the falling debris, Su Jingming suddenly leaps forward. Electricity bursts from his spear as he thrusts the weapon straight toward the Earth Black Wolf. The wolf reacts with frightening speed. A thick rock pillar shoots up from the ground in front of it, forming a solid barrier to block Su Jingming's spear strike. Su Jingming does not pull back at all. He drives his spear forward with even greater force, smashing into the stone pillar so hard that it shatters into countless broken pieces. As dust and fragments spread through the air, Su Jingming suddenly realizes something is wrong. The Earth Black Wolf did not simply defend. It used the stone wall as cover to hide its movement. Caught off guard, Su Jingming looks up and sees the wolf already lunging down from above the broken rocks. Its jaws are stretched wide, and its ambush is aimed directly at him. During the virtual trial, the Earth Black Wolf's claw slashes down hard and lands across Su Jingming's shoulder. The impact tears through his defense and sends a sharp burst of pain through his simulated body. Blood splatters into the air as Su Jingming steadies himself under the blow. In that instant, he realizes that with his current defense, he cannot easily withstand the attacks of a true Tier 5 beast. Su Jingming immediately fires out several bolts of lightning, sending them tearing across the battlefield toward the Earth Black Wolf. But the beast moves with terrifying speed, slipping past each strike as if the attacks cannot even touch its shadow. Seeing the wolf dodge so easily, Su Jingming quickly judges the situation in his mind. The beast's speed is simply too absurd, making his S-class long-range lightning attacks nearly useless. So if he wants to win, he has only one path left: force it into close combat. With that decision made, Su Jingming grips his spear and lunges straight forward. The spear flashes with lightning as he closes the distance, and the Earth Black Wolf counters just as fiercely, turning the fight into a brutal exchange of attacks. A massive claw swipe comes crashing down, and Su Jingming raises his spear to block it head-on. The collision erupts into a powerful shockwave, shaking the ground around them as the force spreads outward. Feeling the pressure from that blow, Su Jingming immediately kicks off the ground and leaps backward. He creates just enough distance to steady his footing and prepare for the next clash. Crackling green lightning surges along the length of his spear as Su Jingming pours more power into the weapon. Then he swings with immense force, meeting the Earth Black Wolf's heavy claws in a direct and violent collision. As the battle grows more intense, Su Jingming pushes his power closer and closer to its limit. His aura begins to shift, and his entire body enters a far stronger state. His hair flares upward as explosive golden lightning bursts out around him like a storm. With that power gathered, Su Jingming unleashes a devastating attack that smashes the ground apart, sending shattered rocks flying toward the Earth Black Wolf. Watching from within the simulation, Eva is clearly impressed by what she sees. She remarks that Su Jingming's S-class strength is extraordinary, making him the first 19-year-old in a century to display Tier 5 combat power, and with his sharp battle instincts, he is even more dangerous than the beast itself. After a long and exhausting struggle, the grueling fight finally reaches its end. The massive Earth Black Wolf lies defeated and bleeding on the battlefield, while Su Jingming kneels nearby, completely drained as he leans heavily on his spear for support. Su Jingming pants hard, his chest rising and falling as he fights to catch his breath. Even in the virtual world, that battle has pushed him close to his limit. When he is transported back to the pristine virtual hall beside Eva, Su Jingming quietly reflects on the battle. He realizes that not having an S-class spear technique made the fight far more difficult than it needed to be. so he decides he should soon head into the wilderness to harvest enough ability points for a new technique. Eva congratulates him with visible enthusiasm, announcing that his combat power has skyrocketed once again. His score has broken through to an astonishing 1,010,000 points, setting a record that shocks the system itself. Su Jingming is surprised by how much his score jumped after that single victory. Eva explains that defeating a Tier 5 beast is an extremely rare achievement, so the system grants a massive increase. Then she asks whether he wants to challenge the 28th floor, revealing that the next trial contains 5 Tier 5 low-rank Earth Black Wolves. Su Jingming agrees to continue, but he does not rush in immediately. After that exhausting fight, he asks for a short break first so he can recover his stamina before facing the next challenge. News of Su Jingming's 1 million combat power score spreads through campus like wildfire, instantly causing a massive uproar. Students become convinced that Magic City University now has a huge chance to dominate the National University League, and many excitedly rush toward the training tower to witness the result for themselves. The senior students are left stunned when they learn that a Tier 3 student has actually defeated a Tier 5 beast. Kong Shi turns to his friend with a teasing look and asks whether he still wants to challenge Su Jingming's position as team captain. The student who had been so confident earlier grows nervous enough to drop his phone. His face stiffens as he admits that someone with 1 million combat power could probably crush him with a single finger. Yang Zhentian checks the updated rankings on his phone, and a proud smile slowly appears on his face. A Tier 3 student defeating a Tier 5 beast is an incredibly rare achievement even on the global stage, even among SS rank users, and he cannot help thinking that his most independent student has also become his strongest one. As the team's coach, Yang Zhentian immediately realizes that their tournament strategy must be completely revised around Su Jingming's overwhelming power. With this result made public, Vice Principal Ling Shuang can finally stop worrying about all the criticism surrounding her decision to appoint him captain. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Ling Shuang relaxes on a plush sofa while looking at her phone, a warm smile softening her usually calm expression. She understands that Su Jingming deliberately pushed for such a high score to prove her captaincy choice was right, and she quietly appreciates the effort he made. After recovering his energy, Su Jingming rises again, golden lightning surging around his body. He looks toward Eva and calmly tells her that he is ready to begin the 28th floor. In the next instant, he is transported back to the battlefield. A glowing magic circle spreads beneath his feet, and around him stand 5 snarling Earth Black Wolves, each one radiating the pressure of a Tier 5 beast. The 5 wolves launch their attack without hesitation, moving as a coordinated pack. Heavy boulders rise and fly towards Su Jingming in a relentless barrage, filling the battlefield with crushing force. Su Jingming spins his spear frantically, using rapid movements to smash and deflect the incoming rocks one after another. But with 5 beasts attacking at the same time, the sheer volume of the assault quickly becomes overwhelming. His defense becomes more and more strained, and one of the wolves finally catches an opening. It lunges in viciously, bites into Su Jingming's shoulder, and then hurls him violently into the air. Completely overwhelmed by the combined power of the pack, Su Jingming cries out as all 5 Tier 5 beasts swarm him at once. Their attacks tear into his simulated body from every side, violently ripping him apart inside the virtual battlefield. The simulation ends abruptly before the scene can continue. A glowing magic circle appears above the battlefield, and the entire trial begins to reset around him. Su Jingming's avatar respawns inside the virtual hall, his body still flickering with faint pixelated fragments. Eva gently tells him that he failed the 28th floor trial, and as he calmly examines his digital hands, Su Jingming accepts the result, admitting that losing against those odds was expected, though the feeling of a simulated death was definitely strange. Eva explains that the death sequence in the simulation only strips away the user's sensory inputs to protect the brain from real damage. She adds that the system could simulate true death if needed, but doing so would carry a serious risk of harming the user's mind. Curious, Su Jingming asks what kind of trial waits on the 29th floor. Eva gives him a playful look and says she normally would not share that information with someone who failed, but since he is an S-class student, she will make an exception. Eva reveals that the 29th floor contains a single Tier 5 mid-rank Earth Black Wolf, while the 30th floor contains 5 of them at once. She also mentions that, for now, the virtual trial only goes up to 30 floors. Su Jingming is surprised by that limit and questions why the simulation ends so quickly. Eva crosses her arms and dryly reminds him that normal students are not monsters like him. Since most seniors graduate at only Tier 4 mid-rank, 30 floors are already more than enough for the vast majority of them. Su Jingming smiles with confidence and casually remarks that the university may soon need to program additional floors just to keep up with him. Eva playfully tells him to clear the 30th floor first before making demands like that. As Su Jingming's avatar begins dissolving to log out, she also informs him that taking first place on the leaderboard comes with a seasonal reward of 2,000 credits. which has already been deposited into his student account. Back in the real world, Su Jingming slowly opens his eyes as the physical stasis pod powers down. The machine releases him with a soft mechanical hum. He steps out of the advanced cabin and looks down at his own hand, still amazed by the university's technology. Aside from the painless way death was handled, everything inside the virtual world felt almost indistinguishable from reality. But his thoughts are suddenly cut off when he lifts his head. The sight waiting outside the pod startles him so much that his expression changes on the spot. A huge crowd of students has packed into the training facility, surrounding his stasis machine from every direction. They have clearly been waiting eagerly for him to come out. The moment Su Jingming appears, the students erupt into wild cheers. They shout about his incredible 1 million combat power, call him the Thunder Emperor, and excitedly urge him to win first place in the upcoming league, while one girl even begs him for an autograph. Surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd, Su Jingming can only smile awkwardly. He feels a little overwhelmed, but also amused, quietly realizing just how passionate his schoolmates can be. After finally escaping from the excited mob, Su Jingming runs into Song Chukyu on campus. Compared with the chaos behind him, her appearance feels much calmer and more familiar. Song Chukyu greets him cheerfully and congratulates him on officially taking first place on the leaderboard. Su Jingming simply brushes it off with modest ease, saying it was just a normal performance. Then Song Chukyu changes the topic and reminds him of his earlier promise. After returning from the secret realm, he had agreed to spar with her, so she asks whether he has time that afternoon. Su Jingming smiles and teases her, asking if she has not already suffered enough defeats. Song Chukyu raises her fist with confidence and fires back, challenging him to beat her into submission if he truly has the skill. Amused by her attitude, Su Jingming reminds her that he once defeated both her and Zhang Chuxian with ease. Still, he agrees to the spar, though he tells her it has to wait until the evening because he has a mandatory team training session first. Song Chukyu happily agrees to come find him later. As she watches Su Jingming walk away, Song Chukyu's face turns slightly red. She cannot help marveling at how quickly he has grown, and deep down, she secretly hopes that her romantic move tonight will finally succeed. Elsewhere, Yao Fong and Kong Shi arrive at a specialized circular training room. Around them are advanced training pods arranged neatly, giving the room a serious and professional atmosphere. Yao Fong looks toward Kong Shi and asks how he feels after losing his #1 rank. Kong Shi answers calmly, saying he holds no resentment at all, because Su Jingming's overwhelming strength proves that he truly deserves the title of first place. At that moment, Shin Dongling enters the room with a blue-haired senior student by her side. Hearing Kong Shi's response, she praises his mature mindset with an approving smile. The blue-haired student suddenly catches sight of someone coming closer. He turns his head toward the others and quickly gives the group a reminder, letting them know that the person they had been waiting for is finally approaching. Su Jingming walks into the room with an easy smile on his face. As soon as he arrives for the scheduled practice session, he politely greets the senior teammates waiting inside, keeping his tone calm and respectful. Su Jingming steps fully into the training facility and immediately sees the team already gathered there. Shin Dongling, Yao Fong, Kong Shi, and the others are all waiting for him, and the moment they notice him enter, they turn toward him and respectfully call out to their captain. Coach Yang Jintian brings everyone together without wasting time. With the whole team assembled, he tells them to enter the virtual stealth cabins right away so their practice session can officially begin. A flash of bright light bursts around them, and in the next instant, the entire team is pulled into a pure, glowing virtual space. The surroundings are empty, wide open, and almost blindingly clean. After everyone steadies themselves inside the virtual field, Coach Yang starts explaining the purpose of today's practice. Their upcoming matches will depend heavily on teamwork, so before anything else, he wants them to introduce their abilities and understand what each person can do. Coach Yang then lays out the full team structure for them. Altogether, they have 8 members with 5 official starting players who will take the field first, and 3 substitutes waiting behind them as backup. He begins with the vice-captain Kong Shi. According to the coach, Kong Shi possesses an A-rank ability called Solid Iron Giant Bear, a power that greatly strengthens his body and raw force, making him the team's main frontline tank. After that, the coach introduces Shin Dongling as the team's assassin. Her A-rank Demon Moon Blood Fox ability makes her suited for fast, deadly strikes, while Yao Fong serves as their ranged mage, relying on the A-rank Extreme Cold Ice Soul. The final starting member is Gu Wan. She takes on the support role for the team, using her myriad-turning spiritual light to heal wounds and strengthen her teammates during battle. Once the starters are covered, Coach Yang moves on to the substitutes. Tao Guan is introduced as a warrior with the A-rank bronze body, Li Chengfeng as a mage who controls the A-rank abyssal karmic fire, and Su Ruoyun as a support player with the A-rank Gentle Spirit Water. With everyone else already introduced, Coach Yang finally turns his attention towards Su Jingming. His gaze settles on the team captain, clearly preparing to formally explain the ability that makes him stand above the rest. Before the coach can continue, Yao Fong casually cuts in. In his mind, there is no need to say much, because everyone already knows their captain is an extremely rare S-rank awakener. Coach Yang immediately corrects him, and his words hit the team like a thunderclap. Su Jingming is not merely S-rank at all. He is an SS-rank awakener, and his power is the lightning ability known as Dutian Divine Lightning. Yao Fong and Shin Dongling freeze on the spot. Their eyes stay locked on Su Jingming, and for a moment, neither of them can find a single word to say. A heavy wave of shock and admiration spreads through the whole team as they slowly process what SS rank truly means. Yao Fong suddenly realizes this must be why their captain's lightning had turned golden, while the others begin whispering among themselves, wondering how his ability could have evolved to such an unbelievable level. Coach Yang pulls their attention back and tells them not to obsess over how it happened. What matters now is the fact that Su Jingming really has an SS rank ability. Then he shifts to the tournament rules, explaining that every player will be limited to A-class battlesuits and S-class weapons to keep the competition fair. As he speaks, holographic images of high-grade armor and weapons appear around the group. Coach Yang explains that they can choose from these virtual items, and if they prefer their own real weapons, they can upload the data for future practice sessions. Su Jingming reaches out and picks up a standard virtual spear. As he weighs it in his hand, he understands why the restrictions exist. Without those limits, elite universities could simply hand their students SSS-class gear and crush ordinary schools through equipment alone. After checking the virtual spear, Su Jingming quietly makes up his mind. Before the next session begins, he will upload the data for his own flowing cloud golden edge spear. Before the team starts their coordination drills, Coach Yang asks everyone to display their skills, so they can get a clear sense of each other's combat style. He tells Su Jingming to go first, and Su Jingming calmly asks whether he should show them everything. Coach Yang gives a firm nod. In his view, only by seeing Su Jingming's full strength can the team properly build tactics around him and prepare the best strategies for the matches ahead. Su Jingming lifts his spear and gets into position. Facing the team, he explains that his fighting style combines spear techniques, close-range combat, and long-range spell attacks, and he will demonstrate each part one at a time. The moment his fingers tighten around the weapon, golden lightning bursts out around his body. Bright arcs of electricity coil around him like living thunder. Everyone watches in stunned silence. Seeing the SS rank energy with their own eyes is completely different from watching it in a video, because in person, the golden lightning feels both terrifyingly dangerous and strangely beautiful. Su Jingming begins with speed. His figure blurs as he launches a series of rapid attacks, sending multiple chain lightning spears ripping through the empty virtual air. He then transitions smoothly into the next set of moves. First, a thunder prison spreads out to seal the area, then a concentrated thunder spear shoots forward, and finally he closes the sequence with a heavy lightning punch that shows just how brutal his close-range damage can be. Watching from the side, Li Chengfeng and Gu Wan are completely overwhelmed by their captain's strength. Li Chengfeng confidently says their victory is basically guaranteed, while Gu Wan quietly starts wondering whether her support abilities can even make a difference for someone this powerful. Su Jingming pauses for a moment, standing there with his spear still crackling with electricity. Then, as if what he just displayed was nothing special, he calmly tells his stunned teammates that this was only a warm-up, and next he will show his S-rank combat skills. Li Chengfeng and Gu Wan are left completely speechless. They stare at him in disbelief, only now realizing that the terrifying attacks they just witnessed were not even close to his real showcase. Su Jingming activates his S-rank indestructible thunder body and layers it together with his hell thunder armor. In an instant, his entire presence becomes even heavier and more oppressive. His hair flares upward under the surge of golden energy, and lightning armor wraps around him like a blazing shell. Tao Guan starts sweating as he realizes that the captain's thunder armor is even tougher than his own bronze body. Su Jingming then switches back to offense and releases his heavenly lightning technique. A massive blast of magic tears across the virtual battlefield, leaving the team stunned all over again as they realize he has mastered yet another S-rank move. Even after creating such a destructive scene, Su Jingming remains completely calm. He casually mentions that this attack is still not his strongest, then raises his hand as blazing red lightning gathers at his fingertip, preparing to reveal his true trump card. He releases the attack, and a gigantic fiery finger descends from the sky. Wrapped in violent red lightning, it slams down toward the ground with crushing force. The impact erupts into a massive explosion. Blinding light, roaring fire, and violent energy swallow the battlefield in an instant. When the smoke and flames finally begin to fade, Shin Dongling and Yao Fong slowly walk toward the edge of a huge glowing crater. They stare down into it in shock, unable to believe that a student could unleash this level of destruction. Kong Shi, still shaken by the blast, turns to Coach Yang and asks how durable the virtual floor actually is. When the coach answers that it is as tough as C-class alloy, Kong Shi's face goes pale, because any real person struck by that attack would be reduced to ashes on the spot. After witnessing that insane power, the rest of the team suddenly feels almost unnecessary. Tao Guan lets out a nervous laugh and says they probably will not even need to fight if the captain opens with that move, while Shin Dongling sighs and admits their presence really does feel pointless. Tao Guan, realizing just how ridiculous the situation is, quickly begs Coach Yang to make Su Jingming hold back during the real matches. But the coach simply brushes off the complaint and tells them that if they want a chance to fight, they had better move quickly before their captain wipes out the enemy team first. Coach Yang looks at his monstrous student and smiles quietly to himself. He remembers how badly they lost to Jing University the previous year, but this time, with Su Jingming standing on their side, he is completely certain they will not suffer that defeat again. Su Jingming finally brings his display to an end, saying that those are all the combat moves he has learned so far. Coach Yang then turns back to the others and tells them it is their turn to show their powers so the team can finally begin proper practice. The teammates immediately activate their abilities together. In just a few moments, the virtual space is filled with bursts of freezing ice, roaring flames, flowing water, blood-red energy, and the heavy pressure of reinforced armor. Gu Wan, curious about how her power will interact with Su Jingming's, walks over to him. With a slightly uncertain expression, she asks if she can test her buffs on him, since even she is not sure whether an A-rank support ability will affect an SS-rank fighter properly. Su Jingming agrees without hesitation. Gu Wan raises her hand, and a soft green glow spreads over his body, wrapping him in a gentle layer of supportive energy. The effect surprises Su Jingming more than he expected. He can clearly feel his strength jump by 30%, and in that moment, he immediately understands why every serious team needs a strong support player. After the team finishes their coordination drills, Coach Yang finally ends the practice for the day. He dismisses everyone else, but before Su Jingming can leave, the coach tells him to stay behind. The rest of the team waves goodbye one after another and logs out of the virtual space. Their bodies gradually fade away, disappearing from the field like scattered light. Now that only the two of them remain, Coach Yang turns to Su Jingming and says they need to discuss the battle plan. Su Jingming simply nods, staying calm as he tells his teacher to go ahead and say whatever is on his mind. Coach Yang explains that the tournament format will be extremely demanding, forcing them to face multiple top schools one after another. He asks Su Jingming whether he is prepared to remain on the battlefield for every single match without resting, and Su Jingming only smiles, accepting the challenge without the slightest hesitation. Su Jingming has just finished team practice and is about to leave when his phone suddenly starts ringing. The unexpected sound cuts through the quiet moment, making him glance down at the screen. The moment he answers, Song Chukyu's flustered voice comes through from the other side. She hurriedly asks him to come directly to her dorm, explaining in an embarrassed tone that her new battlesuit is far too inconvenient to wear outside. Su Jingming does not hesitate for even a second. After hearing her request, he agrees right away and immediately turns in the direction of her residence. But as he walks over, the strange wording keeps circling in his mind. He cannot help wondering what she could possibly mean because a battlesuit should be made for movement, so how could it be inconvenient to wear outside? Before long, Su Jingming arrives in front of her luxurious residence. Standing at the front gate, he raises his hand and rings the bell, waiting for someone inside to let him in. Song Chukyu's roommate, Chi Dongxia, soon comes out to greet him. With a knowing smile on her face, she invites him inside and points toward the second-floor training room, telling him that Song Chukyu is already waiting for him there. Su Jingming notices the mischievous look in Chi Dongxia's smile and feels that something about it is a little strange. Still, he does not think too much about it, simply brushing the feeling aside as he heads upstairs. When he reaches the training room, Su Jingming pushes the door open and steps inside. But the instant he sees what is waiting beyond the doorway, his whole body freezes in place, completely caught off guard. Song Chukyu is standing in the room wearing a brand new futuristic battlesuit. The blue and white fabric clings tightly to her figure, and the design has a large, revealing cutout around her stomach that makes the outfit impossible to ignore. Su Jingming's face instantly turns red, and he quickly shifts his eyes away, too embarrassed to keep looking. Song Chukyu explains that this is a new high-tech battle suit designed to reduce wind resistance, but when she notices his reaction, she softly asks if it looks strange on her. Still visibly flustered, Su Jingming forces himself to stay calm and answers that it looks perfectly fine. Even though his eyes avoid hers, his voice tries hard to sound steady. Song Chukyu immediately brightens when she hears his answer. Deep down, she is secretly celebrating because her little plan has clearly worked. She deliberately bought the suit one size smaller just to see how he would react, and through her light ability, she can even sense the excitement he is trying to hide. Now ready for their spar, Song Chukyu summons her halberd from her storage ring in a burst of fiery light. She steps into a fighting stance and lays down the rules, telling Su Jingming that he has to suppress his strength to tier 2 low rank, so she finally has a real chance to defeat him. Su Jingming accepts the challenge with a relaxed smile. Then he reaches for his long coat and begins taking it off, as if this spar is already completely under his control. He tosses the coat aside and stands there confidently with his hands free. Looking straight at Song Chukyu, he declares that he has grown much stronger now, strong enough to beat her even without using a weapon. Song Chukyu is not shaken by his confidence at all. Instead, she tightens both hands around her halberd and warns him that she has also been training seriously, so he should not underestimate her. The next second, Song Chukyu kicks off the ground and rushes forward at high speed. Her halberd pierces straight toward Su Jingming's chest, cutting through the air with a sharp, aggressive thrust. Su Jingming reacts with almost casual ease. He leans his upper body back just enough for the deadly halberd tip to skim past him, missing by only a hair's breadth. Before Song Chukyu can pull back, Su Jingming's hand snaps out like lightning. His fingers clamp tightly around the shaft of the halberd, stopping her attack in place as if the weapon has been locked in iron. But Song Chukyu uses that grip as her opening. With graceful control, she vaults into the air, flips over Su Jingming's head, and slips past his counterpunch before it can land. She lands lightly behind him, her movements smooth and playful, then lets out a teasing little giggle. Su Jingming turns slightly and cannot help praising her, admitting that her escape was impressively agile. After that, the two of them fall into a rapid back-and-forth exchange. The training room quickly fills with the sharp rhythm of movement, dodges, and close-range attacks. Song Chukyu unleashes one strike after another, pushing forward with a fierce flurry of attacks. Su Jingming dodges and weaves through them with effortless precision, gradually closing the distance until the two are nearly face-to-face. The fierce pace soon drains Song Chukyu's stamina. Sweat beads across her skin as she pants heavily, leaning against her halberd for support, while Su Jingming stands nearby looking completely calm, without even a hint of exhaustion. Seeing her worn out, Su Jingming gives her a triumphant grin. He asks whether she is finally ready to admit defeat and submit to him. Song Chukyu lifts her head, still breathless, but a mischievous smile spreads across her face. She admits that she has lost the spar, yet cheekily adds that losing does not mean she will submit. If he wants to force that, he will have to make her truly feel it. Su Jingming takes her challenge seriously, and the playful look in his eyes fades. His expression sharpens, turning focused and intense in an instant. His power suddenly erupts, and his hair lights up with a brilliant golden yellow glow. In the next heartbeat, he lunges forward with terrifying speed, closing in like a bolt of thunder. Song Chukyu is completely caught off guard by the sudden burst of power. She only has time to gasp before Su Jingming appears right in front of her, stopping just inches from her face as his hand grabs her halberd and freezes the attack short. Su Jingming snaps out of that battle-focused state almost immediately. Realizing how close he came, he quickly steps back and apologizes awkwardly, admitting that for a brief moment, he lost control. Song Chukyu is still catching her breath, but she quickly reassures him that it is not his fault. She guesses that the aggressive surge probably came from the dragon-type beast bloodline he had absorbed earlier. After that intense moment, the air between them becomes strangely quiet and heavy, filled with a tension neither of them can ignore. Gathering her courage, Song Chukyu looks at him nervously and asks if she can ask him something. Her cheeks turn red as she meets his gaze directly. Then, with surprising boldness, she asks Su Jingming whether he likes her, and the sudden question leaves him stunned for a moment. This time, Su Jingming's playful attitude disappears completely. He looks back into her eyes with a serious expression and answers honestly, confessing that yes, he does like her. Song Chukyu's eyes widen the moment she hears his answer. A deep blush spreads across her face, and she looks completely overwhelmed by how direct and sincere his confession is. Filled with joy, Song Chukyu quickly puts her halberd back into her spatial ring, almost as if she is afraid the moment will slip away. Then she looks at him with sparkling eyes and asks if he really means what he just said. Unable to hold back her happiness any longer, Song Chukyu finally confesses her own feelings too. She throws herself into Su Jingming's arms and excitedly asks him to officially be with her. Su Jingming catches her without hesitation, his expression softening into a warm smile. Holding her close, he gently agrees to her request. Then, without giving her any time to prepare, Su Jingming leans in and kisses her deeply. Song Chukyu is taken by surprise as he pulls her closer, lifting her slightly off the ground in a passionate embrace. When they finally part, Song Chukyu's face is completely flushed. She covers her mouth shyly and asks why he has never been this bold before, and Su Jingming teasingly explains that if they had not officially become a couple, acting like that would have made him look like a hooligan. Hearing his excuse, Song Chukyu turns her head away with a bashful, playful expression. Even so, she agrees that his reasoning does make a certain kind of sense. Then, before Su Jingming can react, she suddenly leans in close. With a quick and unexpected movement, she plants a light kiss on his cheek. Su Jingming lifts his hand to touch the spot on his face, clearly surprised by her sudden move. Song Chukyu explains that since Jiang Chuxian once left a mark on him before, she wants to leave one of her own as well, making Su Jingming silently marvel at how close the two girls must be. Song Chukyu then begins praising her senior sister's character with genuine admiration. To Su Jingming's surprise, she even says boldly that she would not mind if he also liked Jiang Chuxian, a statement that leaves him completely confused. She steps a little closer and explains her reasoning with unexpected seriousness. A rare SS-rank powerhouse like Su Jingming is certain to attract more than one woman, so if she has to share him with someone, she would much rather it be a person she already likes and trusts, such as Jiang Chuxian, instead of some stranger. Su Jingming lowers his gaze, clearly surprised by how open-minded Song Chukyu is being. But after a moment, he gently points out that even if he does have feelings for their senior sister, Jiang Chuxian herself may not be willing to enter their new relationship. A sly smile slowly appears on Song Chukyu's face, and Su Jingming suddenly realizes too late that he may have walked right into her trap. She teasingly asks whether that means he will not refuse as long as Jiang Chuxian is willing, instantly making him panic. Before Su Jingming can even find an answer, Song Chukyu turns toward the doorway and calls out to Jiang Chuxian. With a bright voice, she announces that Jiang Chuxian heard everything, so the final decision now belongs to her. Su Jingming is stunned stiff. He whips his head toward the door, nervous sweat breaking out as Jiang Chuxian calmly steps into the training room. With a soft smile on her face, Jiang Chuxian walks toward him step by step. Then she playfully warns her junior brother that he had better not go back on his word now. Su Jingming stands there completely stunned, caught right in the middle of their perfectly timed arrangement. Only now does he realize that Song Chukyu and Jiang Chuxian had clearly planned this together from the very beginning. With both women smiling at him and looking at him expectantly from either side, Su Jingming suddenly feels trapped. Sweat begins to bead on his forehead as he realizes there is no easy way for him to talk his way out of this situation. In the end, Su Jingming lowers his head and lets out a helpless sigh, accepting that he has already been cornered. Since good things are said to come in pairs, he decides to honor his own words and go along with it. Song Chukyu immediately lights up with joy and declares that everything is settled from this moment on. The three of them are now together, and as she happily hugs one of Su Jingming's arms, Jiang Chuxian warmly takes the other and suggests they go out for a late-night snack. But Song Chukyu quickly remembers that she is still covered in sweat from training and insists on showering first. She grabs Jiang Chuxian's hand with a bright smile and invites her to wash up together, and Jiang Chuxian agrees without the slightest hesitation. As the two girls start walking away hand in hand, Song Chukyu suddenly glances back over her shoulder. With a teasing sparkle in her eyes, she asks Su Jingming whether he plans to wait there obediently, or if he wants to join them in the shower. Su Jingming is instantly flustered by the bold invitation, and for one brief moment, he almost answers with excitement. But before he can say a word, Jiang Chuxian calmly shuts it down, joking that since he is so powerful and has not even broken a sweat, the two of them will just go by themselves. Left behind all alone, Su Jingming clenches his fists in total devastation. In his mind, he is practically crying dramatic anime tears, screaming silently about how badly he wanted to go with them. After a while, Su Jingming finally calms himself down. He lets out a long, defeated sigh, as if all the excitement has been drained out of him at once. Even so, as he watches his two new girlfriends disappear together, a real smile slowly spreads across his face. Thinking back on it, he cannot help finding the whole situation absurdly funny. A simple training session somehow ended with him getting two girlfriends at the same time. The next day, Su Jingming stands deep inside the Wanshui wilderness area, surrounded by the remains of massive beasts. Looking over his newly accumulated 5,000 ability points, he calculates that this amount should be more than enough to cover his current plans. Resting one hand against his spear, Su Jingming quietly reflects on how fast he has grown. In less than half a year, he can already move through this dangerous wilderness almost without resistance, with only a few rare mid-rank Tier 5 beasts still able to pose a real threat to him. Just then, a sudden shimmer of light flashes from within the dense forest. The faint glow immediately catches Su Jingming's attention. After taking a closer look, Su Jingming recognizes it as a rare glowing plant that only grows in this region. Since he has come across it by chance, he decides to gather some before leaving. He bends down and carefully harvests a radiant golden 100-color flower, its petals shining with a soft, colorful glow. After checking the surrounding area, he collects 3 vibrant bunches in total. Meanwhile, back at the university, Vice Principal Ling Shuang sits inside her office, reviewing official documents on a holographic screen projected by a floating drone in front of her. A gentle knock sounds from outside the office door. Without looking away for long, Ling Shuang calmly calls for the visitor to come in. Su Jingming steps inside, and Ling Shuang immediately asks whether he has just returned from the wilderness. He confirms it, explaining that he went out to hunt beasts in order to keep his real-world combat instincts sharp. Ling Shuang gives him an approving look and praises his dedication to actual combat practice. She agrees that no matter how realistic virtual trials may be, they can never fully replace the pressure and danger of real battles. Su Jingming keeps a polite expression on his face, but inwardly he feels a little amused. He never expected that the excuse he made up on the spot would receive such serious praise from her. Still, Su Jingming thanks her respectfully for the encouragement. Then he takes out one of the glowing 100-color flowers and presents it to her, saying it is a small souvenir from his trip into the wilderness. Ling Shuang accepts the flower with quiet surprise. As a Tier 8 Grandmaster, she has received all kinds of precious treasures before, yet no one has ever given her something as simple and sincere as a flower. A faint blush rises across Ling Shuang's cheeks. She lifts the petals slightly, hiding a pleased smile behind the glowing flower. Once the warm moment passes, Ling Shuang turns the conversation back to serious matters. She brings up Su Jingming's team and their recent virtual training victories, praising them for defeating one of the university's strongest legendary teams, especially since their opponents had reached the peak of mid-rank Tier 4. Su Jingming modestly explains that they only fought the weaker of the 2 legendary squads. But Ling Shuang gently reassures him that the result is still impressive, and because of his team's proven strength, she can finally feel a little more at ease before the tournament. Then Ling Shuang raises her hand, and a glowing blue magic circle appears in front of her. From within the light, a neat stack of 10 tickets materializes, and she gracefully hands them to Su Jingming as a return gift. Su Jingming looks down at the red passes in his hand, and the moment he recognizes them, nervous sweat starts to appear on his face. These are ultra-rare premium interfield tickets for the National University League, the kind of seats ordinary people could barely hope to obtain. Su Jingming sheepishly says the gift is far too valuable and that he already owes her too much. Ling Shuang only smiles at him softly. She tells him that if he performs well in the tournament, that alone will be the best way to repay her. Hearing her encouragement, Su Jingming's confidence rises. He accepts the tickets and the expectation behind them, ready to take on the tournament challenge with everything he has. Later, while walking along a bright campus street, Su Jingming makes a video call to his aunt and offers her some of the tournament tickets. She accepts happily, clearly relieved, because his cousin had been worrying about how to secure seats for the event. As he passes by a local coffee shop, Su Jingming silently counts how many passes he still has left. He begins planning to give the remaining tickets to his friends, Song Chukyu and Jiang Chuxian. Right as he thinks of them, he suddenly hears someone call his name. Looking up, he spots Song Chukyu and Jiang Chuxian hurrying toward him along the paved path, both of them looking cheerful and excited. Su Jingming greets them warmly, then takes out 2 more radiant golden 100-color flowers. He offers one to each of the girls, and the unexpected gesture instantly leaves both of them visibly touched. Overjoyed by the flowers, Song Chukyu and Jiang Chuxian react at almost the same time. Each of them leans in and plants a sweet kiss on one of Su Jingming's cheeks. Su Jingming smiles at their affection, then takes out the tournament tickets. Holding them up, he asks how many passes they need if they want to come watch the upcoming event. Song Chukyu immediately asks for 2 tickets with excitement, saying she wants to bring her friend Xiaoya along. Jiang Chuxian, smiling brightly beside her, says she only needs 1 pass for herself. While clinging lightly to Su Jingming's arm, Song Chukyu explains that she will not be able to properly see him off because she has to leave early. Jiang Chuxian also apologizes, adding that she has to take her level 3 pharmacist exam later that day, so she will miss his farewell as well. Su Jingming smiles gently and reaches out to pat Jiang Chuxian on the head, wishing her good luck on the exam. Then he reassures both of them that they will meet again soon in Qingshu City for the main event. Afterward, Su Jingming arrives at the massive combat technique library. With the tournament approaching, he decides that learning a new S-class spear technique will give him an even stronger guarantee of victory. Inside a private study room, Su Jingming calls on the AI Eva. He instructs her to filter out all S-class lightning attribute spear techniques available in the library. Eva quickly projects the holographic files in front of him. There are only 5 suitable options, and after scanning through them, Su Jingming chooses the thunder-piercing demon-killing spear. The system's information explains that this skill creates a net of lightning energy to greatly increase thrusting speed. At its peak, the technique compresses thunder to trigger a powerful explosive strike. Su Jingming reads the destructive description and becomes highly satisfied with the technique. Without wasting time, he asks Eva to retrieve the physical manual for him. Before long, an assistant brings over a thick tome and places it in front of him. Su Jingming immediately opens the manual and begins studying every page with intense focus. After a long period of concentrated study, the system deducts 3,200 ability points and confirms that he has successfully learned the beginner level. Su Jingming closes the book with a crisp clap, smiling as he realizes this explosive technique fits his combat style perfectly. Leaning back, Su Jingming stretches his body and silently praises the system's instant learning function. Since this new spear technique costs even more points than his Thunder God finger, he becomes even more eager to see just how destructive it can be in real combat. But his preparations are still not finished. Su Jingming turns back to Eva and tells her to bring up the library's newest A-class lightning combat techniques as well. Among the newly projected holographic files, one A-class technique called Lightning Shadow catches his eye. It uses energy to create a trailing clone that mirrors the user's attacks, allowing the follow-up strikes to deal up to 30% of the original damage and connect smoothly into combos. Su Jingming immediately sees the tactical value hidden in the skill. With a clone following up behind him, the extra strikes could perfectly cover the openings he leaves during combat, making his attacks far harder to counter. If this technique is used properly, its practical value could easily reach the level of an S-class skill. Su Jingming points decisively at the holographic display and chooses Lightning Shadow, and Eva immediately confirms his selection. The following morning, a huge transport airship is already waiting on the athletic field. Its massive body casts a long shadow across the ground as the team prepares to depart. Standing near the boarding ramp, Zhou looks over their official new uniforms with obvious satisfaction. The sleek design and clean lines make the whole team look sharper and more imposing than before. A massive crowd of students has gathered to send them off, and the entire athletic field is filled with cheers from Magic City University. Many of them are especially shouting for the Thunder Emperor, begging him to show no mercy and sweep through the competition. Su Jingming walks up the ramp together with his teammates, calm and confident under the crowd's excited gazes. Before entering the airship, he raises one hand and gives the cheering students a steady wave in response. The airship's engines roar to life, sending a deep vibration across the field. Then the massive transport slowly rises into the clear sky, officially carrying the Magic City University team toward the tournament. Meanwhile, in Qingshu City, the sprawling host location for the event, Su Ping stands before an orderly formation of uniformed students. Everyone is lined up neatly, waiting for his instructions. Su Ping reminds them that because the city is close to the number 5 demon lair, security must be treated with absolute seriousness. As representatives of Qingjing Superpower University, they must show both strict discipline and grand hospitality to every arriving team. Not long after, the Magic City University airship appears above the landing zone in the host city. Its large silhouette cuts across the sky, immediately drawing the attention of everyone waiting below. Watching the airship's grand arrival, Su Ping turns slightly toward his assistant. With a calm order, he tells them to activate the guiding lights and direct the transport safely down. The heavy airship descends onto the designated landing pad with surprising smoothness. As it touches down, powerful gusts of wind sweep outward, forcing the nearby crowd to brace themselves. When the team steps off in their matching long coats, the waiting crowd immediately starts buzzing with excitement. Some onlookers recognize Kong Shi and whisper in awe about his mid-rank tier 4 strength, while others point toward Shindongling, clearly sensing her fierce presence. Then the crowd finally identifies the last member to emerge from the airship. It is the rapidly rising S-rank Thunder Emperor himself, Su Jingming. Su Jingming steps out with a calm and focused expression, his eyes sweeping over the host city ahead of him. He knows the tournament has truly begun now, and the time for hiding his real SS rank ability is finally over. After Magic City University arrives in Qingshu City, Su Ping personally welcomes Vice Principal Ling Shuang and her team. He invites them to a lavish luncheon prepared in their honor, and Ling Shuang politely accepts the gesture. When the team enters the elegant venue, the staff immediately steps forward to greet them with respectful courtesy. The polished atmosphere makes it clear that the host side has made careful preparations. Their entrance quickly draws the attention of the other guests. Two bystanders begin gossiping about Su Jingming, with one praising the handsome S-rank captain, while the other scoffs at his tier 3 level and assumes Magic City University is only using him as a promotional figurehead. Zhou overhears the comments and quietly leans toward Su Jingming, whispering that people are looking down on him. But Su Jingming does not seem bothered at all. only smiling as he says that being underestimated will make things more interesting. At that moment, Wang Qi, the captain of Jing University's team, walks over with a composed expression. He stops in front of Su Jingming and formally introduces himself. After the two exchange a brief handshake, Wang Qi speaks with unmistakable confidence. He says he looks forward to seeing Magic City University at the opening ceremony. With that, Wang Qi turns and leaves alongside his teammate. Su Jingming watches him walk away in silence, his expression unreadable. Yao Feng immediately looks irritated and calls Wang Qi arrogant, saying he acts as if Jing University has already secured victory. Zhou Ying, however, reminds him that the rival captain has the right to be cocky, since he is a high-rank Tier 4 fighter with a pseudo-S-rank ability called Heavenly Universe Meteorite. Yao Feng clenches his fist, anger burning in his eyes. He vows that once the tournament begins, he will smash Jing University's overconfidence and make sure they do not repeat last year's victory. Su Jingming does not let the tension drag on for long. He simply suggests that they focus on eating first, then mentions that he still needs to head to the high-speed rail station later to pick up his guests. At the same time, a train pulls into the city's busy high-speed rail station. The platform quickly fills with movement as passengers begin stepping out. Tang Qi, Zhou Mingyang, and Meng Di get off the train together. Looking around the terminal, they cannot help admiring the beautiful architecture and the impressive service of the host city's station. Tang Qi stands in the station and looks around expectantly, scanning the crowd for a familiar face. After waiting for a while, she starts wondering why Su Jingming has not arrived yet. Her wait is suddenly interrupted when a young man with a smug smile walks toward her. His name is Ku Liang, and from the way he approaches it is obvious he has come with a purpose. Ku Liang looks Tang Qi up and down, openly calling her a long-legged beauty. Without much restraint, he boldly asks to exchange contact information with her. Tang Qi's expression turns cold almost immediately. She rejects him without hesitation, making it clear that she does not give her number to strangers. Ku Liang's teammates burst into laughter the moment they see him get rejected. A spiky-haired student teases that their handsome friend has finally failed, while a pink-haired girl laughs so hard that she says she has to tell their captain about it. Humiliated in front of his teammates, Ku Liang's face twists with anger. He snaps at Tang Qi, insulting her as a snob and claiming she should feel honored that he even bothered to ask. Zhou Mingyang's expression darkens when he hears the insult, and he steps forward protectively. Wind energy begins swirling around him as he demands to know what Ku Liang just said. Ku Liang only smirks at him, clearly amused. To him, Zhou Mingyang's challenge looks more like a joke than a real threat. Then Ku Liang releases his own aura, and the pressure instantly overwhelms the space around them. Shocked bystanders immediately realize that his power has reached the peak of Tier 3. The growing commotion quickly draws a crowd. People soon recognize Ku Liang's group as members of the Baishan Superpower University team, and after identifying him as their vice-captain, they begin wondering if a fight is about to break out right there in the station. Feeling the huge difference in power, Zhou Mingyang breaks into a nervous sweat. Tang Qi quickly notices the danger, grabs his arm, and urges him to leave, telling him there is no need to lower himself to the level of a bully. One of Ku Liang's teammates steps forward to calm the situation before it gets worse. He reminds Ku Liang that they are here for the tournament and should not damage their university's reputation before the event even begins. Ku Liang reluctantly backs down, but he still points aggressively at Zhou Mingyang. He warns that if not for the tournament, he would never let them off so easily, then mocks Zhou Mingyang's weak Tier 1 strength and says he is not qualified to play the hero. After spitting on the ground in contempt, Ku Liang turns around to storm off. But the moment he moves forward, he suddenly crashes into someone standing directly in his path. Startled by the impact, Ku Liang looks up in irritation. The instant he sees Su Jingming towering in front of him, his expression stiffens. Su Jingming's eyes glow with a dangerous light as he looks down at Ku Liang coldly. His voice is icy as he asks whether his strength is enough to stand up for his friends. Ku Liang is too frightened to answer, and the silence only makes Su Jingming's expression colder. Golden lightning begins gathering in his palm as he says that Ku Liang's silence is already an answer. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Jingming swings his hand across Ku Liang's face. The backhand slap is infused with lightning, landing with a sharp and brutal crack. The force of the blow sends blood spraying from Ku Liang's mouth. His head snaps to the side as the entire crowd flinches at the impact. Before Ku Liang can even recover, Su Jingming grabs him by the hair and yanks him in. Then he drives a ruthless knee deep into his stomach, sending a shockwave through the air around them. Ku Liang collapses heavily onto the floor, coughing up blood as he clutches his stomach in pain. Su Jingming stands over him without moving, his cold presence pressing down on everyone nearby. Tang Qi and Zhou Mingyang immediately brighten with relief when they see who has arrived. Their tense expressions soften as they call out to Su Jingming. The Baishan students rush over to support their injured vice-captain. But after recognizing Su Jingming as the powerful captain of Magic City University, the spiky-haired student quickly warns the others not to fight back, deciding that they should wait for their own captain before making any move. Meanwhile, an excited bystander has already raised his phone to record everything. Speaking loudly to his viewers, he announces that Magic City University's S-rank captain has just beaten up Baishan University's vice-captain right in public. The spiky-haired Baishan student glares fiercely at Su Jingming, anger written all over his face. He demands to know why Su Jingming suddenly attacked their vice-captain when, in his eyes, they had not provoked him first. Su Jingming simply raises his hand and points toward Tang Qi and Zhou Mingyang. His voice stays cold as he explains that they may not have provoked him directly, but they made the mistake of harassing his cousin and his friend. Hearing those words, Ko Liang, still covered in blood, forces himself to look up. The panic in his eyes instantly gives away that he now understands just how badly he has messed up. At that moment, the surrounding crowd suddenly parts. A young man with grayish-blue hair pushes his way through the onlookers, and everyone quickly recognizes him as Ji Hui, the captain of the Baishan team. Ji Hui looks at the messy scene in front of him and lets out a tired sigh. He asks his teammates how they managed to create such a huge commotion in the short time it took him to go pay a bill. Then Ji Hui turns his attention to Su Jingming and acknowledges who he is. Although he admits that his own team was in the wrong first, he still criticizes Su Jingming, saying that using such extreme violence against fellow tournament participants is unacceptable. Su Jingming remains completely calm under Ji Hui's lecture. Instead of defending himself right away, he simply asks which university their team belongs to, guessing from their uniforms that they must also be here for the tournament. Ji Hui's face darkens when he realizes Su Jingming beat up his vice-captain without even knowing who they were. He introduces himself as the captain of Baishan University, then points at Su Jingming and threatens to report the incident, reminding him that private brawls break tournament rules and could lead to disqualification unless he apologizes. Su Jingming only gives him a confident smile, completely unmoved by the threat. With a casual tone, he tells Ji Hui to go ahead and file the report if he wants to. Ji Hui grits his teeth, quickly realizing that he cannot intimidate Magic City University's captain at all. Cursing Su Jingming's ruthlessness inwardly, he has no choice but to order his team to retreat. The Baishan students hurriedly help their battered vice-captain to his feet. Under the watchful eyes of Su Jingming and the others, they leave the station in a miserable and embarrassed state. Tang Qi looks at Su Jingming with clear worry and nervously asks whether this incident might affect his right to compete. Su Jingming calmly reassures her, explaining that they were in the right, and the organizers would not disqualify a major team over such a small dispute. After leaving the station, the spiky-haired student quietly asks Ji Hui if they are really going to let the matter end like this. Ji Hui sighs in frustration and admits that the report threat was only a bluff, because a top team like Magic City University would never be disqualified just because of a minor fight. Ji Hui rubs the bridge of his nose, clearly stressed by the situation. What truly worries him is not the station incident itself, but the fact that Su Jingming probably will not let Baishan University off so easily after this. Ko Liang clutches his bruised stomach and stares at Ji Hui in shock. Still trembling from the beating, he wonders if Su Jingming would really come after him privately, even after already injuring him so badly. Ji Hui turns back with a grim expression and corrects him. The real danger is not private revenge. It is Su Jingming taking revenge openly and legally once they meet inside the tournament arena. The moment they hear that, panic spreads through the Baishan students. Just imagining being crushed by Magic City University in an official match is enough to make their faces turn pale. Ko Liang, now sporting a black eye and missing teeth, is completely traumatized. He clasps his hands together like he is praying and silently begs the heavens not to match them against Magic City University. Ji Hui then reminds his team how difficult it was for Baishan University to fight their way into the tournament's top 10. With a serious tone, he tells Wang Ming to prepare as a substitute and be ready to enter the field if Ko Liang is too badly injured to fight in the upcoming matches. Ko Liang is still kneeling there in a battered state, looking both pitiful and terrified. He nervously asks whether things are really that serious, and Ji Hui snaps at him in frustration, scolding him for being scared, while also hoping that the powerful Magic City team will not be too merciless if they meet. Outside the train station, Tang Qi urges Su Jingming to hurry up and leave with them. Su Jingming checks his phone, pauses for a moment, then casually says he still has someone else to pick up. Tang Qi immediately becomes curious. She looks at him with interest and asks who exactly he is waiting for. Su Jingming smiles lightly and gives a simple answer. He says he is waiting for his girlfriend. Tang Qi is clearly surprised by that answer, her eyes widening slightly. Meng Di, standing beside her, immediately jokes that this mysterious girlfriend must be another long-legged beauty. Soon after, Song Chukyu appears in the distance. She happily waves towards Su Jingming as she walks over with her roommate, Chi Dongxia, by her side. Once the two girls arrive, Su Jingming introduces Song Chukyu to the group as his girlfriend. He also introduces Chi Dongxia, making sure everyone knows who she is. Song Chukyu looks over the unfamiliar faces with a friendly smile. Then she turns to Su Jingming and asks him to properly introduce the people he came to pick up. Su Jingming introduces them one by one. He tells Song Chukyu that Tang Chi is his cousin, while Zhou Mingyang and Meng Di are his friends from Jiang City. Tang Chi quickly compliments Song Chukyu's beauty with sincere admiration. Meng Di immediately looks pleased with herself and proudly reminds Tang Chi that her earlier guess about Su Jingming's girlfriend was completely accurate. Song Chukyu smiles warmly at Tang Chi and the others, then uses her power to create 3 glowing red potion bottles. She hands them over as greeting gifts, saying that they are just affordable B-class items that might be useful to them. As Tang Chi, Zhou Mingyang, and Meng Di hold the glowing bottles in their hands, Zhou Mingyang is utterly shocked. He can hardly believe Song Chukyu called them cheap, because he knows each bottle is worth at least 5 or 6 million. Su Jingming suggests that they head back and pack their bags first. He asks Tang Chi where their hotel is located so they can take her there, and Tang Chi explains that it is about a kilometer away, near the train station. Su Jingming immediately notes that the train station is quite far from the tournament stadium. Tang Chi sighs helplessly and explains that because the event is so popular, every hotel closer to the stadium was booked long ago. Hearing that distance might be a problem, Song Chukyu immediately steps in. She casually mentions that she has a few villas near the stadium and invites Tang Chi and the others to stay there instead, making the trip much more convenient. Zhou Mingyang starts sweating as he listens from the side. He knows Qingshu City is an extremely wealthy area, where villas can cost hundreds of millions and are nearly impossible to buy, so he is stunned by how powerful Song Chukyu's family must be. Tang Chi accepts the offer politely and apologizes for causing trouble. Song Chukyu answers with a warm smile, telling her that Su Jingming's cousin is the same as her own family, so there is no trouble at all. Song Chukyu then takes out her phone and makes a call to Uncle Hua. In a calm, familiar tone, she tells him to come pick them up. Before long, a line of luxury cars pulls up beside the road. Several men in black suits and sunglasses step out in perfect order, immediately drawing attention from everyone nearby. The lead bodyguard, Uncle Hua, steps forward respectfully. He bows his head slightly and addresses Song Chukyu as the eldest miss. Zhou Mingyang and Meng Di are completely amazed by the scene. Zhou Mingyang senses the energy from the men and realizes that even the driver is at least a high-rank Tier 3 user, while Meng Di feels that any one of these bodyguards would be considered a huge figure back in their hometown. Song Chukyu acts as if this is all perfectly normal. She casually invites the stunned Tang Chi to get into the luxury car, as though calling over a convoy like this is nothing special. A serious-looking bodyguard opens the car door for them. Tang Chi, still a little nervous, carefully climbs into the spacious back seat of the large luxury vehicle. Inside the car, Song Chukyu leans close to Su Jingming with a playful expression, clearly asking for praise over how well she handled everything. Su Jingming tells her she did a good job, but then gently adds that bringing her staff all the way from Sichuan province really was not necessary. Song Chukyu immediately corrects him, explaining that these guards were already in Qingshu City and that she only called them over for a short errand. Su Jingming is surprised and asks whether her family's main base is not at Devil's Cave No. 7. Leaning comfortably against his arm, Song Chukyu explains that Devil's Cave No. 7 is only their main area of influence. The powerful Song family is actually active around the other major caves as well, making Su Jingming silently realize just how terrifying the wealth and reach of a great grandmaster family truly are. The next day, the National University League officially begins inside a huge modern stadium. Helicopters circle overhead, and the stands are packed with excited crowds waiting for the event to start. In the stands, Tang Chi looks around in awe and notices that major forces from across the country have sent elite Tier 7 grandmasters to lead their teams. Song Chukyu explains that this tournament is one of the best places to discover new talent, so no powerful organization would willingly miss it. Fireworks suddenly explode across the sky above the open stadium. Bright colors scatter overhead, signaling the official start of the tournament. On the main stage, the host, Feng Lei, steps forward and welcomes the roaring crowd with a powerful voice. He then begins introducing the 10 universities participating in the team matches. He starts with the defending champions, Qingjing Ability University, and then introduces Jing University right after them. Under the spotlight, the powerful teams begin walking out one by one. Feng Lei's voice rose with excitement as he turned the crowd's attention toward the next group, building up the entrance of the team that had claimed second place in last year's competition. With his announcement echoing across the packed stadium, Feng Lei loudly called out the name of the next powerhouse school, Magic City Ability University. Under the eyes of the entire arena, the Magic City team strode onto the field with Su Jingming leading from the front, every step calm, steady, and filled with confidence. The introductions continued without a pause, and Feng Lei smoothly shifted the atmosphere forward as he called for the next competing team to make their entrance. One after another, powerful university teams marched into the vast arena, stepping beneath the brilliant lights and taking their positions across the field as the crowd watched closely. At last, Feng Lei introduced one of this year's rising teams, the Baishan team. Captain Ji Hui walked out from the tunnel with a stern expression, leading his serious-looking squad, and among them was Liang, who had only recently suffered defeat. Once every team had taken its place, Feng Lei began explaining the rules of the event. The competition would be divided into 3 sections: the team match, the individual match, and the survival match. He made it clear that the team and solo battles would come first, and only after that would the thrilling prize announcements begin. The rewards were enough to make anyone's eyes light up. The champion team would receive custom-made S-Class battle suits for every single member. The winner of the individual competition would take home a massive 30 cubic meter space ring. And the survival match champion would receive a grade 6 protective charm unearthed from an ancient ruin, a treasure famous for its incredible defensive power. The moment those prizes were announced, the entire audience erupted in shock. People in the stands could hardly believe how generous the organizers were being, whispering excitedly about the unbelievable cost of handing out complete sets of S-Class battle suits. Everyone quickly understood that with rewards this valuable, the upcoming fights would only become more brutal and intense. Down on the field, Su Jingming listened quietly, and a confident smile slowly appeared on his face. To him, these rewards were not just impressive, they were exactly the kind of top-tier items he needed right now. Without wasting time, Feng Lei moved on to the team match rules. Each university would have to face all 9 of the other teams in a single round-robin format. 5 matches would be held every day, and the entire stage would stretch across a demanding 9-day schedule. As the crowd's anticipation climbed even higher, Feng Lei raised his hand toward the giant screen, directing everyone's attention to the opening matchup. The massive board lit up brightly, and the first battle of the tournament appeared before everyone's eyes. Magic City Ability University versus Baishan Ability University. A moment later, a blue energy barrier suddenly flashed across the arena, spreading like a glowing curtain to demonstrate how the safety system would work during the battles. Feng Lei explained that the intelligent energy shield would automatically activate whenever a fighter faced a fatal attack, protecting them at the last possible moment. But he also warned that once the shield appeared, that fighter would immediately be eliminated from the match. With the rules now made clear, he called the first 2 teams forward onto the stage. Up in the stands, the audience buzzed with excitement over Magic City's first match. Some spectators were eager to see their famous S-rank fighter in action, while others remained doubtful, thinking that his lower Tier 3 level might make him far less dangerous in a real battle. As they stepped into the bright sunlight of the arena, Kongshu glanced toward the Baishan side and said with a relaxed tone that drawing Baishan as their first opponent was truly a lucky start. On Baishan's side, panic immediately began to spread. Liang, visibly frightened, begged Captain Ji Hui to replace him before the match began. But Ji Hui refused without hesitation, telling them they had to follow the original plan and show their strength with dignity, even if defeat was already waiting for them. The rest of Baishan's team stood behind their captain's decision. The spiky-haired boy and the pink-haired girl both agreed, their expressions firm as they prepared to protect their pride and face Magic City head-on. Ji Hui drew his sword with a sharp motion and ordered his team to move out. Behind him, Liang could only follow slowly, sweat gathering on his face as his nerves nearly swallowed him whole. The 2 5-person teams soon took their positions on opposite ends of the wide white arena floor, while countless spectators leaned forward from above, waiting for the first clash to begin. The difference between the 2 teams was obvious at a glance. Magic City had 2 mid-tier Tier 4 fighters, 2 low-tier Tier 4 fighters, and 1 high-tier Tier 3 fighter. Compared to that, Baishan looked painfully outmatched, with only 1 mid-tier Tier 4 member trying to carry 4 high-tier Tier 3 teammates. The countdown echoed through the entire stadium, each number tightening the tension in the air until the final signal rang out and the match officially began. Baishan's team stood tense and fully prepared, their bodies ready to move at any second. Magic City, on the other hand, looked almost completely relaxed, as if this opening fight barely worried them at all. Yao Feng turned towards Su Jingming and asked what strategy they should use against Baishan. But before any plan could be discussed, golden lightning began flickering violently around Su Jingming's eyes. Su Jingming calmly said they did not need a plan. In the next instant, red and golden lightning exploded around his body, and he shot forward alone, charging straight at Baishan without waiting for the rest of his team. The crowd immediately erupted in surprise. Many spectators thought Su Jingming had lost his mind, believing that abandoning his team formation like this was no different from rushing straight toward death. Ji Hui instantly saw Su Jingming's solo charge as a massive mistake and seized the opportunity. He ordered Kuliang and Ma Long to advance with him, while telling Old Li and Old Wang to attack from the rear and provide support. In an instant, the Baishan team rushed forward together, determined to crush the isolated captain before Magic City could react. The battle opened with one of Baishan's members unleashing a huge gust of wind, sending a violent current tearing across the arena straight towards Su Jingming. The spectators quickly realized that Baishan had no intention of holding back. They had opened with an S-class wind technique, clearly aiming for a fast victory. Many blamed Su Jingming's arrogance for putting him in this position, saying that by separating from his team, he had turned himself into the easiest target on the field. Yet Su Jingming showed no fear at all. Golden lightning surged into his spear as he leapt into the air, slicing through the incoming wind blades and deflecting them with almost effortless precision. The entire arena fell into stunned disbelief. No one expected him to block an S-class attack so cleanly, and the overwhelming force of his lightning left the audience staring in awe. From the VIP area, Su Ping calmly explained to his assistant that Su Jingming had withstood the attack because of his advanced control over energy condensation. The assistant was shocked, unable to believe that a freshman had already reached such a high level of technical mastery. Su Ping's expression gradually turned serious. With skills this refined at such a young age, Su Jingming's future could no longer be measured by ordinary standards. Back in the arena, Ji Hui continued pressing forward. He knew full well that defeating the entire Magic City team was nearly impossible, but Su Jingming's reckless decision to break formation had given Baishan their one perfect chance to take him down first. Gripping that opportunity, Ji Hui sprang into the air and swung his sword down with a fierce, full-powered slash aimed directly at Su Jingming. Su Jingming did not retreat. He stood firmly in place, letting golden lightning gather and coil around his body like a storm waiting to burst. The two captains collided at the center of the arena. Su Jingming raised his spear and parried Ji Hui's full-force sword strike head-on, sending violent shockwaves of wind and electricity ripping outward from the impact. The power behind Su Jingming's counter was far beyond Ji Hui's expectations. In a single exchange, Ji Hui's sword was knocked from his hand, spinning through the air before stabbing down into the arena floor. Now defenseless, Ji Hui stood frozen in place, his body trembling as he stared at Su Jingming in complete disbelief, finally sensing the terrifying gap between them. Seeing their captain disarmed, Ma Long and Kuliang immediately rushed to help. Ma Long charged straight in from the front with a heavy punch, while Kuliang circled behind Su Jingming, aiming to strike him from the back. Even while surrounded from both sides, Su Jingming did not show the slightest panic. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. Before either attack could reach him, Su Jingming's body erupted with power. A burst of golden lightning exploded outward, forming a violent shockwave that blasted both attackers away at the same time. The lightning explosion swept across the arena in a blinding flash. Old Li and Old Wang, the two remaining Baishan members, raised their arms to shield their faces from the heat and dazzling light as Su Jingming walked toward them with terrifying calm. Su Jingming slowly extended one hand, and in that instant, he activated his Thunder Prison skill. A sphere of red and golden lightning gathered in his palm, crackling fiercely before sending branching streams of energy racing across the floor toward the last two opponents. The lightning instantly trapped Old Li and Old Wang inside towering pillars of golden electricity. Their bodies convulsed under the powerful voltage, and their screams rang out as the current surged through them. The students watching from the stands were both horrified and amazed by Su Jingming's monstrous strength. He had disarmed Baishan's captain in one exchange, then blasted away two attackers in an instant. Sweat ran down one student's face as he admitted he had been a complete fool for ever thinking Su Jingming was an easy target. As the smoke slowly cleared, Baishan's attackers were already lying unconscious across the arena floor. Su Jingming stood alone at the center of the battlefield, letting out a quiet sigh as he thought that peak Tier 3 Awakeners were simply too weak to give him a real challenge. Only then did the rest of the Magic City team arrive, but the battle had already ended before they could do anything. Shen Dongling immediately complained that Su Jingming should have held back and left some opponents for them to fight too. Nearby, Ji Hui remained standing in a dazed, weakened state, barely able to process what had just happened. Hungry for at least a little action of his own, Kong Shi stepped forward without hesitation and drove a punch straight into the stunned Baishan captain's chest. Ji Hui's eyes widened as blood burst from his mouth, and his body was sent flying backward before crashing down completely unconscious. Feng Lei's excited voice rang across the stadium as he announced that every member of Baishan had fallen. With the entire arena watching, he officially declared Magic City Ability University the winner of the opening match. The crowd exploded into noise, still shaken by the overwhelming gap in strength between the two sides. Spectators talked over one another in disbelief, amazed that a full 5-on-5 battle had ended in less than half a minute. Inside the VIP area, Su Ping's assistants stared at the battlefield in shock, wondering if an S-class ability could truly be that terrifying. What confused them even more was Su Jingming's registered ability, Purple Lightning, which clearly did not match the brilliant golden power he had just displayed. Su Ping's expression hardened as he gave his judgment. The destructive force they had just witnessed was far beyond what an ordinary S-class ability should be capable of producing. Su Ping turned his gaze toward Lu Wangshan and asked whether the AI had finished verifying Su Jingming's true strength. Looking at the floating holographic display in front of him, Lu Wangshan confirmed that both the lightning data and the energy readings had already been fully analyzed. A crisp system chime sounded through the room, and the scan results finally locked into place. The moment Lu Wangshan saw the data, his face changed. With shock in his voice, he told Su Ping that Su Jingming's real power was not ordinary purple lightning at all, but the legendary SS-class ability, Dutian Divine Lightning. Su Ping stared at the numbers on the hologram, barely able to believe what he was seeing. Cold sweat slowly formed on his forehead as he realized they were truly looking at an actual SS-class ability. He muttered that a talent at SS-class level only appeared once every 10 or 20 years. What he could not understand was how Su Jingming had managed to evolve his ability to such an extreme and terrifying degree. Turning toward Vice Principal Ling Shuang, Su Ping finally understood why the council had reacted with such alarm. He praised Magic City University for hiding this secret so tightly, while Ling Shuang only smiled and calmly explained that such secrecy had been necessary to protect their star student. Su Ping let out a heavy sigh, already imagining the storm that would follow. Once this shocking truth spread, rival nations and foreign organizations would definitely be thrown into panic. After a brief pause, Su Ping shifted his focus back to the tournament and asked Lu Wangshan when their Jing University team was scheduled to fight. When he learned that Jing University's match would be held the next day, Su Ping immediately told Lu Wangshan to gather their captain and the rest of the team at the villa right away for an urgent strategy meeting. Watching the Jing University staff hurry away, Ling Shuang could already guess what they were planning. They were clearly rushing back to create tactics against Su Jingming, but she remained completely calm, because in her eyes, no strategy would be enough to stop him. Back in the rest area, Ko Chiang looked over the Magic City team with clear satisfaction, praising them for ending their first battle so quickly and cleanly. Gu Wan, the team support player, joked that the rest of them had barely done anything at all, since their captain had wiped out the opponents entirely by himself. Ko Chiang admitted that Baishan had been one of the weaker teams, but he still warned everyone not to become careless. He reminded them that their opponent tomorrow, Suang Ability University, had ranked 4th before, and told the team to gather at his villa that night to study their next enemy. Before letting everyone go, Ko Chiang brought up one more matter. Registration for the individual tournament had now officially opened. When he asked who wanted to participate, Su Jingming, Kong Shi, and Shen Dongling all raised their hands eagerly, clearly unwilling to miss the solo competition. Ko Chiang gave a small nod, accepting their decision and agreeing to enter all three of them into the individual tournament. A little later, Vice Principal Ling Shuang called Su Jingming aside, pulling him away from the others for a private conversation. She told him that Jing University had already discovered his SS-class ability, and before long the rest of the outside world would likely learn about it too. Still, she assured him that Magic City University would provide whatever support he needed once the pressure truly came crashing down. Su Jingming could not hide his surprise. He had not expected his true ability level to be exposed to a rival school so quickly after just one match. Ling Shuang's smile softened as she looked at him, promising that she would personally protect him from any outside force that tried to threaten him. Not far away, Yao Fong and Shen Dongling stared at the scene in disbelief. Seeing their usually strict and intimidating vice principal smile so gently felt almost impossible to accept. Yao Fong whispered in shock about how unusually warm Ling Shuang was being toward their captain. Shen Dongling quietly replied that anyone with a rare SS-class ability would naturally receive that kind of special treatment. Kong Shi leaned closer and reminded them in a low voice that with the vice principal's level, she could almost certainly hear every word of their gossip. The moment that sank in, both Yao Fong and Shen Dongling felt a chill run through them. Sure enough, Ling Shuang heard their whispers, and the warmth on her face quickly disappeared. A frightening aura slowly spread from her as she turned her gaze toward the trembling students. In that moment, she silently decided that once the tournament ended, their training would be increased. Meanwhile, inside a private villa, Su Ping had already gathered the Jing University team for an emergency meeting. He looked across the room at his team members and asked them what they thought of Su Jingming's combat ability. Team Captain Wang Qi spoke first, saying that Su Jingming's battle instincts were definitely impressive, but his true advantage came from the overwhelming power of his S-rank lightning ability, not from his current level itself. Su Ping agreed that the ability was the key issue, but with a grim expression, he corrected Wang Qi's assumption. Their scan results had confirmed something far more shocking. Su Jingming's ability was actually legendary SS class. The entire Jing University team froze in disbelief. Wang Qi and the others immediately questioned whether the scanning equipment had malfunctioned, unable to accept that a student could have hidden an SS class ability from everyone. Su Ping carefully reviewed the scanner data and confirmed that the instruments were functioning normally. From the results, he concluded that Su Jingming's ability must have evolved during his study tour the previous year. Wang Qi's expression tightened as he nervously connected this to the Heaven's Mandate sect ambush that had happened during that trip. Even then, he still found it hard to believe that a near-death crisis could push an ability from S-class all the way to SS class. Lu Wangshan added that this explanation also lined up with the rumors coming out of Magic City University. If the ability had evolved, then Su Jingming's reported feat of defeating dozens of peak Tier 4 beasts alone was very likely true. Wang Qi admitted that this freshman was an absolute monster, and if given another year, he would probably become unbeatable. Even so, he remained confident, because Su Jingming was still only a freshman, which meant Wang Qi believed he could still defeat him in this year's tournament. Su Ping placed a hand on his captain's shoulder, clearly relieved. At least for this year, Jing University could still place its hopes on Wang Qi to secure victory. Before leaving the room, Su Ping instructed Dean Liu to adjust their tactics carefully and make full use of this year's opportunity, especially since Wang Qi would be graduating soon. The news soon spread like a shockwave across the entire country. In his office, Jiang Quan stared at the holographic report in disbelief, then urgently ordered his staff to come up with a new counter-strategy as quickly as possible. At the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, a manager reacted just as quickly, urgently telling his staff to contact headquarters and update their recruitment plan at once. Over at the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall, the director wasted no time either, ordering his people to recruit this young prodigy no matter what price they had to pay. Before long, even the military received the news of Su Jingming's SS-class ability. An officer reported the matter directly to a general, and the general responded with pride rather than fear. He ordered the media to broadcast the news worldwide, making sure every nation understood the strength of Great Xia. In an instant, news outlets and social media erupted with headlines about Su Jingming and his Duqian Divine Lightning. Countless posts celebrated him as the first SS-class talent to appear in 23 years. Inside a grand traditional estate, an assistant stepped forward and reported to two men who were calmly playing chess, telling them that news of Su Jingming's SS-class ability was now trending everywhere online. She also pointed out that foreign factions were actively pushing the topic even higher, then asked whether they should step in and stop the growing wave of attention. Counselor Wang Jun barely reacted to the concern, brushing those foreign forces aside as nothing more than annoying insects that did not deserve their attention. With complete confidence in his voice, he added that Great Xia had more than enough strength to protect one SS-ranked student, no matter how many eyes were watching from the shadows. Counselor Wang Jun then asked who had been assigned to guard Su Jingming personally. Lu Wangshan answered at once, explaining that the responsibility had fallen to Ling Shuang, the vice principal of Magic City University. Wang Jun looked genuinely surprised when he heard that name. He immediately recognized Ling Shuang as the gifted talent from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, a woman who possessed an S-class space ability, and he could not help wondering why someone like her had stayed hidden inside a university instead of climbing to a higher position. Lu Wangshan explained that Ling Shuang had offended the powerful Li family and eventually taken shelter at the school. Even so, there was clear admiration in his tone as he mentioned that, without extra resources, she had still managed to reach mid-rank Tier 8 in only 3 years. Wang Jun gave a faint smile and commented on her famously stubborn personality. To most people, marrying into the Li family would have been a dream opportunity. Yet Ling Shuang had avoided them as if they were a deadly plague. After placing the final piece and winning the chess game, Wang Jun smiled with satisfaction. Since someone as powerful and difficult to deal with as Ling Shuang was guarding Su Jingming, he could finally put his mind at ease. That afternoon, the tournament stadium was once again packed with excited spectators. Under the roar of the crowd, host Feng Lei stepped onto the arena floor and announced the official beginning of the individual tournament. He explained that 64 fighters from 10 different schools would compete that day, and the first round would decide who advanced into the top 32. All matchups would be randomly generated by the stadium's AI system to keep everything fair. A massive holographic bracket suddenly appeared above the arena, glowing brightly as each fighter's name began to line up in the air. Kong Shi quickly spotted his placement and saw that he had been assigned to the 6th match against Suwong University, which was perfect for scouting their next opponent. Shin Dongling also looked pleased, happily saying that she had drawn the 12th match against a Baishan substitute. Su Jingming checked his own name and realized that, among the three of them, he would be the first to fight. His match was scheduled third, and his opponent was Zhou Chao from Jincheng University. Feng Lei kept the atmosphere burning as he hyped up the crowd, announcing that the tournament would begin with 4 matches running at the same time for the opening round. Su Jingming walked onto the arena floor with steady steps, his spear in hand as golden electricity crackled and danced along its surface. From the stands, his friends immediately raised their voices and cheered for their captain, chanting loudly for the Thunder Emperor as the sound rolled across the arena. On the opposite side of the battlefield, his green-haired opponent, Zhou Chao, stared at him from a distance, and sweat quickly began to bead across his face. Zhou Chao silently cursed his terrible luck for drawing the Magic City captain in the very first round. Still, he forced himself to stay hopeful, because if he somehow defeated an SS-rank genius, the glory that followed would be unimaginable. The instant the match began, Zhou Chao acted first, wrapping his entire body in a swirling defensive vortex of wind. Using the powerful updraft beneath him, Zhou Chao lifted off the ground and soared high into the air, putting distance between himself and Su Jingming. Su Jingming looked up at his opponent's sudden flight with a hint of surprise, then calmly noted that no ability user in this tournament should ever be underestimated. Hovering safely above the arena, Zhou Chao shouted down with a confident smirk, taunting Su Jingming by claiming that the Magic City captain would never be able to reach him before running out of energy. From high overhead, Zhou Chao launched his attack, sending sharp wind blades slicing downward through the air. The attacks slammed into the arena floor one after another, tearing into the ground, but Su Jingming moved with sharp bursts of speed and dodged them without much difficulty. As he moved, Su Jingming measured the distance carefully and quickly realized that even his strongest vertical jump would not be enough to reach an opponent hovering that high above him. Throwing his spear from range would also be difficult to aim accurately, so Su Jingming decided on a different approach. He would create a powerful suction force and drag Zhou Chao down himself. The spectators watched the aerial bombardment with growing frustration, and some complained that using flight to stall was a shameless tactic. Others pointed out that Zhou Chao was probably just trying to buy time, since the arena shield would begin shrinking after 20 minutes and force both fighters into close combat. Down on the field, Su Jingming kept dodging, but he had no interest in waiting passively for the clock to solve the problem for him. Power surged through his body, and golden electricity erupted around him in violent flashes. He lowered his stance, crouched toward the ground, and gathered a dense sphere of crimson lightning in his hand, preparing a devastating counterattack. Seeing the glowing orb below, Zhou Chao scoffed from above and shouted that no matter how powerful the attack looked, it could never reach him at a height of 75 meters. Su Jingming only smiled as he held the compressed lightning sphere in his palm. He calmly challenged Zhou Chao's confidence, knowing that once his storm's pull erupted, dragging a flying student out of the sky would not be difficult at all. Then Su Jingming released the compressed energy, and a massive tornado of lightning burst upward, tearing through the arena as it ripped straight toward the sky. In the stands, the crowd stared in shock as the lightning storm expanded wildly, swallowing the arena in a roaring spiral of violent energy. Zhou Chao was caught completely off guard by the vortex. The terrifying suction locked onto him, paralyzing his movements, and panic spread across his face as he struggled desperately to break free. Below the storm, Su Jingming raised his hand and summoned his spear back into his grip. As golden energy wrapped around the spear, Su Jingming looked up at Zhou Chao and admitted that his flying ability was indeed impressive. Unfortunately for him, his real mistake was drawing Su Jingming as his opponent. With one fierce motion, Su Jingming hurled the lightning-coated spear straight toward Zhou Chao, who was still trapped in the air. Desperate to stay alive, Zhou Chao immediately summoned a large wind barrier in front of himself, trying to block the incoming spear before it reached him. But against Su Jingming's attack, that defense meant absolutely nothing. The spear smashed through the wind barrier in an instant, shattering it apart before driving straight into Zhou Chao's chest.